Chapter 121. Bu Shuai led the team into the royal city and went directly to the Special Investigation Bureau to handle the entry procedures for the 16 soldiers. The commissioner of the Special Investigation Bureau's chief director's office was personally responsible for this matter. Without going through the layers of application from the lower departments, the 16 soldiers were immediately granted the status of trainee investigators. Originally, a very detailed background check was required to enter the investigation bureau, but with Bu Shuai's guarantee, this process was omitted. When the commissioner saw the 16 soldiers fill in their identities and pass resumes, and wrote that they were all guards around Marquis Denton, he didn't even blink. However, this matter was reported to the chief director of the Special Investigation Bureau. The chief director looked at the list and made many guesses, even wondering if these 16 soldiers were spies that His Majesty the King had arranged to lurk around Marquis Denton. As the confidant of the Tiger King's confidant, the chief director naturally knew how much the Tiger King valued and liked Raphael Longmu. Although Raphael does not have any title now, who dares to say that the status of a special investigator is lower than that of a noble in Tiger Country? Especially since Raphael is a first-level investigator and directly obeys the orders of the Tiger King. And the Director General also knows that the Tiger King has given Raphael other identity conveniences, just so that he can walk anywhere easily and not be inferior to others, in addition to the title and territory. But the Director General thinks it is better not to take these two things, because the Tiger King and his future heirs will inevitably take back the territory and the great power of the nobles, and they are also working hard for this. The eldest prince knows what the Tiger King wants to do, and is also moving in this direction, which can be regarded as the Tiger King's right-hand man. But the jumping up and down third prince couldn't see through this, or he knew what the Tiger King wanted to do, but in order to get the throne, he didn't hesitate to make friends with the powerful and give all kinds of promises. In the eyes of the general director, as long as the Tiger King and the eldest prince can live longer than him, such a third prince has no chance of getting the throne. Now the Tiger King allows the third prince to jump up and down, just to see who among the powerful is unstable, and who wants to interfere in the succession to the throne. As for the second prince, he seems to be only interested in mysticism. He worships several teachers, has close contacts with the priests of the royal court, and has set up a secret society. The Tiger King said that he couldn't see through this son and asked him to keep an eye on him. After staring at him, the general director suddenly found that his little daughter had been very close to the second prince recently, which made him very distressed. He had reminded his little daughter openly and secretly that the second prince was not a good match. But the second prince inherited the advantages of the Tiger King and the Queen, and was the most handsome of the three princes. In addition to his natural mysterious temperament and the confidence that only belongs to successful people, plus his status, he would attract attention just standing there, whether it is female or male. Alas, he would rather let his youngest daughter like Raphael Longmu. Even if Raphael is the illegitimate son of the Tiger King, and is still envied by the Queen, Raphael does not cause trouble. And now that Marquis Denton is in trouble, even if the Queen can continue to sit in the position of Queen in the future, I am afraid she can't do anything to Raphael. The eldest prince has no hatred for Raphael, and even takes care of him a little. As long as Raphael's character is consistent, he will never live worse than other princes and princesses in the future. The Director General was worrying about the marriage partner of his youngest daughter, and Bu Shuai met the eldest prince in the palace. When Bu Shuai returned to the royal city, he naturally had to pay a visit to the Tiger King as soon as possible. He arranged the entry procedures for the 16 soldiers and entered the palace. He did not take the normal channel for officials to pay a visit to the Tiger King, nor did he go through layers of transmission. He just showed his first-level investigator ID card to the guards, and the guards let him in directly. This was a special instruction from the Tiger King. As long as Raphael Longmu came to see him with the investigator ID card, he would be allowed to enter the palace directly without notification. Just talking about this kind of favor, how could the Queen not be angry and fearful? The princes and princesses who left the palace to see their fathers were just like this. Bu Shuai walked hurriedly. He started to be the Tiger King's personal guard in the palace when he was 16.5 years old, until he left the royal city more than a year ago. 3.5 years made him very familiar with every place in the palace. Some guards and maids, including palace officials, would nod and smile at him when they saw him. Bu Shuai also nodded gently in return. Just now, a guard came to tell him that the Tiger King was waiting for him in the first study. Bu Shuai met the eldest prince on the garden path outside the study. Raphael, long time no see. I heard that you went to see your aunt and uncle. Are they good to you? When the eldest prince Gabriel Muller saw Bu Shuai, he immediately smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Shuai put his right fist on his chest and bowed. Good day, your highness. You are still so old-fashioned. The eldest prince reached out and patted Shuai's shoulder naturally. You haven't answered my question yet. They are very good to me, Shuai said with his head down. The eldest prince nodded. Then I am relieved. After a pause, the eldest prince said frankly, Okay, I know your situation over there. I also know what they did. I am sorry that they did things without scruples, and even spread the disease. I can't target the mastermind, but I will definitely not let the other guys who have a hand in this matter have an easy time. The eldest prince even said directly, the biggest backer of Earl Songhan is Marquis Denton. Now something happened in Black Forest City. Marquis Denton failed to do his job and disappeared. Father will not miss such a good opportunity. Earl Songhan will be dealt with soon, but... The eldest prince looked at Shuai. I hope that Moyo Town can remain the same. You are one of the people that my father trusts the most, and you should know what my father wants the most. Shuai nodded, looked up and looked back at the eldest prince, and said calmly, My uncle doesn't even want to be the mayor. As long as no one continues to force him, as long as the lives of the orcs in Moyo Town and nearby can go on, I don't think anyone will take the initiative to do anything. The eldest prince smiled. You are a good person, I have always known. Don't worry, no matter what others say, you are my brother. You have done a good job as an investigator, so do it well. After the eldest prince finished speaking, he patted Shuai's shoulder again, and then left with his men. Shuai exhaled lightly. People who don't know the eldest prince will be very upset by his condescending attitude when he speaks. But Shuai knows that the eldest prince speaks like this only because he is the eldest son of the king, and is used to his status as the eldest among his brothers and sisters. The eldest prince was not very tactful, and his rhetoric was not very good, but he was definitely kind-hearted among the princes and princesses. No matter how much the third prince thought about the inheritance, as long as he did not do anything that was too unacceptable, the eldest prince would still treat the third prince as an ignorant younger brother. No matter how the two princesses relied on the love of the Tiger King and the queen to want more power, and even territory, and also interfered in the inheritance, the eldest prince would treat them patiently, and did not want to marry off his two sisters to someone at random. Similarly, for his illegitimate brother, the eldest prince was different from other princes and princesses. Not only did he not regard him as an enemy or a lowly thing, but he also protected him in all aspects. It's just that the eldest prince has obvious advantages and obvious disadvantages. Simply put, the eldest prince is brave but not wise, and has a heart willing to treat his brothers and sisters well, but because of his attitude of being the boss, who does not give up his responsibility, and his personality of liking to preach, his brothers and sisters don't like him very much. Just seeing that the two princesses would rather cheer for the third prince than express their support for their eldest brother, we can see how the eldest prince's position is in the eyes of his younger brothers and sisters. However, the eldest prince doesn't seem to care much about this. He doesn't seem to have seen his younger brothers and sisters as opponents. Shuai walked to the door of the first study while thinking about the relationship between the princes and princesses. Come in. Before he knocked on the door, the Tiger King's voice came from inside. The waiter took the initiative to open the door. Shuai walked into the study. The first study was like the main hall, spacious and bright, with a high ceiling and a large area. The Tiger King often works here and meets with ministers. How much do you know about the Black Forest City? The Tiger King was writing something, and asked without raising his head. Shuai walked lightly, and stopped in front of the desk. Behind the Tiger King was a personal guard. The personal guard was strong and sharp, and he looked at him as if he was looking at an assassin. Shuai knew this guard. His name was Ramil, and he was the child of the former captain of the Tiger King's guards on the battlefield. His parents died in the battle with the evil god believers, and the insect poison infected. Because of his tragic and miserable life, Ramil grew up under the love and care of the Tiger King's guards. Every guard was his teacher and his adoptive parents. The Tiger King also took good care of him. When he was 16 years old, he recruited him to be his guard. Ramil was very skilled, and his natural ability was said to be extremely strong. Shuai and Ramil didn't have much contact. He was once one of Tiger King's guards, but they had never worked together and belonged to different teams. At most, they were just nodding acquaintances. No, maybe not even nodding acquaintances. Shuai always felt that Ramil didn't like him very much. But although Ramil didn't like him, he didn't target him. Shuai just regarded him as an ordinary colleague. I was in Black Forest City when the incident happened. Shuai recounted his experience in Black Forest City in a deep voice. In addition to weakening Shang Fifen's identity, He only described him as a capable assistant. Bu Shuai had discussed with Shang Fifan before coming. They decided not to hide anything from Tiger King and tell him everything they could. After all, whether it was the great disaster in the Blackwater River Plain or the existence of the library, the king of Tiger Country should not be concealed from his duty. The Tiger King, who was busy reviewing documents, had stopped his hands long ago, and he raised his head to listen attentively to Bu Shuai's story. When he heard that Marquis Denton ignored hundreds of thousands of citizens and only wanted to sacrifice them, even if the excuse he gave was to get the evil god to help curb the eruption of magma, the Tiger King was furious. The Tiger King's thoughts were the same as Bu Shuai's. Why did Marquis Denton know that the magma would erupt a long time ago, but he didn't report it to him? When Bu Shuai talked about the temple and the library, the Tiger King stood up in shock. Hearing that the first temple collapsed under the eruption of magma, the Tiger King felt very sorry. Hearing that the second temple was surrounded by magma, but it was still intact, the Tiger King exhaled. Hearing that the third temple was actually a library that had been well preserved since the Great Prosperity era, the Tiger King was overjoyed. Because of excessive shock and joy, the Tiger King overlooked some of the strange things in Bu Shuai's narration. Really? That library contains all the civilization heritage from ancient times to the present? The Tiger King was overjoyed and rubbed his hands excitedly. They are so lucky in the Tiger Kingdom. There is a well-preserved library hidden underground near their royal city. Marquis Denton is hateful, and the Denton family is hateful. If they hadn't concealed the secret of the temple, and didn't tell the successive Tiger Kings anything for so many years, how could this library be hidden until now? But the Tiger King turned happy again. Raphael Longmu is indeed his lucky star. Not only did he help to resist the various disasters of his own son, but now he has helped him find such a precious treasure, a library with the complete heritage of Orc civilization. This is the guarantee of the prosperity of Tiger Country. Maybe he can rebuild the Orc dynasty with this library, and he, Sars Farrell, will become the greatest king of the new era of the Orc continent. Bu Shuai nodded and said, there is also an administrator there. He claims to be the retired high priest of the Holy Mountain Priest Palace. Now he only has a brain left. God! How long has he lived? The Tiger King exclaimed. He was even more shocked that the civilization during the Great Prosperity era could allow people to survive with only their brains. You did a good job. Very good. You said that person also gave you a library borrowing card. With that borrowing card, you can enter and exit the library at any time? Yes. Can you bring other people? Yes. Great. Good boy. You are the best. The Tiger King couldn't help but walk down and hugged Bu Shuai and patted his back hard. He was so excited. When he thought of a library filled with Orc civilization heritage under the Black Forest City, the Tiger King's heart was so hot that he couldn't hold it back. He wanted to dig out that library immediately. He wanted to get everything in that library immediately. He wanted to go to Black Forest City immediately. Bu Shuai felt a stinging gaze. It was the guard Ramil. He was looking at him. His eyes contained shock and jealousy. Chapter 122. The Tiger King suddenly felt something was wrong with his hand. Raphael was carrying a rough leather backpack, and he had hit the backpack a few times just now. He knew the feel of the leather, but was there something moving under the leather? The Tiger King let go of Bu Shuai and reached out to untie the straps on his backpack. What did you bring? This familiarity and intimacy made Bu Shuai feel the piercing gaze on him again. Bu Shuai didn't need to be checked when he brought things in, which was also a very jealous point. Bu Shuai awkwardly avoided it. Nothing, just. The Tiger King's fingers were already hooked on the straps, and when Bu Shuai moved, it was pulled open. The straps were loosened, and a round and silly little tiger head immediately popped out of the backpack. Huh? The little tiger even opened his mouth and sighed, looking like he was sulking. The little tiger stretched out a paw to pull the lace opening wider, and then stretched out two paws, and put them on the ugly shoulder. The Tiger King raised his eyebrows, feeling both amused and funny. Who is this? Could it be that you found someone to give birth to a cub just 1 year after you left? Ramil frowned. Why didn't he and the Tiger King sense the existence of this tiger cub before? Could it be that this cub has awakened a blood talent such as concealing its breath at such a young age? Or, the Tiger King is obviously also very interested in the little tiger. He stretched out his hand and wanted to hug the little tiger. He didn't worry at all that Raphael brought this little tiger cub in with bad intentions towards him. His sons and daughters might find someone to assassinate him, but Raphael would never do that. If this is really Raphael's seed, it is nominally his eldest grandson. That's right. Until now, the 3 sons and 2 daughters of the Tiger King have no children. The average lifespan of an orc is 300 years, and many nobles will not get married very early unless it is necessary for family or politics. Even if they get married, they will not have children soon, because the older generation does not want the younger generation to compete with them for the title and power so soon. The Tiger King also married the queen after he was 130 years old, and he is now in the prime of his life as an orc. But his children have grown up. If it weren't for the fact that it is difficult for orcs to give birth after 200 years old, regardless of male or female, the Tiger King would even want to have children after 200 years old. Although the Tiger King does not want to see his adult children fighting with him for power, he will still be very happy to see the third generation. He likes Raphael, so even if Raphael is not his biological child, he is still very happy that he has offspring. Even if Raphael has a child, he can treat this child better than Raphael without any scruples. It can also be regarded as making up for Raphael. The little tiger dodged the Tiger King's big hand and slid into his arms with his shoulders. Bourgeois had no choice but to reach out and hold this furry little burden. The little tiger tilted his head and bared his teeth at the Tiger King, so fierce. Very good. You have guts. The Tiger King was amused and laughed out loud. He was so happy today. Remir felt very upset when he saw the Tiger King so happy. The Tiger King had not raised his eyebrows these days. He had a cold face when he saw everyone. He also lost his temper with several ministers in the morning. Just now, the eldest prince came to meet to discuss important matters, but he didn't get a single praise from the Tiger King, let alone a smile. But as soon as Raphael Longmu came, the Tiger King was anxious to meet him, and even became very excited after seeing him. Now he was so happy when he saw a little tiger cub. So this is really your cub? The Tiger King is funny or not? Not handsome and dry cough. He picked it up on the road. If you get along, you will be raised. The little tiger suddenly opened its mouth and chewed its ugly fingers with its small breasts. Not handsome and balanced his finger on his forehead. Give me a little good. The little tiger immediately put his big head on Bourgeois' hand. If you beat him up, if you are willing to bear it, you will beat him hard. Not handsome. Reach out to Rua's little tiger's furry head. I have to admit that it feels great. Pinch the round and soft ears, which are also particularly decompressed. And the little tiger made a strange coquettish sound like a cat and a calf, and his claws kept pulling him. Not handsome, he had to hug this little monster with a little coquettish clingy tighter. The Tiger King didn't need to ask much. Just by looking at the interaction between the big and the small, he knew how much Raphael liked this little tiger cub. Did you pick him up in Black Forest City? His parents are dead? The Tiger King thought he guessed right and sighed. Since we get along well, let's take good care of him. The Tiger King planned to give Bourgeois a little more salary. It is very expensive to raise orc cubs. The cubs are very greedy. You were cuter than him when you were a child. The Tiger King couldn't help but say. On the way back to the royal city from the battlefield, because of his debt and gratitude to the loyal guards, he personally raised Raphael. For the first 2 months after Raphael was born, he was really held in his palm every day. The name Raphael was given by him himself, and Langmu was taken from one character of each of his parents' names. But Anita insisted on giving the child another name, Bourgeois, and told others that it was the child's father's request. At first, everyone called the child Bourgeois and laughed at his name. Later, when there was a rumor that the child was his offspring, everyone began to call him by his official name, Raphael Longmu. The little tiger looked at Bourgeois with a covetous look and kept staring at Bourgeois. He also wanted to see what Bourgeois looked like when he was a little tiger cub, which must be very cute. Oh, at that time, Amu hadn't come here yet? That doesn't matter. Ahem. Bourgeois was not used to this topic, and Ramil's gaze on him was no longer just piercing, but like a sword made of frost. Every sword pierced him, and the little tiger. A strange, jealous guard? Does he have a name? The Tiger King saw Bourgeois' embarrassment, and changed the subject considerably. If not, he wanted to give the little tiger a name, which could be considered as protection. Bourgeois nodded immediately. Yes, his name is Shan Huang. Tiger King raised his eyebrows. This name is quite domineering. He is now curious about who the parents of this tiger cub are. Your Majesty, the library is not urgent. The most urgent thing now is the possible eruption of the lava flow disaster in the Blackwater River Plain. Bourgeois forced the topic to be business-oriented. That's right. But I want to see that old gentleman first. Tiger King was in a good mood. Seeing that the little tiger was being drawn out of his fatherly heart again, he actually reached out and rubbed Bourgeois' head. He wanted to rub the little tiger's head, But the little tiger opened his mouth to bite him, and the Tiger King laughed and scolded. Not only was he not angry, he took a gem from his belt and stuffed it into the little tiger, letting him bite it for fun. He thought the little tiger had reached the point where he needed to sharpen his teeth. This is probably what it means to love someone and love his dog. If it was another cub, who was so ignorant, the Tiger King would not even touch him, let alone look at him. He would never give him a gift. He would never give him one. Ramil lowered his eyes, and his right hand tightly grasped the handle of the long knife hanging on his waist. The Tiger King had never shown him such a fatherly look, and rarely treated him so intimately. By the way, you said that Marquis Dinton fought with the orc who could turn into a giant, and both ran into the depths of the Black Forest, and then they could not be found, right? Yes. Tell me about the orc who could turn into a giant. The Tiger King regained his composure, but he did not go back to sit down, but stood and talked to Bouchois. Bouchois made some modifications and concealments in his narration. He told the Tiger King that he had tracked down the evil god's followers all the way and found the Black Forest city, but encountered corrosive rain on the day he arrived. Then he and his companion Lao Shang had to enter the underground city to avoid the rain, and then found some things wrong in the underground city. They mainly searched for the evil god believers, and found that the evil god believers erected evil god statues in the underground city, and carried out strange sacrificial activities. Following the line of the evil god believers, they finally found Marquis Dinton, and found that he planned to feed all the injured orcs to a group of strange insects. Then there was a series of interrogations and secret visits to the evil god believers. Bouchois also mentioned that he accidentally came to Angie South Road Station in the underground city and met the car with Destiny. In the narration, he said that the two orcs who could transform into giants and had multiple talents were mysterious people. In short, everything these two people did had nothing to do with him and Lao Shang. Bouchois and Shang Fifan also thought that this kind of narrative would definitely arouse the suspicion of the Tiger King, but it didn't matter if the Tiger King suspected them. If the Tiger King suspected that the two people with extraordinary performance were them, he would not easily take action against them. After all, judging from their actual actions, they all stood on the side of the Tiger King, at least not on the side of Marquis Dinton. There is one more thing, Bouchois finally said. I met 16 guards around Marquis Dinton in the dungeon. They encountered a lava eruption in the temple, but Marquis Dinton abandoned them. I ran into them by chance and helped them. Afterwards, out of gratitude and guilt, they helped a lot in releasing the citizens and stopping the corrosive rain. As a result, they could no longer stay under Marquis Dinton. I happened to be short of people, so I recruited them as my trainee investigators. After hearing this, the Tiger King said directly without any hesitation, "You have always been alone and really need help. Those 16 people will follow you in the future. If anyone has any objections to this, let him come to me." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Bouchois saluted while holding the little tiger. The Tiger King couldn't help laughing when he saw the silly look of the little tiger's head being squeezed out. "We will set off later." The Tiger King really couldn't wait. He wanted to see the library right away. He also had many questions to ask the old ancestor. Besides, there are many benefits for him to go to Black Forest City in person. Yes. Bouchois no longer objected. Of course, the Tiger King couldn't just leave like that. Before leaving, he recruited many people and explained many things. Bouchois had already left the palace at this time. And soon after Bouchois entered the palace, the queen received the news. After hearing that Bouchois left, the Tiger King summoned his trusted ministers one after another, and he seemed very excited. The queen stood on the balcony, stroking the beautifully carved stone railings, and looked at the scenery outside for a long time. "Your Majesty, the second prince wants to see you." The maid walked in quietly. The queen turned around, let him in. Chapter 123. Bouchois put the little tiger into his backpack and left the palace. The little tiger poked his head out of the backpack and put it on Bouchois' shoulder. "Someone is following you. Let him follow." Bouchois didn't care. This was not the first time he was followed. In fact, it would be strange if no one followed him when he returned to the royal city. "Have you ever been a guard of the Tiger King?" "Yeah." "Why?" "Do you know the guard standing behind the Tiger King?" "I know him, but I'm not familiar with him." "His name is Ramil. Be careful of him," the little tiger reminded. Bouchois raised his eyebrows, but didn't ask why. He just said, "He's not the only one who hates me. Most of the Tiger King's guards are descendants of nobles, and dishonorable people can't pass the selection at all. And I am an outlier among them. Except for Wildebeest and Nine, he doesn't have a close relationship with other guards." "What is the origin of this Ramil?" the little tiger asked. Bu Shuai. His mother was the former commander of the Tiger King's guards, and his father was also a member of the guards. Both were trusted subordinates of the Tiger King, but they both died on the battlefield when Ramil was just born. Later, Ramil was raised by his grandfather's family, and had a very good relationship with the older generation of guards. The little tiger became a little interested. Why was he raised by his grandfather? Is there no one in his father's family? Bu Shuai recalled Ramil's life experience and said, Ramil's father was just the second son of a small noble. His father died very early. When his elder brother inherited the title, the two brothers almost had no contact. Generally, brothers and sisters in noble families are almost the same, which is also the characteristic of orcs. After their parents die, brothers and sisters basically live their own lives. Ramil's mother's identity is different. His mother is still of royal blood, and has the same great-grandfather as the current Tiger King. Ramil's grandfather was only an earl, but he did not ask for a fiefdom, and has always lived in the royal city, and is very trusted by the previous Tiger King. Ramil's grandfather also has only one daughter, Ramil's mother, and he dotes on her extremely. He originally wanted to pass the earldom to his daughter, but Ramil's mother was more martial, and she was admitted to the current Tiger King's guard battalion. She relied on her own ability, and forced to defeat all other competitors, and won the position of guard commander. The little tiger heard this and concluded, so Ramil is the Tiger King's nephew? Bu Shuai nodded. If you count by blood relationship, it is true. But the Tiger Kings of all generations have many children, passed down from generation to generation, and the royal blood is. There are so many bloodlines, so the first generation of Tiger Kings had already set a rule. Except for the prince or princess, who inherited the throne, other children of the Tiger King can only obtain the title by personal merit, and the title can only be passed on to children by downgrading. For this reason, the children of the Tiger Kings of all generations, who cannot inherit the throne, can only get some property at most. Many people are not good at business, and there are many who live unsatisfactory lives. Little tiger, so, this Ramil is quite lucky. Not only did his grandfather leave him a title, but his parents' death also left him a rich inheritance. At least the Tiger King will not treat him badly, and other old guards will also take care of him. Bu Shuai shook his head. You can't say that. I heard that Ramil's grandfather didn't like his grandson at first sight. Ramil grew up with his grandfather, but it's better to say that he was raised by servants. His grandfather even reported to the Tiger King early on that the title would no longer be passed down after his death. So Ramil is also a pitiful person in a sense. So that guy is jealous of you. Because although you are an illegitimate child, you have parents to take care of you. Maybe? Bu Shuai sighed. People always envy what they don't have. He really wants to exchange his life experience with Ramil. It doesn't matter if his grandfather is not close to him. It's just convenient for him. The little tiger asked again, how many years does the Tiger King's guards usually change? What position will the replaced former guards be assigned? Bu Shuai replied, the time is uncertain. Some people will continue to work until they reach old age. Some will stop working after a few years. On average, it's about 20 years per term. The former guards will either go back to inherit the title, or be appointed to serve as officials or lead troops in various places according to their personal abilities. Some will stay in the royal city. Bu Shuai couldn't help but ask, why are you interested in these? Little Tiger didn't answer, but asked, how are you going to arrange those 16 people? Stay in the royal city, or take them away? I have things to arrange for them. Bu Shuai didn't just recruit people casually, he really needed manpower. And the guards who could be accepted by Marquis Denton, apart from other things, would not have too low combat value, and their ability to do things would not be too bad. Is there anything I don't know? Someone dug to the bottom of it. Bu Shuai didn't hide it from him. I want to send them out to investigate other nobles, especially those who have contact with Marquis Denton, to find out if they have any dealings with the evil god believers, and if so, what are the specific things? How will they contact you after they find out the information? We can't be tied to this matter. We still have to find the scattered power of the god of nature, the heart of the worm mother, the magic crystal, the magicians who have traveled through, and the tiger country disaster, the players. We have a lot of things to do. The tiger boy's body became smaller, and his personality became a little willful and overbearing. Bu Shuai had no choice but to say more. The Special Investigation Bureau has its own communication channels. They don't have to pass the news to me directly after they find it, but I can see the news they have summarized. Oh, that's fine. I don't want to be chased and disturbed by a group of people wherever I go with you. I finally got rid of those two followers, Ah Dai and Xia Bing. I want to live a world of two with you," the tiger boy muttered. Bu Shuai saw that passers-by looked at him with a funny look of caring for a new father, and he couldn't help but pull the tiger boy who was clinging to his shoulder to his arm. "How long are you going to maintain this image? Didn't you ask me to change to an image that would not make people suspicious?" The tiger boy hung on his arm aggrieved. Bu Shuai was so angry that he laughed. "I asked you to change your image, and you became like this? And you insisted on going to the palace with me. Look, we are in a gem." The little tiger held up a blood-red gem that was half the size of his paw pad, indicating that his trip was not in vain. The gem was flawless, very deep red but crystal clear, and it was very valuable at first glance. "You were bribed by a gem?" Bu Shuai laughed. "Are you suggesting that I empty the private vault of the Tiger King? I think his belt is very good." The little tiger tried hard to climb into Bu Shuai's arms and let him hold him with both hands. Belt? Bu Shuai only remembered that the belt was a bit fancy, and the Tiger King was not a person who liked luxurious decorations. He didn't know why he liked the belt so much and often changed the gems on it. "You don't know?" the little tiger whispered in his ear. "Know what?" "I felt the spatial fluctuations, very slight, but you know I've been learning spatial alchemy recently. I'd bet all my spatial stones that the belt is definitely a spatial storage tool." In addition, when he approached the royal city, the treasure-hunting compass jumped out impatiently, reminding him that one of the scattered powers of the god of nature was in the royal city. The direction and distance pointed to the palace. When Bu Shuai saw the Tiger King, he was basically sure that one of the scattered powers of the god of nature was on the Tiger King. Maybe it was that belt. So it was that belt, Bu Shuai murmured. No wonder the Tiger King often changed the decorations on his belt. Did he want people to think he often changed his belt? And it seems that no one has seen through the Tiger King's trick so far. Could it be that he was the only one who noticed that the Tiger King always used the same belt? Bu Shuai suppressed his curiosity. He couldn't ask other Tiger King guards about this question. "You seem to have an idea about that belt? But don't you already have a statue square?" Bu Shuai was puzzled. The little tiger poked his heart with his paw. The statue of the god of nature also happens to be missing a belt. Although the style and appearance are completely different, when Bu Shuai mentioned the stone ear, who would have thought that it was the lost ear of the god of nature? The Tiger King is not easy to rob. Bu Shuai had a headache, and that space belt is now a symbol of the kingship of the Tiger Kingdom. Legend has it that it contains the huge wealth accumulated by the Tiger Kingdom royal family over the generations. If we want to get this belt, we may have to prepare to flee to other countries first. What if I just change his belt? It is also a space belt. I think Tiger King should not know that the belt belongs to the god of nature. You mean, do you plan to buy a space belt from that mall, or do you plan to refine one yourself? Of course, it is more cost-effective to refine it yourself. Bu Shuai was silent and thought for a moment. If you have the ability, then refine one first. The larger the space, the better. I don't know how much space the belt on Tiger King can have, but as an item of exchange, the larger the space, the easier it is to impress Tiger King. Then I will talk to Tiger King. Do you care about Tiger King a lot? The little tiger was jealous. Bu Shuai smiled. To be honest, he treats me well. She is much more humane and caring to him than his original mother, Mrs. Anita. Of course, he also understands Mrs. Anita. Anyone who harbors deep hatred and can only be the mistress of the enemy's husband, and even gives birth to a dishonorable child, it is probably difficult to be a gentle and considerate mother. Sorry, in my opinion, he is a man without responsibility. The little tiger did not hide his dislike for the Tiger King at all. Bu Shuai shook his head. Everyone has his own position and difficulties. Things that seem easy to solve in the eyes of others are different when they are changed to the parties involved. The little tiger wanted to say, when you think about others, have others thought about you? But thinking of Bu Shuai's character, he didn't want to hurt him with such words. It feels like he is mocking Bu Shuai. Is the queen so strong? Asked the little tiger. Bu Shuai shook his head. The Tiger King not only has to consider the feelings of the queen and her mother's family, he also has to consider the thoughts of his children, and even the thoughts of several important ministers. Bu Shuai suddenly asked, from the perspective of the legitimate wife and the legitimate child, if your husband and your father completely ignore your thoughts and are only good to the lover and the illegitimate child, how would you look at him and the lover and the illegitimate child? The little tiger suddenly found that this question was difficult to answer. Different positions really lead to completely different ideas. If Bu Shuai was a legitimate child, the Tiger King would especially favor another illegitimate child, regardless of Bu Shuai's interests. He would probably directly kill the illegitimate child, then abolish the father, and directly support Bu Shuai to take the throne. If the illegitimate child had a character like Bu Shuai, who was not competitive and had not done anything bad, he would not sit and watch him stay in the royal city to please the Tiger King and divert the Tiger King's attention from Bu Shuai. He would definitely send him away and make him never have the title of Tiger King's bloodline again. But now Bu Shuai is the dishonorable, hated and rejected illegitimate child. As Bu Shuai's own, he certainly hopes that the Tiger King can treat Bu Shuai well, and he can't stand the persecution of Bu Shuai by the queen and other princes and princesses. In his heart, he naturally thinks that Bu Shuai, who can't decide his own origin, is innocent, and should not be involved in the grievances and hatreds of the previous generation. At the same time, he thinks that Bu Shuai should have the legal right of inheritance. Seeing that the little tiger seemed to be struggling, Bu Shuai said again, "The Tiger King has been protecting me as much as he can. In fact, the less he cares about me on the surface, the better it is for me, his illegitimate child. Otherwise, I would not have been murdered twice at the age of 20. You see, when I left the royal city, others mistakenly thought that the Tiger King was deliberately protecting me, and in just over a year, all kinds of troubles came one after another. When the fact that I am a first-level special investigator and hold a free trade order is exposed, you see, more people will trouble me. If your identity had not been leaked at the beginning, it would be fine." The little tiger sighed. Bu Shuai pursed his lips. "Yes. I don't know how it was exposed." He suspected that Lady Anita deliberately told it herself in order to retaliate against the queen, but he had no evidence, and it was not easy to find Lady Anita to verify it. "Your life story is really bloody," the little tiger muttered again. Bu Shuai smiled bitterly. 3 lives, it seems that there is no life that is not bloody. The little tiger couldn't help but think of Bu Shuai's weird luck value again. "Wait. Sooner or later, I will take back everything you should have." At 3 p.m., Bu Shuai and Tiger King set out for Black Forest City together. Shang Fifan asked Jihe to follow Bu Shuai first, and Jihe had no objection. Shang Fifan stayed in the royal city. Shang Fifan didn't want to separate from Bu Shuai, but Bu Shuai thought that they would be more efficient if they separated this time. Shang Fifan admitted in his heart that Bu Shuai was right. There was nothing for him to do in Black Forest City. He would just be a bystander if he went there, and he might have to continue to maintain the form of a little tiger. Except for being a companion, it didn't make much sense. As for danger, they could encounter danger anywhere. Bu Shuai is now with Tiger King, which may be the safest. On the contrary, he has a lot to do in the royal city. Whether it is to ask the queen about Marquis Denton or to trouble the lord of Tianquan Valley, it is more convenient for Tiger King to leave the royal city. Forget it, hurry up and do it. The sooner it is done, the sooner he can meet Bu Shuai. Before, he still needed to contact Lao Fu to get the whereabouts of the lord of Tianquan Valley from him. But now that he has obtained partial use rights of the Orc Continent Sky Eye system, it is no longer necessary to be so cumbersome, and can get real-time intelligence of the target. "Where is the lord of Tianquan Valley?" The right eye vision immediately popped up a response. "Double Lantern Inn, VIP Suite number 4. Then the small map of the royal city appeared, and a red dot appeared on it. Finally, it looks like a game. Before, the game map had to be explored by the player himself. Although exploring by himself was also fun, when encountering this kind of looking for someone or something, it is still more exciting to have a small map to help point the way. Shang Fifan restored his adult orc body and changed his clothes. The Sky Eye system helped provide detailed information about the Double Lights Hotel. This is a luxury hotel that is specially provided for the rich to live in. The living fee is high and the service is first class. People with ordinary clothes can't even think of stepping into it. Thanks to the last raid in Moro City, Shang Fifan's statue square is piled with a lot of luxurious clothes. He has received special training in clothing and dressing, and he has been in the Orc continent for some time, so he has a certain understanding of the Orcs' dressing. Before that, he has to go to the slave market first. Of course, in the royal city, it is not called a slave market, but a labor market, which can provide all kinds of talents at any time. However, here, not only workers who are hired for a period of time are provided, but also servants and illegal workers who provide lifelong services are provided. A beast cart appeared at the door of the Double Light Hotel. The beast cart stopped, and the 2 servants sitting in the front of the car jumped down first. One servant politely declined the waiter at the door of the hotel and stepped forward to open the door. The door opened, and a middle-aged female orc with a serious face and very capable dress got down first. After the female orc got off the car, she stood on the side of the door and bent down slightly with the other 2 male orcs. The waiter of the Double Light Hotel couldn't help but look at the door curiously. Just looking at this beast cart, you can't tell the identity of the people. There is no mark on the beast cart. It is just a more luxurious rental vehicle. But the clothes worn by the 3 servants are of the same style, and they are made of animal skins, and they are not cheap animal skins. Similarly, the 3 orcs were of average build and appearance, and all had strong muscles, which showed that they were strong. The most important thing was that they acted in unison, and they had obviously received strict training. A young orc jumped off the beast cart. He looked frivolous and casual, and his clothes were loose without being tied tightly, his hair was a little messy, and the colors and styles of the 2 boots on his feet were different. He didn't have too many decorations on him, only the loose belt tied around his waist had sparkling gems, and he wore 3 completely different rings on his fingers. He was obviously tall, but he gave people the feeling that his physical fitness was very average. This was a rich playboy. The hotel attendant immediately made a judgment. The young orc yawned, flicked his hair, and asked lazily, "Is this it?" The middle-aged female orc bent down and responded, "Yes." "The facade is so old. Is this really the best hotel in the royal city?" The young orc seemed very dissatisfied. "This is the best hotel in the royal city. It can provide you with the best service." "Oh. Okay, anyway, I only stay for 2 days. I hope there are some new things here." The young orc walked towards the door of the hotel. The middle-aged female orc quickly took out a bone staff from the car door, and handed it to the young orc respectfully. "Please don't forget it." The young orc snorted lightly, took the bone staff, waved it casually, and did not stop. The hotel attendant hurriedly opened the door, and bowed to welcome the dandy young master, who looked not easy to mess with. The last male servant who entered casually handed the waiter a coin. The waiter looked down, and found that it was a silver daru, with a face value of 10 yuan. When the hotel housekeeper saw the impressive guest coming in, he immediately came over to greet him. The housekeeper's eyes were much sharper than the waiter's. He could tell at a glance that this young dandy must be from a wealthy family, and he might even have a title, and it was not low. Because although this young master dressed casually, all his clothes, shoes and socks were exquisite, and the materials used were the most expensive ones on the market, many of which were natural materials. In the Orc continent, natural materials are rare and expensive. Animal skins are more expensive than stone cloth, but silk fabrics are much more expensive than animal skins. The young master's underwear is all silk fabrics. There were embroidery on the upper of his boots, but such precious boots were covered with mud. And the bone staff in his hand, not to mention the exquisite patterns carved on the surface of the bone staff, the material of the staff head, and the bone staff was quite old. The housekeeper could not tell the origin of the other party from the patterns, and the style of the staff head, but he did not dare to neglect it. This young master seemed to be in a casual state and arrogant, but his back was straight and his eyes were dust-free. This was the aristocratic manner that had been deeply rooted in his bones, after being well educated since childhood. Since this young master entered the hotel lobby, he had no interest in the hotel layout, and he did not cherish anything he passed by, and he did not even look at the guests in the hotel lobby. This was obviously a noble young master who often went in and out of luxurious mansions, and was accustomed to the upper-class life. And he did not care about other people's eyes at all. The butler seemed to have not noticed the other party's loose clothes and different boots. He saluted the young master very politely, and said, "Hello, hello, distinguished guest, how can I help you?" The noble young master hooked his finger. The middle-aged female orc stepped forward and responded to the butler. "The best room, quiet, clean, and spacious. Don't be disturbed. It's best to be on the top floor." "Okay. Please follow me." The butler didn't say anything about the check-in procedures, and directly led the people to the door of the mechanical elevator. The waiter opened the elevator door. The noble young master seemed to finally have some interest, and looked at the elevator slightly. "Alchemical elevator?" The butler nodded proudly. The noble young master strode into the elevator, and said lazily, "Waste." The housekeeper's face twitched slightly. The twin lights had only had 4 floors at the highest. With the orc's physique, it seemed a waste to use such an alchemical elevator, but it was for the sake of face. The elevator reached the top floor. There seemed to be only 3 large suites on this floor. Someone came out of the room on the right. The housekeeper led the noble young master to the VIP suite in the middle, and just opened the door. The noble young master pointed to the leftmost room with his bone staff. "Is there anyone living in the room over there?" The housekeeper said embarrassedly, "Yes, there are already guests staying there." "So there are people on both sides of my room?" The noble young master immediately said, as if it was a matter of course, "Let them go. Their room fee will be on my account." "Young master." The middle-aged female orc seemed to want to stop it. When the housekeeper saw the middle-aged female orc speak, he lowered his head and said nothing. The noble young master glanced at the housekeeper and curled his lips. Stay for a day first, and leave if you are not happy. Okay, young master. The middle-aged female orc exhaled and signaled to the hotel housekeeper. The hotel housekeeper quickly handed the key to the middle-aged female orc. The noble young master strode into the room and slammed the door before anyone else entered. The middle-aged female orc looked helpless, handed the key to the two male orcs, and went downstairs with the housekeeper to check in. The hotel housekeeper also noticed that this group of people had no extra luggage except for the two male servants, who each carried a box in their hands. When the middle-aged female orc filled in the check-in information, she only filled in the word business. Only one person was filled in as the check-in person, and then indicated 3 followers. The housekeeper had no questions about such simple information, especially after the middle-aged female orc directly prepaid 5 gold shields. Nobles and wealthy people don't like to expose their whereabouts, let alone be spied on. The reason why the Double Lantern Inn can become the best hotel in the royal city is not only because of its good hardware facilities, but also because of its best and most considerate service, including never asking questions that shouldn't be asked, and never looking at things that shouldn't be looked at. Your master can tell us if he needs anything, and we will try our best to meet all his requirements. The housekeeper smiled. The middle-aged female orc had a subtle look. It's not easy to satisfy our young master. Let me see your menu first. While the middle-aged female orc was worrying about her young master's 3 meals a day, the dandy young master had already jumped off the balcony and swaggered towards the most lively red light district in the royal city without a servant. Chapter 124. A dandy young master spent a lot of money in the most expensive brothel in the royal city, just to see the most beautiful and famous Princess Doris in the royal city. Princess Doris is of course not a real princess. There is only a queen in Tiger Country, not a princess. The reason why Doris is called a princess is because it is said that she was born in an aristocratic family with a noble status, but she fell into prostitution because of her family's decline. Doris has a mysterious temperament with melancholy. Her appearance, temperament, and figure can satisfy ordinary people's fantasy of aristocratic daughters. And the rich and some nobles also like her because she has an elegant demeanor and a commendable appearance, but she can do things that aristocratic daughters and wives can't do. But the dandy young master who calls himself Aries Shang said disappointedly that's it after seeing Doris, and then turned around and left. Doris was so angry that her face twisted. She had never been insulted like this before. Aries Shang did not take the gold shield that he threw on the table, but this seemed more like a humiliation to Doris. With her current status, money is not so important. She can have her current status and fame, because she is sought after by everyone. But a playboy who came from nowhere showed disdain for her after spending so many gold shields. The gold shield on the table was just like throwing away garbage. If this matter spreads, it will undoubtedly cause great damage to her reputation. But neither Doris nor her boss behind her can stop this matter from spreading. Because the playboy made a big fuss in order to see Doris, he kept adding gold shields on the table in the hall. Not only the employees in the store knew about it, but many customers also heard and saw it. The boss asked Doris to come out, not only because the other party took out more and more gold shields, but also because he saw that the other party did not carry any backpack. In other words, this is a rich young master with space storage tools. Even if his origin is unknown, no one dares to offend him. Many people are speculating whether he is a foreign noble or a descendant of an ancient family. Doris could have asked the young master to meet her in the VIP room, but she hoped that the meeting with this dude would be more dramatic. She came out in a gorgeous dress, not without the intention of shocking and charming this dude. By the way, let other guests in the hall see how popular she is. But who would have thought that there was drama? But it was not the kind she wanted at all. As soon as Doris returned to the room, her face changed. The anger on her face disappeared. The boss came in. Find out the origin of that person, Doris ordered. Yes. The boss immediately asked someone to give the order. Shang Fifan did not find Doris casually. He asked the Sky Eye system, and learned from it that the most famous socialite in the royal city was actually the Queen's spy. After learning that the Queen actually controlled the most popular and famous den of money in the red light district, Shang Fifan was not too surprised. Brothels, casinos, bars. These places are the easiest places to collect information and spread rumors. Almost every person in power will not let go of such a place. Even if they don't control it directly, they will control it indirectly through some of their subordinates. Shang Fifan believes that not only the Queen has people in these places, but the Tiger King must also have people. As long as the princes and princesses have ambitions for power, they will not ignore these places. Similarly, some officials in the royal city will also focus on these places. So as long as you make trouble here, do it a little exaggerated, and make it more impressive, it will definitely leave an impression on the leaders of the royal city. Sean Fifen. After leaving the red light district, Sean walked into the gate of the largest casino in the royal city. The casino and the red light district have always been not far apart. The Guanjin casino is brightly lit, and the guests inside are all dressed up. This is not a place where poor people can come. As soon as Sean entered the door, a steward came up to him. The news in these places spread quickly. There were people watching Sean on the way here. As soon as he approached the gate of the casino, someone passed the news to the casino steward. It's not that no one wants to rob this young master who didn't even bring a servant, but some people have issued an order not to touch this dude of unknown origin for the time being. If this dude was just rich, or the son of a minor noble, then he could only blame himself for being too high profile if he was robbed. But what if he had a large family behind him, or even a great noble from a foreign country? After all, how many ordinary nobles could have space storage tools? Besides, who would believe that such a young master ran out alone without anyone to protect him? Even if we want to find out the truth, it's not now. Sean looked bored, swinging his bone staff in one hand, and his whole body exuded a sense of I have money and power. But every day of my life is spent on spending money, which is really boring. Looking for excitement and death. Dear guest, hello. Welcome to. Stop talking nonsense. I'm a gambler. Which game is the most interesting and exciting? Sean interrupted the steward impatiently. The steward immediately changed the topic and said respectfully, it depends on which one you like. We have roulette, dominoes, dice, and other conventional games. There are also competitions between orcs and orcs, competitions between orcs and beasts, and competitions between beasts and beasts. You can even participate in person. Do you have any recommendations? Yes. Tonight there is a competition that has been prepared for half a year, and it will start in half an hour. You can freely choose one of the contestants and bet on whether the other party will die first or survive to the end. Different bets will have different rewards. What competition? The steward winked at the waiter nearby. Two beautiful female orcs came over with a gentle look and wanted to take Sean's arm. Sean raised his bone staff and gently pushed the female orcs away, saying gloomily, "Get away." The steward quickly winked again. The two beauties left quickly. "Sorry, we just hope you can feel at home." The steward was full of apologies. Sean curled his lips with disdain. "Feel at home? I'm afraid you can't do it yet." "Okay, I'm not here to chat with you. Where is the competition? It's not as interesting and exciting as you said. I'm leaving." A moment later, Sean entered the underground of the entertainment venue under the guidance of the steward. There is no underground city under the royal city, but there are underground drainage facilities that extend in all directions. The underground drainage channel even formed a small river. After Sean came down, he saw a small boat parked on the drainage channel, and there was a boatman wearing a hood on the boat. Generally, guests who come here will be blindfolded. The place we are going to is not suitable for external transmission, the steward said. Sean did not even look at him, with an expression that he would kill anyone who dared to blind him. The steward, you are a disgusting playboy. I hope the identity behind you is enough to support your arrogance, otherwise, he is really looking forward to seeing this playboy begging for mercy and crying bitterly. You have a lingering smell of blood, Sean suddenly said. What? The steward asked uncertainly. Sean turned to look at him. My experience tells me that you have killed many people, even brutally. You like to see others screaming and begging for mercy in front of you, and like to control the life and death of others. You hate the powerful, but you have to lick their boots. Every day you have to be respectful in front of the powerful and your boss, and do things for them wholeheartedly, but you still suffer their humiliation and scolding. How do you vent this anger and pain? You dare not retaliate against the powerful and your boss. You can only vent all this anger and desire for revenge. Vent it out on other people. These other people include employees in your casino, slaves that the rich and powerful don't want, gamblers who owe debts, gamblers' families, and people who have offended your boss. The manager's face changed drastically, and he almost blurted out, "Who are you?" He held back and changed his words to, "I don't know what you are talking about. Guest, the ship is about to leave. Are you going to the stadium?" Of course, I have to go to the stadium. Sean showed a cold and cruel smile. But I don't like you. What do you think I should do? The steward took a step back. Sean raised the bone staff. Have I ever told you that I also like to kill people for fun when I'm bored? You just said you would make me feel at home? Then you can definitely fulfill my wish? The steward's expression froze, and he turned and ran. Puff. The sharp tip of the sword was exposed from the steward's heart. Shang gently pulled out the sharp long sword, watching the blood on it slide down, and then he inserted it back into the bone staff without leaving any blood. The steward's body fell to the ground. The hooded boatman just stood on the boat, not knowing whether he was scared or indifferent. Shang jumped onto the boat and asked impatiently, "Who else are you waiting for?" The boatman immediately used a pole to push the boat into the waterway. The boat went away, and then someone came to clean up the steward's body. Ma Jin was completely stunned. He didn't even have time to use his innate ability. It's not that he didn't have time, it's that he didn't have the chance to use it at all. The dandy young master drew his sword very quickly. I didn't even see when he drew the sword. No wonder he dared to run around alone. He's not as weak as he looks. This guy is a lunatic. He kills people whenever he wants. Do you think that dandy young master saw that Ma Jin was going to send him to be a sheep? Impossible. If he saw it, why did he get on the ship? Because he was bored? Wanted excitement? Another orc ran over. There's an order from above. Don't do anything. Just treat him as an ordinary guest. The orc who was handling the corpse immediately turned into a black bat and flew out. On the boat, Shang sensed something and looked up to see a bat flying across the top of the passage. A manor in the suburbs. One by one, guests were taken to the viewing venue from different passages. All of these guests wore exquisite masks without exception. The boatman who brought Shang here was very quiet and honest throughout the journey. After sending people to the location, he waited quietly there. There were other waiters on the shore who were responsible for reception and guidance. He came from the drainage ditch, but landed on a small lake in the manor. The guests were first led into a beast cart. There were many masks in the car for the guests to choose. Shang randomly chose an eye mask. The vehicle stopped and was already in the manor. But they did not enter any buildings in the manor, but entered an open arena that looked like a coliseum. When Shang arrived, 70% to 80% of the guests were already sitting in the stands. He was led to the VIP seats, which made the nearby guests look at him twice. 10 minutes later, 2 teams entered the competition venue, each with 12 players, a total of 24 players. At first, the game was normal, just 2 teams of orcs fighting for a ball. The format was a bit like rugby, but these orcs had no protective gear, and as long as they could get the ball into the opponent's goal, it didn't matter whether they kicked it with their heads or threw it with their hands. This ball game, called Beast Ball, was very popular among the land orcs, and there were regular competitions. But the game they were watching now was obviously not a regular game, because there were no fouls in this game, and you could use various methods to injure or even kill your opponent. Shang saw that although the players of the 2 teams were fighting hard, they did not intend to kill the members of the other team. As long as the opponent is injured and can't get up, the attacker will stop attacking and concentrate on sending the ball to the opponent's goal. Let's call the 2 teams the red team and the blue team. After 30 minutes of competition, the red team lost. The host announced that the blue team won and received a reward of 500 gold shields. All the blue team members, who could move, cheered. Shang thought the game was over. Before the game started, he casually bet on the red team to win. When the result came out, he lost 10 gold shields. Do you think this game is boring and ordinary? There is no need to make it so mysterious. A guest suddenly turned his head and spoke to Shang. Shang snorted. Don't be disappointed. The next part is the essence of this game. Now it's just a small warm-up. The guest chuckled. Sure enough, just as the blue team members were about to leave, the host suddenly asked the blue team members if they were willing to play another playoff with the red team. As long as the blue team members can win the game again, they can get an additional 1,000 gold shields. Similarly, if the members of the red team can turn defeat into victory, they can also get this 1,000 gold shields. The breathing of the members of both teams became heavy. 500 gold shields is already a generous bonus. If it is distributed to everyone in the team, I dare not say that every member can have no worries about food and clothing in the future, but it is no problem to guarantee a high-quality life for at least 10 or 20 years. If we can get another 1,000 gold shields on this basis, it means that everyone can get 125 gold shields. According to the purchasing power of the gold shield, they can buy a single-family house in the non-central area of the royal city and do a small business. If they live in other cities, they can buy a bigger house and have a better quality of life. It can be said that their lives and those of their families will be changed because of this. The members of the winning blue team are fine, as they have 500 gold shields as a guarantee. But the losing red team, even if the chance of winning is not high, they still want to try their luck. That's 1,000 gold shields, Some members of the blue team are tempted, while others just want to take advantage of the situation and leave immediately with the bonus they just received. The red team is also like this, as many of them are seriously injured. They think that even if they play another game, the chance of winning is very small, and it is easy to cause serious injuries that cannot be treated. If they are unlucky, they may even lose their lives. Half of the red team members want to leave and don't want to play another playoff. The host smiled and said, "Those who want to leave please stand on the left, and those who want to stay in the game please stand on the right." The players of the two teams looked at each other. They were a little worried, and the more sensitive ones even had a faster heartbeat. But at this time, they had to make a choice. Someone moved and walked to the left with the help of his teammates. This was a seriously injured person who didn't want to continue to participate. Some people also walked to the right, wanting to continue the game. The two teams were divided into two groups again. There were 17 people who wanted to leave, and one person had already walked into the left team, but hesitated and returned to the right team. There were 7 people who wanted to stay. Seeing so many people wanting to leave, the players of the two teams thought that this playoff game would definitely not be played. Someone came to talk to the players of the two teams, and brought them food and drinks, and someone applied medicine to the injured. The players were a little puzzled, but they still accepted this kindness. At this time, the host announced on the spot, "The playoff game is about to begin, and all distinguished guests, please start betting now." The two teams in the competition are the team that stays, and the team that wants to leave. You can bet on which team will win in the end, and who will be the last contestant alive. The players of the two teams suddenly felt something was wrong and wanted to resist immediately. But the staff who had just entered the venue suddenly left. The host also jumped onto the stands. Fully armed thugs appeared around the stands, and each of these thugs held a long-handled weapon in his hand. The players of the two teams who stayed in the competition field became more and more uneasy and panicked, and asked loudly what was going on. "Host, the most exciting game is coming soon. This is a fight between life and death, a war between orcs and mutated monsters. Don't worry, guests, your safety will be best protected by this casino. Oh look! Those orcs who want to leave are changing." Under the gaze of all the audience, the 17 orcs who wanted to leave suddenly fell one after another. They looked painful, and died very quickly. Aries Shang, "Fuck, he really didn't expect that this casino would dare to do this. This is murder in public, and it is killed by insect poison." But after the spectators in the stands exclaimed, not only did no one leave, but many people opened their eyes wide, waiting for the fallen orc bodies to change with expectation and curiosity. The host was proud and complacent. "Dear guests, everyone has heard a lot of legends about insect poison infected people and mutants, but how many people have actually seen the insect poison outbreak and the insect poison infected people begin to mutate? What you see today is the scene. It is the most real monster mutation process. Wait until these monsters have completed their mutations, and then the remaining 7 will fight these monsters. Want to know whether the orcs are more powerful or the mutated monsters are more powerful? Start betting now. At the end of the game, this casino will draw 3 guests to kill monsters on the spot. Please don't miss it." The 7 orcs watched their companions die and mutate, and they wailed in pain and anger. Some people wanted to rush to the stands for revenge, but the thugs in the stands beat them down collectively. The host shouted at the 7 orcs, "If you want to survive and get the bonus, you have to kill these mutated monsters. Otherwise, all of you will die. 1,000 gold shields. As long as you can survive to the end, you can get a full 1,000 gold shields. No, it's 1,500 gold shields. Fight hard. Fight a way out for yourself. As long as you can survive to the end, as long as you can kill all the monsters, you can become a rich man and hero that everyone envies." The host's voice was full of temptation. None of the 7 participating orcs wanted to fight the mutated monsters. They reacted quickly and united immediately, intending to find a breakthrough. But 3 alchemical cannons appeared on the stands, aiming at them. The host also boasted, "Look, this is the safety measure we have prepared for our guests in the casino. With these 3 alchemical cannons, none of these monsters can get close to the stands." The 7 orcs were helpless, and the captain of the blue team took a deep breath. "We can only fight." Boring. In the VIP seats, a young male orc in luxurious clothes suddenly sneered. The masked guests were excited, and the young orc suddenly jumped from the VIP seats into the arena. "Ah!" Some guests screamed. When the young orc jumped down, he kicked the host down with his foot. "What are you doing?" The host was shocked. The guests also widened their eyes. The young male orc had a lazy and slightly cruel smile on his face. His clothes were loose, and he wore 2 boots of completely different colors and styles. Facing the 17 monsters that were transforming, he slowly pulled out a bone sword from his bone staff. The host quietly retreated and wanted to run. Some of the 7 orcs immediately wanted to catch him, but the host turned into a bird and flew up. Swish! A bird wing fell to the ground. The host screamed and had to turn back into a human. A bird is basically finished without a wing, but a human can at least continue to fight for a while without an arm. The young orc kicked the host into the group of mutating monsters. The host tried to escape by rolling and crawling, but a mutated claw grabbed him. The 17 monsters mutated very quickly. They all opened their eyes and rushed over when they smelled the smell of living people. The host barely put up a decent resistance before being torn to pieces by the monsters, who had just woken up and were extremely thirsty for blood. The host's screams before his death resounded throughout the venue. In the stands, all the spectators stood up, but no one left until this time. They shouted at the living people in the stadium as if they were watching some particularly exciting show, cheering for them. The death of the host was like a perfect appetizer, and no one cared about his death. Even the thugs and casino staff, when they saw him being kicked into the arena, no one went down to save him. The young orc waved his bone sword, seemingly circling around the monsters. His posture was agile and casual, just like dancing. The 7 orcs also mustered up the courage to fight these mutant monsters. But at this moment, the monsters all rushed towards the young man as if attracted by something. The young man stopped circling and started killing with a bone sword in hand. The monsters that made the contestants so scared were like clay under the sword of this young man. The guests screamed, and some applauded and whistled. Some guests looked eager to try, and seemed to want to jump down and fight the monsters. In their opinion, the young orc who only held a long sword and didn't even transform could kill the monsters so badly that they couldn't even lift their heads, so could they. The manager of Guanjin Casino could only come out to dissuade him. The owner of the manor also showed up to tell everyone not to get too excited. The young orc had a cold look in his eyes, and was ruthless. He was powerless to save these infected people. Xia Bing was a special case, because he had awakened his blood talent with the ability to resist poison, so he was not completely killed by the insect poison. Although his body was changed by the insect poison, his vitality was still there, and he was not really dead. So after he removed the insect poison from Xia Bing's body, Xia Bing could return to normal and continue to live. But these infected people had been killed by the insect poison first, and then their bodies were transformed by the insect poison. He had no way to save them, so he could only let them rest completely. The monsters infected and mutated by the insect poison were extremely fierce when facing other living people, but they were naturally under strong pressure when facing the young orc, who absorbed 2/9 of the heart of the insect mother. They had almost no fighting power when facing young orcs. The Supreme Being, God of Curse Cornesius, please listen to the call of your believers. These poor insect poison infected people are all sacrificed to you. Please curse all those who have personally murdered innocent orcs to be burned by fire. That night, a manor on the outskirts of the city suddenly caught fire, burning most of the buildings in the manor and killing many people. These people included people of noble status, manor owners, staff of the Golden Casino, and slaves. The remaining living people either fled or looked for help everywhere. Just when the sheriff in charge of this area came here with a large number of guards and firefighters. Someone was walking slowly on the empty road. I don't know if this road is in the suburbs or for other reasons. The streetlights that should have been lit were not lit. The dark road, the night without stars and moon, the sky began to drizzle coldly. Ari Shang seemed to be enjoying this cold and lonely situation with his bone staff, and seemed to be communicating with the night in secret. He let go of all the innocent orcs who participated in the competition, and evenly divided the gold shields they won among them. There were also people among the guests and staff who had not been stained with the blood of innocent people. They did not enjoy the favor of the God of Curse, and he did not care about these people, letting them escape. Some people wanted to save the orcs, who suddenly burned themselves, and they used water and soil to extinguish them, but it was useless. It was the cursed flame. How could it be extinguished by ordinary firefighting methods? Ari Shang took advantage of the chaos to walk around the manor. He took away the 3 alchemical cannons, as a matter of course, and swept away all the wealth in the secret room of the manor. All the consumption tonight was recovered, and there was still profit. Someone followed him quietly, more than one person. Ari Shang swaggered and hailed a car on the way, as if he didn't know, and went straight back to the Double Light Hotel. The hotel housekeeper saw that the young master who had entered the room and never came out actually came in from the hotel door, and his mouth opened slightly. Then the sharp-eyed housekeeper also saw that the guests' clothes and boots seemed to be stained with a little blood. There were also many people in the hotel lobby looking at Aries Shang. Most orcs are very sensitive to the atmosphere of battle, and they can feel the murderous aura that has not yet dissipated from this young orc. Aries Shang did not pay any attention to those scrutinizing eyes, took the elevator to the top floor, and returned to the bedroom under the helpless eyes of the middle-aged maid, and fell asleep. Chapter 125. Black Forest City. Bu Shuai rubbed his eyes. His eyelids twitched a little just now. He didn't know if something was going to happen to him, or if Shang Fifan was playing too wildly in the royal city. Seeing his movements, Tiger King said kindly, "It's getting late. You haven't slept for 2 days, right? Go and rest first. We will enter the underground city at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." They hurried on their way in the afternoon and arrived at Black Forest City at night. Although Tiger King wanted to enter the underground library as soon as possible and meet the old ancestor, there were still many things waiting for him to deal with in Black Forest City. If he didn't come in person, it would be fine. Since he came in person, he must show up everywhere. The first thing was to comfort the Bloodbone Corps and meet with the head of the Corps, Ming Chuan, to learn about the latest situation. The second thing was to meet with the citizens of Black Forest City overnight, comfort the wounded, express his anger at the dereliction of duty of Marquis Denton, and make it clear that he would investigate the matter thoroughly, and would not let any guilty person go. The matter of the magma eruption was vaguely mentioned, and it was only said that the royal city had sent the best geological researchers and related talents to investigate the matter. He promised that no matter what the situation was, he would inform the people as long as it was clear. The third was to go to the South City Pier to meet General Bart, the commander of the Blackwater River Navy, and take over the Black Forest City Navy. The Tiger King did not seize Bart's general position right away, but arranged 2 deputies for Bart in a gentle way. Bart, who had obviously received the news from the Queen, was very calm. This made the Tiger King more afraid of the private army secretly raised by the Denton family, but apart from arranging people to keep an eye on General Bart's future whereabouts, he was temporarily powerless to do anything else. He didn't even know where the army was hiding, and he didn't know where to attack. After all these things were done, the Tiger King could go to the underground library with peace of mind. But it was already midnight when these things were done. No matter how anxious the Tiger King was, he had to give himself and his men time to rest, especially Bu Shuai, who had been running back and forth between the King City and Black Forest City for 2 consecutive days, and had hardly rested. Bu Shuai followed the Tiger King from beginning to end, and he was not tired, but he was always being secretly looked at or glared at. Ever since the secret that he was the Tiger King's illegitimate son was exposed, he often received these looks mixed with curiosity, contempt, sympathy, envy and jealousy, and with certain purposes. He had been away from the King's City for more than a year, and he had been away from these looks for more than a year, and he almost couldn't get used to it. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Bu Shuai bowed, and left very straightforwardly. He didn't want to stand in front of and behind the Tiger King as a close minister, but the Tiger King didn't let him go, so he couldn't leave without permission, so he had to follow. This made the few real close ministers and guards brought by the Tiger King look at him with a bit of a strange look. An illegitimate child who had been driven out of the royal city suddenly returned to the Tiger King, and the Tiger King was very kind and gentle to him. Anyone would be suspicious, right? When Bu Shuai lay down directly beside Master Zheng wrapped in his coat, many places in the royal city were brightly lit. A competition of entertainment nature had been fully protected beforehand. Guanjin Casino had held similar competitions more than once, and each time it ended smoothly and received good reviews. But something happened this time, and if nothing happened, it would be fine, but once it happened, it would be a big deal. It was not a problem for Guanjin Casino to have many staff members die, including all the contestants. The problem was that there were guests on the death list, and there were a lot of guests. Among these guests, there are wealthy people, officials, and nobles. It can be said that even if only one person dies, it will give Guanjin Casino a headache. And this time, there are more than 30 guests who died. They were burned to death, and their bodies were burned like charcoal. Guanjin Casino immediately tried its best to block the news after the incident. But a big fire broke out in the manor, and people saw it from a distance. When Guanjin Casino wanted to block the news, the sheriff of the district had already rushed to the scene with the fire brigade. What's worse is that the escaped guests and contestants spread the news. Guests won't say too much, especially things that are not in their favor. But the contestants can't care so much. Besides, the noble young master who helped them kill the mutants and gave them the Jinda shield told them that if they don't want to be silenced, the best way is to spread the events of that night as much as possible. The more people know, the safer they are. As for worrying about retaliation afterwards, so many dignitaries died in this entertainment. Guanjin Casino itself could not protect itself. How could it have the energy to hunt down the contestants at that time? It just so happened that they had so many Jinda shields on hand, and they could take their families away from the royal city overnight after spreading the news. Guanjin Casino could not take care of them at all now. So within half an hour of the incident, the news spread. As the rich, officials, and nobles came to the scene to look for people, the news could no longer be controlled. The Special Investigation Bureau was also alarmed because the incident involved insect poison infection. There were no longer only 1 or 2 sheriffs at the scene, and the Public Security Bureau sent a large number of people to the scene to investigate. An hour after the incident, the city guard surrounded the entire Guanjin Casino, and the director of the General Security Bureau personally came out to search for the boss of Guanjin. But almost all the upper echelons of the Guanjin Casino disappeared, leaving only the middle and lower level managers and ordinary staff. When these people were arrested and interrogated, they didn't know what happened. What happened at that time? Does anyone know the details? The director of the Public Security Bureau asked his subordinates angrily. We found 3 guests and several staff members. They were very scared. According to what they told us. The subordinates described it as detailed as possible. So it was a young nobleman who dealt with those insect poison mutants? Yes. Who is he? We don't know his identity yet. The guests all wore masks, and we are asking around. But his outfit was very unique. He was holding a sharp bone sword, which was hidden in a bone staff. In addition, he was wearing 2 boots of different colors and styles. The manor caught fire, and why did the guests and staff suddenly catch fire? Well, this matter is also being investigated, and the cause is currently unknown. Without waiting for the director to curse, the sheriff quickly said, because the fire on these people is difficult to put out, wherever they run, it will be set on fire. The reason why most of the manor was burned down is because of this. Director, check the relationship between these dead people to see if they ate or drank something together, or wore something together, or participated in something together. Yes. The sheriff showed hesitation on his face. The sheriff frowned. Is there anything else you haven't said? Sheriff, we heard some rumors that the guests and staff were on fire, which may be related to the evil god sacrifice. You know, wherever the insect poison infected people appear, there must be evil god believers. That night, Guanjin Casino deliberately infected some contestants with insect poison, which was probably also part of the sacrificial ceremony. The chief of the police took a deep breath and planned to talk to the director of the Special Investigation Bureau. This matter was too big, and their police bureau could not handle it. Bring Guanjin boss and their senior executives back to me no matter what. Yes. Are you sure that the guest's self-immolation had nothing to do with the noble young master who jumped into the arena to kill monsters? The chief of the police suddenly asked. The sheriff shook his head without hesitation. It should be unrelated. The many witnesses we questioned confirmed that when many people suddenly caught fire, the noble young master was still fighting the monster infected with insect poison. Why did the noble young master jump into the arena? Some people say he was looking for excitement, and some say he couldn't stand it. Find this person as soon as possible. Just say you have a question to ask him. Yes. Similar conversations took place in many places. Overnight, the news that Guanjin Casino was related to the followers of the evil god, and that the fire that night was probably part of the ritual of worshipping the evil god spread throughout the royal city. In addition, almost all the nobles and officials in the royal city knew that there was a young nobleman who had a space storage tool, was young and handsome, dressed casually, spent money as if it were nothing, and regarded beauty as dirt, but had special skills. This nobleman wore 2 different leather boots, spoke harshly, and liked to pursue excitement. With so many characteristics, Ari Shang returned to the Double Light Hotel so openly, which made him much easier to find than other guests who hid their heads and faces. The next day, the Double Lantern Hotel welcomed many special guests, who were not easy to offend. There were people from the Public Security Bureau, housekeepers of noble families, and some officials of medium or small size. There were even a few noble young masters and young ladies who looked very good at family background. The expressions of these young orcs were obviously different from those of other people who came to see Ari Shang, and they seemed more excited. Wu Jiuming, the first capable man under the chief of the Public Security Bureau, took the lead and got Ari Shang's room number first. The hotel manager was under pressure and dared not refuse to give it. Others did not dare to offend the Public Security Bureau openly, and could only watch Wu Jiuming and his men go up to the 4th floor first. Knock knock. Wu Jioming asked his men to knock on the door of the VIP suite. The door was immediately opened, and a middle-aged female orc with a capable dress and a serious expression stood inside. Please be quiet. Our young master is still resting, and he doesn't like to be disturbed when he is resting, the female orc said sternly. Wu Jioming stepped forward and nodded to the female orc. Good day, I am Wu Jioming, the first-level police inspector of the Public Security Bureau. I need to ask your master something. Your master is called Aries Shang, right? The female orc's expression remained unchanged. I don't care who you are. If you have anything to ask, please wait until our young master gets up before coming. After that, the female orc was about to close the door. Wu Jioming held the door with his hands and said patiently, We have important things to ask your young master, which involves dozens of lives and evil god believers. Can you ask him to get up now? The middle-aged female orc had a blank expression. Mr. Police Inspector, I have a piece of advice for you. Our young master has a serious bad temper when he wakes up. If he doesn't get enough sleep, wake him up. No matter what you want to ask, don't even think about asking him. Oh, really? Wu Jioming sneered, and wanted to push the female orc away and rush in. But thinking of what the director said to him when he came here, and Aries Shang's behavior last night. Strictly speaking, he really didn't violate the laws of Tiger Country. Although participating in gambling related to human life is illegal, they have no evidence. The manager who collected money at Guanjin Casino died, and all the gambling money in his hands disappeared. The staff who could prove that Aries Shang participated in the competitive gambling were either dead or ran away. Say Aries Shang killed someone. The one he killed was also a mutant. Not only should he not be punished, but he should be rewarded. So Wu Jioming couldn't use a too tough attitude, especially when he didn't know the other party's background. Please help pass it on, thank you. Wu Jioming forced a smile. The middle-aged female orc looked at Wu Jioming for a while, and said coldly, Please wait. The female orc turned and walked towards the bedroom. Wu Jioming stood at the door, and could not see the middle-aged female beastman's movements clearly. He could only listen to the sounds inside. But the suite was very quiet. Two male beastmen stood at the door of the bedroom, like bodyguards. The middle-aged female beastman appeared after a while, and her expression was a little strange. Wu Jioming frowned. What? Your young master doesn't want to get up? No. The female beastman paused and said, The young master is not in the bedroom, and I don't know where he went. Wu Jioming didn't believe it. Just when Wu Jioming was about to shout the young master's name loudly, and disturb him, so that he couldn't sleep, a security guard ran up quickly. Superintendent, the young master is downstairs. Wu Jioming turned his head. What did you say? The security guard looked strange. It's the young master Aries Shang. He is having breakfast in the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. Chapter 126. When Wu Jioming arrived at the restaurant on the first floor, he saw several orcs dressed as servants surrounding a tall orc with his hands covering his nose. Oh, isn't this the famous Tumblr Deputy District Chief Llewellyn in the Entertainment District? I didn't expect that this person would come to the Double Light Hotel in person and get beaten. TSK, what a shame. Wu Jioming smiled and saluted Llewellyn. Good day, Deputy District Chief Llewellyn. You are not working in your jurisdiction. Why are you here? Is it possible that you need to come in person to attract business on 42nd Street now? Several servants nearby, and Wu Jioming's men bowed their heads together. This is really too harsh to hear. 42nd Street is the most famous red light district in the royal city. Saying that the deputy district chief came in person to attract business is just calling him a pimp. Llewellyn saw that Wu Jioming didn't want to talk, so he covered his nose and hurried away. Wu Jioming tilted his head, and someone immediately came over and whispered the situation to him. It turned out that Llewellyn's servant was the first to find Aries Shang, who was having breakfast in the restaurant, and immediately informed Llewellyn. Llewellyn took people to find Aries Shang. I don't know who ordered this man, or who he came to support. He was very rude to Aries Shang, and he was very official. He said, I'm talking to you to give you face. You'd better do what I say, apologize to someone publicly, go to a certain store and spend money, otherwise you, an outsider, can't do anything in the royal city. Then, the deputy district chief was beaten. The noble young master really didn't bother to say a word. He picked up the plate on the table, and slapped Llewellyn in the face, and finally said get out. Words. Of course, Llewellyn couldn't just let it go after such a big loss. He was the deputy district chief after all. Didn't he have any face? But Aries Shang drew out the bone sword on the spot. Llewellyn didn't dare to bet that this young master, who looked willful and reckless, would not kill people in public. Even if he could be disciplined afterwards, Llewellyn's life would be gone. He could be called an unshakable man. The entertainment district had changed so many district chiefs and deputy district chiefs. Lulin could still sit in this position. Of course, it was not only because he had a backer behind him, but also because he had a good eye and knew when to be tough and when to be soft. This is the royal city. I don't know what gave you the confidence to be so arrogant. But believe me, you will regret your actions today. Lulin held his nose and insisted on speaking harshly before leaving. As soon as he walked to the door of the restaurant, he bumped into Wu Jioming. Wu Jioming had long disliked this guy, so how could he not mock him when he saw him being humiliated? Others saw Llewellyn's miserable state, so they did not dare to go up and talk to Aries Shang casually. Now that they saw Wu Jioming coming, some people wanted to see Wu Jioming's good show, and some people wanted to see if the young master from another place would dare to be so disrespectful to the first-class police inspector of the General Security Bureau. Wu Jioming saw Aries Shang sitting by the window in the restaurant at a glance. He strode over, pulled out the chair opposite Aries Shang, and sat down without being invited. Aries Shang did not even raise his eyelids, and ate the roasted meat on the plate with a look of world weariness on his face. It tastes terrible? Wu Jioming was curious. Aries Shang chewed slowly, and swallowed the last bite of meat. Why do you finish it if it tastes bad? Wu Jioming was even more curious. Shouldn't such a domineering young master have dozens of dishes for breakfast, and just throw away the ones he doesn't like? Aries Shang drank a sip of water, family motto, don't waste food. Wu Jioming understood. At the same time, he further speculated that this young master was either from an ancient noble family with many old-fashioned rules, or from a large family with strict family education. In short, his status would not be low. As for why a large family with strict family education would have a dandy young master who dresses casually and behaves a little wanton, this is very easy to understand. Any family will have one or more rebellious children, and the stricter the family education, the easier it is to arouse rebelliousness. And although these rebellious children act out of line, they will strangely abide by some rules that many people think are unnecessary. It may not be that they deliberately want to abide by them, but that the rules have been deeply rooted in their bones, just like Aries Shang's always straight back and the clean and tidy table in front of him. If a person sits in a loose posture, his back will not be straight. But Aries Shang managed to sit in a casual posture, but with a sense of toughness. Judging from the number of plates on the table, Aries Shang eats a lot. The breakfast served in the restaurant should have a lot of food that he doesn't like or thinks is not delicious, but there are not many residues on the plates on the table. Some nobles are now very particular about food. They like to leave a little bit of anything they eat, and think that only poor people have a clean plate. But those families that have continued from the Great Prosperity era, and have come all the way from the Great War era, have a firm attitude that cannot tolerate food waste. Even the Tiger King clearly stipulated that no one could waste food casually. In the royal court, everyone from the Tiger King to the Queen to the Prince and Princess had a fixed supply of food. It was absolutely okay to eat enough, but it was absolutely not allowed to be wasted. However, many nobles and wealthy people still went their own way, ignoring the current situation of food shortage in the Orc continent. They were picky about food and wanted the best of everything. They did not cherish the natural ingredients that ordinary people had to spend a lot of money to buy. Wu Jioming had a little good impression of Aries Shang just because he never wasted food. Ahem, I'm Wu Jioming, a first-level police inspector of the Royal City Security Bureau. What's the matter? Aries Shang wiped his mouth with a napkin, looking like he was full and ready to leave. I have something to ask you. By the way, your servants didn't seem to see you leave the suite? Wu Jioming still had a curious look on his face. Aries Shang said lazily, walk from the balcony, it's closer. Wu Jioming, okay, jumping directly from the 4th floor balcony is indeed much faster than taking the elevator. From 10 to 12 last night, were you in Baishar Manor on the outskirts of the East City? Wu Jioming opened his little notebook and took out a pen to record. Aries Shang, I don't know what Baishar Manor is, and I don't know where I was last night. The Guanjin Casino led me into an underground drainage canal, to a small lake, and into a viewing venue, where I watched a super boring game. In the end, there were insect virus-infected people. I was bored, so I went down and killed all those mutants. Are you having a problem? Aries Shang raised his eyebrows. Wu Jioming did not answer, but only asked, so did you see some guests and staff in the stands suddenly catch fire last night? Yeah, I saw them, they were shouting and yelling, afraid that others didn't know what kind of silly tricks they were doing. A silly trick? Wu Jioming looked up. Do you think the fire on their bodies was a trick? Isn't it? I thought it was another show put up by Guanjin Casino. Aries Shang leaned back in his chair. Even if it's not, it has nothing to do with me. I had a great time killing last night, so I came back to sleep. Wu Jiuming saw Ari Shang dressed in pajamas and slippers, and he was impressed by him. This young master really didn't care what others thought of him. The shower water in this hotel is not hot enough in the morning. Ari Shang also complained. Wu Jiuming, may I ask where you are from? What is your business in the royal city? Ari Shang seemed to be a little interested when he heard this question. He leaned forward, and his lazy eyes brightened a little. You just said you are a police inspector? Then you must know a lot about the royal city. Wu Jiuming didn't want to ruin the good conversation atmosphere between the two, so he modestly said, generally. Ari Shang smiled a little. That's good. I just want to find a local who knows more about the situation in the royal city to recommend me. Do you know where there are houses for sale or rent in the royal city specifically for alchemists? Wu Jiuming was a little amused when he heard the first half of the sentence, and was stunned when he heard the second half. Alchemist? Ari Shang, well, I plan to stay in your royal city for a while. I spent too much money on the road, so I have to earn some money to continue to spend. Wu Jiuming asked again hesitantly, are you an alchemist? Ari Shang said, as if it was a matter of course. Of course. Don't I look like one? Wu Jiuming, that's totally not the case. Ari Shang spread his hands. In a conservative family like ours, it is important for the children of the family to master one or two skills, especially when you want a certain degree of freedom. Otherwise, there are only two outcomes. Wu Jiuming asked subconsciously, which two outcomes? Either become a bargaining chip in the marriage market, or become a prop for some plans and conspiracies of the family. Ari Shang pointed at himself. Do you think I look like the kind of person who listens to the family's manipulation? So I can only work hard to make myself more valuable, so that no matter how noisy I am, their tolerance for me will be higher than for other people in the family. Wu Jiuming, are you a senior alchemy apprentice now? Ari Shang did not answer this question, but said to himself, do you like space storage tools here? I plan to auction one in half a month, and I will refine it myself. What? Wu Jiuming was stunned. He had completely forgotten what he was here for. You are an alchemist. Can you refine space storage tools? Yes. Do you plan to publicly auction one in half a month? Yes. How big is the space? What is the reserve price? I don't know yet. I haven't refined it yet. It depends on the specific refining situation. As for the reserve price, well, in order to make a name for myself, I will start with a Jinda shield. What do you think? Wu Jiuming, I don't think so. I just want to ask if you can sell one to me at the reserve price if I start to curry favor with you now? Snap! Ari Shang snapped his fingers. Mr. Inspector, do you have a good house to recommend to me? Yes. Absolutely. Wu Jiuming said firmly. If there is no such thing, he will find it now. This is a great opportunity to meet an alchemist who can make space storage tools. If you miss it, you may never have it again. Maybe Ari Shang is lying. Maybe he doesn't know alchemy at all. But what does it matter? He just helped to find a house suitable for alchemists, and basically he didn't have to pay any price. But if Ari Shang is really an unexpected alchemist, wouldn't he be friends with the alchemist? Anyway, Ari Shang doesn't seem to be related to the self-immolation case last night, and the questioning is more about finding out the truth and understanding more information. The news that Ari Shang might be an alchemist is enough for him to deal with his boss. Wu Jiuming left excitedly with his men. Others who came to visit Ari Shang looked at each other, not knowing what happened. Those who were expecting Wu Jiuming and Ari Shang to fight each other were disappointed and curious. What did Wu Jiuming talk about with that young master? Why was he so serious at the beginning, but became very excited later? Some people wanted to make friends with Ari Shang, such as those noble young masters and young ladies who seemed to be looking for friends. But everyone looked up. Hey! Where are the people? Why did Ari Shang, who was sitting by the window just now, disappear? Ari Shang did not lie to Wu Jiuming. He did plan to refine a space storage tool. Not to mention that he had wanted to refine a space ring for Bu Shuai for a long time, and he also had to find a way to exchange the belt of the Tiger King. If the success rate is high, he can spare one and auction it, which will just replenish his funds. Although he made a small profit last night, who would complain about having too much money? Wu Jiuming seemed to be tight-lipped, but they didn't deliberately lower their voices at the time. Many orcs have good hearing. I believe that it won't be long before the news that he is an alchemist who can refine space storage tools will spread. Ari Shang walked into the hall with a bone staff and stepped onto the elevator with a 2.58 million pace, and he was the best in the world. He waited for the big fish to bite the hook. Chapter 127. Bu Shuai stayed in Black Forest City for 4 days. Except for the first day, When he accompanied Tiger King to handle government affairs, he spent the next 3 days in the library. The old man was quite considerate. After Tiger King and Bu Shuai entered the library together, he met with him and chatted with him. But Bu Shuai suddenly felt that the old man's attitude when talking to Tiger King was rather arrogant, even a little cold. Not as approachable and lively as when chatting with them. But Tiger King felt good. Maybe in his impression, the high priest of the priest palace has this kind of characteristics, and it is normal for the ancestor to have a little airs. In addition to Tiger King and Bu Shuai, there were 2 ministers and 2 guards who entered the library. These 4 people should be said to be the most trusted people of Tiger King. The 2 ministers were Prime Minister Isaac Hayes, who did not accompany Tiger King on the first day, but did not come until the second day, and he was traveling secretly. To be honest, Bu Shuai and this person have a lot of grievances, but when the 2 met, it was as if nothing had happened. Bu Shuai greeted him as before, and Isaac responded normally. The other one was the military minister, the Grand Commander Lion Domain. She was also one of the only 2 Grand Duchesses in the Tiger Kingdom, and she was also a female Grand Duchess. She was in a high position and had great power. She was an absolute royalist and was trusted by the Tiger King. She also traveled in secret. Bu Shuai was not familiar with this person at all. In fact, this female Grand Duchess had an arrogant personality. Except for the Tiger King, she didn't take anyone seriously. It was said that this person killed people without blinking an eye and was covered in blood. Her husband would be scared to death when he saw her coming home. The 2 guards were Ramil and Wildebeest. Wildebeest had a good relationship with Bu Shuai. He was particularly happy to see Bu Shuai and had been looking for an opportunity to talk to him, but Bu Shuai deliberately avoided him, not wanting others to know that Wildebeest was too close to him. The Tiger King brought many people to the Black Forest City, but only these 4 people could be brought into the library. Entering the library, seeing the rows of bookshelves as high as the roof, the countless books on the bookshelves, and the high priests who lived more than 1,000 years ago, the 4 people were all shocked and speechless. Ramil was somewhat mentally prepared when he heard the conversation between Bu Shuai and the Tiger King that day, but after seeing the real scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is just a hall. According to Bu Shuai, there are more than a dozen such halls. How much precious knowledge and historical secrets must be preserved in such a large library. The Tiger King can still maintain his facial expression, but his pupils are obviously shrunk. Ramil was so excited that his hands were shaking a little. Even the Tiger King and Ramil, who were mentally prepared, were like this, not to mention the other 3, who were unaware. Prime Minister Isaac was so excited that he covered his heart and his face was red. He kept muttering, "This is a sign of the great prosperity of the Tiger Country, a blessing from the ancestors, and a symbol of the reemergence of the orcs. Grand Governor Shiyu doesn't like reading books, but she is very interested in the military culture and weapon drawings preserved in this library, and she can't wait to see what's going on." The old man said that they can read the books here at will, but they can't take them away. The Tiger King suppressed his excitement and talked to the old man in detail about the magma disaster. The Prime Minister and the Grand Governor also shifted their attention to this major event that concerns all Tiger people. Bu Shuai has no intention of listening, let alone participating. Lao Shang has already severely warned him not to allow him to participate deeply in this matter, saying that small people have small things to do, and since he doesn't want to be king, there is no need to get involved in the affairs of big people. If Tiger King or others shamelessly asked him to promise something, he would just drag it out. In short, he couldn't promise anything involving the national level when he was not around. Bu Shuai was helpless, feeling that Lao Shang was treating him like a kid who was easily deceived, but he had to admit that he was not stupid and could know what those people were planning, but he would still be trapped by the rhetoric, or be moved by some things, and then develop a sense of responsibility. Bu Shuai didn't know if he could firmly refuse the old man and Tiger King and others, so he simply stayed away from them, and made an excuse that he wanted to visit the library. The old man waved his hand, indicating that Bu Shuai was free. Tiger King didn't know what he was thinking, so he simply let his 2 guards wander around the library freely, and laughed and said, "There is not much time. What you can see and learn depends on your chance." Ramil immediately went to find the hall, and content that he was interested in. The wildebeest seemed to have no purpose. It seemed to be wandering around, but it secretly followed Bu Shuai. Bu Shuai sighed in his heart, stopped and turned around. "Is there something wrong?" "Yes, it's very important." The wildebeest emphasized. "Why did you return to the royal city? You knew how dangerous it would be if you returned. Why did you return? Was it because of the epidemic in Moyo town? Did you come back for revenge?" I thought you wanted me to come back. The wildebeest pursed his lips tightly. That's different. After we knew that the epidemic had occurred in Moyo town, the leader told us that your situation was very dangerous. So you specifically spoke to me to warn me? The voice of the unhandsome man was very gentle. The wildebeest looked around. Bu Shuai waited quietly. Wildebeest looked at him with a strange look. You have changed a little. Oh! I feel like you seem to have become more confident. No, you are more free and easy. Yes, free and easy. Wildebeest hit his left hand with his right fist. This is good. You used to give me the feeling that you were the youngest among us, but you seem to be carrying the heaviest burden, like an old man with many stories and many pasts. Bu Shuai touched his face. So I am so old in my heart? Wildebeest nodded. Yeah, older than my grandfather. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Wildebeest spoke casually. Do you want to get a title? Why don't you just ask me if I want to get the throne? Bu Shuai smiled. Wildebeest glanced at him. Do you want to? No, Bu Shuai said without hesitation. But few people will believe it. Especially since His Majesty still loves and cares about you as much as before. Wildebeest sighed. Bu Shuai was helpless. Then do you think I have a good chance? The wildebeest thought about it and said, You are not completely without a chance. Bu Shuai, but I really don't want to. I believe you. The wildebeest said seriously. Thank you. Bu Shuai also replied seriously. The wildebeest suddenly lowered his voice. After this, you should leave the royal city immediately, the farther away the better. Bu Shuai looked at him in surprise, wanting to ask him if he knew any news, but held back. The wildebeest took the initiative to say, Before a disaster, snakes, rats and insects always react faster than orcs. Once they realize something is wrong, they will flee in droves from the place where the disaster is about to happen. Since half a year ago, the number of snakes, rats and insects in the royal city has been decreasing. Decreasing? Bu Shuai frowned slightly. The word used by wildebeest was very interesting. Why is it decreasing, not leaving? Wildebeest, because no one knows where the reduced snakes, rats and insects have gone. Bu Shuai fell into deep thought. The snakes, rats and insects mentioned by wildebeest are just metaphors, referring to the people in the royal city who do things that are not allowed to be seen in the light. And wildebeest's father is the commander of the city guards, responsible for the stability of the royal city. In addition to civil and criminal cases and administrative work, other duties such as firefighting, patrolling, maintaining stability, guarding the city gates and guarding important departments are all within his scope of responsibility. Compared with the public security bureaus in various districts, the city guards pay more attention to the movements of snakes, rats and insects in the royal city, deal more with people at the bottom, and have more information. Does your father think this is related to the activities of some people at the top of our country? Even involving the safety of your majesty? Bu Shuai asked cautiously. Wildebeest did not give a clear answer, only said, There are also some personnel changes. These changes seem insignificant. All of them are low-ranking officials. But my father said that it is these low-level officials who work in the royal city. Does your majesty know this? Wildhorse nodded silently. Bu Shuai was slightly relieved. He still had feelings for the Tiger King, although this was a super irresponsible scumbag father to his original body. But Bu Shuai did feel the Tiger King's kindness to him during his time as the Tiger King's guard, and he could not ignore this. Wildhorse looked at Bu Shuai. The head also wants me to tell you that this is not the best time for you to appear in the royal city, unless you have other ideas. He, me, and other people who care about you all hope that you stay away from the royal city, the farther the better, until everything is settled. Bu Shuai looked into wildebeest's eyes, and knew that he must have something to say. It's not that he didn't want to say it, but that he couldn't say it. I know. I didn't plan to stay in the royal city for long. This time was just a coincidence. I will leave the royal city as soon as possible after things are over here. One of Bu Shuai's advantages is that he listens to advice. It can also be said that he is soft-hearted and can't refuse other people's kindness. Wildebeest exhaled and smiled. Nine misses you very much. In the past year or so, he has been looking for trouble with the Dude brothers. The Dude brothers hate him to death. By the way, Ix is getting married. Do you know who he is going to marry? You will never guess it. Bu Shuai was not interested in who Ix was going to marry, but he didn't want to offend Wildebeest, so he followed his tone and asked, Who is it? Wildebeest seemed to be trying to hold back his laughter. It's Princess Doris's sister Nina. Bu Shuai was shocked. You are kidding. Ix is the youngest son of the Earl, and he is the most favored youngest son. He has a higher chance of getting a title in the future than his brother. Moreover, he is also a guard of the Tiger King. Even if he cannot get his father's title in the future, his future is visibly bright. Princess Doris is very famous, but she is just a socialite. The current class cognition of the Tiger Country completely eliminates the possibility of ordinary people marrying aristocrats. Even the children of the rich cannot easily enter the door of the rich, let alone those with special professions. Doris's sister, by her status, naturally eliminates the possibility of marrying Ix. Even if Nine loves her so much and cannot live without her, his father, the Earl, will never let Doris's sister become his son's wife. That would make the Mervyn family a laughing stock in the entire upper class. If you knew who was the matchmaker between Nina and Nine, you wouldn't be so surprised. The wildebeest winked. Who? It's our second prince. He invited Nina Melvin to his personal banquet, during which he praised Nina's beauty and talent, saying that she was the best girl in the royal city in the past 10 years, and anyone would be proud to marry her. Did the second prince not know that Nina Melvin was Doris's sister? I don't know that. But before the second prince invited Nina and praised her, no one in the royal city knew who she was. After that, Nina Melvin became very famous, and then the news that she was Doris's biological sister spread out. Some people said that people who were jealous of her were deliberately discrediting her. But my father told me that Nina Melvin was Doris's sister. Bourgeois looked at Wildebeest. He always felt that Wildebeest was not just gossiping with him, but when he wanted to ask further, Wildebeest changed the subject and asked him about the library, and even took out books from the bookshelf and pretended to look at them. Bourgeois, Wildebeest was obviously the one who hated reading and studying the most among them. Thank you, I will stay away from this muddy water. In the end, Bourgeois just patted the wildebeest on the shoulder and went to another hall. The wildebeest raised his head from the book, looked at the back of Bourgeois, and pursed his lips. Raphael is a good person. If it weren't for his identity, many people would be willing to be his friends and good brothers, but because of his identity, as the illegitimate son of the Tiger King, most people, who like him, and want to make friends with him have to treat him as an invisible person. Brother, I can't help you much. I just hope you can be well and stay away from all troubles. Bourgeois felt a little depressed, and he took a book from the bookshelf beside him. He looked at the side cover, which was very good, with common characters he knew. Bourgeois opened the book and saw that the first sentence on the first page of the book said our world is a world with magic. Bourgeois was silent for 2 seconds, closed the book and looked at the title, The Secret of the Disappearance of Magic. After staying in the library for 3 days, Tiger King announced his return to the royal city. Bourgeois didn't know what Tiger King talked about with the old ancestor, but Tiger King didn't seem too nervous. The old man didn't accompany them throughout the whole process. He just showed up at the beginning and disappeared after talking with Tiger King. Until they left. Tiger King called the old man and wanted to ask him for another borrowing card. The old man appeared, but said that there was only one borrowing card. After hearing this, Bourgeois immediately presented the borrowing card in his hand to Tiger King. The old man heard the noise and said indifferently, "Anyone holding the borrowing card can come in." The Tiger King saw that Bourgeois insisted, so he did not refuse and accepted the borrowing card. Prime Minister Isaac's eyes on Bourgeois suddenly softened a lot. The Grand Commander Lion Domain looked at Bourgeois with a subtle look. Remier's eyes were lowered, and the wildebeest treated himself as an invisible man. When everyone left the library, the old man sneered. The borrowing card does not recognize people. It is true that anyone holding a borrowing card can open the door of the library, but not everyone can meet the car with destiny. Do you really think that this library hidden deep underground for 1,000 years can be discovered by anyone and anyone can come in? Chance, it seems invisible and intangible, but it really exists. Chapter 128. Bourgeois went to the Special Investigation Bureau as soon as he returned to the royal city. 16 soldiers were receiving induction training for special investigators. They performed very well. First of all, they all passed the physical fitness test, had no fear of evil god believers and insect poison infected people, had certain reconnaissance capabilities, and had high coordination. The training officer had a high opinion of these 16 newcomers, and believed that it would not take long for them to actually start their work as investigators. Bourgeois collected the latest news from the royal city by the way, and as a result, he heard the name Ari Shang all over his ears. It is rumored that this young orc named Ari Shang is a handsome, wealthy, cynical young master of a large family with a unique temperament. He came to Tiger Country just to travel. He behaved unruly, loved to play, and loved beauty, but regarded beauty as dirt. In addition, his appearance seemed flashy, but he was actually very good at fighting. He did things as he pleased, and could kill people if he turned against him. There are also rumors that this young master spends money lavishly, not only because he comes from a noble family abroad, but also because he is an alchemist, and a top alchemist who can refine space storage tools. For the latter, not many people believe it. More people think that this young master is bragging and are waiting to see his joke in a few days. Because this young master said that he would hold an auction in the royal city in a few days, and auction the space storage tools he refined by himself. Because of this rumor, more people want to make friends with this young master, but a balance is strangely maintained. Many people know where he lives now, but they don't go to harass him on purpose. The vast majority of people just sent a greeting card or an invitation to a banquet, showing their politeness and attention. Everyone was waiting to see if this dandy young master could really do as he said, and take out the space storage tool for auction in 10 days or half a month. Bu Shuai looked at the information in his hand with some hesitation. He was wondering whether he should go to the door to find this Aries Shang. There is no doubt that this Aries Shang is 100% Shang Fifan. Bu Shuai really didn't expect that Shang Fifan could create such an impressive dandy young master identity in just 4 or 5 days after he left the royal city, and also make such a big name. He is worthy of being, well, a professional. So high profile, does Lao Shang have any plans? Bu Shuai hesitated because Shang Fifan had not discussed with him about creating this identity, and he was worried that his visit would bring unnecessary trouble to the other party's identity. In the middle of the night, Bu Shuai slept very alertly. He suddenly felt something more in the room. Then his feet bulged, and something got into his quilt. That thing was furry and warm, and it climbed up along the back of his feet. It went from his legs to his abdomen, and then from his abdomen to his chest. Puff! The quilt was pushed open, and a furry little head popped out. On. Shang Xiu pressed against Bu Shuai's chin and nudged desperately. Ao, I miss you so much, come on, let me smell it. It was not enough to just nudge. He also opened his mouth and bit it, leaving red marks all over Bu Shuai's neck and chin. That's enough. Bu Shuai whispered, reaching out to hold down the funny little bastard. The little tiger rolled in his palm, pressed against his neck, opened his mouth and bit his chin, licked it twice, and suddenly stopped moving. Bu Shuai listened to the little snoring sound in his ear. How tired is this? But even though he was so tired, he still secretly ran to find him. Bu Shuai picked up the little tiger from his face, put it in his arms, turned sideways, hugged the little tiger, and fell asleep with a helpless and doting smile on his face. In the morning, Bu Shuai was awakened by stepping on his milk. Before Bu Shuai could punish him with his iron fist, a dishonest little tiger left a word in his ear and disappeared. Everyone who should know about Bu Shuai's great contribution this time knows. The eldest prince specially sent someone to invite Bu Shuai to a small gathering, but Bu Shuai declined. Unexpectedly, the third prince also sent an invitation in a blink of an eye, which surprised Bu Shuai. It can be said that the third prince is the one who dislikes Bu Shuai the most among the 3 princes. He has also caused Bu Shuai a lot of troubles, big and small. It's just that Bu Shuai is a person who doesn't cause trouble and can tolerate it. In most cases, he just treats the other party as a cockroach running around the house, and doesn't take the other party's provocation seriously. The third prince did not dare to do too much. His succession rights were only third, and there were the eldest and second sons ahead of him. Raphael was working for the Tiger King. If he did too much, he would be even further away from the throne. Bu Shuai naturally declined the invitation of the third prince, saying that he was busy investigating the evil god's followers, and it was not suitable to meet with anyone now. When the third prince saw Bu Shuai's reply, he ran to find his mother. When he went over, he saw his 2 sisters were there. In the orc world, the difference in strength between males and females in many races is not too big, so the status of females is not lower than that of males. The succession rights of the princes and princesses of the Tiger King's court are the same, and they are only postponed according to the time of birth. Even in many countries and tribes, the inheritance rights of female orcs are ranked before those of male orcs. So the 2 princesses of the Tiger King do not flatter their 3 brothers, nor do they fear them. The 5 siblings are evenly matched opponents. The eldest princess is very strong in martial arts, and she is also the only one among the 5 siblings who can transform into a giant beast. Even the queen is more intimate and respectful to her. The little princess is very jealous of this, and has a bad relationship with her sister. But the little princess also doesn't like the third prince. She always feels that the third prince is relying on being the youngest prince to always grab the attention of the Tiger King and the queen, even though she is the youngest and the one who should be favored the most. I suspected that my father transferred him from the guards battalion to the Special Investigation Bureau before, but you didn't believe it. Now you all believe it, right? My father just likes that little bastard born by a bitch. The little princess, who is already in her 30s, muttered. The third prince couldn't stand the little princess's coquettish and silly look. She didn't even look at her age, and thought she was only 3 years old. The third prince rolled his eyes, and was seen by the little princess. The little princess immediately said to him, "What mistakes have you made? Do you want your mother to clean up your mess?" The third prince sneered, "Do you think I am you? I can't walk when I see a good-looking male orc. I heard that you went to find the new dude in the royal city, but you were kicked out. Fortunately, you know how to hide your identity. If people knew that the princess actually ran to find a male orc because he didn't like Doris, and wanted to recruit him as a lover, but was also looked down upon, I don't know how many people would laugh at you." The little princess rushed over and started beating them. The eldest princess looked at the scene expressionlessly, turned to the queen and said, "With these two things, do you still expect them to perform well in the competition for the throne?" The queen laughed and said gently, "Don't say that about your third brother and little sister. It's normal for brothers and sisters to fight. Whether you can compete for the throne is not important. What's important is that you can grow in the process." The eldest princess looked at the three princes and the little princess fighting in a ball, her eyes full of impatience. "Mother, I say something you don't like to hear. Sometimes I wish Raphael was my brother, not them. Raphael has a good temper and strong ability to do things. If he can stay in the royal city, he will be a good helper for me and my eldest brother, instead of being a drag like some people." The queen felt uncomfortable when she heard the name Raphael. Doesn't this show that he is very good at pretending? Raphael is probably more cunning than his mother. If you really trust him, you won't even know how you die in the future. The eldest princess didn't respond. She looked down at her fingers. The queen looked at the third prince and the little princess, and she was also upset. However, she never counted on these two. No matter how badly they performed, they would not really make her angry. But she hoped that these two would do something, but they did not do any of it, which really made her upset. The eldest princess looked at the third prince and the little princess, who were still pointing at each other and cursing, and a trace of sadness and ridicule flashed in her eyes. Since childhood, the queen mother has deeply rooted in their hearts that the Denton family is their support and their blood relatives. The Tiger King is their father before he was the king of this country, and the queen mother and uncle care about them the most. The 5 siblings were in awe of the Tiger King, but not close to him. When Raphael appeared, their mother kept saying in their ears, "Raphael is your enemy, Raphael will kill you, Raphael will take away all the attention and love of the Tiger King. Raphael is just a cheap illegitimate child who knows how to pretend and act. He shouldn't appear." The eldest prince and the second prince were no longer children at that time, and they just listened to what their mother said casually and didn't take it to heart. But the third prince and the little princess listened to their mother very much, and they hated Raphael the most. As for her, she was a little younger than the third prince, but her mind was much more mature than the third prince and the little princess, and because she showed the talent of transforming into a giant beast since she was a child, she followed the Grand Commander Lion Domain to study at a very young age, and was less influenced by the queen. This allowed her to be more objective when facing Raphael Longmu. The eldest prince had similar ideas, while the second prince ignored Raphael. The eldest princess sincerely felt that someone with Raphael's temperament would not be their enemy, but her mother was determined to create a strong enemy for her son and daughter. Sometimes the eldest princess thought that if she were Raphael, no matter how good her temperament was, she would rebel even if she was repeatedly murdered and forced. The eldest princess thought about winning over Raphael, but with her mother around, no matter how kind she was afraid that Raphael would not believe her, just like Raphael's attitude towards the eldest prince, so the eldest princess gave up the idea. She would pay attention to Raphael, but she would not deliberately embarrass him. Having said that, the eldest princess felt sad for the third prince and the youngest princess, not because they could not judge themselves, but because they were used as tools by their mother. The queen mother had always hoped that the third prince and the little princess would kill Raphael directly. Although doing so would inevitably anger the Tiger King, it would not hurt their mother to abolish the third prince and a little princess. Their mother even thought that she could save their lives, and at most they would lose the right of inheritance. The eldest princess knew very well who her mother loved the most. Their mother hoped that their brothers and sisters could become stepping stones for her favorite child. Enough. The queen stopped the quarrel between the third prince and the little princess with a headache. "Why did you suddenly invite Raphael to Longmu?" The queen frowned and questioned the third prince. The third prince was a little excited, causing his speech to be a little confused. "Raphael has been to Black Forest City, and this time he brought my father with him. He may know the whereabouts of my uncle, and I went to him just to test his opinion. This time when he went to Black Forest City, my father would rather take him with him than any of us brothers and sisters. He also found a 1,000-year-old library. It is said that the library contains tens of thousands of years of civilization heritage of the Orc continent. If this matter gets out, how great a contribution will it be? The entire Orc continent will be crazy about this matter. The third prince was even more excited. It is said that my father intends to prepare an Orc 10,000 years heritage civilization sharing conference for the entire Orc continent. He did not deliberately conceal the discovery of the library. Obviously, he wanted to use this opportunity to summon the leaders of the Orcs across the continent and negotiate terms with them. I want to be responsible for handling this matter, but my father ignored me. Does he want to hand it over to Raphael? Chapter 129. Bourgeois hid in the Special Investigation Bureau and refused to come out, and no one could do anything to him. Others thought he was just looking for an excuse to come back, but they didn't know that Bourgeois was really looking for relevant information about the evil god believers. The Special Investigation Bureau has been tracking various clues about the evil god believers and insect poison infected people, including the nobles and related wealthy people who are related to them. Evil god believers and insect poison infected people sound scary, but when they can bring huge benefits, it is not impossible to cooperate. Especially when the genuine ancient gods no longer respond to sentient beings, but the evil gods can help realize certain wishes. Little Tiger appeared silently at Bourgeois' feet, and climbed up by pulling his trouser legs. Bourgeois picked him up with one hand, and put him on his legs. Little Tiger didn't bother him, watching him flip through the documents and summarize them. This kind of investigation work sounds cool, but it is actually very tedious and repetitive. The special investigators summarized the various clues from the investigation to the General Bureau, waiting for these clues to come in handy when necessary. What Bourgeois is doing now is to summarize these complicated clues, find out the related parts or the wrong parts, and then list them separately. Then he will review the listed clues again to see if they are related. If some clues trigger some related memories, he may need to find the previous investigation materials to find the breadcrumbs in his memory. This work is very time-consuming and requires special care and patience. Bourgeois does these tasks skillfully, without any irritation on his face. Even after working for 4 or 5 days in a row, his mind is still clear. As the saying goes, men are the most handsome when they are working. Little Tiger is drooling. Who says that a king must be domineering, treacherous, and scheming? In his opinion, his Bourgeois is very suitable to be the king. Bourgeois is serious about his work, has a strong sense of responsibility, and is clear-headed. If he becomes the king, the happiness index of the people in this country must be very high. Being soft-hearted and docile is not a disadvantage. The key is who assists him. In fact, no matter what kind of king he is, no matter what ability he has, the people who assist him are very important. Because a country cannot be supported and managed by just a good king. Fortunately, birds of a feather flock together. If a country can have a good leader, there will often be excellent talents gathered around him. Zhang Xiu has already made a list of ministers for Bourgeois in his mind. There is no particularly suitable one among the tiger people. He can ask players for support. I believe that many players will be interested in running a country. Of course, players cannot be controlled, but if it is just excessive, it will be a very good choice. Unfortunately, Bourgeois really has no interest in being a king. He can be one, and he can be one, but he probably won't be very happy after being a king. And Zhang Xiaohu hopes that Bourgeois will be happy. So he can only let go of the exciting political game of seizing the Tiger Kingdom, or even unifying the Orc continent, and choose the free man route of treasure hunting and exploring. Now think about it, being a free man, making trouble everywhere, is also quite exciting. As for letting him be a king, he doesn't like being trapped in one place. The most important thing is that he knows himself very well. If he becomes a king, he will never be patient. He will take action if he doesn't like it. He will take action if he sees others doing things behind his back. He will be even more ruthless if he sees someone harming the country and his interests. Therefore, if he were to become a king, he would definitely be the most tyrannical, bloody, cruel, dictatorial, and overbearing king. Therefore, for the sake of the hearts of countless ordinary people, it would be better for him not to choose such a passionate job. Don't lick it randomly. Bourgeois patted his head. Zhang Xiaohu roared and bit Bourgeois' finger. Bourgeois couldn't beat him, so he let him do it, but it was a bit inconvenient to work with only one hand. The little tiger fell asleep on his legs while watching. Bourgeois pulled out his saliva-covered finger and gently stroked the little tiger's warm belly. They were very busy during this period, but no matter how busy they were, Shang Fifan would turn into a little tiger and secretly come to see him. Even if he came, he would just sleep beside him. Some fragments of the second life would occasionally float through Bushuai's mind. Aor also had a period of clinging to him, even more clingy than a certain little tiger. But he remembered that in the 2 years before he and Or were about to break up, Or often used busyness as an excuse to say that he couldn't get together with him or be alone with him. He had long been accustomed to waiting, so he didn't think that they had to stay together every day. Now that I think about it, if you really like and care about someone, even if you are very busy, you can probably squeeze out a drop of time to meet the person you like. Even if you don't do anything, just smile at each other and know that the other person is safe. Not to mention Loren Milton, he can leave whenever he wants, and he won't give him a clear return date. But he thinks that as long as he waits, there will be good results, and silently thinks that his waiting is a worthwhile effort. How stupid it is. Bushuai exhaled. Thinking of these memories in the past still made his heart ache slightly. This was also the reason why he didn't like to recall the past. After all, no one liked to face their own failures constantly. Maybe in the future, he and Shang Fifan would no longer care about each other, didn't want to meet, made up excuses and lied, and even hated each other. So should he cherish the present, or tighten his emotions, and control himself, and never invest again? Strange, thinking about it this way, the slight pain disappeared completely. Click. The little tiger bit his finger in his sleep. It was very light, but it was slightly stinging, and could not be ignored. Not only the little tiger loves to bite people, the big one also has this problem. Bushuai blushed, patted his face, and stopped thinking about it, and turned his attention to work. He had already caught a thread in the huge sea of information. Pulling it down, he might find the real reason why Duke Denton cooperated with the evil god believers. In the past few days, all kinds of news have been flying in the royal city. On the surface, it looks the same as before, but in fact it is much more lively than before. When the king's court issued a clear message that the Tiger King was going to hold a 10,000-year civilization heritage sharing conference of the Orc continent, the whole king's city was boiling with excitement over the news. The library's matter was also leaked. The Tiger King intentionally leaked this matter because he wanted to invite leaders of various tribes in the Orc continent, as well as the high priest of the Holy Mountain Priest Palace, to let them know why and what confidence he had to hold such a conference. A library prepared for future generations 1,000 years ago, with tens of thousands of years of complete heritage of the Orc continent. Countless people were crazy about this news. There are countless people who want to get a piece of this major event that will surely be recorded in the important history of the Orc continent, even if they are just responsible for organizing this conference. Not to mention how much money can be made from organizing the most basic aspects of food, clothing, housing and transportation at the conference. These are all small profits. The bigger part is the invitation list. There are too many places where the invitation list can be manipulated. In addition to the people who must be invited by the Tiger King, the organizer of the conference can add or reduce other invitees as needed. At that time, who to invite and who not to invite is just a matter of the organizer's words. Just to be able to participate in this inheritance-sharing conference, countless people will take the initiative to ask the organizer of the conference, with countless gold shields. What's more, this is a grand conference facing the entire Orc continent. It can be said that since the new era, the entire Orc continent has never held such a large-scale and high-scale gathering of leaders of various tribes. How impressive it would be to be the host of such a conference. It can even be said that whoever the Tiger King favors to be in charge of this conference is likely to become the next Tiger King. The 5 princes and princesses and their respective supporters are almost fighting for the identity of the host of this conference. Of course, these activities are all in secret and have not yet come to light. It was at this time, when all kinds of fires were burning in the royal city, that someone poured a spoonful of oil on the blazing flames. Ari Shang came out of seclusion and announced in public, he has made a storage bracelet and plans to auction it publicly in 2 days. The big shopkeepers of the 3 auction houses in the royal city blocked the door of the mansion rented by Ari Shang. They all wanted to get the auction rights of the storage bracelet. The middle-aged female orc came forward and invited the 3 big shopkeepers into the mansion, and sent them out half an hour later. None of the 3 big shopkeepers saw Ari Shang himself, but their expressions did not show any dissatisfaction, and they were even a little excited. Others guessed from the expressions of the 3 big shopkeepers that they must have seen the real thing. In other words, the dandy young master really had a space storage bracelet in his hand. No matter whether he made it himself or not, as long as the thing was real, space bracelet, that is definitely a treasure that all orcs yearn for. The bigger the family, the more they care about face. If any noble family can take out a space storage tool, It is definitely a very face-saving thing. And from the news vaguely revealed by the three big shopkeepers, the internal space of the space bracelet is not small, at least more than 5 cubic meters. In the evening, the three big shopkeepers came to see Ari Shang with various conditions promised by their families. This time, they also did not see the young master, and they were still received by the middle-aged female orc. The female orc took the contract they brought and asked them to wait in the living room. When the female orc left, and there was no servant in the house. "Do you think that female orc looks familiar?" the head of the Shiming auction house suddenly said. The other two head managers looked at him together. "Have you seen her?" The head manager of Shiming recalled carefully, and after a while, he said with an awe, "I remember. That female orc used to be the housekeeper of Viscount Dude's family, and her name was Maria. How could the housekeeper of the Dude family become the maid of a foreign alchemist master?" The chief shopkeeper of Shuangui auction house said doubtfully. Another chief shopkeeper of Wujiao auction house also slapped his forehead. They were the most well-informed people in the royal city. "Now that you mention it, I remember it. Viscount Dude's family did dismiss the housekeeper who had worked for them for many years, and said to the public that the housekeeper was in poor health and could no longer be a housekeeper. In fact, the chief shopkeeper Shimeng covered his mouth with one hand. In fact, we all know what kind of character the two brothers of the Dude family are. And the housekeeper Maria is serious in character, and she follows the rules and is strict in her behavior. She should be disgusted by the brothers." The chief shopkeeper Wujiao looked around and whispered, "I have a piece of news here. It is said that the brothers did something bad and were seen by the housekeeper." The housekeeper reported to Viscount Dude. Viscount Dude not only did not discipline the brothers, but wanted to beat and kill the housekeeper. The housekeeper escaped by herself, and later, I don't know who she found to get out of Viscount Dude's house, and she said she was fired. Because the housekeeper was fired, and was said to be in poor health, and other people were in Viscount Dude's face, the housekeeper couldn't find a job for a long time. Many people thought she had left the royal city, but unexpectedly. Strange, why didn't the young master Ari Shang bring his servants? Maybe he ran away by himself, or maybe he didn't like the servants arranged by his family. We don't need to ask more about this kind of thing. As long as he can really take out the space bracelet, he is worthy of our support. That's right. In the end, the largest auction house in Tiger Country, also the most prestigious auction house in the Orc continent, Shiming Auction House, won the auction right of the space bracelet. Although Ari Shang gave a very short preparation time of only 2 days. If it were normal, this time would not even be enough for publicity. But Ari Shang's high profile was equivalent to having done enough publicity in advance. Without Shiming Auction House's further publicity, many people took the initiative to ask them for the auction invitation. Shiming Auction House didn't want to offend anyone, and in order to further expand its influence, it simply sent invitations to the nobles and wealthy people in the royal city and even nearby. As for whether these people would come, they were not worried. That was a space bracelet. The 3 princes and 2 princesses also received invitations, as a matter of course. Hu Bushuai looked at the invitation in his hand, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His invitation was quite special. It was delivered to him personally, by a little tiger holding it in its mouth. The little tiger rolled around in his arms, insisting that he also go to the auction, saying that he wanted to let Bushuai see his highlight moment. Bushuai was forced to agree, although he didn't want to show his face in such a public occasion. It was conceivable that who would come that day. 2 days passed in a flash. Chapter 130. Shiming Auction House arranged the largest auction venue for this auction. The auction hall, which can accommodate 2,000 people, was packed. This place also hosts concerts and musicals, and the dignitaries in the royal city are very familiar with it. Shiming Auction House usually only uses this place for the year-end auction, and usually uses the auction house's small auction hall. Although 2,000 people are not many, in an auction house, such a large number of people is already a big scene, especially when the guests are high quality, willing to spend money customers. The semi-open private room with the best audio-visual effect is filled with the most distinguished guests. Usually, if one of them comes, the boss of the auction house will smile crookedly, but today almost all the big names invited on the invitation are here. 3 princes and 2 princesses, no one is missing. Big figures such as Prime Minister Isaac, Grand Commander Lion Domain, and Grand Duke Chester did not come in person, but at least one of the younger generations in their families must come. Many people also regard this auction as a social gathering where they can make friends with important people. Those who received invitations are proud to come, and those who did not receive invitations try every means to get invitations. Bushuai was very low-key when he entered the auction hall. He wore a hooded cloak and did not bring any attendants. He entered the hall alone. Little Tiger knew his temper, and the invitation he sent him was just the most ordinary seat ticket. The seat was in the last row, closest to the inside. There is also a small door next to this seat for employees to go out, which is convenient for Bourgeois to sneak out at any time. Bourgeois found his seat and sat down. He first looked at the layout of the surrounding passages, and saw the small door next to him, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Someone really understood him. After that, Bourgeois began to look down at the auction brochure made temporarily by the auction house. For such a large-scale auction, Shimeng Auction House certainly could not auction only one item, which would be too much of a loss. They promised Aries merchant that no matter what the price of the space bracelet was, they would not charge a single copper tail handling fee. This brochure was not a temporary preparation. The auction items in it were all prepared for the mid-year auction, but now it was just 3 months in advance. There was no introduction to the space bracelet in the brochure, but a sentence was added to the first page of the brochure. There will be a surprise today, so stay tuned. Soon, the entire auction hall was full of people. The distinguished guests in the private room almost entered the private room on time. The passage they took was different from that of ordinary guests, and most of the guests in the hall could not see where they came in from. But Bourgeois' position allowed him to clearly see all the half-open private rooms on the second floor, while the guests in the private rooms on the second floor could not see him because of the angle. When he saw Loren Milton, no, now it should be the Lord of Tianquin Valley, sitting with the second prince, he was a little surprised, but not particularly surprised. The second prince and the Lord of Tianquin Valley were both handsome people, and when they sat together and smiled sideways, they were very pleasing to the eye. The men and women around them also looked at the two with either obsessive or envious eyes. There were also many people in the hall looking straight at the two. The two seemed to be accustomed to these admiring and amazing eyes, just whispering and smiling, not affected at all. There was a commotion in the hall suddenly. A male orc who was no less handsome than the second prince and the Lord of Tianquin Valley strode into the auction hall. His clothes were very casual, with an indescribable wantonness, but he didn't care at all, and acted like the coolest guy in the world. Ari Shang is here. He came alone, without any servants. Almost everyone's eyes turned to this dandy young master, who has been very popular in the royal city recently. Ari Shang's appearance is not as exquisite and handsome as the second prince and the master of Tianquin Valley, but a kind of wild and evil coolness. Without the need for fine carving, it has its own unique charm. Many people have only heard of his name, and originally thought that the rumors were too exaggerated, but after seeing him in person, many people's eyes lit up. Another super high-quality male orc, and he is also an alchemist. The kind that can refine space bracelets. Many people present are ready to move, and some are already ready to take action. Even the old-fashioned dignitaries, who don't like Ari Shang's overly high profile and evil style, are now thinking about whether there are suitable children in their family. Apart from other things, Ari Shang can refine space storage tools. If he can become a family member, it will not only be a face bonus, but also allow the whole family to step into a higher class. What's more, Ari Shang himself has a good appearance, figure, martial arts value and family background. It's a pity that Ari Shang is completely unkind. He directly ignores those who want to come up and talk to him. Moreover, he did not enter the private room or the front row VIP seats, but just found an empty seat and sat down. That seat was in the last row, so many people could only turn their heads to look at him. But Ari Shang sat with his arms folded, looking calm. That posture. It was as if wherever he sat was the throne. The dandy young master was so imposing that no one dared to sit next to him. Bourgeois pulled his hood down again. He wanted the people next to him to sit further away, but he didn't dare to make any move, for fear that others would notice him. Hateful, why did he have to sit at the edge? Now he wanted to move, but there was no seat for him to move. This conspicuous bag who deserved a beating. The people who came in later saw that there were no other empty seats in the hall, but they still dared to sit down a few seats away from Ari Shang. After the eldest prince and a few friends sat down in the private room, the auction officially began. The hall gradually became quiet, and people no longer turned their heads to look around or talk to others, but all cast their eyes to the front. The host was a rabbit boy with long ears and a cute face. But this rabbit boy is a very famous auction host. His age is not as young as his face looks. In fact, he is over 50 years old. Everyone, I know you don't like long nonsense, so let's start the auction of the first treasure now. There was applause, laughter, and whistles at the auction site. There are many big names at this auction, many of them are young people, and not all noble young masters and young ladies follow the rules. On the contrary, they are very rebellious. The first auction item for us was originally the finale treasure of the mid-year auction. I believe many people have been looking forward to its appearance. It is a treasure from the Great Prosperity era excavated by the treasure hunter Eagle Wing from an ancient ruins. It is a pair of perspective glasses that can see the bones, muscles, and internal organs of the human body, including blood circulation. Want to know the secrets of the human body? Want to know the source of your discomfort? Want to become a leader among healers and doctors? From the Great Prosperity era, these perspective glasses can gather energy as long as they are placed in the sun. There are no side effects when using them, and there is no limit on the number of times in time. As long as the energy is sufficient, they can be used continuously. The starting price is 10 gold shields, and each bid must not be less than 10 gold. The bidding begins. Such a treasure made people who originally only wanted to concentrate their funds to buy space bracelets unable to help but be moved. The auction site immediately became hot. The boss of the auction house secretly clenched his fists in excitement. They made the right choice to put the mid-year finale at the opening of today. If the opening treasure is not eye-catching and exciting enough, then it is likely that the guests will be looking forward to the space bracelet and impatient with other auction items. But if the space bracelet is taken out in advance, it is possible that the guests will concentrate their funds and bid for the space bracelet desperately, so that they will be powerless later or will not want to bid for other auction items because they did not get what they wanted. This is an extremely unfavorable situation for the auction house. Fortunately, they made the right choice, which was also the insistence of their auctioneer. The other party really understood the psychology of customers. The first lot was bought by the most famous doctor in the royal city. He himself was also a nobleman, although he was only a low-ranking lord, but his grandfather, who was an earl, was still alive, and his medical skills were indeed superb. The dignitaries in the royal city were willing to give him face. When the price was pushed to 320 gold, no one continued to bid. The owner of the auction house was already satisfied. This price was basically within his psychological price range. The auctioneer was witty and detailed but not annoying. Driven by his enthusiastic voice, the auction went smoothly to the middle. Seeing that the guests were already tired and many people were no longer paying attention to the auction items, the auctioneer looked somewhere and reached a consensus with the auctioneer's eyes. The auctioneer nodded. The host suddenly clapped his hands vigorously. The guests' attention was attracted. The auctioneer, everyone, the surprise you have been waiting for is here. The next item we are going to auction is. The host deliberately dragged out his tone. Someone couldn't help but shouted loudly below, "Space bracelet." Hurry up and bid for the space bracelet. There was a commotion in the hall, and in the end, everyone shouted space bracelet in unison. The atmosphere was getting better, and the host laughed loudly. Okay. Our next auction item is the space storage tool that everyone dreams of owning. Lot number 19, the space bracelet, made by Aries Shang. We are honored that this alchemist is here now, and I believe many people have seen him. Many people turned their heads to look at the last row. Aries Shang was looking at something sideways, as if looking at the guests sitting next to him. Oh my god, I have to say that this master is unexpectedly young and handsome. I wonder if Master Aries Shang is married. Thank me, I helped many guests here ask the questions they wanted to ask the most. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Aries Shang looked at the auction table. The host was startled and quickly changed the subject. Of course, our focus is the space bracelet made by the master. Now, let's take out this treasure. The host made a gesture. For strong orcs formed a square formation surrounded by four corners, guarding a middle-aged orc who walked out. The middle-aged orc solemnly held a transparent box and walked to the auction table under the protection of four guards. There was an exquisite shelf in the middle of the transparent box, and a bracelet was placed on the shelf. The shape of the bracelet was just a very ordinary round shape, with no patterns inside or outside, but there were small inlays on the outer surface. The inlays looked like gems, but without the bright colors of gems, they were simply inlaid on the surface of the bracelet. Everyone present focused their attention on this bracelet. Chapter 131. Its shape doesn't need too much description. Everyone present can see the nobility and elegance revealed in its minimalist style. Its color matching is extremely primary, showing the natural and classical style. Its material is even more mysterious. Perhaps it is precisely because of the special material that it has the magic of the mustard seed holy mountain. The auctioneer's voice is very contagious. The bracelet with an ordinary shape seems to become tall and noble under his description. It is not only full of design sense that ordinary people cannot understand, but also has a layer of mysterious brilliance. Even the few inconspicuous lines left on the bracelet for some reason were given multiple meanings by the host, as if without those lines, the design of this bracelet could not reach the pinnacle. Bouchois thought of those abstract, post-impressionist, and surrealist oil paintings that he could never understand. Unable to understand and appreciate, it does not prevent them from being expensive. A finger poked the back of his hand, hooked his finger, and wanted to shake hands with him. Bouchois slapped it away. What kind of occasion is this? You are playing such a role again. Don't get close to me. As you can see, it is not luxurious, it is not high profile, but this is exactly in line with the characteristics of treasures that are self-concealed. The guest's breathing became heavier. The host's voice suddenly increased. Now, let's return to its most dazzling and most unignorable characteristics. That's right, it is its inner, its capacity. This space bracelet has more than 10 cubic meters, close to 12 cubic meters of space. Cheer for its amazing capacity. There was an exclamation and a small noise in the hall. Nowadays, the space storage tools known to everyone in the orc world, except for the rumored huge space belt on the Tiger King, most of the other world-famous space storage capacities are only 1 to 3 cubic meters. It is said that the king of each country has a space ring, which is only about 10 cubic meters of space capacity. The capacity of nearly 12 cubic meters is enough to drive all the guests present crazy. The owner of the auction house and the host even felt sorry in their hearts. If Ari Shang could take their advice and put this auction in the inheritance sharing conference. During that period, then the guests would be more important and the auction price would naturally be higher. The host raised his voice again. According to the requirements of Master Ares, the starting price of this space bracelet is only 1 gold shield. Yes, you heard it right. Such a treasure will start from 1 gold, and there is no bidding amount requirement, even if you bid 1 gold and 1 copper tael. This is the willfulness of the top master. Everyone turned their heads again to look at the willful master. The young alchemist seemed a little listless, as if he had suffered some kind of grievance, and looked a little gloomy. His body was tilted, as if he was too close to his right. The unlucky guest on his right had to shrink to the door to avoid him. Everyone, the chance to own a legendary space bracelet has come. Now, the bidding begins. The host's words called back everyone's attention. The hall was quiet at first. No one bid immediately, but waited for others to bid first. There was no bidding requirement, but everyone knew that this space bracelet could not be sold at the price of 1 gold and 1 copper bought. Now it depends on how high the first bidder will raise the price of this space bracelet. The third prince snorted lightly. He wanted to use his prince status to oppress everyone present, so he called out the price of 1 gold and 1 copper bought. As long as others did not dare to compete with him, he could bid for this space bracelet at such a low price. But he also knew in his heart that doing so would inevitably offend Ari Shang. If Ari Shang was just a foreign nobleman of unknown origin, he, as a prince of Tiger Country, could completely ignore him. But the other party now claimed that this space bracelet was made by himself. It is nothing to offend a son of a noble, but it is very irrational to offend an alchemist who can refine a void storage. There are many people who have the same mentality as the third prince. They are eager to bid for this space bracelet at a low price, but they know rationally that it is impossible. Seeing that no one had made an offer, the eldest prince laughed heartily and spoke in the private room in the middle of the second floor. It seems that no one knows what price to offer for such a treasure, so I go first. Of course, the price I offer is not because I think this space bracelet is only worth this much, but everyone knows that my pocket money is not much. Everyone in the hall, who is of high status, laughed. The eldest prince smiled and raised his sign. 500 gold. 500 gold. The host repeated loudly. This is the first time to bid for the space bracelet. Our respectable guest in box number 1 took out his pocket money of 500 gold. It's my savings. It's not a one-time pocket money. The eldest prince added another comment. This time there were more laughs. The third prince curled his lips. He didn't like the eldest prince's approachable approach. A prince wanted to please his people and pretend to be poor. It was really embarrassing. 500 gold plus 1 copper tael. The third prince raised his sign. He offered this price to disgust the eldest prince on purpose, and also to disgust Ari Shang. The third prince didn't like people who were more high profile and reckless than himself. The eldest prince was speechless. He always felt that his third brother's IQ was a bit problematic. He couldn't do any serious work, but he was very happy to do one thing after another that was a jerk that dragged people down and caused trouble. Even though he did everything very stupidly, he still thought he did it very well. If this wasn't his biological brother, and they had their mother to protect him, He would have sent this brain-dead brother to a remote area long ago, letting him and the primitive orcs poison each other. Of course, the primitive orcs are not real primitive orcs, but some barbarians who survived from the poison mist but were unwilling to enter the civilized world, and continue to engage in slavery or even eat orcs. They are also the birthplace of the evil god believers. 650 gold. Before the host could claim the insulting bid, the second prince raised his finger. The third prince was even more unhappy. The eldest and second brother are not things, so he likes to show his superiority in front of him. Every time he sees these two, especially the second brother, he really wants to go up and slap him twice. But sadly, he couldn't beat his two brothers since he was a child, and neither of them could beat him. Even his eldest sister can beat him up at will. The youngest sister can also contradict him at will because of her parents' favor, and will not treat him as her brother at all. If he is not perverted, who is perverted? The eldest princess also wanted the space bracelet, but she did not bid immediately. She wanted to wait. The little princess did not know why, so she did not rush to bid. The host did not want to make the audience feel awkward, so he shouted, "The guest in box number 2 bid 650 gold. This is the latest bid. For a space bracelet, 680 gold. Thank you to the guest in box number 6 for bidding 680 gold. Box number 6, the Prime Minister's family." It was a very smart move for the host to only call the name of the room. He tried to blur the status of the guests so that everyone could bid freely without worrying too much, although there would definitely be face. Seeing that the three princes had already bid, the guests in other rooms and the people in the hall no longer hesitated, from tentatively bidding to fully devoting themselves to scramble and bid. This is a space bracelet with a capacity of nearly 12 cubic meters. The scene became hot again, and the hot atmosphere was gradually rising. 1,500 gold. Guest number 99 bids 1,500 gold. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The host's forehead was sweating, and the bidding was getting more and more intense. He had a hunch that 1,500 gold was just a hurdle, and there would probably be a big jump next. The host's hunch came true. Some guests in the second floor box raised a sign. 3,000 gold. The guest in box number 2 bids 3,000 gold. The host's voice was extremely excited. Many people turned their heads to look at box number 2, and even the third prince deliberately leaned out to mock his second brother. He could also take out 3,000 gold, but it would definitely hurt him for a long time. But the one who smiled and gestured to everyone in the second box was another person, a male orc with such handsome face that anyone who saw him would lose their mind. Seeing that it was the handsome Tionkin who bid 3,000 gold, many people were extremely surprised. They thought that Tionkin, who was suddenly treated as a guest of honor by the second prince, relied on his appearance. They didn't expect that Tionkin was so rich. Ordinary small nobles may not be able to come up with 500 gold savings, and 3,000 gold is definitely a large number. He is rich and handsome, but it's a pity that he is a disabled person. But Tionkin is so rich, and can be a guest of honor of the second prince. It seems that he is also a person worth making friends with, not handsome. I didn't think about anything, because someone next to him kept harassing him. 3,100 gold. The eldest princess raised the sign. The host took a deep breath. The distinguished guest in box 4 bid 3,100 gold. May I ask if there are other bids? If not, the eldest princess rarely goes out shopping, and even less to attend auctions. When it comes to the eldest princess, everyone thinks of her fighting power and her talent to transform into a giant beast. Compared with the three princes, the nobles of Tiger Country are more willing to give face to the eldest princess. It's not because her chance of succession is second only to the eldest prince, but because her teacher is one of the only 2 Grand Dukes in Tiger Country, and also the highest military commander, Grand Admiral Shiyu. They gave face to the eldest princess, which was in disguise to give face to Grand Admiral Shiyu. The auction house also sent an invitation to the Grand Admiral, and box number 7 was prepared for Shiyu. But Grand Duke Shiyu did not come, and only sent a guard to represent himself, and that guard was the child of her husband's younger brother, that is, her nephew. The Grand Duke of Lion Domain has no children of her own, so letting her nephew come on her behalf is already a face-giving act. Giving face to the auction house is also giving face to her husband. And the nephew of the Grand Duke of Lion Domain is also very sensible. He treats himself as a clay Buddha, just watching the show, and never bids for any auction item. The host knows the psychology of the powerful people in the royal city very well, so he even speaks in a tone that favors the Grand Princess, and wants to stop the bid at the number of 3,100 gold. Although this offer is a bit low for the space bracelet, but No matter how high the transaction price is, their auction house will not receive a copper bought in handling fees. Then why offend the Grand Princess? 3,100 gold once, 3,100 gold the second time, 3,100 gold the third time, 3,500 gold. Box number 5 raised a sign. The Grand Princess pursed her lips. She knew that her sister would target her. 4,000 gold. In the hall, a male orc with a scarf wrapped on his face raised a sign. The host took a deep breath again. Guest number 61 bids 4,000 gold. Bouchois turned his eyes, and thought the voice was familiar. Like the treasure hunter Eagle Wing? The dandy young master next door stared at him again, then followed his gaze and turned back. Bouchois clenched his fists. Stop looking. Don't you know how many people are watching you? 5,000 gold. Someone else called out a new bid. 6,000. 8,000. 9,005. Seeing that the bid was approaching the 10,000 gold mark, both the people in the auction house and the guests became more excited. Bouchois wanted to beat someone up. He saw someone's highlight moment, but he definitely didn't want to follow the highlight. Wait, why is this guy's face close to me? What does he want to do? 9,005 per time. 10,000 gold. The guest in box number 7 offers 10,000 gold. The host's voice became sharp. Bouchois took advantage of the moment when everyone was attracted by the host's passionate voice and slapped the face that came close to him. Everyone knew who the guest in box number 7 was. He was the eldest son and only son of Chester, another Grand Duke of Tiger Country. Unlike other orcs, Grand Duke Chester wanted a son very much, and he got married late, not until he was 200 years old, and had an even more urgent need for children. He and his first wife had 3 daughters in total. Seeing that his wife had not gotten pregnant again, Grand Duke Chester was very anxious. Perhaps this anxiety put great pressure on the Grand Duchess. Soon, the Grand Duchess fell ill, and could not delay it any longer after a year. Less than half a year after his wife died, the Grand Duke of Chester quickly married his wife's sister, and gave birth to 2 more daughters within 5 years. Not long after, his second wife also died. The public statement was that the 2 sisters suffered from the same family disease, and his wife's family also acquiesced. Then the Grand Duke of Chester married a third wife. His third wife also gave him a daughter in the first pregnancy, but unfortunately, this daughter could not be raised. 2 years later, the young third Grand Duchess finally got pregnant again, and this time she was lucky to give birth to a male orc. The Grand Duke of Chester really treated this son like a pearl and a treasure, giving him whatever he wanted and raising this son to be extremely spoiled. However, it is said that the son of this Grand Duke is not in good health and rarely runs out to cause trouble. But if this person does not come out, it will be fine. Once he shows up, everyone will have to revolve around him. Those who dare to make him unhappy will not have a good result. Even the princes and princesses, he doesn't take them seriously. The 3 princes and 2 princesses were not willing to mess with the lifeblood of the Grand Duke of Chester. Bouchois was not familiar with this person, but he had seen him before. This duke's son was not ugly, but his face was too pale, his eyelids were blue, his hair was thin and yellow, his ears were drooping, and his body was thin and weak, so he didn't look like a healthy person. In the orc world, Yandra has never had a market. If it weren't for his father, the sick duke's son would never be spoiled. When the host saw that it was this person who made the bid, he thought to himself, no one should bid anymore. Sure enough, when the offer of 10,000 gold was made, coupled with the identity of the bidder, the whole hall became quiet. 10,000 gold once, 10,000 gold twice, 10,000 gold 3 times. Dang! The host knocked the hammer heavily, indicating that the auction was completed. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box 7, you have obtained a rare treasure in the world, a space bracelet with a capacity of nearly 12 cubic meters. Chapter 132. The space bracelet was immediately escorted to box number 7. At the same time, 10,000 gold was also delivered to Aries Shang. This is a bone card. The entire face value is 10,000 gold, which can be exchanged for cash at the National Bank in Wangcheng. Interestingly, the National Bank of Tiger Country is not spread throughout the Tiger Country, only in Wangcheng. Other large towns such as Black Forest City and Moro City only have local banks. Local banks recognize money cards issued by the National Bank, but the National Bank does not recognize savings notes issued by local banks. For this reason, if customers want local banks to issue money cards recognized by the National Bank, they have to pay a certain exchange fee. Aries Shang took the money card and stuffed it into the hand of the orc sitting on the right. Give it to you as pocket money. Bouchois widened his eyes. He knew this guy would make trouble. The auction house manager who came to deliver the money card in person was stunned and subconsciously looked at Hu Bushui wearing a hood. Who is this? He actually let Ari Shang give him 10,000 gold as pocket money. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Bushui didn't have time to think about the other party's intentions. He subconsciously opened Ari Shang's palm, stood up, turned around and walked quickly to the employee door next to him. Hey, what's your name? Don't go. Don't you like Jinda Shield? Do you like the space ring? Wait. Ari Shang stood up and was about to catch up. The nearby guests and auction house employees, The shopkeeper awkwardly called Ari Shang, Master, several distinguished guests want to meet you to talk about customizing the empty storage. No time. Ari Shang was impatient and waved his bone staff to signal the shopkeeper to move aside. The price is negotiable. The shopkeeper quickly added, and held out several invitations that were either exquisitely luxurious or solemn and ancient. Get lost. Ari Shang didn't even look at him, and pushed the shopkeeper away with his bone staff, and chased after the hooded orc. Everyone who saw the scene, The auction was still going on, but all the guests on the second floor had left. Now that the space bracelet had an owner, these guests didn't plan to stay any longer. Originally, they had asked the auction house to send an invitation to Ari Shang, hoping to borrow the auction house's reception room for a meeting, mainly because they wanted to order space storage from Ari Shang in person, at least to make friends. Unexpectedly, Ari Shang was so disrespectful that he actually ran out after an orc, and his eager and excited look was like seeing a peerless beauty. The truly peerless beauty, the master of Tianquan Valley, and the equally handsome second prince, Needless to say, the hooded orc aroused the curiosity of most people present. Many people began to inquire about the origins of the hooded orc. Everyone's heart was no longer on the auction. As the distinguished guests on the second floor left, some guests in the hall gradually left. 2 more items were reluctantly auctioned, one of which was unsold, and the auctioneer immediately announced that the auction was over. This auction was a success, and a pity for Shiming Auction House, but it was topical enough, and it was also convenient for Shiming Auction House to take advantage of this heat to brew again. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming All-Orc Continent Heritage Sharing Conference, and everyone wanted to take advantage of this conference to reap a wave of dividends. Shiming Auction House can contact Ari Shang and ask him to put the space bracelet in their auction house for auction, which is very beneficial for promoting their reputation during the conference. Let alone other things. When the name of Ari Shang, the master of space storage and refining, spreads throughout the Orc Continent, their Shiming Auction House will definitely occupy a place in these rumors. If the leaders and wealthy people of other countries want to buy or auction any treasures in the Tiger King's capital, the first place they will consider will definitely be Shiming Auction House. And this is the effect that Shiming Auction House wants. But now, the most talked about thing in the royal city is not Shiming Auction House, and the space bracelet it auctioned. They have become part of the background of the story. Now the most curious and mentioned thing by the people in the royal city is the hooded orc, who was chased out of the auction house by Ari Shang. That was the person who made Ari Shang give away 10,000 gold shields on the spot. Ari Shang even asked him in person whether he wanted a space ring, but that person ran away. Who doesn't like to get rich overnight? Who doesn't want to become a phoenix? This kind of common orc meets the son of a rich man and is pursued madly by him at first sight is the most popular thing for orcs, both male and female. In the taverns, hotels, streets, and alleys of the royal city, people are talking about this matter everywhere. Countless people envy the hooded orc and dream that if they could sit next to Ari Shang at that time, they might also be favored by him. Many people went to ask the Shiming Auction House, using all kinds of means of coercion and inducement to know who the Shiming Auction House gave the invitation to. But the Shiming Auction House is also very distressed. They will send invitations to people of noble status, previous big customers, and new nobles in the royal city, but they also send some invitations to partners. The partners will send people according to their needs. The ordinary seats at the back of the hall are for these people. Most of these people are children or themselves of some small families and officials. They come here to broaden their horizons or try to make friends with certain people. The professional bidders and atmosphere groups specially arranged by the auction will also be arranged there. These ordinary seats are numbered, but there is no number on the invitation letter. Ordinary guests can sit in the back rows. How can they lock the identity of the hooded guest? Fortunately, the people in the royal city did not worry for too long, and the identity of the hooded guest was soon exposed. Because Ari Shang's behavior is really too high profile, and he does not hide who he likes. He goes to the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau every day, and every time he goes, he asks to see someone, that is, their first-level special investigator Raphael Longmu. Every time he goes, he brings gifts. The first day is 5 boxes of gold shields, 2,000 per box. Aries Shang fulfilled his promise. He really exchanged 10,000 gold and gave it to Raphael Longmu as pocket money. Raphael Longmu certainly couldn't take it. Aries Shang actually threw the 10,000 gold into the Special Investigation Bureau and left. The chief waved his hand. Take them all to Raphael Longmu. The next day, Aries Shang came again. This time he held a space ring in his hand and shouted at the door of the Special Investigation Bureau. AMU, come and see me. Last time I refined a space storage tool, I made a few more. This space ring has the largest space. I give it to you to play with. People who were peeking and eavesdropping nearby, Woohoo! I'm so envious. My handkerchief is about to be bitten through. Those guests who went to the auction but didn't bid for the space bracelet, if you made a few more, why don't you sell them? What are you giving away? Don't you know that you will end up with nothing after licking the dog? Raphael Longmu still refused to show up. When the director saw the space ring thrown on his desk, he didn't know how much willpower he had to suppress his greed to embezzle it. He waved his hand with heartache and called for someone. No, he should send it himself. He was afraid that other employees of the Special Investigation Bureau didn't have such strong willpower. On the third day, Aries Shang pushed a whole cart of food, followed by 2 full carts, claiming to support the Special Investigation Bureau. On the fourth day, Aries Shang rode a giant insect and threw a huge beast from his empty storage, saying that the meat was for Raphael Longmu's meal. Day 5. Raphael Longmu refused to see Aries Shang. Aries Shang didn't know who had given him advice, so he stopped sending random gifts and instead said he had clues about the evil god's followers. The Special Investigation Bureau had no choice but to receive him, but Aries Shang only wanted Raphael Longmu to be in charge of his case. Raphael Longmu used the excuse that he was busy at work to refuse to see Aries Shang. Aries Shang started to make trouble. Yes, sending gifts before was not considered making trouble for him. He didn't know where he got the clues from, but he actually picked several evil god's followers' strongholds in a row. Some of those strongholds were in the red light district, some in the slums, and some were actually related to the officials of the royal city. If it was just nonsense, it would be fine. At most, the royal city sheriff would go to Aries Shang with a fierce face and charge him with a crime such as disturbing public order. But the strongholds that Aries Shang found were actually related to the evil god believers. There were not only physical evidence, but also witnesses. The witnesses were the evil god believers, who did not look like normal people. Aries Shang also searched for insect poison from these places, and captured the owner of Guanjin Entertainment, and several Guanjin Entertainment executives in the farm outside the city of the official involved. Well, Aries Shang took these witnesses and paraded them around the city, escorting them to the gate of the Special Investigation Bureau. What could the Special Investigation Bureau do? Of course, they could only receive Aries Shang and detain the suspects he sent. Raphael Longmu had to come out and deal with Aries Shang at the strong request of the chief director. Because the chief director said, this Aries Shang is not a low-key person, and he will definitely make the whole royal city restless in order to achieve his goals. Although Aries Shang helped to find several bases of the evil god believers, it was good for both the royal city and the tiger country, but at the critical moment, when the inheritance conference was about to be held, everyone wanted to be stable, rather than seeing fireworks in the royal city, playing tricks of the dandy noblemen kicking doors, setting fires, and catching evil god believers every day. The most terrifying thing is that Aries Shang's personality, appearance, family background and personal talents allowed him to quickly gather a group of fans in the royal city. The identities of these fans are at worst the children of an official or a wealthy businessman. These young orcs from powerful families all have a rebellious heart, but they either can't do what Aries Shang does, or they don't dare to do it. They are suffocated every day. After seeing a person like Aries Shang appear, they are naturally attracted. If Aries Shang only did some of the usual bad things that the playboys usually do, he would not have attracted so many fans of extraordinary status. He obviously did things in a high-profile and reckless manner, but what he did made the people couldn't help but applaud. Whether it was killing the infected people in the suburban manner, making the space bracelet, and then going to fight the evil god believer's stronghold alone, all these things made the orcs admire him greatly. So many children of the rich and powerful were attracted, and naturally began to imitate their idols. Seeing Aries Shang go to trouble the evil god believers, these children of the rich and powerful also excitedly set up secret societies, using their family background and family connections to start looking for relevant clues about the evil god believers everywhere, and after preliminary analysis and summary, they sent them to Aries Shang. Many people in the royal city, who had guilty consciences, had a headache. Those dandy boys usually don't do serious work, and their individual strength is nothing. But when they get together and gather their strength, they are very scary. Maybe many of these powerful and wealthy boys are fools. But not all of them are fools. As long as there are one or two talented people, they can be organized and help them analyze and sort out clues. In addition, there are some people around the fools. If they gather together, what will happen? What's more, they sent the gathered intelligence to Aries Shang. If the powerful and wealthy boys who were born and raised in the royal city still have some scruples when doing certain things and investigating certain people, but Aries Shang, the dandy young master from outside, doesn't follow the rules of the rivers and lakes at all, and doesn't believe in the saying that a dragon from across the river can't suppress a local snake. As long as he gets a clue, he dares to come to find you, no matter what backers are behind you. If Aries Shang is a weakling who can't beat others, it's fine, but this guy is really strong. He hasn't lost until now. Of course, people with headaches have to find their backers to cry to. The backers were annoyed and had a headache, so of course, they had to go to the elders of the family of the relevant people. In this way, layer by layer, the pressure piled up on the head of the director of the Special Investigation Bureau. The director had no choice but to pull out Raphael Longmu to block the sword. In short, you provoked it, you solve it. Chapter 133. Two people sat across a desk, facing each other. Aries Shang crossed his legs, leaning on the back of the chair, and he felt as relaxed and comfortable as if he were in his own bedroom. Bu Shuai got up and poured 2 cups of tea, put one in front of Aries Shang, and smiled bitterly. You are really a troublemaker. Aries Shang. Shang Feifan smiled, put 2 fingers together, and rubbed them across his forehead to salute, then took the cup and drank the tea. Bu Shuai leaned on the edge of the desk and sighed. Yesterday, the Tiger King called me to the palace and asked me what was going on with a smile. I just want to see others jealous of you and want to go crazy. What? I said. Shang Feifan looked at Bu Shuai in a neat uniform with greed and desire. You look so good in this. Can you unbuckle your belt, turn around, and hold the table with your hands? Bu Shuai quickly went through this posture in his mind, and his old face turned red. Get lost. Shang Feifan stood up and approached Bu Shuai. Bu Shuai leaned back slightly. I want to kiss you. Can you close your eyes? Of course, you can also not close them. After someone finished speaking, he kissed Bu Shuai without waiting for Bu Shuai to respond. Bu Shuai walked to the window, opened the window, let the cold wind blow in, and cooled his red face and body. His forehead was slightly wet with sweat. A pair of hands hugged him from behind. Bu Shuai quickly closed the curtains again. Someone behind him chuckled. What are you afraid of? If someone wants to see it, let them see it. I just want to confirm our relationship. Is it you, or Aries Shang? Bu Shuai's mind was still a little unclear. Is there any difference between me and Aries Shang? No matter what I become, you can recognize me at a glance, right? Peck. Stop. Bu Shuai turned around quickly, and grabbed the 2 hands that were messing with him. He didn't want to continue the crab behavior that he just interrupted. This is the office of the Special Investigation Bureau. He doesn't want to do anything messy here. Shang Feifan's eyes were a little red, but he could still hold it back, so he took a step back, lest he really couldn't help it and force something. He knew he could do such a thing. Bu Shuai underestimated his temptation to him, especially when he was wearing such a damn fitted uniform. Why didn't Bu Shuai wear this uniform when he was with him before? Forget it, this question is not important. Fuck. Why are the uniforms of the Special Investigation Bureau so good looking? He thought the uniforms of those security guards and city guards were ugly. But when he just imagined Bu Shuai wearing the uniforms of security guards and city guards in his mind, he suddenly felt that those uniforms also had their merits. It's over, he must drink some tea. Yes, drink some tea to calm down. Not handsome, I saw Shang Feifan pick up the teacup and pour the already cold tea on his head. Is this guy affected by the character he plays? However, Shang Feifan can play the role of a willful and reckless young master so well, maybe this guy is simply acting in his true colors. In other words, the previous Shang Feifan was pretending in front of him. Or is the more mature and rational Shang Feifan simply a character he played out? I'm not that crazy. Shang Feifan suddenly spoke. But he soon showed a hesitant look. Maybe. Just a little bit? Shang Feifan pinched a little distance between his index finger and thumb, indicating that it was really little. After all, I have a lot of work pressure, and I can't really do whatever I want most of the time. Although I really want to shoot some people, I have also thought about wiping 1 or 2 countries off the map. Well, sometimes I also want to kill my boss, so my boss is bald very quickly. He is only 10 years older than me, But now he is so old. Shang Feifan said that he had a hard time at that time. Bu Shuai also said with difficulty, I now understand why people like you retire in their prime, and your superiors will agree. Shang Feifan smiled, pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his face, opened the curtains with one hand, and looked out the window. They are all very curious about what I like about you. It is said that someone is already looking for someone who looks like you, and they are planning to meet me by chance. Oh! Hearing this, the unhandsome mouth seemed to have its own will, and said baldly, Is this the rhythm of the double, and the white moonlight? You find that the double is true love, and the white moonlight becomes wall dust, and then turns into leukemia. The double is sad and leaves the hometown, finds out that she is pregnant, and donates organs to the white moonlight after giving birth. My God, these plots can be filmed for at least 200 episodes. Can I refuse to act? Poof! Shang Feifan burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he reached out to hold the window. Outside the window is the compound of the Special Investigation Bureau, where some low plants are planted, but there are no big trees, and you can see outside the wall at a glance. Outside the wall is the street, with cars and pedestrians passing by. Everything seems normal, but Shang Feifan knows that there are people standing in the street as long as they can see Raphael Longmu's office. No one knew where Raphael Longmu's office was before, and people didn't care about it. Even those who didn't like him would not go to investigate it. But after Aries Shang began to pursue Raphael in a high-profile manner, all the information about Raphael Longmu became a hot commodity. Raphael Longmu was only well known among a certain group of people before, but now everyone in the royal city, from the 300-year-old orcs to the little cubs who just learned to speak, knows that Raphael Longmu is the illegitimate son of the Tiger King's lover. Shang Feifan's laughter gradually stopped, and his ugly eyes were particularly lingering. His body was just facing the window. Enough of laughing? Bu Shuai glanced at someone coldly and ruthlessly. Before, you asked me to cooperate with you and said you would explain to me later. Is it time to explain now? Why are you so high profile? You know I don't like this, and I don't like to expose everything about myself to others and be randomly criticized by countless people. Bu Shuai knows how people outside evaluate him even if he doesn't go out these days, because even the special investigators and ordinary employees in the Special Investigation Bureau are talking about him, and he has a very good hearing. Every day, he is forced to listen to a lot of gossip about himself, some of which he can't believe are himself. That feeling is really... Shang Feifan turned his back to the window and held Bu Shuai's hand. I will retire, but me and the boss, both sides feel that I am no longer suitable to continue. Some people are worried about me. Isn't there a saying that goes if you walk along the river, you will get your shoes wet? Some people are worried about my mental state, afraid that I can't control it, or even go astray. After all, people who hold power, weapons, money and connections for a long time are easily corrupted, and those who hold these have certain abilities. Shang Feifan spread his hands. Not everyone can resist not expanding, and don't want to get rid of the shackles on their bodies. In fact, many people have accidents, and even betrayed. I can't guarantee it myself, so I decided to retire, and they accepted it. Bu Shuai didn't expect Shang Feifan to suddenly tell him about his private affairs, and he listened to it subconsciously. Shang Feifan pinched his fingers. In exchange, I can keep everything I have worked hard for half my life, but I can no longer return to China openly. After all, I am a famous black businessman on some lists, and my nationality is uncertain. But the situation is not bad. I just changed from my own side to a friendly side. The trust has been reduced, but we can still cooperate and support each other in some things. Bu Shuai frowned, and his thoughts easily shifted from himself to Shang Feifan. Is retirement the only way out? Can't I switch to other jobs? I thought it was easy to switch jobs internally. Shang Feifan waved his hand. I can indeed switch to other jobs, such as consultants and instructors. If I am willing to wait, maybe I can have a better development after I am 40 or 50 years old. But my personality makes it impossible for me to sit in the office peacefully. If someone makes trouble for me during work, I am much more likely to twist the other person's neck directly than to talk to him. Shang Feifan sighed. After working outside for many years, I am no longer used to taking the conventional route. I like a more practical, effective, simple and direct way of handling things. And my colleagues all know this, and I have never concealed it. Bu Shuai was silent. He had to admit that some people are really not suitable for sitting in an office, and don't like to do things according to the rules. Shang Feifan is obviously such a person, not to mention that he has been free-range and growing freely for so long. Sure enough, Aries Shang is his true self. I have to say that I prefer a free life to sitting in an office and managing others. Shang Fifan said frankly. So where do you live now? What do you do? Bushuai didn't expect Shang Fifan to answer, and even if he answered, he didn't expect him to tell the truth. But Shang Fifan answered, he said, I have a farm in Oceania, and now I am a farmer, dealing with cattle, horses, sheep and farmland every day. Bushuai looked at him suspiciously, a little unconvinced. Would someone like Shang Fifan be willing to be a farmer? Shang Fifan laughed, really? It's a pity that I can't take you to see it in a short time. My farm is doing well. It mainly raises a kind of high-quality beef cattle with excellent taste. This year we are also preparing to participate in the International Beef Cattle Competition and want to win a gold medal. If we can win this gold medal, my farm will be able to make a profit in 3 to 5 years just by selling breeding cattle. In addition, I also want to raise a few racehorses. This is not mainly for making money, but for making friends. Shang Fifan said, and then he leaned against the window. He also pulled Bushuai to his side. Bushuai didn't pay attention to the distance between himself and Shang Fifan. He was too familiar with Lao Shang. He would subconsciously consider some distances that others thought were too close to be safe distances. The two of them just stood at the window and chatted casually. Shang Fifan also told Bushuai that all countries are paying attention to this holographic game and sending people to find ways to apply for accounts or directly control players with existing accounts to find out the secrets of this holographic game. I have cooperation with China in this regard. There is a research department that specifically connects with me and is responsible for monitoring and reviewing my physical data when I play the game every day, as well as the actual physical changes. However, I recently ended my cooperation with them. In fact, since we met in Moro City, the data I uploaded to them has been tampered with, not my real physical data. Bushuai raised his eyebrows. Does the game affect your real body? Shang Fifan nodded. They didn't suspect anything? Didn't they look for you? I made an excuse, saying that the game developer might have discovered that my body data was being monitored, and then wanted to delete my game ID, so I had to temporarily leave the data monitoring. Do they know your game account name? I don't know. I made up a fake ID name for them at the beginning. He likes to leave more than one way out for himself in everything he does, and the facts show that his early preparations were not wasted. The fake account name actually belongs to a friend of Lao Fu, who is a very low-key person, and is almost invisible in real life. Now that guy is the head of Lao Fu's intelligence team, and he is very happy to do his job. He especially likes to dig out all kinds of secrets and privacy of Tianquan Valley Master, and then sell them to those fans who are obsessed with Tianquan Valley Master's handsome face. Shang Fifan suspected that the guy was now following the Lord of Tianquan Valley as his attendant. In other words, the other party was also in the royal city. Bushuai was still concerned about the fact that the game body affected Shang Fifan's real body, and was about to ask further questions. Wait! Are you deliberately changing the subject? You don't want to answer my question just now, so you tell me this, right? You bastard! Tell me, what are you planning? Shang Fifan suddenly pulled Bushuai into his arms. Slap me. Huh? Quick! Bushuai raised his hand and waved his palm. He clenched his fist and hit Shang Fifan in the face. You asked me to hit him. Shang Fifan covered his eyes and stepped back, hitting the window frame. His Bushuai was still reluctant to use his strength, so he had to perform hard. Go back and sit behind your desk, and act very angry. Bushuai didn't understand what this guy was doing, but out of the accumulated trust, he still did the relevant actions and sat down on the chair behind the desk. After a while, footsteps were heard outside. Bang! The office door was kicked open. The third prince held his head high and broke into Raphael Longmu's office like a proud rooster, saying dirty words. Isn't this my dear bastard brother? I heard that you hooked up with a wild man these days? And you made him crazy? TSK, you really make me doubt whether your shameless mother got your gender wrong. In fact, you are not male, but female, right? Not handsome. It's over. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Aries Shang. His body had stood up, his mouth was open, and the sound of stopping had not yet come out of his throat. Aries Shang's fist had already hit the third prince's face. Chapter 134. Bang! The third prince flew up and hit the half-open office door hard. Stop! What are you doing? The servants brought by the third prince were horrified. Their shouts, and the sound of the third prince falling to the ground sounded at the same time. Several servants rushed forward together, trying to help the third prince up, and some wanted to arrest Aries Shang. Aries Shang actually walked towards the third prince, who was helped up, and kicked him in the stomach. Shuai jumped out with his hand on the table when he saw that the situation was not right. At this time, he hugged Aries Shang and dragged him back. Aries Shang's big foot did not kick the third prince. The third prince was still in shock. This man really dared to hit him. He was a prince, but the third prince was shaking in his heart and was tough on his mouth. He yelled in a hoarse voice, "You bastard! You dared to attack me! Catch him! I'm going to kill him! I'm going to put him in jail until he dies!" Several servants received the order and rushed over immediately. "Enough!" Shuai shouted, dragged Aries Shang behind him, walked between the two, and drew out the standard long sword of the special commissioner. The long sword pointed at the servants, who were about to rush over to catch people. "Get back! Where do you think this is? If you attack here, I don't need a reason to kill you." Several servants were frightened. They had followed the third prince to find trouble with Raphael Longmu before, but they were really no match for Raphael Longmu. Raphael Longmu would not kill you, but he would break your arms and legs when he was really angry. If he wanted to protect the object of his pursuit, it was not impossible for him to kill them. Anyway, if they were in trouble so frequently, they would definitely hate the other party so much that they would kill all of them. The third prince probably noticed the hesitation of the servants and cursed angrily, but he did not force his men to confront Raphael, so he kept swearing at Raphael. "Are you protecting a foreign spy? Protecting a foreigner who beat up the prince of your own country?" The third prince covered his eyes and felt dizzy. Shuai had a blank expression. The prince of Tiger Country can't even take a punch from a young man who is much younger than you. "Do you think it's a great honor if it gets out?" The third prince choked. "Your mother." He hates Shuai's calmness and sharpness. He should obviously avoid them, fear them, and hate them, but he always acts like a person who has nothing to do with them. The most hateful thing is that no matter how he struggles, Raphael Longmu is not afraid of him, but only annoyed by him. People who know Raphael in the royal city say that he doesn't like to cause trouble, that he is a dull person, that he is not tough, and some even say that he is a little soft in dealing with people, but no one has ever said that he is timid, let alone that he is afraid of anyone. He is calm even when meeting the queen. The queen and the Tiger King have an agreement that they will not embarrass him or cause trouble for him in public, and the two have always gotten along well. The third prince was so angry that his body trembled. Aries Shang pulled away Shuai and faced the third prince directly, pointing at his nose and scolding him arrogantly, "Keep your mouth clean. If I hear you say something dirty again, I will knock out all your teeth. I don't know if a toothless tiger can still have the right of inheritance." "You?" The third prince was furious again. "Shut up," Shuai shouted. After shouting, he turned to Aries Shang and said, "I am very grateful that you stood up for me. But please don't be disrespectful to my prince in front of me." Aries Shang raised his hand. Then he has to learn to respect others. The third prince saw that Shuai was still on his side reluctantly, and his anger was slightly reduced. Especially when he saw that Aries Shang's right eye began to turn purple. The third prince was about to laugh, but he was grimacing in pain from the corner of his eye. Then he thought that he was hit harder than Aries Shang, and the bruises would definitely be more ugly, and maybe even dark circles. Thinking of this, he just wanted to go back and apply medicine before his eyes were swollen and ugly to the point of being unsightly. But it would be too embarrassing to just leave like this. The situation was deadlocked. "Excuse me, Prince San, is there anything important that you came to the Special Investigation Bureau for?" Shuai emphasized the word important. The third prince had a way out and stopped staring at Aries Shang. He didn't want to offend this alchemist who could refine empty storage, although it seemed that they had become enemies now. "I heard that the Special Investigation Bureau is investigating the evil god believers who appeared in Black Forest City. And they suspect that those evil god believers are related to Marquis Denton?" The third prince covered his eyes and said. Shuai said coldly, "It's related to the case, I can't comment." The third prince got angry again and raised his voice. "I can guarantee that Marquis Denton has no relationship with the evil god believers. Don't rely on your status as a special investigator to deliberately put on Marquis Denton. I tell you, if you dare to slander a first-class Marquis, then wait. You came here in person to guarantee for Marquis Denton?" Shuai interrupted the third prince and asked coldly, "Does His Majesty know that you are doing this? Can you really afford this guarantee?" Shuai pressed the question further, and before the third prince could speak, he said, "Don't rush to say harsh words, think carefully before you speak. Otherwise I will investigate you as well. You worm, you bastard." The third prince saw Aries Shang picked up the bone staff and quickly changed his words. "Don't think you are so powerful just because you are a special investigator. Since you left the royal city, why did you come back? Do you want to come back to fight for the throne? Just because you are a dishonorable illegitimate child. You know clearly that no nobles or officials will support you. Bu Shuai was speechless. You treasure the throne, but that doesn't mean others also want it. If you want the right to inherit, go fight with the Tiger King, and do your best to show your presence. Those who want to be kings in the future can't rely on swearing and making trouble for their own people all day long to show their presence. Instead of treating AMU as an opponent, you might as well be wary of your brothers and sisters. As you said, AMU's right of inheritance is the lowest among you. It's really stupid for you to make trouble for him. In addition to helping your brothers and sisters solve their opponents, you can also solve yourself. What can you get? Arishan also mocked on the side. The third prince was stubborn. Raphael, don't think I don't know what you were planning. You just want to provoke internal fighting among the 5 of us brothers and sisters, and watch the 5 of us fight and bleed, and finally die together, so that you can take the opportunity to take the throne. Bu Shuai really didn't know what to say to this prince, so he could only praise him. Oh, you are so smart. Arishan laughed and clapped his hands. What a wonderful analysis. What a talent. What a talent. Who taught you all this? The third prince was so angry that his face turned red. Hey, do you have any space storage tools over there? How about selling me one? Arishan, Bu Shuai looked at him in surprise, as if he had just met the third prince. The third prince was angry, but it didn't stop him from talking about business. He thought he was talking about business. Do you have any more? You can take out space rings and give them away casually, so what's wrong with selling me one? But I don't have 10,000 gold, only 3,000. If you are willing to sell it, forget about your beating me today. Arishan, go! You want to buy empty storage for 3,000 gold, what are you daydreaming about? Even if you are the third prince, you have to at least take out 10,000 gold. 3,500. The third prince gritted his teeth. Arishan rolled his eyes. The third prince seemed to have made a great decision. If you sell me an empty reserve for 3,500, I will not bother Raphael in the future. Bu Shuai, 5,000, come to me when you are ready. Arishan actually agreed. Bu Shuai turned his head and glared at him. Arishan winked at him. Well, if we get married, this guy will also become my relative. It's not good to not give face to relatives. Bu Shuai, bullshit relative. The third prince looked at Bu Shuai, then at Arishan, and said to Bu Shuai, I can help you to plead with father. You can get an alchemist master as a partner. I think father will be very happy. I can also find a wedding venue for you. After you marry Master Arishan, you can leave Tiger Country with him and go to his country. Bu Shuai, so this is your idea? You want me to change my nationality to completely lose my inheritance rights? Arishan chuckled. He began to think that the third prince was really a genius. The third prince couldn't come up with 5,000 gold at the moment, and said he would go back to make up for it. In the end, he told Bu Shuai very gently that Arishan was a good match, and asked him not to pretend to be reserved and accepted boldly. Bu Shuai wanted to kick the third prince out of his office personally. The third prince left with his servants, and when he left, he specially asked the servants to get a hat to wear on his head. In the office, Bu Shuai looked at the closed office door and thought about it. There was laughter behind him. Don't think about it. You can't figure out the thoughts of a psychopath. Shang Fifan said from behind. Bu Shuai turned around and shook his head. I think I may have misjudged the third prince. Maybe among all the princes and princesses, he is the one who hides the most. Do you think his previous behavior was a protective color? Otherwise, how do you explain his psychotic behavior today? Maybe he really wants an empty reserve, and is willing to lose face for it. In addition, he wants to match you and me, and wants to give the tiger people a deeper impression that you are mixed with a foreign male orc, so that you will completely lose the support of the people? I thought that I would be a plus point for me if I became a couple with the alchemist master. Bu Shuai said unhappily. Shang Fifan laughed again, and his chest trembled with laughter. But it would be different if you married a foreign country. Marry? Marry into the wife's family. Get out. What's wrong with your eyes? Bu Shuai remembered that he didn't use that much force. Shang Fifan's fingers lightly stroked his eye circles. Oh, I just put some paint on it before the third prince broke in, and I will deepen it a little later. Bu Shuai frowned. What do you want to do? Pursue you. Bu Shuai took a deep breath. Are you having fun? Shang Fifan chuckled and nodded. I am indeed very happy. Baby, enjoy my pursuit of you. I promise you will become the most envied person in the entire royal city, and even the entire tiger country. No, the entire orc continent. Bu Shuai. Do you really want to sell an empty storage to the third prince? Why not? It's just made of scraps anyway. Shang Fifan took out a space bracelet of the same style, pointed at the gravel on it, and said, "This space is the smallest, with only 5 or 6 cubic meters of space, and it's just right to sell it for 5,000 gold." Shang Fifan suddenly looked up, as if he thought of something, and said super stingily, "If I had known, I would have put less scraps, and a space of 1 cubic meter would be enough. Well, I do this next time." Chapter 135. When Ari Shang walked out of the Special Investigation Bureau, everyone saw his bruised right eye. But he was not ashamed but proud of it. He held his head high, as if he wanted everyone to see the injury on his face. On the way, someone deliberately met him, and was surprised to care about his injury, and asked who had hurt him, and expressed his willingness to stand up for him. Ari Shang waved the bone staff back and forth, touched his eye sockets, and his expression was a little rippled. "You don't understand. This is the proof of love. There's a saying in our country that beating is love, and scolding is love, and when you love deeply, kick with your feet." In less than half a day, the news that the alchemist Ari Shang failed to pursue the Tiger King's illegitimate son Raphael Longmu, and was beaten black and blue spread throughout the royal city, and gradually spread to all parts of the Tiger Kingdom, and even more distant places. There was also the fact that the third prince ran to the Special Investigation Bureau, and seemed to have injuries on his face when he came out, which also attracted a lot of attention. The queen sent someone to ask the third prince if he had suffered any loss. But the third prince dismissed him with a few words. The third prince was with a group of friends at that time. He was boasting that he could get the empty storage as long as he could get 5,000 gold. Some people who were willing to curry favor with the third prince, such as the youngest son of the Lord of Moro City, Shixian, were willing to lend money to the third prince. Even Shixian had a small request, hoping to meet Ari Shang. "No problem. Ari Shang and I have a close relationship. I had a fight with him. Yes, he was the one who hurt me on my face. He is really a willful guy. He even dared to hit the prince. But I didn't let him go. He was also injured by me. After we finished fighting. Good brothers are made by fighting. He is willing to sell me an empty reserve at a super low price of 5,000 gold." The third prince said with a beaming face. Yes, he went to the Special Investigation Bureau today not to make trouble for Raphael, but to make trouble for Ari Shang. He has sent invitations several times, and sent his confidants to ask for an interview with Ari Shang, but they were all rejected by Ari Shang. That guy refused to see anyone after the auction, and it was useless to say anything. He was completely unmoved, as if all his energy was focused on pursuing Raphael. The third prince couldn't sit still after learning that Ari Shang went to the Special Investigation Bureau again, and successfully entered Raphael's office this time. He was going to the Special Investigation Bureau to find Ari Shang. He is the third prince, and even a sickly son of the Grand Duke can wear a space bracelet, but he doesn't have one. How embarrassing is it? But when he saw Raphael, his brain was out of control, and he habitually let out a mocking. He didn't want Raphael to have an easy time. When he thought of Raphael's high profile during this period, so what if he was forced to be high profile? Why could Raphael, a guy with no looks and no status, get the favor of a master of empty storage alchemy? If Ari Shang was an old, ugly and wretched old orc, it would be fine, but he was so damn young and rich. And very charming. How many people in the royal city are eyeing Ari Shang now? And how many people want to become his lover? These people are not just civilians. Many children of dignitaries are also dreaming of becoming Ari Shang's partner. If Ari Shang had not been accompanied by a servant of status, and had not revealed his specific background, by now some dignitaries would have contacted his family, and discussed marriage with his family. The third prince felt that he had been very polite at the time. If it were any other man or woman who loved Ari Shang, they would have rushed over and torn Raphael apart. Raphael's reputation had been ruined a lot recently, and there were many bad rumors that had not existed before, which were related to those men and women who were jealous of him. Many people publicly expressed their disdain for Raphael, the illegitimate child, and had contempt for his mother and himself. The brothers of the Dude family were the most happy. They had a grudge against Raphael, so how could they let him have an easy life? Veladud even said in public last night that Raphael Longmu inherited his mother's coquettishness and debauchery, and that although he looked ordinary, he was particularly good at seducing people. The third prince was particularly excited every time he heard others insulting Raphael. As for his promise to Ari Shang that he would not bother Raphael as long as the other party sold him an empty reserve at a low price, what can't be promised if it's just a matter of words? He didn't believe that the ordinary-looking Raphael Longmu could really charm the knowledgeable Ari Shang. That guy didn't even take a liking to Princess Doris. the most beautiful woman in Tiger Country. The third prince firmly believed that Aries Shang was just curious for a while, and he might not have come into contact with Raphael's type, and just wanted to try something new. When Aries Shang loses interest in Raphael, then won't the relationship between him and Raphael remain the same as before? That is, Aries Shang hasn't succeeded yet. When he succeeds, you see, at most 3 days, he will feel bored. The third prince sneered. I bet 5 days. 3 days is too short. From Aries Shang's military strength, he should be quite powerful. Yuxian showed a smile that all male orcs knew. All the playboys surrounding the third prince laughed. But that guy Raphael Longmu seems not to be moved yet. He seems to have beaten Ershang today. I am afraid that if Aries Shang keeps working like this, he will have real feelings. Some people say it is not optimistic. What a bullshit true love. What's so special about Raphael Longmu? He's a lowly illegitimate child. He has no looks and no ability. Where did he get his special investigator status? It was granted by His Majesty. I don't believe that someone like Aries Shang would really like Raphael Longmu. Wilddude suddenly said, I don't mean to say anything, I just think that a lowly illegitimate child is envied by countless people now. Why? He can get a space ring that even our princes and princesses can't get without paying a penny. Isn't it because Aries Shang likes him? Who knew who he was in the royal city before? When his brother Quiet had heard this, he immediately supported his elder brother. That's right. We can't let Raphael, that worm, get too proud. I have an idea. The playboys drank too much and urged him to speak quickly. Quiet had secretly observed the third prince's expression, and seeing that the third prince was also looking forward to it, he said, Aries Shang doesn't like Doris. Either he doesn't like that type, or he prefers males. Maybe we can find some better male orcs to approach Aries Shang. Of course, female orcs must also be prepared. Someone snorted. People like Aries Shang may not like ordinary stuff. Quay Dude was confident. Of course, I won't use ordinary goods to contact Aries Shang. As far as I know, there are many children of small nobles and small officials who want to get to know Aries Shang. Among them, there are also types like Raphael and Lang Mu. Very good. The third prince hit the armrest of the chair heavily, pointing at the Dude brothers. This matter is left to you. I want Aries Shang to divert attention from Raphael as soon as possible. Well done, I will not forget your contribution. The conversation between the third prince and his friends that night was listed and put in front of certain people in less than an hour. After the queen learned what the third prince did that day, she was silent for a moment, waved her hand, and said that she didn't need to worry about him and let him do whatever he wanted. If he can really get an empty storage from Aries Shang with only 5,000 gold, it is also his ability. The second prince and the owner of Tianqin Valley were strolling along the lakeside path under the moonlight. The servants of the two stayed far away and did not follow them. This third prince. He's not pretending. The second prince seemed to know what the lord of Tianqin Valley wanted to ask, and responded directly. He is just a fool who was spoiled by the queen. He thinks he has a clear mind, but in fact, he has a psychotic mind. Don't analyze his behavior, otherwise. The second prince seemed to recall some unbearable past events. With a strange expression, he may occasionally have a brilliant move, but he is really a playboy with a disordered brain. The lord of Tianqin Valley smiled. I understand. Your Highness, the third prince doesn't need to pay attention, right? You can't completely ignore it. This guy is just a troublemaker. Because of his psychotic thinking, you never know what he might do next. The second prince emphasized, we can despise psychopaths, but we cannot ignore their threats. The lord of Tianqin Valley, you are right. The second prince slowed down his pace. You said you could also refine space storage tools? Just need the corresponding materials? Yes. The lord of Tianqin Valley said affirmatively. And I guarantee that the space capacity will be larger, much larger. Give me a list of the materials you need, and I will ask someone to help you find it. The tone of the second prince and the lord of Tianqin Valley talking was like good friends, very casual. The lord of Tianqin Valley, in fact, I don't know the names of these materials. If I can get the list of materials used by Ares to refine space storage, it will be of great help to our plan. The second prince was silent for a moment and nodded. I know, I will ask someone to pay attention. The lord of Tianqin Valley smiled slightly. Have you heard the rumor? Library or magma disaster? Almost everyone who should know the former now knows it. It is the latter. The lord of Tianqin Valley looked at the dark lake, stretched out his hand, as if to feel the lake breeze in the evening. That is not a rumor, but a fact that will happen. The second prince looked calm. From what you said, you seem to have a solution? The lord of Tianqin Valley stopped and faced the second prince. If I didn't have a solution, I wouldn't be standing in front of you now. The second prince suddenly said, I can't see through you. When we first met, I thought you just wanted to use my relationship to teach Earl Bethune some lessons and avenge him for abandoning your son. But later you proved to me that even without my help, you could still deal with Count Bexon, and you didn't do anything to him, just because you didn't want his territory to change hands in a short time. The Lord of Teonkan Valley didn't speak. The second prince, you said frankly that you were more optimistic about me and wanted to assist me, but what you wanted was not your father's territory. After the auction, you suddenly told me that your people could also refine storage tools. The second prince paused. Can you tell me what you want? The Lord of Teonkan Valley suddenly leaned over to the second prince, whispered in his ear, So what do you really want, Mr. Magician? The second prince looked at the Lord of Teonkan Valley in silence. The Lord of Teonkan Valley slowly returned to his original position and smiled at the second prince. Under the moonlight, his face was really beautiful. The second prince turned around and started walking again. After a long time, a light sentence was left in the night by the lake. Does the road to becoming a god really exist? Yes, a firm voice replied. At the same time, Bu Shuai was called to the palace by the Tiger King. When the Tiger King saw him, he motioned him to sit down and talk. Besides the two of them, there was only one guard, Ramil, standing behind the Tiger King. Bu Shuai felt that Ramil's eyes were a little strange when he looked at him today. They were not as sharp as before, but more like observing him. People like Aries Shang can't be serious, the Tiger King said as soon as he came up. Bu Shuai was caught off guard. The Tiger King, regarding your marriage, I don't want to interfere. But your mother should hope that you can leave offspring, the more the better. This is the truth. He couldn't keep Ramil and Raphael's life stories secret forever. He had made a plan, and was just waiting for that day to come. If the day came when the two of them returned to their respective identities, the old Count Longzhen would definitely not be happy to know that his only offspring was mixed up with a homosexual. Bu Shuai, ahem. Tiger King smiled, and said with great understanding and sympathy, Of course, you are still young now, and it's okay to want to experience life. Just don't get stuck in it. Understand? Tiger King's eyes fell on Bu Shuai's left index finger, where a ring was worn. The ring was simple in shape, just a silver ring. The ring face was oval, like a small stone seal. Tiger King was sure that he had never seen Raphael wear a similar ring before, and Raphael was not a person who liked to wear ornaments. Bu Shuai let Tiger King look at the ring on his finger, and let him guess that he sometimes wanted to be a little mean. I understand, Bu Shuai responded. The Tiger King nodded with satisfaction. He felt that Raphael was a calm child who knew what was going on. Although Aries Shang's offensive was fierce, it was not so easy to take down Raphael. Especially there were a lot of people holding them back. The Tiger King knew very well what the third prince had done, and what he was going to do. He also knew the plans of other children. For example, the fifth princess also planned to contact Aries Shang, and even prepared a big show for this. Compared with Raphael and Aries Shang's involvement, the Tiger King would rather let the fifth princess and Aries Shang develop. Love seems beautiful, but if you want to develop it for a long time, it is never a simple matter between two people. The higher the status, the more so. If it was just a short-term passion, the Tiger King really didn't think it was anything. He had many relationships when he was young and did some absurd things. But in the end, he still married the current queen. In the eyes of the Tiger King, Aries Shang and Raphael could not possibly be together, let alone for a long time. Now that Raphael was sober, and not blinded by vanity, the Tiger King was relieved. He really liked this child, and did not want him to be hurt. But Aries Shang's reputation as an alchemist and his background, which had not yet been investigated, made it difficult for him to directly attack him. Your Majesty, do you know that Marquis Denton lived for many years? The Tiger King was stunned. He remembered that Marquis Denton should be a dozen years younger than him. Ramil also raised his head from behind. Tell me, what did you find out? Talking about business, the Tiger King's aura changed completely. Chapter 136. Bu Shuai did not say that he suspected that Marquis Denton was possessed by his ancestor, and that he was no longer the contemporary Denton from the time he sacrificed his wife and youngest son. Instead, he produced other evidence to show that Marquis Denton was replaced at some point. For example, some of his habits suddenly changed from a certain point in time, and it was not just one or two habits, but many. For example, at a certain period of time, he suddenly replaced the slaves and guards who served him, not just one or two, but all the people around him at once, because he suspected that there were spies infiltrated by the evil god believers around him, but he could not tell who they were, so he simply replaced them all. For example, he originally liked a certain type of female orcs, but after a certain period of time, he liked a completely different type. And his love for his children has become different from before. He used to love his youngest son so much, but after his original wife and youngest son disappeared, he seemed to be indifferent and did not look for them very hard. He also became less close to his other children. In addition, the identity of Marquis Denton's lover is also very suspicious. She seems to be his lover, but in fact she helps him manage the economic power of the entire family. She did not give birth to Marquis Denton's children, but Marquis Denton's children all showed respect and fear for this female orc, who was just a lover. Even the queen showed great respect for Marquis Denton's lover, and she did not have the disgust and contempt she had for the mistress. In addition to his private life, Marquis Denton suddenly expanded the size of his private army at a certain point and trained his private guards with different methods. Bourgeois believes that it is impossible that no one noticed the change of Marquis Denton. Marquis Denton can deal with one or two or several people who suspect him, but he can't kill all those who suspect him. And those who doubt the identity of Marquis Denton, such as his children and the former first butler, who will they turn to for help when they are worried that the fake Marquis Denton will persecute them? Bourgeois didn't need to give the answer. The other two people present knew who was who. But from beginning to end, no one around Marquis Denton clearly resisted, and instead showed more loyalty than before. This shows that Marquis Denton must have other means of deterrence to deter those around him who doubted him. And all the above changes are basically concentrated in one period, which is 6.5 years ago. After that period, Marquis Denton became more experienced and ruthless, and it was also at that time that he became closely connected with the evil god believers. At the same time, Marquis Denton suddenly mastered the method of going to the temple from the dungeon. Marquis Denton has changed, but if it were someone else, he would not know many secrets of the Denton family, let alone ancient secrets that even the current head of the family does not know. In summary, I speculate that the current Denton was replaced 6.5 years ago, replaced by the ancestor of Denton from the previous generation or or perhaps even longer ago. Bourgeois concluded. Tiger King tapped his fingers on the armrest, his eyes half closed as if he was thinking. If you don't talk about some things, you may just occasionally have doubts, or you may find something wrong, but you ignore it because of human nature. But once you talk about it, those doubts will continue to magnify, constantly jumping on your nerves, and all the things you have ignored will surge out. Tiger King remembered that Marquis Denton had indeed changed, and this change did not start 6.5 years ago. In fact, he had hardly seen Marquis Denton in the past 6 years. See, this is also a suspicious point. It was as if Marquis Denton was deliberately avoiding him. He remembered that Marquis Denton was a gentleman-type figure before the Queen married him. The reason why he chose Denton's sister among the nobles at that time was because of Denton's character and ideals. Denton's desire for power was not strong at that time. He preferred to do research and study history rather than manage a city. He always said that he wanted to write a detailed chronicle after the Great Prosperity era, and to find out the history of the Orc continent before and after the Great Prosperity era, and complete the historical heritage of the Orc continent. When did that Denton change and no longer like to study history, but put more energy into seeking power? It seemed that it was after he vaguely proposed to Denton that the Denton family would hand over the control of the Blackwater River Navy. He thought Denton would agree after hesitating for a while. He married this man's sister because he saw that she was easier to control. She could be his assistant, and also accept his reform of noble power from Black Forest City. But he didn't expect that after considering it, Denton refused. After that, there was a rift between the two. Marquis Denton began to avoid him, and began to compete with him for the control of Black Forest City. In his impression, Denton was not a man who was good at scheming, but at that time, Denton acted like he had a big boss in the political field around him. He could reject his request without completely offending him, and united with other nobles to protect his power, maintaining a delicate balance. It seemed that the Queen also began to pave the way for herself and her children from that time, and secretly made friends with the powerful people in the royal city. More and more suspicious things came to the Tiger King's mind. After a while, he opened his eyes. I know. You continue to investigate the relevant evidence. Don't tell anyone about your suspicions without my permission. Yes. Bourgeois was relieved to see that the Tiger King's mind was no longer on his marriage, and he immediately bowed and left. He was really afraid that the Tiger King would suddenly assign him a marriage partner in a fit of anger. After Bourgeois left for a while, Tiger King rubbed the armrest of the chair with one hand, and suddenly said, I originally wanted to bring you with me, so that you can see and learn more, just like I trained Raphael. There are rumors outside these days that Raphael has no personal ability, and he can be a first-level special investigator because I appointed him. What do you think about this? Remir replied indifferently. I don't know Raphael Longmu very well. However, his ability is not bad. The Special Investigation Bureau is not a place that anyone can enter. Even if you can get someone in, it depends on whether the director of the Special Investigation Bureau is willing to use him. Tiger King smiled. Rome flashed and said, That's right. Outsiders only think that I arranged for Raphael to go to the Special Investigation Bureau, but they don't know that it was the old guy August who asked me for him. When Raphael was still a guard beside me, he took a fancy to him. Do you know how he took a fancy to Raphael? Without waiting for Ramil to answer, the Tiger King said, You may not know. At that time, something happened in the palace involving the evil god, and even the court priests were involved. August personally led people to investigate, and during the period I asked Raphael to help him, and he took a fancy to Raphael's carefulness, patience and sharpness. After the case was over, he asked me for Raphael, and I was reluctant to let him go. Remir's heart shrank, as if it was pricked by a needle. He didn't know anything about this, even though he was also a guard of the Tiger King. But the Tiger King asked Raphael to help Marquis Auguste investigate the case, but he didn't even tell him about the relevant matters. The Tiger King also said that he couldn't bear to let Raphael go. The Tiger King didn't know that some of his unintentional words had irritated this real biological son, and he continued with an unconscious smile on his face. In fact, Raphael is also very talented in business. He is sincere and trustworthy, works seriously and responsibly, and has a flexible mind. People who come into contact with him can easily trust him. Although businessmen are cunning, they also prefer honest and trustworthy people. I originally wanted him to develop in the Commerce Bureau, but he chose the Special Investigation Bureau. However, the Tiger King secretly gave Raphael a free trade order and a certain amount of startup funds. This was his care for Raphael, and a hidden line he had laid. Speaking of this, the Tiger King seemed a little melancholy. Time flies, and you have all grown up. Now Raphael can stand on his own, and you are the same age as him. I can't always keep you by my side. Do you have any ideas about your future? Ramil did not answer immediately, and after a while he said, I want to go to the city guard to train and guard the royal city for you. Tiger King, yes. Your grandfather, old Count Longzhen, has been the commander of the city guard before, and the current commander of the city guard, Jiahe, was brought up by him. It is a good choice for you to go to the city guard, and the city guard is indeed a good place to train people. Ramil lowered his eyes. Tiger King, but it's a bit inappropriate for you to go to the city guard now. Old Earl Longzhen is a man who clearly distinguishes between public and private. Even if you are his grandson, he doesn't recognize your ability, and it's possible that he deliberately let Jiahe arrange you to guard the city gate. Ramil thought that it was impossible. He was the only descendant of the Lang family in name. Even if Longzhen didn't get close to him, his confidants would take care of him because he was Longzhen's grandson. Not to mention, he was born as a member of the Tiger King's guard. How could he be arranged to guard the city gate if he went to the city guard? But Ramil couldn't speak at this moment. He didn't want the Tiger King to see his urgency. The Tiger King thought for a while. The inheritance sharing conference is about to begin, and the security of the conference is very important. The security of this conference will be jointly undertaken by the city guards and the palace guards. You will temporarily follow the guard commander Baron Clement and do a good job of security for this conference. I will ask him to add more burdens to you. You must do a good job. Ramil originally did not want to do this temporary job, but then he thought that this job would allow him to show his face in front of the leaders and important figures of the entire Orc continent, and he felt that this job was very attractive. Ramil agreed and said that everything would depend on the Tiger King's arrangement. The Tiger King nodded with satisfaction and asked Ramil to go down and rest. The guard on duty came in and Ramil left. The guard happened to be Wildebeest. The Tiger King asked Wildebeest to summon the guard commander Baron Clement. There was no one else in the study, only the Tiger King. He even drove out the servants. There are guards guarding outside the study, so there is no need to worry about the safety of the Tiger King. A sigh came from the Tiger King in the quiet study. He actually wanted to hear Ramil say that he wanted to stay with him to continue to observe and learn. Ramil was still too young. He said that Raphael and Ramil were the same age, and that Raphael could already be independent, but he did not say that Ramil could do the same. And Raphael had to leave the royal city at that time. As Raphael grew older, and his personal abilities became more and more apparent, the Queen's tolerance for him was getting lower and lower. He could only let Raphael leave. But Ramil's identity was so safe that the queen did not notice him as a little guard at all, and neither did anyone else. He could stay with him and study hard for a while, and then seek other things when the time was right. But Ramil was too eager, and his purpose was to make the Tiger King feel that this child really could not hide it. Well, maybe Ramil wanted to train with the Grand Commander Shiyu and develop in the army in the future. But Shiyu was a man with no dust in his eyes, and it was hard to say whether Ramil could have done well in the past, especially with the eldest princess by his side. The city guard is different. It also belongs to the military, but is independent of it. The city guard can be said to be the last line of defense of the royal city, and it is also the army that King Tiger trusts the most. It just so happens that the old Earl Longjin is the former commander of the city guard. As Longjin's grandson, Ramil Lang will be taken care of by the city guard, not to mention the right, of course. Ramil did make a very favorable choice for him. But King Tiger never thought of handing over the city guard to an illegitimate child. It is impossible even if he dotes on this child. Chapter 137. As soon as Bu Shuai came out of the palace, he saw a beast carriage with the family crest parked at the gate of the palace. There was no grand ceremony, just a carriage and a servant. But anyone who knew the family crest would not dare to underestimate the rider of this beast carriage. This was of course not the main gate of the palace, but a special passage for officials and palace staff to enter and exit. The orc driving the car opened the door. An old orc with gray hair, but a straight back jumped out of the car. The youth and prime period of orcs is very long. Once they look old, it means that they have entered their twilight years. Many orcs will voluntarily resign and abdicate when they look old, and retire from frontline positions. Bu Shuai has seen this old orc. The former commander of the city guards, the old Earl Longjin, who was respected and trusted by the previous Tiger King and the current Tiger King. Because of the old Earl's name, Bu Shuai paid more attention to the old Earl. The old Earl Longjin also saw Bu Shuai. Bu Shuai put his right fist on his chest and nodded. The old Earl Longjin glanced at his face and nodded gently in return. Although he didn't say anything, it was a good attitude for the old Earl, who had become more and more lonely in recent years. Usually the old Earl didn't have a good face when he saw the princes and princesses. The princes and princesses couldn't do anything about this lonely old man. He didn't even get close to his only grandson. Do you still expect him to have a good face for others? Want to threaten him with his grandson? Force him to bow to you? Then you have to be ready to tear your face with this old royalist. In the end, the princes and princesses had to comfort themselves that this was just an old man who was about to die, and there was no need to bother with him. Just when the two were about to pass by each other, the old Earl Longjin suddenly said, "What's going on between you and that foreign playboy Aries Shang?" Bu Shuai, Why does everyone ask him this question when they see him now? Even the lonely old Earl is infected? He is not a playboy, he just lives truthfully. Bu Shuai didn't know why he said this to the old Earl. Maybe he didn't want the old Earl, who was a man of noble character and had no stains in his life, to misunderstand Aries Shang. Truthfully? The old Earl stopped and turned to look at Bu Shuai. Bu Shuai had no choice but to stop. He respected the old Earl, and sympathized with him, for losing his only daughter, and not being close to his only grandson. It is said that the old countess collapsed on the spot when she heard that her daughter and son-in-law had sacrificed themselves. This is probably one of the reasons why the old Earl aged so quickly. What is your relationship with him? The old Earl was a wise man, and immediately tasted something from Bu Shuai's words. Bu Shuai coughed dryly. We are friends. Why did you come back to the royal city? The old Earl suddenly changed the subject. Bu Shuai couldn't keep up with the old Earl's jumping thoughts, but he could not answer, so he said, I am looking for clues about the evil god's followers. Occasionally, I find the Black Forest city. Some things need to be reported back to the royal city. Are you looking for the evil god's followers, or the Marquis of Denton? The old man was a little aggressive. Bu Shuai just smiled politely. Did you find the library? I guess so. Yes, yes. What do you mean? It's your credit. It's yours. No one can take it away. The old Earl suddenly got angry. Well, whether it's credit or not, I don't care. I will leave the royal city after I find out the evil god believers in Black Forest City. You came back in a hurry, and left in a hurry. Who is persecuting you? Or do you want to play the trick of living together with that alchemist? The old man's tone was full of sarcasm. Bu Shuai felt that the old man's mood was like a child's, changing as he said and wanted. Maybe? Bu Shuai suddenly felt naughty. You took his ring? The old Earl's eyes fell on Bu Shuai's finger, and he seemed to be really angry. He glared at Bu Shuai, and added a heavy humph, and then stomped away. He will ask the city guards to put that Ares merchant in jail when he goes back today. The crime is disturbing the public order of the royal city. What's wrong with the alchemist? Can the alchemist hook up with their outstanding young talents in Tiger Country at will? Bourgeois was confused. Did he offend the old earl in some way? The orc who drove the old earl here showed a very kind smile to Bourgeois. Their old lord hasn't spoken to a young orc for many years. It's rare to see him care about a young orc and get angry for him. Even Master Ramil couldn't make the old lord so angry. After returning, he must tell the old lady about this and make her happy. Shang Fifan sneezed several times and looked at the series of tasks listed in front of him with his arms folded. How worried is the system that he loves beauties and doesn't like playing games, and look, all of them are related to the main quest. The system is no longer hiding it. In the past, it used to give him some side quests that players often have under the shell of the game system. But now, Task 73, try to get close to the Tiger King and find out if his belt is one of the lost powers of the god of nature. After completion, you will be rewarded with 20 contribution points and a space stone. Task 74, try to get close to the main body of the Lord of Tionkin Valley and find out if he is one of the lost powers of the god of nature. After completion, you will be rewarded with 20 contribution points and a space stone. Task 75, try to participate in the Orc Continent Civilization Sharing Conference and find out if the orcs of various tribes who come to the conference have the lost power of their own gods. For each confirmed person, you will be rewarded with 10 contribution points and a space stone. Task 76. With the exposure of the library thousands of years ago, the shadow of the evil god is spreading in the royal city. Find out the largest nest of the evil god believers in the royal city, and destroy the evil god statue in it. You will be rewarded with 20 contribution points and a space stone. Shang Fifan can be sure that the system is not short of space stones. Fortunately, there is no time limit for these tasks. Shang Fifan decided to follow his original plan and do his personal business first. The system probably saw that Shang Fifan was still not impressed by this, so it immediately changed its mind and issued another task. Task 77, the Queen is looking for the missing Marquis Dinton, and suspects that the lost power of the god of nature was obtained by Raphael Lungmu. She is plotting against Raphael Lungmu, hoping to take back the power of the god of nature from him. At the same time, the Queen is also plotting to get the space belt on the Tiger King. Please break the Queen's conspiracy and protect Raphael Lungmu and the Tiger King's space belt. After completing it, you will be rewarded with the secret of Raphael Lungmu's life experience. Shang Fifan. Come on, system, let's talk about the reward for Task 77. The system refused to chat. Shang Fifan immediately checked with the Sky Eye system, but the Sky Eye system also played dumb at this time. It didn't play dead, just played dumb. The Sky Eye system still responded, although it only gave one message. Mrs. Anita, of course, I know that finding Mrs. Anita will definitely tell me about Raphael Lungmu's life experience, but Mrs. Anita died a year and a half ago. Even if I find her grave. Wait, is Mrs. Anita still alive? Shang Fifan jumped up from the chair. He walked around the alchemy room twice and stopped. Is Anita, a crazy and smart woman who would rather give birth to a child for her enemy's husband in order to avenge her enemies, really dead? She can summon the unhandsome soul from the Fidel continent, which shows that she has a certain understanding of soul science, and also shows that she has special abilities that other orcs don't have. Would such a woman die because of an illness? Even if she was protecting her children? It's not right. This kind of behavior of sacrificing everything for her children is really not in line with Mrs. Anita's personality. When Bourgeois and his Aunt Lady Delia talked about the past, he felt it was a bit strange when they mentioned that Lady Anita was coerced and had to give up her life to protect her son. If Lady Anita really fell in love with Tiger King and regarded Bourgeois as the fruit of their love, she might love this child very much and make many plans for this child. But if Lady Anita is very capable, she will only live as long as possible to protect her child, because she can truly protect her child only if she lives. Shang Fifan had a hunch that Madame Anita did not fall in love with the Tiger King. She gave birth to Raphael Lungmu for the Tiger King, more to annoy the Queen, and to leave a way out for herself, and even disrupt the succession to the Tiger Kingdom. Yes, Shang Fifan thought so. Raphael Lungmu was just a tool prepared by Madame Anita for herself. If a mother truly loves her child, how can she bear to let her child bear the title of illegitimate child? Even if the child is born accidentally, she will do everything possible to hide it, not letting the child know his life experience, and will not let him bear the infamy and live under the insults and contempt of others since childhood. Shang Fifan did not know what kind of personality the original body had. He was not handsome, and strangely rarely mentioned the original body. But according to common sense, the original body grew up in such an environment, either extremely inferior to self-esteem, and his personality would become extremely sensitive, becoming an unpleasant child. Or he would be overly cautious, and live cautiously every day. It is also possible that he will grow up to be a person who blames others, is selfish, and has a petty and competitive personality. If the original body had one of these three personalities, and if Mrs. Anita really loved this child, would she feel at ease to die like this? Oh, the original body is no longer the original body. 6.5 years ago, the original body died, and Mrs. Anita recruited Bourgeois. And Bourgeois' personality and ability can fully bear the life without the care of his mother. But this is even more strange. Mrs. Anita knew that Bourgeois was not her own flesh and blood, and knew that Bourgeois could leave the royal city and take good care of herself. So why did she seek death for this son? After going through all these clues in his mind, Shang Fifan can almost say with certainty, Mrs. Anita is 99% not dead, she just escaped. What a smart woman. Her death showed weakness to the queen, indicating that she had weaknesses and was not her opponent, so that the queen would completely forget this enemy she hated. At the same time, she also earned enough sympathy and love from the Tiger King. Everyone knows that the living can never be compared with the dead. If Mrs. Anita continues to live, she may turn from a cinnabar mole into mosquito blood, but if she dies, she will take root in the heart of the Tiger King forever. As long as the queen lives, the Tiger King will constantly compare her with Anita. If the queen does something that makes the Tiger King unhappy, it will be good, which can wear away the Tiger King's feelings for the queen faster and make him miss his former lover more. Furthermore, the escape arranged by Mrs. Anita completely pushed Raphael Langmuir to the front of the stage, making everyone's attention focused on him. Anita can hide behind the scenes and do things without being noticed. Even if she is noticed, the investigation may lead to Raphael Langmuir. The Tool Man effect appears. Shang Fifan's eyes flash fiercely. He doesn't care how Lady Anita wants to retaliate against the Queen and the Marquis Denton's family, including her children. As long as what Anita does not affect Raphael Langmuir. For the sake of the other party being the original body's biological mother, he can take a step back. As long as what Anita does not hurt Raphael Langmuir, even if Anita messes up the Tiger Country, he will just pretend not to see it. But the reward for Task 77 is the secret of Raphael Langmuir's life. This almost tells him that Bourgeois' life is problematic. Bourgeois is probably not Anita's biological child, and may not even be the Tiger King's blood. If this is exposed, will the Tiger King be furious and vent his anger on Bourgeois? After all, no man can tolerate his lover cheating on him and having to be the father of the cuckold's child. Did Anita reveal Bourgeois' life in her revenge plan? To be more ridiculous, maybe Bourgeois is actually the queen's child, and Anita's child was exchanged with the queen? However, judging from the ages of the 3 princes and 2 princesses, this possibility is so low that it is almost impossible. So what kind of life does Bourgeois have that Anita can use? This life makes Anita even willing to invite foreign souls to her original body to ensure that her original body survives. Shang Fifan picked up the bone staff and rushed out of the alchemy room. Some things can wait, and some things absolutely cannot wait. He didn't want to passively wait for others to make a move, and he couldn't stand that someone was using Bourgeois' background to make a fuss. He wanted to find Anita as soon as possible and ask her about Bourgeois' true background. By the way, find out what she was doing after she escaped. Bourgeois was not the original body, and he would not feel sad after learning that he was not the blood of the Tiger King or had other backgrounds. But they who knew nothing would obviously be in a very passive state. This was something that Shang Fifan, who had a strong desire for control, could never tolerate. Only by mastering the secret of Bourgeois' true background could he continue other things safely. The system silently gave itself a thumbs up, and it would change the posture of the carrot next time. Chapter 138. When Shang Fifan ran out of the door, he was asking the Sky Eye system, Anita's whereabouts. Sky Eye system, Anita's most recent record was on October 18th, 214 of the new era, and her body was buried in the Royal City Cemetery. Shang Fifan calculated with his fingers that it was now April 216 of the new era, which means that the last time the Sky Eye system observed Anita was a year and a half ago. The Sky Eye system could not lie in this regard. In other words, if Anita was not dead, she must have changed her identity, including her face. If Anita had not revealed her previous appearance in the past year and a half, and had not mentioned her identity to anyone, the Sky Eye system would indeed not be able to detect her trace. Due to many reasons such as war, the ground monitoring system left over from the Great Prosperity era has been basically destroyed. Relying only on monitoring satellites in space, and a few remaining eyes and ears on the ground, the Sky Eye system's current comprehensive monitoring capabilities are far inferior to those of the Great Prosperity era. But even so, the Sky Eye system's monitoring and analysis capabilities should not be underestimated. The address of Anita's grave in the Royal City Cemetery. In the right eye's field of vision, a red dot automatically appeared on the game map. On the way, Shang Fifan asked a special Yushi courier to send a message to Bu Shuai, asking him to come to the Royal City Cemetery Mountain as soon as possible. With the guidance of the small map, Shang Fifan rode on Jihe and quickly came to the Royal City Cemetery located on a mountain outside the Royal City. This mountain is called Cemetery Mountain. It was originally just a barren mountain in the suburbs. Because the first generation of Tiger King planned it as the Royal City Cemetery, it was named Cemetery Mountain. The Tiger King wanted to bury Anita in the Royal Cemetery, but he couldn't. He could only build a luxurious tomb for Anita in the Royal City Cemetery. This tomb is located halfway up the mountain, a short distance from other tombs, and is surrounded by some low evergreen shrubs. Shang Fifan went out of the city dressed as Aries Shang, and naturally many people noticed his movements. Some people were curious about what Aries Shang was going to do, so they followed him out. The people who were following him on weekdays also followed him. Aries Shang did not deliberately hide his tracks. It was well known that he was pursuing Raphael Lungmu, and then he was curious about his mother, or wanted to further win Raphael's favor. It was normal to come to the cemetery to pay homage, right? Aries Shang rode on Jihe and swaggered all the way to Mrs. Anita's tomb. Jihe's appearance was also modified. He painted some herbal pigments on his body, and hung some fancy accessories and alchemical equipment that noble children liked. Anyone who has not paid special attention to the appearance of Jihe will definitely not associate Jihe with the original Jihe at first glance. Jihe is quite conceited. I didn't know it before. When Aries Shang dressed it up, he found that it not only did not reject it, but also chose the color and ornaments by itself, and did not like the elegant style, but only liked the shiny luxury style. Only then did I know that Jihe was not a rough old man, but a delicate boy who loved the local tyrant style. Sure enough, there was a reason why Jihe fell in love with Shang Fifan back then. This was also a love of showing off. Shang Fifan always thought that the giant insect would continue the characteristics of insects, and would not make its color too eye-catching to avoid being discovered by natural enemies, such as birds. But the giant insect is obviously different from the nature and aesthetics of ordinary insects. Their genes have long been mutated. Master Ji is not afraid of birds at all, unless they are particularly huge. Shang Fifan rolled over and got off Master Ji, patted it, and let it move freely. The door of the tomb was closed tightly. The door was a carved fence with no lock, only bolted from the inside. Shang Fifan reached into the gap of the fence, pulled the bolt, and pushed the fence door open. After entering, he casually plugged the door. The space inside the tomb was not large, only about 20 square meters. In the middle was a standing statue with a pedestal. This was Anita's original sculpture. From the statue, Anita was indeed a great beauty, graceful and beautiful. There were flowers that had not yet withered in front of the statue, and the entire tomb was cleaned very cleanly. This was obviously a tomb that someone often took care of. Shang Fifan walked around the statue, and knocked on the ground with the bone stick he was holding. He was listening to whether the ground was solid or hollow. If it is hollow, it means there is a mechanism to go down. If it is solid, it means that the bottom has been buried and sealed. Dong! Shang Fifan knocked on a place with his bone staff, and heard a hollow sound from below. Dong dong. Shang Fifan picked up the bone staff, and knocked twice more, gradually expanding the scope of the test to the surroundings. Finally, Shang Fifan stood in front of the statue again. The hollow point he knocked out just surrounded the statue. In other words, there is a hole right below the statue. Shang Fifan looked at the statue bit by bit, and reached out to touch it back and forth. He was using the alchemist's method to check if there was a hidden mechanism in the statue. Clang! There was a noise from the fence gate. What are you doing here? Bu Shuai's surprised voice came from the door. Bu Shuai rushed over as fast as he could after receiving the news. When he arrived at the cemetery, he saw someone wandering in front of Mrs. Anita's tomb and looking inside. Seeing Bu Shuai coming, the people who followed Aries Shang immediately dispersed. Shang Fifan waved to him. Come and see. Bu Shuai was puzzled and walked over. Shang Fifan did something with his palm, and then pushed the statue base hard. The statue base actually made a clicking sound and took a step back. Bu Shuai, eh? Shang Fifan pushed the base, and turned it twice. The statue retreated again. A black hole was revealed below. The black hole was not big, after all, the base was not big, but it was enough for a strong orc to crawl in and out. Shang Fifan was very brave, and looked directly into the black hole. Look! Shang Fifan pointed at the black hole, and called Bu Shuai again. Bu Shuai leaned over. There was a straight wooden ladder under the black hole. A year and a half was not too long, and the wooden ladder was still intact. Do you want to go down and take a look? Shang Fifan was very interested. Bu Shuai asked directly, what did you find out? Shang Fifan made a gesture. Bu Shuai, they know that I have excellent hearing, and the people who were following me nearby have dispersed. However, Shang Fifan still said, this is not a place to talk. I will find you in the evening, and tell you in detail. Shang Fifan did not greet Bu Shuai this time, and directly slid down by grabbing the wooden ladder. Bu Shuai hesitated for a moment, and followed him down. The dark underground tomb was lit up. The tomb below was not big, and it was a circle smaller than the tomb above, but the height of the tomb was about 3 meters high, not cramped, and a sarcophagus was placed in the middle. Shang Fifan carefully observed the sarcophagus, and also used the alchemist's method to investigate it. Finally, it was determined that this was an ordinary sarcophagus. Shang Fifan pushed the lid of the sarcophagus. The heavy lid was pushed open. During the whole process, Bu Shuai just watched from the side, and did not stop Shang Fifan. He believed that Shang Fifan would not come to insult his nominal mother's grave without special reasons. There was a female corpse lying in the sarcophagus. The corpse was well preserved, with few signs of decay, no insects and ants crawling around, and the clothes were neat, only a little shriveled. Bu Shuai took a look and said to Shang Fifan, this is Mrs. Anita. Shang Fifan suddenly reached out to the lady's face. Bu Shuai opened his mouth, but stopped. Shang Fifan's fingers slid back and forth on the face of the female corpse flexibly, rubbing it lightly a few times. Then, Shang Fifan took out a bottle of potion, and dripped a few drops of potion on the outer edge of the corpse's face. After a few seconds, Shang Fifan rubbed the outer edge of the corpse's face. Gently, Shang Fifan peeled off a layer of skin. Bu Shuai opened his mouth slightly. Oh! The legendary human skin mask. Shang Fifan seemed to know what he was thinking, and smiled. It's not as exaggerated as a human skin mask, it's just a layer of film. According to the feel, the main material is 90% plant glue. If it is used on the face, it is not easy to stick tightly. After a long time, it will be easily seen by people. But if you use glue to stick it on the dead face, and then apply a layer of fine makeup, it will not be easy to detect. No one usually comes to touch the dead face. And the Tiger King, the Queen and others must have confirmed Mrs. Anita's real corpse several times. Since they have confirmed that Anita is really dead, they will naturally not come to confirm Anita's body buried in the cemetery. Shang Fifan did not completely peel off the layer of skin. After confirming that the female corpse was not Mrs. Anita, he put the peeled skin back on. I know her. Bu Shuai suddenly said. You mean the body? Shang Fifan stood up. Bu Shuai nodded, his expression calm, but there was an unconcealable sadness in his eyes. She was a maid beside Mrs. Anita. She died before I got into trouble. She died of poisoning. She ate my dinner. That night, Willoughby suddenly ran to me and said that someone had an appointment with him, and he needed help, so I went out with him. Kathy had already prepared my dinner, and in order not to waste it, she ate it. Shang Fifan also nodded. This is probably one of the warnings some people gave to Mrs. Anita. Bu Shuai pursed his lips. It seems that Madame Anita should have made some plans at that time. She preserved the body very well. Let's burn it. We will take out the ashes, and find a place for her to be buried separately, in order to prevent people from disturbing her sleep later, Bu Shuai said. Shang Fifan did not object. Burning the body will confuse those who touch the underground tomb later. Bu Shuai took out the bone staff, and cast fire magic on the body. The body was quickly burned to ashes. Shang Fifan helped Bu Shuai take out the ashes, and put them in a small jar. The two closed the sarcophagus again, and climbed up the wooden ladder. Shang Fifan also took the wooden ladder away. When Madame Anita left the cemetery, in order not to attract attention, she might have to leave the wooden ladder in the tomb. Shang Fifan pushed the mechanism again, and returned the statue to its original position. The tomb looked exactly the same as before. Shang Fifan took out a bunch of flowers, and several plates of offerings, and placed them in front of the statue, making it look like he was just here to worship. Bu Shuai stood in front of the statue silent. Whatever your plan is, I help you one last time. Bu Shuai whispered, squatted down, pressed the bottom of the statue base with one hand, and chanted a spell. The soil under the ground surged, and soon filled the tomb below tightly. Now even if someone can find the mechanism of the statue, they can't open the tomb below. Unless someone is willing to work hard to dig, it is possible to dig out the sarcophagus. But that would make a lot of noise. And how could the Tiger King tolerate someone touching the tomb of his beloved? Bu Shuai and Ari Shang walked out of Mrs. Anita's tomb one after the other. The people following from a distance waited until the two left before they dared to approach the tomb. Some people bravely walked in for a walk, and when they saw nothing unusual, they quickly left. Then, before the afternoon, there were new rumors in the royal city. In order to take down Raphael Longmu, Ari Shang went to the cemetery to pay tribute to Madame Anita. Having met the mother, is the next step to meet the father? Chapter 139. In fact, I have already guessed it. Bu Shuai whispered in Yin Guoyu on the way down the mountain. Shang Fifan said nothing and walked beside him, as if he was a competent companion. She gave me a strong and tough feeling, the kind of person who can do anything to achieve her goal. She really doesn't look like someone who would give up her life for her child. For me. Bu Shuai wanted to say that Anita was not a kind and gentle mother, but when he thought that he was not her child, he felt that he was not qualified to say this. Do you have any memories of your childhood? Shang Fifan also switched to his native language and asked in a low voice. Bu Shuai thought for a moment. Some memory fragments are hidden in my brain, and occasionally these fragments will pass through my mind. When I dream at night, I dream more. It's just that sometimes I can't tell whether it is a dream or something that really happened. Then what kind of person do you think you were when you were a child? How was your relationship with that person? Shang Fifan asked again. Bu Shuai answered hesitantly, I don't know. The memories I received were mostly from my teenage years, around the age of 10. At that time, Raphael already knew that he was a bastard. But after he knew that he was the child of the Tiger King, he was very proud for a while, wanted to meet the Tiger King, and boasted to others that he was a prince. Shang Fifan sighed. Children's characteristics. Yes. Then, he was ridiculed and humiliated. Later, he understood the meaning of bastards in the ridicule, and then little Raphael's personality changed a little. He became taciturn and became inferior. Although he was not a lively child, he was definitely not inferior or timid, except that he was a little afraid of his mother. Anita was a strict mother to him. Who didn't enlighten him? I don't know, I don't have relevant memories. Perhaps the memories of being hurt are always the most profound. What I remember in my brain are almost all the fragments of being insulted, laughed at, spit on, and beaten up. There was also a good friend who broke up with little Raphael, just because his parents didn't want their children to play with the dishonorable illegitimate child. Shang Fifan felt very uncomfortable. Even though he knew that Raphael when he was a child was not the current Langmu, he still felt bad for his original little self. Anita should have discovered this situation and detained little Raphael, asking him not to go out casually. Little Raphael himself didn't want to go out, and stayed at home at a young age, but he should be longing for friends in his heart. Bu Shuai said softly. 6.5 years ago, on the day of the harvest festival, the whole royal city was very lively that day, and there would be various sacrificial activities that would last until late at night. 14-year-old Raphael received an appointment from his old friend. The other party said that he had grown up and knew that he had done something wrong. He said that Raphael's background should not be an obstacle to the development of their friendship. He wanted to restore friendship with Raphael on the day of the harvest festival. At that time, Raphael, who was very lacking in partners and very eager for friendship, ran away from home without telling Anita. Bu Shuai held his heart. After he came to this body, his heart always hurt for some time. At that time, he thought it was because of the wound, but later he realized that it was the last emotional remnant of little Raphael. Little Raphael had no memory of being killed in the end. Perhaps that memory was too cruel or too scary for him, so he erased it directly from his brain. How is the person who asked little Raphael out now? Shang Fifan asked. Bu Shuai turned his head to look at him. What do you want to do? Nothing. Just get to know him. 4.5 years ago, I asked him out for a duel. He was 1 year older than me, and probably thought he couldn't lose to me, so he came. Then I cut off one of his arms. Too light. Shang Fifan muttered dissatisfiedly. Bu Shuai said rationally, it was him who asked little Raphael out, but it was not him who killed little Raphael in the end. He was just a trigger to lead little Raphael out. Shang Fifan thought, this is the biggest difference between him and Bu Shuai. Bu Shuai will stop when he has had enough, but he won't. He will never give up until he gets his revenge. Didn't you investigate the boy in detail back then? Anita suppressed the matter. Some people came to ask, including Tiger King, and she told me not to mention too much. She just said that I was naughty and sneaked out to play, and was stabbed for no reason. I didn't even see the murderer's face clearly. And I really didn't know anything at the time. I only received some related memories later. Shang Feifan had the illusion that Mrs. Anita might know something. He looked into Bouchoi's eyes, and found that Bouchoi might have the same idea. Who killed little Raphael back then? I don't know. Bouchoi didn't wait for Shang Feifan to ask, and told him everything he knew. I don't have any memory of that time. I may have dreamed about some of it in my dreams, and combined with the information I got, I roughly pieced together a picture. Lil Raphael arrived at the agreed place, and did not see his friends. He was caught up in the crowd of people offering sacrifices. When the people who secretly protected him found something wrong and rushed over, he had already fallen to the ground with a knife in his chest. When he was sent home, he was already seriously injured and could not be saved. Has the murderer been found yet? Shang Feifan asked. Bouchois shook his head. No. Shang Feifan suddenly looked up at the sky. I still have something to do here. I will find you tonight, and tell you the details. I will pester you later. If you refuse me, just leave alone. Bouchois, Although he didn't know where Shang Feifan got the news that Mrs. Anita was not dead, this matter obviously involved him. He could feel the evil spirit on Shang Feifan. You, be careful, Bouchois said softly. It was a very ordinary thing, but he felt a little embarrassed to say it. Shang Feifan, Aries Shang smiled at him, and couldn't help but step forward and hugged him tightly. Bouchois kicked him away, and turned to run. Aries Shang chased him for a few steps, stopped, looked at Bouchois' back and laughed strangely, whistled and jumped on the giant insect mount that ran over, and left the Royal City Cemetery mountain. Just now, he asked the Sky Eye system if anyone came out of the tomb alone within 2 or 3 days after Madame Anita was buried. The Sky Eye system gave him a response. Yes. A man in appearance, dressed like a coolie, wearing a tattered felt hat, walked out of the tomb alone on the second night after Anita was buried. And before that, no such person walked into the tomb. It seems that you have been eyeing Bouchois for a long time? Because you found that Bouchois might be an alien soul? Or have you been tracking the lost power of the god of nature, so you have been monitoring Anita with stone ears? The Sky Eye system was silent. As the Sky Eye system, you should be able to judge who that person is from the orc's facial features, right? Shang Feifan wisely changed the question. Sky Eye system. Good makeup can conceal facial features. Then can you see through bones? No. Okay, it seems that you also lost the coolie, right? The Sky Eye system was silent again, but this time it should not be because it did not want to answer, but it was probably unwilling to admit the fact that it lost the coolie. Shang Feifan smiled. Then you can always tell me where the last place that coolie stayed after leaving the Royal City Cemetery was? It is the place where you left before you lost him. This time, the Sky Eye system gave a quick answer, Jinsey Manor. Aries Shang felt that the name was very familiar, and recalled, fuck. Isn't this the place where Marquis Denton's family is under house arrest? Aries Shang was about to ask Master Zheng to take him to Jinsey Manor, but then he thought that it would be bad if he just went there so carelessly. It was too high profile, and there was no suitable excuse. Well, it's time for the invisibility prop to play a role. The place where the coolie suspected to be Anita went last was the same place where Marquis Denton's family was under house arrest. Such a coincidence is certainly worth a careful investigation. In the palace, the queen was listening to her subordinates reporting to her that Aries Shang went to the cemetery to pay tribute to Mrs. Anita. After listening, the queen put down the exquisite bone cup she was holding, and felt that her mood today was completely ruined. That woman, even death made her uncomfortable. When will the mother and son disappear completely? The queen knew very well that Anita was seeking revenge. She did feel a little guilty towards Anita and her sister at first, but after Anita hooked up with the Tiger King, this guilt completely disappeared. The stone ear originally belonged to the Denton family. Is there anything wrong with them wanting to take it back? Whether it was Anita's mother Joan or Anita herself, they were all of Denton blood and should have served the family. But soon after Joan bit her to death and got the stone ear disappeared. She used her husband's life and the future of her 2 daughters, but couldn't force it out. When Anita found the royal city, she didn't know the other party's identity at first until the other party took the initiative to expose it. Thinking of Anita taking the initiative to find her, telling her true identity in a show of force, and threatening her. When the queen thinks of this now, she wants to chop Anita into meat paste on the spot. If it weren't for the Marquis of Denton's insistence, she would never agree to Anita's conditions. What happened? This little bitch is just like her weak but lying mother. She never tells the truth. She died, but she broke her promise and didn't hand over the stone ear. Now she has to watch the bastard born by the little bitch jumping around in her eyes. Why can't that bastard die? Why is his luck so good? He looked so ordinary, but he was favored by a young alchemist like Aries Shang. Has the Marquis of Denton not been found yet? The queen asked anxiously. The subordinate bowed his head. No. Keep looking. He will definitely leave some clues. The queen paused. Go to Jinsey Manor in person and tell Eugenia to find a way to see me. Yes. Eugenia is the current mistress of the Marquis of Denton. She is currently under house arrest in Jinsey Manor with the Marquis of Denton's children. Because of the previous warning from the Tiger King, the queen could not meet Eugenia openly again and could only let her find a way to see her. Although they were all under house arrest, the queen believed that Eugenia would have a way to get rid of the people guarding them and meet her secretly without being noticed. That night, Eugenia really came. She was dressed in the clothes of a court maid. Her appearance was not gorgeous, her face was angular, and she had a boyish look, but she was very attractive. The Marquis hasn't contacted you yet? The queen drove all the servants out, leaving only Eugenia, and asked. Eugenia was neither arrogant nor humble when facing the queen. No. Did he tell you if there was any emergency plan or special contact method in case of such a thing? The queen sat back in the chair. Eugenia nodded, then shook her head. I tried all the ways to contact the Marquis, but I couldn't. The queen's heart skipped a beat, so... No. Nothing could have happened to him. Eugenia said calmly. It has been nearly a month since the Marquis disappeared, and we must consider the worst possibility. The queen clenched the armrests of the chair, then slowly relaxed. Maybe he just went into a resting state, maybe. The queen murmured. Oh, that giant. The queen cheered up, with an angry look on her face. It was a giant who fought with the Marquis, and the Marquis disappeared afterwards. If we find the giant, we can find the Marquis. Eugenia, they are already looking for him, and they also attach great importance to him. The queen is also using her, and the Denton family's power to find clues about the giant. At that time, many people in Black Forest City did witness the fight between the giant and the Marquis of Denton, but because the fight between the two was too large, no one dared to approach them. In the end, the giant took the Marquis of Denton into the Black Forest and disappeared. The queen has sent a large number of people to search the Black Forest, but no effective clues have been found so far. Eugenia suddenly said, as long as the Marquis does not show up, the control of Black Forest City will not be returned to the Denton family. The Tiger King will also take the opportunity to take back the territory and power that originally belonged to the Denton family. Your Majesty, we must let the eldest young master inherit the title as soon as possible, and let the Denton bloodline take back everything that should belong to the Denton family. The queen held her forehead and asked Eugenia to come to her, hoping that Eugenia would have clues that she didn't have, but Eugenia suggested to her that her nephew should inherit the title. If she didn't know that Eugenia was a die-hard fan of the Marquis of Denton, and was only loyal to the Marquis of Denton, the queen would have suspected whether Eugenia had reached some agreement with her eldest nephew, or had some conspiracy. Eugenia pointed out, Your Majesty. The underground city. The queen raised her head. I know the importance of the underground city to the Denton family, but with the appearance of the library, the Tiger King will definitely not let the underground city fall into the hands of others. Then we can also strive for the right to share. After all, since the first generation of the Marquis of Denton, everything on and under the ground in Black Forest City belongs to the Denton family. The queen shook her head. You think too simply. If someone else discovered the library, the Denton family might have had a chance to intervene. But the person who discovered the library and mastered the door card was Raphael Langmu. When the name was mentioned, the queen's heart couldn't help but ache. And then she thought that it was this damned illegitimate child who she treated like a stink bug who actually made such a great contribution. Why was it Raphael Langmu? Why couldn't it be someone else? This also proves our previous speculation. Part of the power of the god of nature must be in Raphael Langmu. Because of the influence of the power of the god of nature, he could discover the temple and successfully reach the third temple and open the library. Also because of the power of the god of nature in him, he has a fortune that others don't have. Eugenia said slowly. But I once asked someone to search through everything around him, and didn't find the stone ear. The queen was also suspicious, but she couldn't produce any evidence. Eugenia, what if he has absorbed the power of the god of nature? What did you say? The queen's face suddenly turned ferocious. Since Raphael Langmu's identity was exposed, he has never had peace around him. You and I both know what he has suffered, but he has always lived well. At that time, I was wondering if the power of the stone ear was protecting him. Eugenia talked freely. Of course, His Majesty the Tiger King kept a close eye on him, which is also one of the reasons why he can live until now. But 6.5 years ago, the injury Raphael Langmu suffered was absolutely fatal. Not to mention a child of 13 or 14 years old, even the Tiger King could not survive such an injury. But after lying there for half a year, he recovered and became healthier and healthier. You mean? The Queen's face showed strong hatred and regret. Eugenia, is it possible that Raphael Longmu absorbed the power of the god of nature in the stone ear at that time? His personal ability has also improved a lot since then, and he was taken by His Majesty as a guard. The Queen sneered. The Tiger King took that bastard as a guard, not because he appreciated his ability, but because he was afraid that he would suffer similar injuries again. That was Our Majesty's protection of his illegitimate son. Eugenia ignored the Queen's complicated feelings for the Tiger King and only stated lightly, "Fortunately, they know how to extract the power of the god of nature. The power of God is not so easy to absorb. As long as we catch Raphael and send him there, we can." The power of the god of nature in his body was extracted again. The Queen was silent for a moment. It's not good to move him now. That Ari Shang is too high profile, and now everyone in the royal city is paying attention to that bastard. And the fact that he found out that the library also gave away the door card also reached the ears of several old guys, and their impression of that bastard has also changed and improved a lot. If that bastard gets into trouble now, even if he just disappears, it will cause a shock to the entire royal city. The Tiger King will definitely look for him vigorously, and will find me. He is now eager to find a reason to abolish me. If he catches me. The Queen's face showed strong hatred and resentment. Eugenia saw that the Queen seemed to be trapped in her personal emotions, and her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly changed the subject. Your Majesty, how much do you know about the alchemist Ari Shang? The Queen came back to her senses and regained her composure after a deep breath. I'm checking. Now we only know that he didn't have a servant when he came to the royal city, and his 3 servants are temporarily hired from the employment market. Can those 3 servants be bribed? Many people are doing this. The Queen sneered. Those 3 servants also take money, but they don't spread much news. Ari Shang prefers to act alone and doesn't like to bring servants. Ari Shang can refine storage tools, and they are also very interested in him. I really want to know his material list and refining methods, Eugenia said. The Queen's face turned cold. Tell them not to think about these things first. If they want to use me, they have to do what I ask them to do first. Now, not only is the bastard alive and well, but even Moyo Town is safe and sound. Now the bastard is even more popular in the royal city. How do they do it? Eugenia, there is news that someone is helping Raphael. Someone is helping. Who? It's a very mysterious guy, with a little ghost, whose origin is also unknown. But according to the information collected over there, according to the little information obtained, Raphael and that person are very close, eating and living together. The Queen raised her eyebrows and said sarcastically, I didn't expect that bastard could be so popular. Where is that mysterious person now? I don't know, I haven't found out. The male orc left the child in Moyo Town and disappeared. No one could find his whereabouts. Just like Raphael suddenly appeared in the royal city. The Queen's heart moved. Is that person also in the royal city? Just hiding in the dark to help Raphael do things? Eugenia, very likely. The Queen suddenly asked again, do you think that mysterious man is the giant? Without waiting for Eugenia to answer, the Queen shook her head and said, probably not. If that little bastard had such a helper, he would not be so quiet when he returned to the royal city. The Queen said sarcastically, after that little bastard had such a great contribution, he still had such a giant to help him. He really could think of the position of Tiger King. After thinking carefully, Eugenia also felt that it was unlikely that the mysterious man around Raphael was a giant. Because if she were Raphael, with such a giant helper who could defeat Marquis Denton, she would definitely make a big fuss in the royal city, at least uproot the Denton family. The Queen didn't know what she was thinking about, and suddenly laughed. What do you think that mysterious person would do if he knew that Ari Shang had an intimate relationship with that bastard? Eugenia looked down on the Queen's idea, but she had to admit that this kind of secret method often works wonders. Raphael has made contributions to the Tiger country, and even the entire Orc continent, but if it was his own romantic debt that caused him to be accidentally injured or killed by his lover or suitor, then it is impossible to blame others, right? The Queen didn't reveal too much to Eugenia. Eugenia had her own things to do, and as for her plan, naturally, others would help her complete it. Eugenia once again reminded the Queen to find a suitable time to push the next generation of Denton to the position of the Lord of Black Forest City, as soon as possible, at least to inherit the title and territory of the Denton family. The Queen was a little annoyed, and waved her hand to show that she understood. She asked Eugenia to arrange for the people there to continue looking for Marquis Denton and keep an eye on the news of the giant, and then let Eugenia leave. Eugenia walked out of the Queen's living room and suddenly turned her head to look back. Just for a moment, she always felt that there was a third person in the living room. After Eugenia came out of the palace, she got on a beast cart, entered a busy commercial street in the royal city, got off the car, and entered a tavern. After a while, Eugenia, who was served by a maid, disappeared, and a young hunter wearing leather armor and carrying a bow and arrow on his shoulder came out of the tavern. The young hunter seemed to be drunk, his body swaying, and walked into a small alley. This alley is a famous gambling alley. Gamblers who can't afford to go to large casinos like to go here. There is a house with a special mark painted on the door. Knock on the door, and there is a small casino inside, where a group of gamblers hang out. The young hunter knocked hard on a door. Swish! The observation hole specially left at the top of the gate was opened, and someone inside was looking out. Probably looking at the young hunter. I don't know if the young hunter is a regular here, or he looks like he is here to gamble. The observation hole was closed, and the gate was opened a crack, allowing only the young hunter to enter sideways. When the thug closed the door, he felt a little wind blowing past him, and felt something brushing his arm. But he looked around, and saw that the young hunter just now squeezed into the crowd, and disappeared in a short while. The thug didn't care much, just thought it was an illusion. Chapter 140. Boom! 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 One after another, huge explosions sounded in the royal city at night. A building collapsed completely, and the orcs living nearby screamed and ran out of their homes and shops. The city guards and security guards heard the sound, and quickly ran in the direction of the sound. Gambler's Alley was in chaos, and the explosion happened at the end of the alley. One after another, small casinos opened their doors, and hundreds of gamblers screamed and fled out in a swarm. In the chaos, an invisible man ran out of Gambler's Alley and ran through the red light district. When passing the commercial street, he saw several animal carts parked in front of a business. The leading animal cart was huge, eating grass and pooping. The invisible man passed the animal cart, took 2 steps, stopped, and retreated. The moon was high in the sky, and the ancient palace in the center of the royal city stood tall in the mortal world after 1,000 years. The explosion in Gambler Alley did not reach here. Everything in the palace was still so orderly. The queen took off her ornaments, cleaned her body, changed into pajamas, and went to bed with the help of her maid. Ah! A quick scream broke the peace of the queen's bedroom. The queen was furious and trembling with anger. She covered her mouth and nose and took 2 steps back. Check! Check it out for me. Find out who did it. The queen turned around angrily, slammed the door, and walked out of the palace that belonged to the queen. She couldn't live here tonight anyway. The maids looked at the queen's bed with curiosity and fear. On the neat big bed, under the open pure silk duvet, there was a large pile of feces. The feces were obviously not orc feces. They were too big, and not particularly smelly. They even had a little bit of grass smell. They were obviously vegetarians, and they were also very large. The palace guards got the news and rushed over quickly. When they saw the big pile of feces on the bed, they didn't know what expression to put on. This was really not very harmful, but very insulting. Especially since this was the bed of a queen. The Tiger King also heard this absurd news soon after. Check it out, and see who did it. The Tiger King didn't sympathize with the queen in his heart. He even wanted to laugh. But the other party did such a thing in the palace, which was a slap in the face of the entire palace and him, the Tiger King. Even if this was a prank, the person had to be found and severely punished. Bourgeois waited in the office of the Special Investigation Bureau until late at night. Now he is almost rooted here. Considering that there were many people who wanted him dead, he might cause collateral damage to the neighborhood wherever he lived, so Bourgeois simply didn't rent a house. Fortunately, his rank was high enough to have a separate office, which also had a small lounge attached. The window that was not closed was pushed open a crack, and the curtains trembled slightly. A little tiger cub jumped on Bourgeois' knees. Bourgeois picked up the little tiger, closed the window, and the curtains fell. It was very quiet around. Anyone who had carefully checked Bourgeois knew that Bourgeois had extraordinary hearing. At night, when it was quiet, very few people would stay nearby to follow him, and even if they did, they would stay far away. Of course, there were other staff members in the Special Investigation Bureau, and some of them might have been bribed. Fortunately, Bourgeois and the Tiger Boy also have special coping methods. Even if someone hears the language they speak, they will not understand it, unless the other party is a player. But it is basically impossible for players to infiltrate the Special Investigation Bureau now. Did you take a shower? Or did you just come out of the river? Bu Shuai felt that there was still some moisture on the tiger boy's fur. Yeah. Of course he took a shower, and he smelled delicious. Bu Shuai smelled it, and it was indeed very fragrant. Have you had dinner? Bu Shuai touched the tiger boy's belly again. It was bulging. He must have eaten. The tiger boy licked his hand, squinted his eyes, and enjoyed Bu Shuai's loving rubbing of his belly. Bu Shuai sighed in his heart. No wonder many people like to keep cats and dogs. It is really too addictive to pet them, and people will be intoxicated without knowing it. If he didn't know that the tiger boy was an adult beastman inside, Bu Shuai really wanted to bury his face in his warm belly and suck a few times. Ah. Okay, stop being a spoiled brat. Tell me, what happened today? How do you know that Mrs. Anita is not dead? Bu Shuai pinched the little tiger's upper limbs with both hands, lifted him up, and let him sit on the desk. The little tiger didn't like the cold and hard wooden table, and jumped from the table into Bu Shuai's arms again. Bu Shuai couldn't do anything to him. This guy just relied on his cute body to do whatever he wanted. Ah! The little tiger bit Bu Shuai's fingers, leaving a few small teeth marks. Bu Shuai pinched his ears, pinched his paw pads, pinched his tail. The little tiger stretched out his claws to hit him. Ah! Bu Shuai raised his palm and clapped his palm with him. I wanted to talk about business, but I couldn't help playing with the little tiger. You clap once, I clap once. Stop! Bu Shuai grabbed the paw of the little tiger, who was clapping with him happily. Don't keep me in the dark, and don't use excuses for my own good. You know I don't like this. The little tiger stopped playing around, hung in Bu Shuai's arms, and said, Baby, I won't do such a stupid thing. Do you know how ridiculous it is for you to say such things in a cub's voice? Bu Shuai had to control his mouth muscles tightly to prevent himself from laughing. The little tiger gave him a resentful look. He also wanted to turn back into an adult orc body. But didn't he know that you like to suck little tigers? I have made such a great sacrifice, and you still laugh at me. Bu Shuai couldn't help laughing, and flicked the little tiger's chin with his fingers. Okay, my fault. You can scream whatever you want. Anyway, with a tiger cub-like body and a cub-like voice, no matter what he said, he would not be embarrassed. The little tiger raised his paw and slapped it fiercely. Bu Shuai caught his paw, pushed him down, and rubbed his little belly. The little tiger was lying on his back, with his limbs spread out, looking like he was ready to be trampled on. Bu Shuai really liked this little tiger. Shang Fifan really knew how to control him. Bu Shuai couldn't help but poke his belly with his fingers. Poke it, and it made a sound. On. Ayo. Meow. You meowed? No. You meowed, I heard it. You heard it wrong. Have you ever thought that you might not be the child of the Tiger King? This transfer was very successful, and Bu Shuai immediately gave up the torture and his mind returned to the right track. Did you hear any news? From the system. It said that if I could complete a certain task, it would reward me with the secret of your life experience. Bu Shuai, it seems that my original body's life experience is really problematic. That's it. The little tiger got up and took the initiative to squat on the table, posing a majestic and inviolable posture. Bu Shuai's fingers touched his beard. The little tiger's beard trembled. His Bu Shuai is sometimes very naughty. I don't care about my life experience. Bu Shuai said honestly that anyone who has experienced 3 lives and has an adult's thinking will not care too much about who his parents are in the 3rd life. But my body comes from the original body. Although I didn't wear the original body voluntarily, it is also a fact that I got a 3rd life through his body and Anita's summons. I think if the original body is still alive, he should want to know who his biological parents are and why he became Raphael Longmu. Bu Shuai said. Little Tiger understood what Bu Shuai meant, which meant that he wanted to investigate this matter with him. He knew that Bu Shuai might not care, but he would care for the original body. Little Tiger sat up straight. Let's not talk about what the original body's life experience is. Since it is a secret, basically the original body's life experience will not exceed the following 3 possibilities. First, he is the child of the Tiger King, but his biological mother is not Anita. Second, he is not the child of the Tiger King, and his biological mother is Anita. Third, he is neither the child of the Tiger King nor the child of Anita. Come on, baby, based on your and the original body's memories, which of the 3 possibilities do you think the original body's life experience is more likely to be? Bu Shuai fell silent, recalling the 5 years he and Anita had spent together before Anita passed away. I don't know. Bu Shuai finally shook his head blankly. Anita hooked up with Tiger King out of hatred, which made her feel very complicated about her child. It's hard for me to judge what kind of feelings Anita has for the original body based on my memory, and naturally I can't tell whether the original body is Anita's flesh and blood. Bu Shuai murmured. But if the original body is not Tiger King's flesh and blood, nor is it Anita's child, 6.5 years ago, did Anita have to use stone ears and summoning to revive the original body? Little Tiger, so you think the original body is more likely to be the biological child of one of the two? Is it Anita? Bu Shuai subconsciously reasoned. In the first case, the biological father is Tiger King, and the biological mother is not Anita. In other words, either Tiger King replaced his child with Anita, or Anita stole another child of Tiger King and replaced his own child. But such an act must meet a very harsh condition, that is, when Tiger King and Anita were together, they also had a negative distance relationship with other female beast men who were not the queen, and made the other party pregnant, and the other party's pregnancy time was the same as Anita's. The little tiger thought to himself, it seems that his Bu Shuai likes to watch melodrama. Bu Shuai shook his head, not to mention that Tiger King was passionate with Anita at that time. It is unlikely that he had another mistress. If it was just to protect their own flesh and blood, Tiger King and Anita would not need to go through so much trouble, just take a child born in a similar time period. The little tiger said, so the first situation can be basically ruled out. Yes. Bu Shuai nodded. Let's look at the second situation. The original body's biological father is not the Tiger King, and the biological mother is Anita. This situation is nothing more than Anita wanting to be honored by her son, wanting the queen to suffer, and wanting to confuse the royal bloodline. In short, it is for revenge. Maybe she wants her child to have a better future, but if the original body is Anita's own flesh and blood, and has no relationship with the Tiger King, how can Anita bear the stigma of an illegitimate child? Wouldn't she be in pain when she sees her own flesh and blood being repeatedly hurt, or even killed? The little tiger, maybe she is in pain, so she summoned you and decided to escape, and then secretly planned a bigger and more terrible revenge. Bu Shuai's cold face. In that case, I would rather Mrs. Anita is not the original body's biological mother. The little tiger stretched out his claws and patted Bu Shuai. Bu Shuai calmed down and continued to analyze. The third situation is that the original body's biological father and biological mother are not Tiger King and Anita at all. But Anita announced to the public that the original body was her own child, so the purpose should be similar to the second situation, that is, to consolidate her position in front of Tiger King and to disgust the queen. And to achieve this goal, Tiger King must not know. Little Tiger added, there is another possibility in the third situation, which is what you just mentioned, that is, Tiger King and Anita are both insiders, and the two of them jointly forged the original body's life experience. The reason is needless to say, just in order to protect the real flesh and blood of the two, they found someone else's child to take the blame. Bu Shuai exhaled. To sum up, the original body is either a shield for the two or one of the two children, or a tool used by Anita for revenge. And the possibility that the original body is not the flesh and blood of the Tiger King is very high. Little Tiger, fuck. Bu Shuai, yeah, fucking stupid. By the way, what did you do after leaving the Royal City Cemetery Hill today? I seem to hear a few explosions just now. It can't be related to you, right? Ah! It's unfair. The little tiger threw himself into Bu Shuai's arms and rolled over. The explosion had nothing to do with him. At most, he fanned the flames and helped the perpetrator a little. By the way, he also did some bad things. That's all. Chapter 141. The queen did not sleep well tonight. No, she did not fall asleep. No matter where she slept, she always felt that there seemed to be a hint of feces lingering on the tip of her nose. For this reason, she changed several rooms in a row, and asked people to open the windows and ventilate the rooms again. After such a tossing and turning, she was no longer sleepy, and she just wanted to catch the bastard who did the evil thing and beat him into a pulp. Just when she ordered the commander of the palace guards to see her, one of her confidants rushed to ask for an audience. The queen was in a bad mood, but she still met him. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The queen looked ugly, and she didn't say anything, just looking at the confidant. The handsome male orc lowered his head and lowered his voice. Just now someone found the body of Master Wilton in Gambler's Alley. What did you say? The queen doubted her ears. The male orc had to say it again. Impossible. The queen said flatly. Wilton was under house arrest in Jinsey Manor. How could he run away and run to Gambler Alley? Male orc, it is true. Our people saw the body of Master Wilton. Although most of his body was blown up, his head and face were still intact. After that, our people could only take the body away from the scene in the chaos. The queen lost her voice. A few hours ago, she was still discussing with Eugenia about pushing Wilton to the title. How long has it been since he turned into a corpse? The first thought that popped into the Queen's mind was, this must have been done by the Tiger King. Knowing that she wanted Wilton to inherit the title and inheritance of the Denton family, the Tiger King took the initiative and killed the first heir of the Denton family. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain how Wilton, who was under house arrest in the heavily guarded Jinsey Manor, could sneak out without being discovered. The Queen knew that Wilton had a small problem of gambling, but she never thought it was a big problem. As a noble, isn't it normal to have some harmless hobbies? And Wilton is not a gambler, he just can't give up the excitement brought by gambling. Could it be that someone took advantage of Wilton's little hobby, led him out of Jinsey Manor, and killed him? Go find Eugenia, I want to see her. She wanted to ask Eugenia, how did the blood of the Marquis appear in Gambler's Alley under her care, and how was it blown to death there? Blown up? Gambler's Alley exploded? The Queen finally reacted. The male orc, yes. The end of the street collapsed, and a big hole was blown out at the center of the explosion, revealing the altar of the evil god believers below. Master Wilton was very unlucky, and the casino he chose was right above the altar. The Queen suddenly stood up, looking fierce. Was it done by the Special Investigation Bureau? Are they tracking down the evil god believers, and as a result, they ignored the safety of the people and openly set up explosives in the royal city, just to get credit? The male orc wanted to answer like this, but the fact is, according to the preliminary investigation at the scene, the explosion is likely to have started from underground, that is. There was a problem with the altar of the evil god believers, which caused the violent explosion. At that time, a group of evil god believers were performing evil sacrifices around the altar. Not only did they offer a lot of messy things on the altar, but they also boiled some weird witchcraft in front of the altar. The first thing that exploded was probably the witch medicine. Queen, The Queen was listening to the report from her confidant, and Tiger King also received the news from the city guards. The relevant information obtained by Tiger King was much more detailed. Reporter, including Master Wilton, a total of 33 people died, 30 cult members, and the identities of the other 2 were being checked. One of them was a woman dressed as a man with serious facial injuries, and the other's face was intact, but no one knew him at the scene. Before the explosion, no one knew that it was one of the bases of the evil god believers. This explosion has nothing to do with the Special Investigation Bureau, and no one from the Special Investigation Bureau appeared at the scene. The above is the situation that has been found so far. How could Wilton appear there? The Tiger King was angry. He was not angry about Wilton's death, but because the Queen would definitely believe that Wilton's death was related to him. It was true that he had no feelings for the Queen, but she was the mother of his 5 children, and the Queen of this country after all. He certainly didn't want her to regard him as an enemy. At least, he didn't want the Queen to have any new friction with him before the inheritance sharing conference ended. The reporter said dryly, "People have been sent to Jinsey Manor to investigate." The Tiger King was angry. "Find it out for me. I want to know who dared to disobey my order in Jinsey Manor and let Wilton out." The reporter bowed his head. The Tiger King asked again, "So Wilton's death was a coincidence?" The reporter, "It looks very similar." "Where was Raphael at the time?" Tiger King suddenly asked. The reporter answered in detail. "He is in the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau. After returning from the cemetery, he has been staying in the office without coming out." "How is his mood?" Tiger King asked in a low voice. The reporter thought that he would be in a bad mood after returning from his mother's cemetery. He answered, "It should not be very good." After the reporter left, Tiger King looked at Clement, the commander of the guard standing in the corner of the study. "What do you think?" Clement said lightly, "I don't believe in coincidences." Tiger King also did. "There may be coincidences in this world, but Wilton's death is definitely not one of them. Find someone to check Anita's grave. I don't want anyone to disturb her," Tiger King finally said. As Tiger King's most trusted confidant, Clement understood Tiger King's meaning very well. Tiger King was not worried that someone would destroy Mrs. Anita's grave, but suspected that Anita was related to Wilton's death. He asked him to send someone to check Anita's grave. In fact, he just wanted to see if Anita's body was still buried there. Marquis Denton had many enemies, but there were few who wished the Denton family would die and had a certain ability to retaliate. Of course, the Tiger King did not think that Anita, who was weak and alone, had the ability to kill Marquis Denton and the next generation of the Denton family. Anita's strongest time was when she was protected by him, and at that time Anita could not do anything to the Denton family. After that, Anita gave birth to Ramil for him, but he did not overthrow the Denton family for Anita, and Anita did not make any relevant requests to him. So Anita's death, in addition to her desire to protect Raphael, was also caused by the frustration of not being able to avenge her great hatred. In any case, he had carefully examined Anita's body and confirmed that she was really dead. He was just doing the process of elimination, eliminating the candidate with the lowest possibility first. The Tiger King raised his hand. The Queen seems to be looking for you. Go and see her. Clement bowed and left in silence. The Tiger King leaned back and pinched his eyebrows tiredly. Tonight, the two masters of the palace are destined to be sleepless. In the Special Investigation Bureau, in the small lounge of Bouchois. Bouchois was half lying on the bed. The little tiger nestled in his arms and reported. Bouchois interrupted halfway through. Is the eldest son of Marquis Denton dead? Died in the explosion of the altar of the evil god believers? Yes. Didn't you do it? I think so. But the problem is that someone was plotting to kill Wilton before me. It was all arranged for Wilton to leave Gincy Manor and go to Gambler's Alley. Little Tiger said. Even the mistress of Marquis Denton, Eugenia, would go to Gambler's Alley to meet with the evil god believers tonight, which was also expected by others. Or it was because Eugenia was going to Gambler's Alley tonight that Wilton would be led there tonight. Not handsome. So the person who attacked Wilton wanted others to think that Wilton's death was related to Eugenia, that is, to the evil god believers? Possibly. Is that Eugenia, the person arranged by the evil god believers to be next to Marquis Denton? But old Denton seemed to think that Eugenia was on his side, and was just sent by him to contact the evil god believers. At least that's what Eugenia meant by her words and behavior. Not handsome. I suddenly feel a little pitiful for old Denton. Pathetic? Maybe Eugenia's feeling is an illusion created by old Denton. In fact, old Denton is using Eugenia and the evil god believers. Have you figured out how to awaken and interrogate old Denton's soul? The little tiger scratched Bouchois. Not yet. His soul is in a very strange state, like sleeping, more like being locked by something. Locked? Can it be said to be protected? That is a power I have never come into contact with. The power of the evil god? It is possible. Can only the evil god or high-level evil god believers awaken him? Or do they need to meet some special conditions? Bouchois talked to himself. Little Tiger, I haven't received any related tasks, which means you can solve this problem. And my intuition tells me that solving this problem may be of some benefit to you. Bouchois smiled. Your system has so much confidence in me. I think it likes you very much. At the beginning of the game, he was sent to the outside of Moyo town and given a letter related to Bouchois. So, the system is also the matchmaker between him and Bouchois? Shang Fifan suddenly felt that the system was much cuter. Can you say thank you to it for me? It should have heard it. Well, what did you find in Gincy Manor? Oh, there are a lot of discoveries. The little tiger turned over. Your mother, Madame Anita, is really not an ordinary female orc. She is playing a big game. Bouchois sat up slightly. Did you see her? I think the Tiger King would never have thought that the madam of the most famous Princess Doris in the royal city is Madame Anita. What? Bouchois was really shocked. Yes, you heard it right. Eva, the owner of the largest brothel in the royal city, is Madame Anita, and she is also the housekeeper of Gincy Manor. The most interesting thing is that Eva is also the Queen's confidant, money bag and information channel. Is it so awesome? Super awesome. If it weren't for the help of the Sky Eye system, he wouldn't be able to lock the target from many fragmentary information and clues, and then confirm it. So, Wilton was able to leave Gincy Manor because of the help of the housekeeper? No. You underestimate Anita too much. The housekeeper of Gincy Manor is apparently the Tiger King's man. She supervises the Denton family very strictly, and the Denton family has a lot of opinions about her. Bouchois was stunned, but recalling the years he and Anita had been together, she seemed to be away from home often. Maybe she started to plan everything a long time ago. At least the two identities of the brothel owner and the housekeeper of Gincy Manor must have been prepared a long time ago. The little tiger finally revealed. Wilton was released by the third prince. This afternoon, the third prince ran to Gincy Manor and argued with the guards at the gate, insisting on visiting his cousins. The guards refused, so he forced his way in with his followers. The guards had to concentrate their efforts to stop the third prince. It was at this time that Wilton, with the help of the cook's daughter, hid in a food delivery cart and sneaked out of Gincy Manor. Bouchois thought for a moment. The housekeeper should have helped, right? Who knows? At least on the surface, the housekeeper did not intervene at all. She just mobilized more servants to keep an eye on the third prince, and the people he brought when the third prince came to make trouble. Why did the third prince suddenly break into Jinsey Manor? I thought the Tiger King had banned him, and did not allow him to go to Jinsey Manor again. I haven't found out about this yet. After all, I can't do it in 2 places. When I have time, I will go to ask the third prince. As he spoke, the little tiger yawned. He was very busy today, and was sleepy. It's hard work. It's late. Go to bed first. Ya Bu Shuai naturally pulled the little tiger into his arms, turned off the lights, and lay down to sleep. Chapter 142. The next day, the news of the explosion in Gambling Ghost Alley spread throughout the royal city. Before, Ari Shang was looking for evil god believers everywhere, which shocked the citizens of the royal city that there were so many evil god believers' bases around them. Now that they found that there was a secret base, an altar under Gambling Ghost Alley, the citizens became more and more nervous. They didn't know whether there was an evil god believer's altar hidden under their house, and they didn't know whether they would die in an inexplicable explosion or suddenly be infected with insect poison one day. So, the call for a thorough investigation of evil god believers and their bases in the city became louder and louder. Seeing that everyone's focus was on evil god believers and evil god altars, some people were relieved. The Queen's people took Wilton's body away from the scene early, so the matter should not be spread, but I don't know what went wrong. There was a body missing at the scene, and the news that it was Wilton, the eldest son of Marquis Dinton, soon spread. What's worse is that there is a rumor in the royal city that the reason why Wilton escaped from Jinsey Manor and went to gambling in Gambling Alley was because of the invitation and help of the third prince. The third prince stood in front of the Tiger King and trembled. When he was called to the study at first, he still behaved like a dandy, smiled and saluted the Tiger King, and wanted to find a seat to sit down. But the Tiger King just looked at him coldly and silently. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The third prince couldn't laugh anymore, and didn't dare to find a chair. He just stood in front of the desk, looking at his father with fear and worry. Ramil still stood behind the Tiger King today, seemingly looking down at the ground, but in fact, he saw all the changes in the third prince's expression from the corner of his eyes. Ramil looked down on the third prince, thinking that he was incompetent and stupid, and liked to find trouble everywhere. He was the least likely to inherit the throne among the 5 siblings. Father? What's the matter with you calling me here? The third prince asked again cautiously. He asked the same question when he entered the study, but at that time, his tone was nonchalant and indifferent. The Tiger King still didn't speak, and just looked at him coldly. The third prince's calves began to tremble. The Tiger King had taught him a lesson, scolded him, and even beat him before, but it was the first time that he just remained silent and looked at him with cold eyes like today. The third prince was scared, really scared. He actually knew the Tiger King's expectations and views of the brothers and sisters. In the eyes of the Tiger King, he was definitely not the one who could inherit the throne, but perhaps because he had the least chance of inheriting the throne, the Tiger King indulged him more and rarely made strict demands on him. He dared to be a little presumptuous with the Tiger King because he was sure that his father would not really do anything to him. But that was in the past. Now he dared not think so. Just looking at his father's eyes, he had a terrible feeling that his father wanted to kill his own son. Father, I was wrong. The third prince didn't care and admitted his mistake first. The Tiger King still didn't speak, just looked at him. The third prince's knees were weak, and he had to resist kneeling. Father, I really know I was wrong. You don't be angry, just tell me what's wrong. I promise to change it if you say it's not good. The Tiger King seemed to show disappointment in his eyes, and his eyes became colder. The third prince was really panicked. He wanted to rush over and act like a spoiled child with the Tiger King like when he was a child, but his feet couldn't move at all. He was afraid. Are you angry about me causing trouble for Raphael again? I swear, I really didn't want to do anything to Raphael this time. It was the Dude brothers who came up with the idea and found the person. They were unwilling to see Raphael being favored by the alchemist Ari Shang, so they wanted to punish him. Remire, does this guy really not know why the Tiger King is angry with him? But when he mentioned Raphael, the Tiger King seemed to be even angrier. The third prince confessed many things in a panic. For example, he took the money offered by the pig and wanted to collect money to buy a space bracelet. For example, he and his friends beat up the son of an official, teased a sheriff, molested a girl, took a share of a restaurant without paying, received tributes from some foreign dignitaries, made things difficult for the eldest prince, and promised the son of Count Bethune that he would teach the handsome and disabled man who flattered the second prince a lesson. And so on. Until the end, the third prince saw that Tiger King still had no reaction, and his eyes were getting colder and colder. In a hurry, he told some of the bad things he did yesterday, including the fact that he led people to Jinsey Manor to make trouble. After he finished speaking, he remembered that he promised others not to tell this matter to others, at least not to reveal who asked him to do it, and why he went to Jinsey Manor. Tiger King finally spoke. Didn't I tell you that without my permission, you are never allowed to go to Jinsey Manor to find people from the Denton family? The third prince's legs trembled even more. His father said so, but he thought that he was a prince after all, his father's son, and even if he really went, his father would not really do anything to him, and most he would just reprimand him and put him in confinement. But now, he seems to have really stepped on his father's bottom line. This is obviously not something that can be solved by reprimanding and confinement. I just went to visit my uncle's family, and wanted to know if they were doing well. I heard that the housekeeper there was very mean to them. I just wanted to support them, and tell the housekeeper not to go too far. The Tiger King seemed very angry. Mean? Their family eats well, and wears well there, and there are a lot of people serving them. Except for the lack of freedom, they live more comfortably than most small nobles. You call this mean? The third prince was soaked in cold sweat, his lips trembled, but he couldn't say anything. The Tiger King slammed the table and roared, "Tell me clearly who told you to go to Jinsey Manor, who dared you to disobey my order. If you dare to tell a lie, you will live in Jinsey Manor with your uncle's family. You don't have to come out anymore." The third prince was so scared that he trembled violently. He didn't care about anything, and didn't care about what he had promised others. He said everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Yes, it was Xena. She told me that she was worried about her uncle, Marquis Denton's family, but she said she didn't dare to go because she was afraid of making you angry. She begged me to go see Lizzie. She heard that Lizzie was sick, but the housekeeper of Jinsey Manor didn't find a healer or pharmacist for her, but just made some herbs for her. Xena asked me to bring a healer or pharmacist to Lizzie. I am. The third prince kept swallowing his saliva and spoke incoherently. The Tiger King stared at the third prince. He didn't believe that the third prince could still lie in this situation. Xena is his youngest daughter, and the most favored one among the 5 siblings. She is a little willful. Lizzie is the youngest daughter of Marquis Denton. She is about the same age as Xena, and is the one who interacts with Xena the most among the children of Denton. Although the relationship between the 5th and the 3rd is not good, if Xena takes the initiative to seek help from the 3rd, who is a fool who doesn't know east, west, south, and north when he is praised and stimulated, may really agree to her to break into Jinsey Manor in order to save face in front of his youngest sister. The Tiger King ordered the guards to come in. Ignoring the third prince's repeated pleas, he waved his hand and asked the guards to take the third prince away and lock him up. Recently, he didn't plan to let this son come out again. This is also for his own good. With the third child's brain, if he continues to make trouble in the royal city, he will be used to death by his brothers and sisters or others sooner or later. The Tiger King asked someone to find the 5th princess again. As a result, the waiter reported that the 5th princess had gone to the queen, and the queen left the 5th princess behind, telling the Tiger King to go to her if he had any questions. Tiger King, The Tiger King was so angry that his chest hurt. Xena must have gotten the news, and knew that the third prince would definitely not be able to hide it, and would give her away, so she ran to the queen for help in advance. The queen also made it clear that she wanted to protect her daughter. But the Tiger King didn't want to teach his children a lesson now. He wanted to find out who was behind this matter, and made a murder look like an accident. The Tiger King was powerless, so he asked Remir to go to the queen on his behalf to ask the 5th princess, to find out who asked her to send a healer to Lizzie, who told her that Lizzie was sick, and who suggested that she go to the third prince. Just as Ramil was about to leave the study, the Tiger King called him again. Forget it, don't go to the queen, let Commander Clement go. At least the queen will give him some face. Ramil bowed his head, yes. Towards evening, the people who went to Jinsey Manor to inquire came back, and reported to the Tiger King a more troublesome news. Eugenia, the mistress of Marquis Denton, disappeared. And when did Eugenia leave the manor? Not many people noticed it. It can only be roughly judged that Eugenia should have been gone from the manor yesterday afternoon. The Tiger King is very concerned about Eugenia, more than the children of Marquis Denton. This is a female beast man who controls the economic power of Marquis Denton's family. She is more like Marquis Denton's Minister of the Interior than his mistress. Find her. The Tiger King ordered. The Queen is also looking for Eugenia. Knowing that Eugenia did not return to Jinsey Manor after leaving her yesterday, the Queen felt very uneasy. The Tiger King was already looking for loopholes in Jinsey Manor. It would not be long before he would know about Eugenia's disappearance. How could the Tiger King, who was so concerned about the Denton family, let Eugenia go? He would definitely investigate Eugenia's disappearance carefully, and then he would probably find her here. And how could she explain why she could bring Eugenia, who was under house arrest, to the palace, and why she brought her to the palace? If the Tiger King required that the people under house arrest could enter and leave the palace at will, wouldn't the Tiger King's safety be very unprotected? The Queen knew the Tiger King, and he absolutely could not tolerate this. In addition, if the Tiger King asked her to hand over Eugenia, where would she turn into another Eugenia for the Tiger King? There was also the matter of the fifth princess seeking her asylum. According to the fifth princess, she thought of visiting Lizzie because a maid beside Lizzie came to her and asked for help. She didn't know how the maid ran out, and thought that someone arranged by the Queen had helped. She asked the maid why she didn't ask the Queen for help. The maid said that her young lady didn't want to alarm the Queen for such a small matter, she just wanted to find a healer or pharmacist. Even if the maid could find a healer and a pharmacist, there was no way to bring them into the manor, so she came to ask for help from the young lady's friend, the fifth princess. But the fifth princess knew very well that the Tiger King didn't want them to go to Jinsey Manor, and didn't like them to contact the Denton family. Just when the fifth princess was worried, a waiter beside her suggested that she could ask the third prince for help. The fifth princess weighed the pros and cons, and finally took the waiter's advice. She asked someone to find the third prince, and praised and encouraged him. Her third brother, the idiot, really agreed to take a healer to Jinsey Manor. The Queen asked about the maid's appearance and arranged for someone to go to Jinsey Manor to find the maid. But Jinsey Manor was more strictly guarded by the Tiger King, and her people could not pass the news out in a short time. The Queen asked the fifth princess to bring the waiter, who suggested that she find the third prince to see her. This suggestion seemed ordinary, but the Queen always felt that something was wrong. This series of events was really too coincidental, as if it was designed. The person is missing? The Queen felt as expected when she heard the report. She asked the fifth princess for details, but the smart little daughter could not tell the details of the waiter. After repeated questioning, her daughter finally told the truth. The waiter turned out to be a hunter she had seen occasionally outside. Because he was handsome, had a good figure, was skilled, and spoke humorously, the fifth princess took him in as a waiter. The Queen. Fortunately, the child she had high hopes for was not one of these two, otherwise she would probably be angry to death. The Queen did not want to break up with the Tiger King for the time being, so she told all the clues she had asked to Clement, the commander of the guards, who had come to pass on the message and was patiently waiting for news. The Tiger King saw that the Queen was still clear-headed, and after thinking for a long time, he sent a maid to inform the Queen that he wanted to have dinner with the Queen in the evening. This was a signal from the Tiger King to temporarily reconcile with the Queen. Now that the signs in the royal city are not right, the Tiger King hopes to be united with the Queen in dealing with the outside world. The Queen accepted the invitation. At the beginning of the dinner, the atmosphere was still good. But when the Queen proposed that the second son of Marquis Denton, Albert, inherit the title and property of the Denton family and return to the territory as soon as possible to handle family affairs, the atmosphere became cold. Marquis Denton is still missing, and it is not confirmed that he is dead. Isn't it inappropriate to let his son inherit his title and territory so soon? The Tiger King squeezed out a gentle tone. Wilton is dead. I am worried that if the people of the Denton family don't return to their own territory, they will die one after another in the royal city. The Queen put down the tableware and spoke slowly. Tiger King, it seems that you have already determined that I had someone kill Wilton. If it's not you, then let Albert inherit my brother's title, as well as all the territory and property of the Denton family. The Queen made it clear directly. The Tiger King laughed in anger. You are the Queen of Tiger Country, not the Queen of the Denton family. The Queen was unmoved. Of course I know my position. On the contrary, have you forgotten what the current stability and strength of Tiger Country depends on? The Tiger King was so angry that he didn't want to speak. The Queen said to herself, it's the nobles, the lords of various places. The Tiger King wanted to say bullshit, but he couldn't say it, because what the Queen said was indeed the truth. I know you want to unify Tiger Country, and take all power back to the king, including the army and land. Every king with a little ambition will have such an idea. But it must be realistic. The Queen took a sip of the wine glass. The current Tiger Country is not yet able to go to war with the nobles in the country. We need to rely on the power of the great nobles to suppress and manage the small nobles and lords below. What you are planning now will only weaken the national strength of Tiger Country and give neighboring countries an opportunity to take advantage of it. My brother, the Denton family, should have been your most trusted subordinate and your best helper in managing the entire Tiger Country. As long as you are willing to trust the Denton family, they can protect Tiger Country for you. But in fact, you have always been afraid of the Denton family, and have always wanted to take back everything that belongs to the Denton family. You don't respect me, sleep with other women, give birth to illegitimate children to humiliate me, and I can tolerate all these. But I can't stand you wanting to destroy my roots, my family. The Tiger King was silent for a long time. I was wrong about Anita and me. So I tolerated your persecution and harm to Anita and her son, and even watched Anita drag herself to death because of a minor illness. And Raphael, how many times has he been targeted and murdered? But did I do anything to you? You said I wanted to attack the Denton family, and that I didn't trust the Denton family. But how did the Denton family treat me in Tiger Country? How many private armies does the Denton family have? Do I need to give the specific number? How long have they concealed the underground temple? How long have they concealed the fact that the magma disaster is about to erupt? What does the Denton family want to do by hiding these things? And why did the Marquis of Denton unite with other nobles, and even the evil god believers? The Tiger King looked at the Queen coldly and asked abruptly, which generation of Denton is the current Marquis of Denton? How can you call him brother? The Queen was shocked, and when she reacted and wanted to control her expression again, it was too late. The Tiger King was also shocked when he saw the change in the Queen's expression. What Raphael said was true. Why can he live so long? What price did he pay? Or did he get some evil magic from the evil god? The Tiger King asked quickly. The Queen put down the wine glass and stood up. I don't know what you are talking about. I'm tired and I'm going to rest. You can do as you please. Stop! The Tiger King shouted. The Queen paused, but immediately walked towards the exit. The Tiger King looked at the Queen with cold eyes as she left the restaurant without looking back. Unexpectedly, the Queen turned around just as she walked to the door and said, I know you want to imprison me, or even kill me now, but you and I both know what the consequences will be if you give this order. So let's continue the previous cooperation. If you don't touch the Denton family, I won't care how you manage the country. The Queen added, even if my heart is more inclined to the Denton family, I don't want them to become the king of Tiger Country. I have my own children. Why should I let my nephews and nieces sit in that position? There are differences between us, but this difference is not so big that I will take others to seize everything from my children, or even kill my own children. When the Tiger King heard this, the coldness on his face melted a little, and finally took a step back. I will consider the matter of Alpit inheriting the title of Denton. After hearing this, the Queen not only did not feel relieved, but closed her eyes. She knew her husband too well. The Tiger King said that he would consider letting Alpit inherit the title, but he did not say that he would inherit the territory and other property together, nor did he say whether it would be hereditary or downgraded. Giving Alpit a low-level baron title is still a title. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to make some preparations in advance. In addition, it was time to use the prepared things. The Tiger King sat alone in the restaurant for a long time. That night, he secretly met with several important ministers and several dignitaries, who seemed to have moved away from the center of power. When he returned to the bedroom, it was almost dawn. Your Majesty. A beautiful maid came forward and undressed Tiger King. Tiger King saw the maid's familiar eyebrows and eyes, and suddenly felt an impulse. He grabbed the maid's arm and pushed her onto the big bed. Special Investigation Bureau, still the same office, still the same window. The little tiger jumped in from the window, crawled into the lounge at the back, jumped onto the bed, and crawled into the quilt. He could have jumped directly to Bourgeois' pillow, but he didn't. He had to crawl into the quilt from the end of the bed, and crawled all the way to Bourgeois' chest. He poked his head out again and announced, I saw a big show today. Not handsome. He slapped the tiger's head with a slap. Go to sleep. We talk tomorrow. The little tiger patted his chin with his paw pad. Do you really not want to listen? Even if the Queen found a beautiful female orc who looked a bit like Lady Anita and arranged her husband next to her, and that female orc also had the natural ability to seduce, and the Tiger King really went to bed with that female orc, and the Queen prepared a box of belts similar to the Tiger King's belt, and planned to transfer the Denton family's property as soon as possible. Do you really not want to hear these gossips? Not handsome. I don't want to listen. You've already finished. Little Tiger said he hadn't finished yet. I want to take back my contempt for Tiger King. This old guy is still quite capable. You know that Tiger Country has a large rebel army, right? This rebel army often attacks small nobles, kills their families, robs them, and then flees. Then these territories become unowned land, and Tiger King will come and take them back. Bourgeois' mind was completely clear. Is that rebel army Tiger King's people? Little Tiger, that's right. Now he wants to use this rebel army to find the private army of the Denton family. How to find it? I know. Should we let this rebel army attack some small nobles and lords related to the Denton family? Bourgeois sat up. Yes. The Tiger King and his advisors both judged that the private army of the Denton family was likely hidden in the territories of these inconspicuous small nobles. If it was hidden in the territory of the Denton family, it would be too conspicuous. Bourgeois was now only glad that he had persuaded his uncle before, and did not let his uncle take Moyo Town to join the rebels. That would be no different from jumping into the tiger's mouth automatically. The third prince is imprisoned, and the fifth princess is under house arrest. These two people are unlikely to come out and cause trouble in the short term. The little tiger suddenly scratched his chin with his claws and said thoughtfully, I have a strong premonition that at least one of these two may die. Bourgeois frowned. Who wants to kill them? The little tiger sneered. There are many people who want to kill them. But not many people can do it. Bourgeois suddenly said, Don't use the invisibility props to enter the palace again. It's too dangerous. The little tiger looked up at him. Bourgeois said, Although I gave you a detailed map of the palace, including some defensive loopholes. But the palace is still well prepared for invisibility talents and invisibility props. I suspect that you have been exposed, but they can't catch you yet. But if they set traps for your ability. The little tiger wanted to say that he had the Sky Eye system to help, but he didn't dare to really underestimate the defense strength of the palace. Although he felt that Bourgeois asked him not to enter the palace invisibly again, it was probably because he was worried that he would be involved in the future murder of princes and princesses. That maid is probably waiting for an opportunity to replace the Tiger King's belt. I was wondering if I could take advantage of the situation. The little tiger looked regretful. He had confirmed that one of the lost powers of the god of nature was in the Tiger King. Chapter 143. For a period of time, the entire royal city seemed to have entered a period of stability. The Tiger King put most of his energy into holding the inheritance sharing conference, and the remaining half was put into the reconstruction of Black Forest City and the arrangement of various military and political positions in Black Forest City. During a court meeting, an official proposed to the Tiger King whether he should start considering letting the children of Marquis Denton inherit the title and everything of the Denton family. The Tiger King immediately stated that all matters related to the inheritance of the title of the Tiger Kingdom would be postponed to after the sharing conference. During this period, if the local government orders were not smooth and the management was not in place because there was no one to inherit the title temporarily, the royal city would send temporary officials to the noble territory to conduct temporary administrative jurisdiction. As soon as this administrative measure came out, it aroused opposition from many nobles on the spot. Many nobles were worried that this was a signal that the Tiger King began to centralize power and suppress the princes. Marquis Denton's in-laws were the first to object, saying that according to the laws established when Tiger Country was founded and continue to this day, the ownership of the land owned by the landowners at the beginning of the founding of the country was recognized, and the landowners were allowed to trade the land and resources they owned freely. Recognize that the nobles have jurisdiction over the territory and the people, and allow the nobles to appoint family heirs on their own. Unless there are no direct heirs in the family, the nobles' inheritance rights should be protected by Tiger Country laws, rather than the Tiger King sending people to take over the nobles' territory, even temporarily. People on the Tiger King's side naturally jumped out to refute, saying that this was done to better protect the nobles' inheritance rights and avoid damaging the interests of the heirs, who should really inherit the title and territory in a hurry. Some people even said with confidence, now the inheritance sharing conference is the most important thing for Tiger Country. Whether this conference can be successfully held and carried out smoothly is related to the future of Tiger Country. Nothing else can compare with this conference. The selection of the future heir of the Denton family is also a very important matter for the Tiger Country. Such a major matter cannot be done rashly. It must be decided after careful selection and discussion. Those who support the Denton family jumped up and said, there is nothing to discuss about this matter. Just decide the next Denton, according to the order of succession. Those who support the king said, when Wilton, the eldest son of the Marquis of Denton, died, the second-in-line succession should belong to Lucia, the eldest daughter, who is 2 years older than the second son Alpit, instead of Alpit. Those who support the Denton family immediately responded after hearing this, then let Lucia succeed to the throne. Then someone else jumped out and said, Lucia is already engaged, she should not inherit the Denton family. In the end, the parties quarreled over who should inherit the Denton family. In the end, the two sides compromised and temporarily reached the following decision on the recent succession of the Denton family and other noble titles. First, The heirs of the title should decide on the candidates within 1 month after the end of the inheritance sharing conference, and no delay is allowed. Second, during this period, the noble family can appoint a direct bloodline as the temporary head of the family to govern all matters related to the family's territory and people, including land and resource transactions. However, the latter needs to be reviewed by the Tiger Country Land Bureau and the Resource Bureau and approved by the Tiger King before the transaction can be truly concluded. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the second condition is to prevent the nobles from breaking the jar or transferring property, and privately buying and selling land and resources. The Tiger King has done his best to curb this loophole, but he regrets that the laws established when the country was first founded were very beneficial to the nobles. If he wants to amend these laws now, he will be jointly opposed by the nobles with vested interests. He could only make some difficult administrative measures without pushing all the nobles to the opposite side of him. The Queen was also meeting with her think tank and trusted subordinates. The focus of this meeting was how to quickly transfer the land and property of the Denton family. We only have about half a year. After half a year, His Majesty the King will definitely determine the heir of the Denton family and grant the title according to today's agreement. But I can tell you with certainty that this title will definitely not be high. His Majesty will definitely use the previous disaster of Black Forest City to appease the people, and use the reason of punishing the Denton family to lower the title level. A think tank said the words that everyone least wanted to hear in public. The Queen was silent for a moment and nodded. Yes, he will do so. The think tank said, once the title is lowered, such as to Viscount or even Baron, there will be nobles or officials who will say that the amount of land owned by the Denton family exceeds the maximum land area that the title can own. Your Majesty will certainly use this as an excuse to take back a large amount of land and resources from the Denton family. Even if Her Majesty the Queen objects at that time, His Majesty the King will find another way, such as dividing the land and property of the Denton family equally among each direct heir. Then we will defeat them one by one, and as long as it takes a little time, the land and property of the Denton family can be nationalized. Everyone in the meeting room whispered when they heard this. Someone hesitated and said, will other nobles not agree? Once they all agree that His Majesty the King will do this, it is equivalent to opening a loophole. The think tank said again, they have to agree. Because Your Majesty has sufficient reasons. After all, the Black Forest City was the first to have an accident, and tens of thousands of citizens were affected. The Marquis also concealed such a major event as the eruption of magma. If the nobles made such a big mistake, and Your Majesty has not taken any punishment measures, it will really make the nobles panic. Everyone was silent. The words of the think tank were modified, and they all knew that the Marquis Denton committed the serious crime of destroying the Black Forest City by raining corrosive rain, and then sacrificing hundreds of thousands of citizens. If it were an ordinary noble, the Tiger King would have killed him and his family long ago, and confiscated all the property and land. How could there be a so-called heir to inherit the territory? It was because of the relationship between the Queen and the Denton family, and the fact that the Tiger King was afraid of the combined power of the Queen and the Denton family, that he had to be careful. So we must transfer all the land, property, etc. of the Denton family that can be transferred within half a year. These things are the foundation of the Denton family, and transferring them now can preserve their strength. Once His Majesty the King finds an opportunity and starts to deprive the Denton family of their land, resources, and property, Denton will inevitably become weaker and weaker until it is finally defeated by His Majesty. The think tank reiterated with a heavier tone. Everyone subconsciously looked at the Queen sitting on the throne. The Queen was silent for a moment and said, these are all temporary. As long as we can wait until the next Tiger King takes the throne, everything will return to normal. Before that, let us preserve our strength as much as possible. The tone was set, and everyone in the conference room began to discuss how to transfer the Denton family's property without suffering too much loss. That day, Bourgeois suddenly received a call to go to the palace quickly. The caller was Wildebeest. His Majesty wants you to go and see him immediately. Wildebeest looked serious. Bourgeois stood up immediately. Do you know what it is? Wildebeest looked stern, but whispered, His Majesty doesn't look very happy. It seems that something happened in the underground city. Bourgeois immediately thought that the Tiger King might have called him over for something. If it was that, he would be helpless. When he arrived at the palace, he met the Tiger King. The Tiger King first asked about his work, and then asked him how he and Ares were doing in a joking tone, and finally said lightly, you said that you need a special method to go to the temple, which is the library, and you need to wait for the pickup vehicle at the Angie South Road station in the underground city. But the people I sent there stayed their day, and night to ensure that there would be someone waiting on the platform at any time. But so far a whole month has passed, and those people have not waited for any car to appear. Bourgeois, he knew it might be this. You also said that Marquis Denton was at another platform, summoning a shuttle by throwing an ancient coin. But unfortunately, that platform has been submerged by lava, and has now become a large rock layer. The people I sent there also tried to wait for a month, but they also didn't wait for a shuttle. The Tiger King looked at Bourgeois. His tone was relatively gentle. In fact, most of the underground city was submerged by the lava gushing out of the wellhead, and now it has turned from an underground city into a huge rock cave full of holes. It took a lot of effort for us to wait for the lava layer to cool down, and then open up the passage to Angie South Road Station. The amazing thing is that the platform is intact, and it stands alone in a large hole. What a magical thing. The Tiger King raised his hand and sighed. I need you to go to Black Forest City again. The Tiger King said seriously, this time, I will send a team of 100 people to go with you. They will bring enough food and accommodation utensils. If they have the opportunity to enter the library, their task is to copy down the books inside, as many as they can. In the past 3 days, the Tiger King and the 2 ministers and 2 guards he brought with him all copied down some knowledge that they were interested in. This is because the Tiger King brought a space belt with some spare paper and pens. But the things that only 5 people copied were too little, and they thought they could come back at any time, so they didn't work too hard. If he wasn't worried that the administrator of the library would be disgusted with them bringing too many people, and then cancel their qualifications to enter the library, the Tiger King would have sent 1,000 people to copy. Of course, if the books and it would be fine if they could bring the image data out, but unfortunately that was impossible. He didn't dare to risk offending the old ancestor by robbing it. Just looking at the library being intact in the magma, and the fact that it could only be seen through a special shuttle, it was clear that the black technology and mysticism contained in the library had already exceeded the scope that the orcs of the new era could understand and master. The Tiger King was very sure that robbing it would only make them lose everything. Not cool. I thought I had gotten rid of a trouble by handing over the library card, but I didn't expect that this trouble had the attributes of a boomerang and hit him back. Okay. But I'm not sure if there will be a car to pick me up then, Bourgeois said. Tiger King said gently, 3 days, you just need to stay at that station for 3 days. Bourgeois had no choice but to agree. Erisham didn't make a fuss when he heard that Bourgeois wanted to leave the royal city and stay in the underground of Black Forest City for another 3 days. But that means at least 5 days, I won't be able to see you, and I can't sleep with you. Erisham stared into Bourgeois' eyes. Bourgeois, speak nicely. Erisham came closer to him. 5 days. And before that we had been vegan for 36 days. Bourgeois, Erisham's true intentions were exposed. Do you know that proper love is a good medicine for curing diseases? It can not only regulate human endocrine, stabilize human mental state, and make human beings happy, but also greatly reduce the possibility of cheating and relieve mental illness. Bourgeois, Erisham looked at Bourgeois wrapped in a fitted uniform, his eyes full of animal aggressive light, and took a step forward. The next morning, Bourgeois set off. He was going to secretly meet with the 100 people prepared by the Tiger King outside the city, and go to the Black Forest City together. Erisham turned over and hugged Bourgeois' pillow, burying his face in it. His Bourgeois is really great, in every sense. In the morning, he really didn't want to let Bourgeois go, but a good man can't block his partner's career, let alone make his partner unhappy. Besides, it's a good thing for Bourgeois to leave the royal city these days. He could also do something freely. Erisham jumped out of the Special Investigation Bureau's wall early in the morning, without any cover, and walked back to his rented mansion with his bone staff in his hand. Needless to say, the rumors in the royal city will add new material. Jinyi ran away with Bourgeois. Erisham can only walk on his own 2 legs. As soon as he reached the gate, his housekeeper came out and said, from yesterday to now, you have a total of 9 invitations to deal with, and 6 people have come to ask to buy storage tools. They all left their name cards, and said that the price is negotiable. Erisham hummed, took the invitations handed to him by the housekeeper, opened one, read it, threw it away, and opened the next one. In the end, he only kept 2 letters, one of which was an invitation letter sent to him by a big businessman in the royal city, inviting him to participate in an internal material appreciation meeting. Another one. The housekeeper picked up the invitation that Erisham had thrown away, and her eyes swept over the 2 invitations Erisham was holding in his hand, and asked in a low voice, Are you planning to attend the banquet hosted by the two sons of Viscount Dude? Aries Shang turned his head. Oh, I almost forgot that you had served the Dude family before. Can you tell me what you know about them? The housekeeper Maria pursed her lips, and seemed not to want to say bad things about her past employer. She only said, my suggestion is that if the invitation is from Viscount Dude, you can go and take a look to expand your social circle. But if the invitation comes from Viscount Dude's two sons, please be careful when traveling. Aries Shang sneered and raised the invitation in his hand. If Viscount Dude invites me, I am not interested in going. Of course, young people should hang out with young people to have fun, don't you think? The housekeeper did not respond, but did not say anything to stop her. Although she had only been with this new master, whose origins she was still unclear about, for more than a month, it was enough for her to understand that this man would not do meaningless things, let alone put himself in danger. He was arrogant and reckless, and he acted recklessly only because he had the confidence to support his actions. Unlike the Dude brothers and some other noble children, they were also arrogant, but their arrogance would only appear when facing the weak, which was just a mask to show their status. In front of real big shots, they were more obedient than domesticated dogs. Chapter 144. Aries Shang arrived at the door of Viscount Dude's mansion almost on time. The servant who was in charge of welcoming guests at the door had very sharp eyes. He recognized the young orc who just got off the car at a glance and immediately sent a message to the inside. When the Dude brothers heard the message, they were so excited that they almost jumped up. They didn't expect Aries Shang to give them such face. They ran out together immediately. As soon as they ran to the garden, they saw Aries Shang led in by the servant. The two brothers immediately slowed down their pace, tidied their clothes, and greeted the distinguished guest with smiles on their faces. During this period, Aries Shang can be said to be the most popular big man in the royal city. There are countless people in the royal city who want to invite him, but very few of them actually accept the invitation. Aries Shang's arrival made the Dude brothers feel very proud, and their mood soared. Unfortunately, Aries Shang's character was as arrogant as the rumor said. He didn't even bother to respond to the enthusiasm of the two brothers, and just walked towards the banquet hall with his bone staff. The two brothers looked at each other, feeling unhappy, but they concealed their unhappiness, and walked into the banquet hall with Aries Shang on the left and right. The hall was full of men and women who were invited. Among them were children of nobles, children of officials, children of wealthy merchants, socialites, and some fierce orcs, who looked like mercenaries and explorers. When the Dude brothers accompanied Aries Shang into the hall, almost half of the guests noticed this scene and turned to look at them. Aries Shang swept his eyes over the guests with different expressions and strode towards his target. Are you the treasure hunter Eagle Wing? Eagle Wing smiled politely. It's me. Aries Shang, the famous new alchemist? Aries Shang had a blank expression on his face. He waved his hand and showed a small black crystal with star dots the size of a fingernail. I am looking for this kind of ore. The deposit is 50 gold. If you can help me find the origin of this ore, I will pay you another 500 to 1,000 gold shields according to the size of the deposit after I confirm it. There is no time limit. Eagle Wing was very tempted after hearing the amount of reward. The deposit alone is 50 gold, not to mention that he can earn at least 500 gold after finding the deposit. And he went to several so-called ancient sites, spent a lot of energy and time, and even risked his life, but he might not be able to dig out a treasure of high value, and sometimes he couldn't even give back the cost. What's more, Aries Shang's ore hunting mission has no time limit, which means that as long as he agrees, he can immediately earn 50 gold without paying it back. Of course, with his credit, he couldn't just take the deposit without doing the work. In fact, Eagle Wing was confident that if it weren't for his good reputation and extraordinary ability, Aries Merchant wouldn't have come to him and been so generous. Everyone else in the hall noticed this scene. The two brothers Dude, who were following Aries Merchant, naturally saw and heard everything. They only realized at this time that Aries merchants came to their banquet probably because they knew that the treasure hunter Eagle Wing would also come. Ahem, good day, Master Aries, I'm Dark Crow, the leader of the Dark Crow mercenary group. I don't know if you have heard of the name of our mercenary group. Our group is actually very good at finding things, and has been to many places. If you are willing to show us the crystal, maybe we can provide some clues. An extremely strong orc squeezed in front of Aries Shang and smiled. Eagle Wing heard this, and glanced at the strong orc named Dark Crow. Damn, he came to steal the business so soon? Do you still have any brotherhood among the wing people? Okay. Aries Shang handed the crystal to Dark Crow. Dark Crow took the crystal and looked at it carefully, with a look of reminiscence on his face. I wonder if we can take on this task of finding the crystal. Dark Crow asked with a smile, and handed the crystal back to Aries Shang. Aries Shang did not take it. Okay. You take this crystal first. I hope the task can be completed as quickly as possible, and the faster the reward, the higher it will be. Dark Crow agreed immediately, and stuffed the crystal into his arms without hesitation. Eagle Wing. Damn it. Aries Shang turned to Eagle Wing again. What do you mean? Eagle Wing said without hesitation. I take it. But I also need a crystal to show it off. He planned to take the crystal to some old friends to ask what this crystal does. Aries Shang nodded in agreement, and took out a smaller crystal, and handed it to Eagle Wing without much care. Quaid couldn't help asking, Master Aries, what does this crystal do? Hearing this, Eagle Wing and Dark Crow looked at Quaid with strange eyes. Veladud felt something was wrong and immediately pulled his brother's clothes secretly. Aries Shang snorted, You don't deserve to know. After saying that, he actually left the banquet hall and Viscount Dude's mansion. The people in the hall watched this scene in silence at first, and then the discussion started to grow louder. Quaid's face flushed, then turned pale, and he was shaking with anger. Before, he felt that Aries Shang gave them face, and now he hated Aries Shang for not giving him face. Veladud was busy trying to smooth things over. Master Aries Shang has something urgent to deal with, and he came here this time to entrust us to help him contact a good player to find treasure. The banquet continues. Veladud made a gesture, and the music in the banquet hall sounded again. The invited guests also continued to socialize with tact. Veladud dragged his brother out of the banquet hall and warned him, Watch your face. Quaid was so angry that he cursed. Did you hear what that bastard said? He said I was unworthy. Veladud was also very angry, but he could only comfort his brother. That guy is like that. It's not the first day we know it. He is not only rude to us. Besides, your question at that time was too rash. These masters are very self-respecting. How could they easily leak the function of the materials? They are just afraid that someone will raise the price of the materials or use the materials to block them. Quaid was wronged. I didn't think much at the time. I just wanted to talk to that bastard more. Okay, he is a master who can refine space storage. Don't call him a bastard all the time. Let others hear it. Do you want to completely make enemies with such a master? What's so great about it? Can't I live without space storage tools? Quaid had said this, but he also knew that he was just forcing himself to save face. By the way, do you think that crystal is the key material for his empty storage? It's possible. Let's go find Eagle Wing and Dark Crow to see if we can get some crystal fragments from them. There are many people who have the same idea as the Dude brothers. On the one hand, they are curious about the crystal, and on the other hand, they also want to see if there is a chance to find the crystal and make friends with Aries Shang. The next day, Aries Shang went to participate in a rare material appreciation meeting held by a big businessman, where he spent a lot of money and released the news that he wanted to buy more and larger amounts of materials, seemingly wanting to refine certain items in batches. So everyone in the royal city knew that Aries Shang was collecting materials. Before Aries Shang got home, someone sent him an invitation to the spring material fair of the material market. Chapter 145. This invitation is more like a qualification certificate. People without an invitation can enter the outer area of the exhibition, but cannot enter the inner area. No matter who you are, even the king needs an invitation to enter. A material market dares to have such confidence, naturally because it has a very huge force behind it. The material market belongs to the Tiger Country, but the organizer of the spring material exhibition is the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce, which is very famous in the entire Orc continent. Ares merchants originally didn't know about the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce. After asking the Sky Eye system, he suddenly became interested in the Chamber of Commerce. It is said that this Chamber of Commerce was founded during the Old God Blood dynasty. At that time, the tax on merchants was very heavy. In order to avoid heavy taxes, many small merchants would secretly gather on the river bank at night, light a special blue light, and engage in black market transactions. Once discovered, they would immediately row away. Because those blue lights look like ghost lights from a distance, over time, this black market transaction is also called the Ghostfire Market. Later, someone found that hosting this kind of Ghostfire Market was very profitable, so they set up a Chamber of Commerce to specialize in this business. In order to let people know what their Chamber of Commerce does, they are called the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce internally. This is also the earliest origin of the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce. No one can tell whether the current Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce originated from the original Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce. Anyway, no one argues with the leaders of the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce about this matter. In short, the current Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce supported a militia team during the war era, broke away from the then disintegrated alliance government, occupied a piece of land in the south, and named it the Revival Small Alliance. By the time the Poison Mist era ended and the new era arrived, the Revival Alliance had become the overlord of the southern part of the Orc continent, with an area 10 times that of the Tiger country. Whether in terms of economy, humanities, technology, or military force, it was much stronger than the Tiger country and even other countries and tribes on the Orc continent. Similarly, the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce, which secretly assisted or even controlled the Revival Alliance, became the strongest and largest chamber of commerce in the entire Orc continent. The Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce particularly liked to organize various exhibitions, and they took a cut from them. Today, the Orc continent is hindered by transportation and communication, and it is basically impossible to collect most of the specialties of the Orc continent in one place. But just a few decades ago, this impossibility became possible with the matchmaking and strong support of the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce. This is also an important reason why the Ghostfire merchants have such a great influence. If you want specialties from distant countries and regions, but don't have the financial resources, energy, and ability to get what you want in front of you, you can only rely on the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce. Similarly, if you want to send your own things out, you have to rely on the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, Ares merchants also learned from the Sky Eye system that the reason why the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce suddenly held a spring material exhibition in Tiger Country was to target the library under the Black Forest City. However, they could not enter the library, so they could only stay in the Tiger Kingdom capital temporarily, first participate in the inheritance sharing conference, and then see if there is a chance to tear off a large piece of fat meat. Tiger Country is also very wary of the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce, but the reason why the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce held the spring exhibition is also very legitimate, that is, they do not want to waste this inheritance sharing conference, the good opportunity that all the leaders and dignitaries of the continent will come to the Tiger Kingdom capital. For people from all countries and regions who come to Tiger Country, if there is this material fair, even if they cannot get the inheritance, it is not a wasted trip. At most, it will be a long-distance business trip. In this way, some leaders and dignitaries who originally did not want to come may also consider coming. Similarly, such a material fair held in the Tiger Kingdom will naturally have a lot of benefits for Tiger Country. At that time, it will definitely attract alchemy masters and potion masters from all over the Orc continent to come to the Tiger Kingdom city, as well as large and small businesses across the continent. After discussing with his men, the Tiger King happily accepted this proposal, and opened many green lights for the timely convening of this fair. In this way, before the inheritance sharing conference started, the heat brought by the material fair had already made the Tiger Kingdom city lively. A large number of caravans entered and exited the city gate every day, and the passenger flow of the royal city increased a lot. The taverns, hotels, restaurants, rental houses and brothels in the royal city were all grinning from ear to ear, making a lot of money, and this was just the beginning. The upper class of Tiger Country was happy and sad, enjoying the various dividends brought to Tiger Country by the two conferences, while adding a large number of manpower in the security and defense of the royal city. After Ares Shang learned about this background, he would also go to this trade fair simply to get more materials, and immediately asked the servant to reply that he would go. At the same time, the second prince, and the owner of Tianquan Valley, and others also got the list of materials that Ares Shang had purchased from the merchant before, and they even got the portrait of the black crystal with stars. Because the crystal fragments given by Ares Shang were too small, neither Eagle Wing nor the Dark Crow mercenary group was willing to divide out samples, even if the second prince came out. The second prince's character is not to make things difficult for others, and he did not continue to force it when he failed to get it. Besides, neither the Eagle Wing nor the Dark Crow mercenary group are weak, and they are not from the Tiger Country, so they are not afraid of the powerful people in the Tiger Country. Have you seen this kind of material? The owner of Tianquan Valley asked the second prince. The second prince looked at the portrait carefully, and finally shook his head slowly. I haven't seen it. What about you? The master of Tianquan Valley also shook his head. This doesn't look like the empty storage material we are familiar with. So, we can basically rule out the possibility that Ares Shang is also a magician? Don't worry, I plan to find an opportunity to meet him. Aren't you going to hold a banquet? Have you sent him an invitation? The second prince smiled bitterly. Originally, Xena was going to hold a banquet, and I wanted to take you there, but now Xena is under house arrest by her mother, and the third child has been locked up by her father. It's not appropriate for me to hold a banquet at this time. Then we can only go to the spring material fair to see if there is a chance to meet him. The fair will be open for a long time, but on the opening day, Aries Shang should go there to show his support. As far as I know, the Guihui Chamber of Commerce sent an invitation to Aries Shang as soon as possible. The fair will not open for a few days. Aries Shang has not been idle these days, and he is very busy. He beat up the Dude brothers, their heads were shattered, their arms and legs were all shattered, the kind of serious injuries that would leave them disabled even if the bones were fixed. At first, people were surprised to hear the news. The Dude brothers had just invited Aries Shang yesterday, and the other party even gave him face and attended the banquet. How could you beat them up the next day? And beat them so hard? Then the insider said it. At the banquet, the idiot Quita directly asked Master Aries about the function of the crystal stone. The master was very angry, and said that he was not worthy of knowing. Quita, the petty-minded man, hated Master Aries. The next day, Master Aries accidentally ran into Quita bullying a little girl and dragged her into the car on the street. No one dared to intervene when people on the street saw it. Master Aries was a person who could not tolerate any sand in his eyes. He beat Quita on the spot and rescued the little girl. I heard that Quita's face was swollen. I heard that Master Aries also laughed at Quita for being short and only bullying little girls. Hey! Quita was so angry. Wow, don't hit people in the face. Master Aries is not polite at all. Well done. There are not many good people among those noble children, especially Brother Dude. The two brothers did so many bad things. The sheriff in the city didn't dare to punish them, and everyone else turned a blind eye. If it wasn't for Master Aries, no one would stand up for the little girl when she was bullied. Yes. Originally, it was Quita who was wrong. If he could bear it, it would be fine. But he was despised by Master Aries twice, slapped in the face, and laughed at for being short, and asked which male could endure this. He was so angry that he went back and called a group of people to seek revenge on Master Aries. When his brother heard the news, he led people to chase him. Then what? Didn't his brother go to stop his brother? Why did he get beaten together? Oh! Quita ran too fast, and Master Aries was not a person who could bear it, so he started fighting on the spot. By the time Weladud arrived with his men, Quita had been beaten beyond recognition. You said your brother was beaten like this? Could Weladud not say a few polite words? Then Master Aries told him to stop talking nonsense, and to fight whenever he wanted. He also said that he would beat them up every time he saw them in the future. There were so many people watching in the restaurant at that time. If Weladud had just retreated, he would never have been able to mix with the rich and powerful in the royal city in the future. He said he wanted to challenge Master Aries one-on-one. You have guts. The person who spoke was obviously praising, but his face was full of sneers. He has to be brave. In that situation, he couldn't just fight in a group like his brother. If he couldn't win in a one-on-one fight, he could still save some face. If he was beaten up in a group fight, it would really be TSK. In the end, Master Aries met his request for a one-on-one fight. He didn't even pull out his bone sword, but beat the man with his bone staff. Veladud's injuries are almost the same as his brother's. So miserable. This is the end of a dispute of arrogance. The person who shared the gossip suddenly lowered his voice, and said in a mysterious voice, in fact, there is a saying that Master Aries did it on purpose. Huh? What do you mean? You all know that Master Aries is pursuing that Raphael Longmu. Hey, just 2 years ago, Raphael Longmu was almost killed by the Dude brothers, just outside the city at the Lyre Mountain. At that time, a group of powerful children agreed to have a hunting competition there. Many of the powerful children were guards around His Majesty, and Raphael Longmu was also called there, supposedly to cheer for his friends. Who would have thought? What happened that day? Someone was curious and couldn't help asking. I don't know the details. The person who spoke was vague. I heard that a beast that shouldn't have appeared in the forest appeared and scattered everyone. Raphael Longmu went against the beast to rescue his injured guard partner, but was attacked from behind with a hidden arrow. Not only was he seriously injured, but he almost died in the mouth of the beast. The people who shot arrows from behind were the Dude brothers. But they argued that they were trying to shoot the beast, and didn't see Raphael Longmu. Because of this, Earl Malin's young Master Ix also fell out with the Dude brothers, and he beat the two brothers every time he saw them. Because at that time, Raphael Longmu rescued Master Ix. So Master Aries was standing up for Raphael Longmu? Isn't that obvious? Of course, it could also be that the Dude brothers were too annoying, and Master Aries just disliked them. The first day, it was just a rumor that Aries beat up the Dude brothers to vent his anger for Raphael Longmu, but the next day, Aries did the same thing, turning the one-armed son of the big merchant Dejin in the royal city into an armless man, and also beat Dejin, who stood up for his son, until his brains almost flowed out, and this matter was determined. Ari Shang was just taking revenge, and standing up for Raphael Lungmu. The father of the Dude brothers, Viscount Dude, and the big merchant De Jean, of course, could not just swallow this breath, and they looked for people everywhere to punish Ari Shang. But the sheriff said that Quidud brought many people to beat up Ari Shang, and Ari Shang only fought back appropriately for self-protection. And Welid had challenged Ari Shang himself. According to the unwritten rules of Tiger Country, the law does not apply to the two parties who formally challenged. As for the fact that Ari Shang cut off the arms of the son of Otter King, it was because he lost too much in the casino, and was unwilling to pay, and wanted to cheat. Ari Shang said that as long as he paid the price of one arm, he would not have to pay. Otter King's son wanted to escape, but Ari Shang took him away. The sheriff went to ask Ari Shang, and Ari Shang made it clear that as long as Otter King's father was willing to pay off the gambling debt owed by his son, he would help the other party reattach his arm. He dared not say that it would be the same as before, but it would definitely work. But Otter King not only refused to pay the gambling debt, but also entangled a group of people to cause trouble for Ari Shang. Ari Shang also had to fight back for self-protection. Viscount Dude and Otter King were furious about the answer given by the Public Security Bureau. In the past, they were always so unreasonable, and the Public Security Bureau was always biased towards them. At that time, they didn't think there was anything wrong, and they would laugh at the unlucky people who opposed them. But now it's their turn to be the one who suffers. They think these sheriffs are just a bunch of blind and biased bastards. And they are sure that they must have accepted bribes from Ari Shang. The Public Security Bureau can't be relied on, so Viscount Dude and Otter Gold go to find someone else to help them. They found the city guards, who perfunctorily said that this was the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau and had nothing to do with them. Viscount Dude accused Ari Shang of having affected the overall stability of the royal city, and such unstable factors should be arrested and detained, and to show other outsiders who come to the royal city that the Tiger King city is not a place where outsiders can do whatever they want. The current commander of the city guards, Jiao He, was forced to come out to receive the Viscount. After listening to the Viscount's accusation, he said with an expression of, "If you are sick, go get treatment, don't come here to make a scene. Well, you go to His Majesty. If he agrees to arrest this alchemist, I will give the order." Viscount Dude was so angry that he turned around and left. Viscount Dude and Otter King searched for a long time and found the queen. But as soon as they asked the queen, they saw Ari Shang being respectfully escorted out of the palace by the queen's trusted maid. Chapter 146. Ari Shang saw the two of them and sneered. "He just served a little side dish. Can't you bear it? Real revenge is not as simple as a beating." The Dude brothers dared to be so arrogant, and the son of the Otter King dared to deceive Raphael Lungmu. Isn't it because they relied on their fathers who are nobles and big businessmen? If Dude lost his noble status and Otter King lost his huge assets, would the two families continue to jump up and down? Would the children of these two families still dare to continue to frame Bourgeois, say bad things about him, and throw dirty water on him? It's not that he is not handsome, he never shows mercy to his enemies, let alone give them a chance to get up and fight back. And these two are just small monsters. There are still a series of small, medium and big bosses waiting for him to deal with. Viscount Dude really wants to know why Ari Shang came to see the queen, but the people around the queen are very tight-lipped and didn't tell Viscount Dude a word, so it's useless for Viscount Dude to give him more benefits. De Jean began to regret. It was true that the queen was his biggest backer, but he forgot that Ari Shang himself was also of high status. Just because he could refine the empty storage, not to mention the queen, the king had to support him. Now De Jean could only hope that the queen would support him, because he was one of her money bags and always listened to her, at least to ease the relationship between him and Ari Shang, and not let him lose face like this. But the queen was busy dealing with the property of the Denton family, and had no time to care about these trivial matters. She gave the two of them one sentence: endure. Everything will be discussed after the inheritance sharing conference. Viscount Dude and De Jean were helpless. The queen who could support them asked them to endure. What else could they do? When the two returned home from the palace, they both issued similar orders, that is, from now on until the end of the inheritance sharing conference, no one in the family can cause trouble in the royal city, and everyone must keep a low profile. If Ari Shang comes to the door again, just call the sheriff directly, and don't take the initiative to have any conflict with him. This order was very frustrating. After knowing it, the two brothers Dude and the eldest son of the Otter family were so frustrated that they almost vomited blood. But they didn't know at this time that the painful drama of them and their family had just begun. Ari Shang gave his housekeeper Maria a task. After listening to the content of the task, the housekeeper was silent for a long time and knelt down to Aries Shang. She didn't say anything, but both she and Aries Shang knew that she would do her best to complete this task. Aries Shang watched the housekeeper leave and found 2 other male servants. When the talent market manager recommended you to me, he said that you are the best stage actors in Tiger Country. You can play various roles and deal with various situations. I asked you to play servants before just to give you a try. Now let me see your true strength. The 2 male orcs were refreshed and looked at Aries Shang expectantly. They are not the best stage actors. They just make a living in this industry. Otherwise, they would not ask their uncle to help them find jobs. But their advantage is that they are very courageous and good at learning. They are confident that if there is money to package and a perfect script, they can play anything and play it well. Aries Shang looked at the 2 male orcs, who might become big stars in the future, took out a leather notebook, and even wrote a simple script to let the 2 perform better. If the content of this script is read by people above the high school level on Earth, they will know what kind of story he wants the 2 brothers to perform. A few days later, a businessman from the Elephant Kingdom brought a small caravan to the capital of the Tiger Kingdom and drank in a tavern. Not long after, a middle-aged orc with an honest and reliable appearance approached the businessman and showed great interest in his ring. The businessman from the Elephant Kingdom showed his ring, pointed to the black gem with star dots on the ring face, and said, "You mean this kind of gem? This is not a gem. It's just an ordinary stone." Wait, do you want to know where this stone comes from? Do you want it? The businessman from the Elephant Kingdom was very alert, stopped talking in time, and asked the middle-aged orc in return. Seeing that he couldn't hide it from the Xiongwa merchant, the middle-aged orc said frankly, "Yes, my friend wants this kind of stone. If you can tell me where it comes from, I can pay you a certain amount of money." "What if I can transport this kind of stone here?" The Xiongwa merchant's eyes showed greed, and everyone wanted to make more money. The middle-aged orc looked around and said mysteriously, "Let's find another place to talk." The Xiongwa merchant said loudly and alertly, "No, we will talk here. If you don't tell me, I can also go to the material market to ask local merchants. I think someone will tell me the value of these night sky star stones." That night, the Xiongwa merchant and his caravan members all mysteriously disappeared from their hotel. Many people were looking for this Xiongwa merchant, but to no avail. Some people immediately asked other Xiongwa people about the origin of this Xiongwa merchant. But there were too many small merchants like this. It was obviously his first time to come to the capital of Tiger Kingdom, and no Xiongwa people here knew him. Some people immediately set off for Xiongwa to try their luck and see if they could find the origin of this night sky star stone. Half a month later, a team secretly entered the capital of Tiger Kingdom with 2 boxes. Time went back to the present, and it was also the 5th day since Bu Shui left the capital. The 5th princess was found dead in a hidden small garden in the palace. This small garden was almost abandoned, and the masters of the palace would never come to such a corner. What's more, the 5th princess was obviously confined to a corner of the queen's palace. It took multiple palaces to walk from the queen's palace to here, and there would be a lot of guards and maids on the way. But no one noticed that the 5th princess slipped here from the confinement. The 5th princess was found by the servant of the palace priest. This almost ignored small garden was used by the servant to plant some herbs here. The servant himself was an apprentice pharmacist. The Tiger King and the Queen rushed to the scene. The guard commander Clement had arrived 1 step ahead and had preliminarily inspected the scene and asked the servant about the details of how he found the body of the 5th princess. Seeing the body of the 5th princess, the Tiger King was furious and the Queen was sad. Everyone present was silent, only the statement of the Commander Clement was not hurried and echoed in the garden. In summary, it is also a preliminary inference that the 5th princess was cut in the neck from the front without being on guard. The 5th princess was very panicked at the time. She wanted to shout, but her throat injury prevented her from shouting. She wanted to cover the wound with her hands to stop the blood from flowing out. She also wanted to escape. She had already turned around, but the murderer was very cruel. He chased her and stabbed her in the back again. Clement's voice paused slightly. Based on the wound, it is not necessarily a knife, but more likely the claws of an orc. The claw tip is more than 15 centimeters long, slightly curved, and the claw tip and claw edge are extremely sharp. Can you tell the type of orc? The Tiger King asked as calmly as possible. Clement nodded. Based on the characteristics of the claws, the type of orc can be basically locked, and most of them are beasts. For example, tigers, bears, lions, horned lizards, and may also be otters, sloths, horned eagles, etc. The Queen was angry. What's the difference between this and not knowing the type of the murderer? Clement replied neither arrogantly nor humbly. It is indeed difficult to lock the murderer, because the murderer can also hold the claws of other orcs or beasts to murder the fifth princess. Seal this matter, conduct a secret investigation into the murder of the fifth princess, and start from the inside. Tiger King ordered. He didn't want to cause such a shocking scandal that the princess was killed in the palace during the most important period of time, when the inheritance conference was about to be held. The queen did not refute Tiger King's order. She didn't want the murder of the fifth princess to become a big deal, especially since the fifth princess sneaked out of her palace. But the news of the murder of the fifth princess could not be completely blocked. If Tiger King and Queen wanted to thoroughly investigate the murderer, it would be impossible to conceal the news. Within 3 hours, Shang Feifan heard the rumor in the streets. Shang Feifan didn't believe that there was no one pushing it secretly at such a fast speed. The fifth princess is dead? Shang Feifan was not very surprised. When he was strolling in the palace, he had a strong premonition that one of the third prince and the fifth princess would die. As for the source of the premonition, it was related to the various trivial information he collected. His brain analyzed the results faster than his thinking, and told him in the form of premonition. This was not the first time for him. In fact, he benefited from this premonition many times, allowing him to escape or avoid certain dangers in advance. At this time, his mind had not yet focused on the clue of who wants to kill the prince or princess. He saw, heard and felt it, but he did not pay special attention to it. Who killed the fifth princess? Did you see it? Shang Feifan was too lazy to spend time and energy on that family, so he asked the Sky Eye system directly. The Sky Eye system would never hide what it could tell him, and directly reported the name of the murderer, a maid, Nettie Schimmel, a trusted maid around the queen. Shang Feifan raised his eyebrows. The trusted maidservant around the queen killed the fifth princess? Why? Did the fifth princess discover some secret of Nettie Schimmel? Or did Nettie Schimmel receive orders from someone to become a killer? Sky Eye system. Cannot judge. The distance is too far to receive sound. And they intentionally covered their lips when they spoke, and it is impossible to judge from their lip shape what they said specifically. Shang Feifan was curious. What secret could make a maidservant cruelly kill a princess? The consequences of this secret being exposed must be much greater, and worse, than the consequences of her killing the princess. Could this maidservant be someone Anita arranged to be by the queen's side? Sky Eye system was silent. Shang Feifan didn't mind the Sky Eye system failing at a critical moment. This was a defective version of the Sky Eye system. It was good enough to be able to help, and he couldn't ask for too much. And the Sky Eye system was obviously controlled by his brain-born system, or the two were simply the same system, so of course, it was impossible to tell him all the secrets. Otherwise, how could the guy drive him to work? Although he promised Bourgeois that he would not use the invisibility prop to enter the palace, Shang Feifan was a little itchy and wanted to know what secrets this maid Nettie Schmier had hidden, and even killed the princess for this. It was not that he thought highly of Anita, but judging from Anita's layout over the years, she was obviously a very patient and tolerant female orc. The fifth princess was not an important person. To put it bluntly, her death would not affect the Tiger King and the Queen, but would arouse their anger. If the maid was really Anita's person, she would have no need to arrange such an important and hidden spy to kill an insignificant princess. So if the maid was really Anita's person, killing the fifth princess would only be her own decision. But Shang Feifan intuitively believed that the maid had little to do with Anita. Chapter 147. All four heirs of the Wang family came. Even the imprisoned third prince was temporarily released. When the four saw the body of the youngest sister, their expressions were not very good. The eldest prince's eyes were red at that time. He walked step by step to the youngest sister, knelt on one knee, and reached out to gently touch her hair and face. The eldest prince remembered the childhood of the fifth sister. He was the eldest, 5 years older than the second, and 19 years older than the fifth. He had seen the infancy of each brother and sister, and watched them grow up little by little. Especially the fifth sister, when she was born, he was already a young man. He still remembered how much he loved this sister, holding her in his arms all day long, and he was reluctant to let her go. Later, this sister grew up day by day, and he didn't know when she became more and more distant from him and no longer close to him. Sometimes he felt that his sister seemed to have changed. How could such a cute little girl when she was young become so willful, selfish and narrow-minded when she grew up, wishing that the whole world would revolve around her, and she would throw a tantrum and even hurt and kill people for the slightest dissatisfaction? But no matter what the character of the fifth princess is, she is his sister, his real sister. The eldest prince's mind is now filled with the innocent appearance of this little sister when she was young, and even some of her later actions that he could not tolerate became insignificant after her death. The eldest prince wiped away the tears that flowed out. The Tiger King gently patted his eldest son's shoulder. The eldest prince covered his eyes with his hands, but he could not stop the tears from flowing out. The second prince raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and his eyes were also red. The third prince stared at the body of the fifth princess in a daze, as if he could not believe that the princess of a country died like this. The eldest princess was the calmest. She just looked at her sister's body in silence. After a long time, the eldest princess was the first to speak. "Are there any clues about the murderer?" The Tiger King shook his head. The queen sat exhausted on the large chair, observing her children. She did not suspect that her children were the murderers who killed their siblings. She just wanted to see how these children would behave after knowing that their sister was dead. Everyone's performance was in line with their own personalities. Nettie Schimmel stood beside the queen, holding an emergency potion in her hand. Her eyes were very sad, and she looked at the queen with worried eyes from time to time. The Tiger King also brought someone, the guard wildebeest. He did not bring Ramil because he felt that this occasion was not suitable for Ramil to appear. He did not want to see any expression that Ramil might have. "Let's work together to find out the murderer. If everyone is united, we will definitely find out the murderer," the eldest princess said slowly. The Tiger King also patted the eldest princess on the shoulder. The second prince spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. "The murderer left very few traces, and no one noticed that Xena and others entered the garden, which means that the murderer must be very familiar with the interior of the palace. And Xena would meet the murderer there, and was not at all wary of the murderer, which means that the murderer must be someone Xena knew, and Xena might trust him very much." The third prince immediately seemed to be awakened and said loudly, "Yes. It must be an acquaintance. First check the guards around Shiwu. Her guards may have killed her out of jealousy." The room was quiet, and the third prince didn't notice it yet, and continued to shout, "I told Xiaowu a long time ago that the male orcs she collected were not easy to control. They either wanted money, or a future, or they coveted the other benefits that Xiaowu's identity as a princess could bring them. For this reason, they can tolerate Xiaowu's unreasonableness and willfulness, as well as cruelty and philandering, but once Xiaowu cannot meet their requirements, they will definitely retaliate." "Enough!" Tiger King shouted, and the third prince was frightened and shut up immediately. "Is that how you look at your sister?" Tiger King looked at the third prince coldly. The third prince lowered his head and said nothing, but he was complaining in his heart, "This is not how I look at it, but your little daughter is just like that." The queen took a deep breath, and Nettie behind her immediately took out a small bottle of sniffing potion and handed it to her. The third brother's words are not pleasant to hear, but there is some truth to them. The eldest princess spoke calmly. Tiger King put one hand on his belt and said in a deep voice, "The people around Xiaowu have been detained, and now the guard commander Clement is interrogating them. I don't know if it's my illusion, but Tiger King always feels that someone is staring at his belt." Tiger King's eyes swept across the room and didn't find anything unusual. The eldest prince also wanted to help find the murderer of his younger sister, but his mind was confused now. When he saw his younger sister's closed eyes and pale cheeks, he felt very uncomfortable. And the person who was guarding the fifth sister at that time. The second prince spoke again. He looked at the queen. When did the fifth sister come out of the confinement area, and who was guarding her at that time? These need to be investigated clearly. The fifth sister was able to come out of the confinement area, and someone must have helped her. And this person must be someone around the queen mother. The Tiger King had wanted to say this a long time ago, and he wanted to take this opportunity to control all the people around the queen, but doing so would inevitably tear his face with the queen, so he endured it until now. Seeing that the queen would never take the initiative to say that she wanted to investigate the people around her, it was obvious that she planned to do this privately. Unexpectedly, the second prince, who rarely spoke, actually spoke at this time and said what the Tiger King wanted to say the most. The Tiger King also wanted to pat his second son's shoulder, but in the end, he did not reach out. The queen was silent for a moment. "Nettie, you and Commander Clement cooperate and investigate this matter thoroughly for me." Nettie immediately bowed and responded. After morning, the Tiger King called away the eldest prince, the second prince, and the eldest princess. The third prince looked around. Should he continue to go back to the place where he was imprisoned, or could he move freely? The queen also left with Nettie. The third prince stayed at the end. He subconsciously looked up at the body of the fifth sister, suddenly shuddered, turned around and ran. This temporary funeral room became extremely quiet, with only 2 guards standing at the door. Shang Feifan jumped down from the roof beam, carefully checked the injuries of the fifth princess, and by the way, sensed the resentment left in her body. With such strong resentment, I am afraid that even if there is no Sky Eye system to tell him who the murderer is, he can find the murderer who killed the fifth princess with the guidance of resentment. It's a pity that he is not good at soul studies, otherwise he can check if the ghost of the fifth princess is there, and then see if he can get some key information. But it doesn't matter, with such strong resentment, he can interrogate the murderer in a different way. At night, the palace became quiet. After all the servants left, only Nettie was left in the bedroom. The queen suddenly said in an unconfident tone, "Did I do something wrong?" Nettie waited for a while, and then whispered, "No, you have done everything a mother and queen can do." The queen smiled bitterly. Her eyes were blue. She was still in her prime. Her face had not aged, but she felt that her spirit seemed to be much worse than before. The fifth child was not her favorite, but he was also her own flesh and blood. After having more than one child, she thought more than once about who would inherit the country. She selected the three most likely ones, and gave up the other two. The third and the fifth were both the ones she chose to give up. Because she was sure that they would not inherit the throne, she did not pay much attention to their education, and even deliberately indulged their nature. She did not want her children to fight to the death for the throne, thinking that it would be better if some of them were a little stupid. At least the future king could tolerate a stupid brother or sister, but he would definitely not accept a smart and ambitious brother or sister. She did not actually choose the eldest princess, but the eldest princess caught the eye of the lion domain, and the eldest princess herself was martial, so she would rather give up the palace education and follow the lion domain to mix in the barracks. She thought it would be good to have a princess who could control certain military power. As long as her ambition was not too big, she could also assist her brothers in the future. For this reason, she repeatedly suppressed the eldest princess intentionally or unintentionally to prevent her from coming to the fore. There are two sons left. One is the eldest son, who is born with the first right of succession, and the other is the smart, handsome and considerate second prince. The second prince looks like a scholar, and doesn't seem to care much about power, but the queen knows that this son is very smart and capable, and knows how to hide his shortcomings at a young age. She watched him grow older, and his network of people secretly built became more and more extensive. And the second prince's ability to make money is definitely far beyond the other four brothers and sisters. The queen dared to bet that even the Tiger King didn't know that his second son's financial resources were no less than that of a traditional noble. The second prince was behind the largest mercenary group in the royal city, and several large commercial houses. The queen didn't know this at first. It was by chance that she found out that the second prince, who was not very old, was secretly running such a big business. After that, she has been paying close attention to this son, and secretly helped him a lot. She admitted that she was more willing to help the second son, because the eldest son was more inclined to his father, Tiger King, and his position was more on Tiger King's side. The second son was much more considerate than the eldest son, and was more willing to get along with the Denton family. She also understood that the second prince took the initiative to mention that he wanted to check the people around her today, not to embarrass her, but to ease the relationship between her and Tiger King. She couldn't take the initiative to mention checking her own people, which would make her lose face. Tiger King couldn't take the initiative to mention it either, which would make the relationship between the two more rigid. The eldest prince was immersed in pain at the time, and didn't think of these things at all. The eldest princess was calm enough, but she obviously had no intention of intervening in the investigation, and obviously didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. The eldest prince is too emotional, and may not be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility at a critical moment. The eldest princess is rational, but only wants to benefit herself. There is no need to mention the third prince. In comparison, the queen is more and more convinced that her choice is not wrong. Yes, I did nothing wrong. Xiaowu was killed because the people who hurt her were too vicious. It was also Xiaowu's bad luck. You must cooperate with Commander Clement and find the person who helped Xiaowu leave the palace. Yes. Nettie lowered her head and saw the queen close her eyes. She immediately lowered the bed curtain and retreated respectfully. Nettie's lounge was not far from the queen's living room. It was a very small compartment, so narrow that it could only hold a single bed and a small cabinet. Nettie sat on the single bed, as if in a daze. After a while, she pulled out a necklace from under her clothes and held the necklace pendant, with an expression as if she was holding something to rely on. Half an hour later, Nettie also washed and went to bed. Nettie slept a little unsteadily, and she began to dream constantly. She vaguely realized that she was dreaming, and wanted to break free from the dream. But the female orc chasing her in the dream was too scary. She knew who that female orc was. That was the fifth princess. After the death of the fifth princess, she became even more terrifying, and her face was so hideous that people would have nightmares just by looking at it. Get out. You're dead. I know you're dead, you can't scare me. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Nettie transformed and pounced on the fifth princess. The fifth princess also transformed, and what was even more terrifying was that her body began to mutate and became extremely large. Nettie found that her movements became extremely slow. Unable to run, unable to lift her claws, she wanted to open her mouth to bite, but even her mouth became weak. Therefore, she was more certain that she was dreaming. Wake up! Nettie's consciousness struggled desperately, and she tried to lift her fingers. She knew that as long as she could lift her fingers, she would definitely wake up. Ah, her fingers moved. Nettie's brain immediately regained consciousness. She woke up, she broke free from the nightmare. Nettie almost cried with joy. Nettie. Nettie looked up, surprised. Why are you here? The other party looked at her gently. You are afraid? I feel it. Nettie bit her lip. The male orc held her hand. Don't be afraid. I know you did it all for me. Nettie murmured. She knew. She saw you and me together. She threatened me to let her out. She even shamelessly coveted you. She forced me to ask you out. She wanted to meet you. She wanted to seduce you. That shameless bitch. So what if she's a princess? Just because she's a princess, she can covet other men? She has so many handsome attendants. Why can't she let you go? Why does she want to take you away from me? I can't let her do this. I don't want you to suffer. She is a princess. Even if you are trusted by His Majesty, you cannot resist her. You will be forced to become her lover. You will become a joke among the guards. Your grandfather will be more dissatisfied with you if he knows. Nettie raised her head, held the male's hand, and said urgently and anxiously, You won't blame me, right? I didn't mean to kill her. It's just that she said too harshly. I begged her not to go to you, and not to tell anyone about our relationship. But she not only refused, but also laughed at me and you, saying that you are just a small guard. As long as she beckons you, you will be like a dog. Nettie gritted her teeth in hatred. That bitch. She deserves to die. I can't let her destroy you. The male orc gently held her in his arms, and kissed her gently. Nettie cried, tightly grasped the male orc's collar, and repeatedly whispered, I love you. Ramil, I love you. I will do anything for you. Don't treat me as a murderer. Nettie woke up crying. When she woke up, she realized that she had a dream within a dream. Nettie covered her face, and curled herself up. A resentment was forcibly pulled out of Nettie's body. Shang Fifan also quickly left the palace. The resentment would only make Nettie see the fifth princess, who was chasing her in her dream. He originally wanted to use the fifth princess to induce Nettie to tell the reason why she killed the other party. Unexpectedly, Nettie had a dream within a dream. Originally, Nettie broke free from the invasion of resentment, and Shang Fifan was a little surprised and praised the tenacity of the maid. As a result, Nettie, because of her strong anxiety and strong desire to talk, escaped to the safest harbor, which was the arms of her lover. After that, the words she said to her lover were what she wanted to tell her lover, but she couldn't really tell the other party. But Nettie didn't know that under Shang Fifan's manipulation of resentment to intentionally guide her, those words were not only said in her dream, but actually said out loud, a bit like hypnosis. Shang Fifan, who successfully got the answer, was a little depressed. After all the effort and wasting most of the afternoon and night in the palace, this turned out to be a jealousy case that could not be called a murder of love. He even thought that the third prince might have the qualifications to be a detective. Although he had the wrong target, it was not the guards around the princess who were jealous and killed, but the princess wanted to snatch someone else's lover and was killed by her rival. Shang Fifan did not go back to his rented mansion. He ran to the Special Investigation Bureau. On the days when Bourgeois was not around, he slept in Bourgeois' single bed. AMU, you're back. Shang Fifan was so surprised that he threw Bourgeois, who was changing clothes. Bourgeois lay on his back on the bed and reached out to hold someone down. Aren't you going to turn into a little tiger tonight? What can I change when you're not here? Shang Fifan hugged him, clinging to him. Turn into a little tiger, my bed is too narrow. Bourgeois tapped his head. Shang Fifan was unwilling. You didn't change last time, just sleep on me. Bourgeois kicked him away. Either you sleep on the floor or turn into a little tiger, choose one of the two. Shang Fifan said nothing, stretched out his hand, and pulled his clothes. The clothes fell to the ground. A little tiger jumped out of the clothes, and jumped into Bourgeois' arms. Bourgeois hugged the little tiger, feeling the heavy weight. Bourgeois' heart suddenly calmed down. You came back so late. Where have you been? Pinched the little tiger's ears. I went to the theater. Do you know that the fifth princess is dead? Do you know who killed her? It was the queen's trusted maid, a female orc named Nettie Shumir. Do you know why the maid wanted to kill the fifth princess? Because the fifth princess fell in love with her lover. Bu Shuai was amused by this series of self-questions and answers, but he quickly put away his smile. The fifth princess is dead? He doesn't like the fifth princess, but the original body and the fifth princess are blood siblings. Because of this, even if the fifth princess and the third prince often make trouble for him, he will tolerate them if he can. Now that he heard that the fifth princess died at a young age, Bu Shuai can't say he is sad, but he can't feel happy either. Zhang Feifan pieced together the clues he found, and what he heard from Nettie, and speculated, I think the story should be roughly like this. The maid Nettie had a guard lover named Remir, and the fifth princess fell in love with this Remir. I have seen this Remil beside the Tiger King. He is indeed good-looking, and has good external conditions. Something flashed through Zhang Feifan's mind, but he didn't catch it. Remil? Bu Shuai was surprised. If I heard correctly. The little tiger clapped his paws. In short, the fifth princess discovered that the Tiger King's guard Remil and the queen's maid Nettie had an intimate relationship. Considering the relationship between the queen and the Tiger King, if the queen knew that her trusted maid Nettie was in love with the guard beside the Tiger King, you can imagine what would happen to Nettie. Even if she didn't die, she would be despised by the queen. Nettie was threatened by the fifth princess and had to be released from the confinement. I don't know if the fifth princess was bored or just disgusting. The first request she made after being released was to see Remil, and she insisted that Nettie go to meet her lover. Nettie chose a very secluded small garden as the location. But she didn't let her lover go to see the fifth princess, but went by herself. Nettie begged the fifth princess to let them go and not to tell the queen, but the fifth princess refused and laughed at Nettie. Finally, Nettie was furious and killed the fifth princess. Bu Shuai couldn't believe it, just like that. The little tiger spread his paws. Really? Unless Nettie's mental power is stronger than mine, she can quickly make up a logical story under hypnosis. Bu Shuai exhaled slowly. The fifth princess's death was really. It can't be said to be unjust, it can only be said that she did it herself. She had to steal someone else's lover for no reason. Based on Bu Shuai's understanding of this princess, he even felt that the fifth princess might not like Remil that much. She might be more angry and unhappy about being confined, which made her want to torment others. The queen's trusted maid, Nettie, who was responsible for conveying orders, became the target of her most wanted revenge. Bu Shuai guessed that the fifth princess knew about Nettie and Remil's secret love affair from somewhere, and used it as a threat, and even regarded the matter of snatching Nettie's lover as a game and punishment that could make Nettie suffer but make her happy. The fifth princess probably never thought until her death that she would kill herself because of a little prank. Of course, these are all his and Zhang Feifan's reasoning and speculation. What the truth is depends on the results of the investigation in the palace. Will Nettie be found out? That guard leader Clement is a powerful guy. Zhang Feifan rarely praises others, but this compliment is sincere. He once passed by Clement and was almost caught by him. Clement should have discovered that someone had entered the palace invisibly, but he remained calm and did not even tell the Tiger King, and he had been making his own defense. Bu Shuai's mouth curled up slightly. He is indeed very powerful. The little tiger was unhappy, the little tiger was jealous, and turned over to bite Bu Shuai. Bu Shuai held the tiger's mouth and hesitated for a moment. I want to remind Remil. He and Remil had an ordinary relationship, but at least they had been in the same guard camp. If Nettie really killed the fifth princess, she would definitely not be able to escape the blame. But the whole thing was indeed done by the fifth princess herself. If she told Remil about it, maybe Remil would be able to plead with the Tiger King to spare Nettie's death penalty. Do you sympathize with him? The little tiger asked with his head tilted. Bu Shuai, let others see this murder of love. Remil is the cause. If he really loves Nettie, Nettie will be executed, and he will live in guilt and pain for the rest of his life. The little tiger sneered. Forget it, Remil is not a love saint. I saw him twice at the place of Princess Doris, and they really went to bed. Bu Shuai covered his head with a quilt. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The little tiger was so cute that Bu Shuai got into the quilt and made a mess with Bu Shuai. Do you sympathize more with the maid Nettie? The little tiger bit his ear. Bu Shuai turned over and held him down. Sleep. Chapter 148. Clement found the maid who served the fifth princess that day. Just as he was about to question the maid, he found that she was missing. People who knew the maid said that they had not seen her in the past 2 days, thinking that she had gone out of the palace to rest on her day off. Clement checked the maid's day off and found that it was indeed these 2 days, so he asked people to go out of the palace to look for the maid's home. But when the guards rushed to the maid's home, they heard that her family said they had not seen her come back. In an instant, all doubts were focused on the maid. Some people suspected that she had fled for fear of crime. But just as Clement checked the relationship chart of the maid and asked people to interrogate her family to see if her family was lying, the guards responsible for guarding the West Gate made a new discovery. The West Gate is a door for palace staff and servants to enter and exit, and it is highly utilized. Clement received the news and immediately rushed to the West Gate of the palace, and then found that the maid they were looking for had died in the rotten water bucket. This rotten water bucket was about to be transported out of the palace, but because of the accident of the fifth princess in the past 2 days, the palace has increased its defense strength and will conduct the most stringent inspection on all people and objects entering and leaving the palace. Usually, the palace guards check the rotten water bucket by opening it and taking a look, and then poking it with a special sharp spear. Oh, they will also determine the depth of the rotten water bucket, which is not cool. Clement reminded Clement a few years ago, and Clement asked the guards to add this layer of inspection. Just today, when a guard checked the rotten water bucket, he found that the height of the wet spear did not match the depth of the bucket. If it was normal, the guards might be vague and would not check it carefully. But today, they immediately asked the orcs who were transporting the rotten water buckets to unload all the rotten water buckets, pour the residue in the rotten water buckets into the empty buckets, and check the rotten water buckets one by one. Finally, they found a compartment under the rotten water bucket that they first found wrong. When they opened the compartment, they saw a thin orc curled up inside. And this thin orc was the maid that Clement was looking for. In order to stuff the maid into the compartment under the rotten water bucket, her limbs and lumbar vertebrae were broken. After inspection, it was determined that these fractures were caused after death, and the real cause of death of the maid was fractured tendons and bones. In addition, the pharmacist also found that there were residual drugs in her body, and this drug was the same as the drug that knocked out the palace nanny and the maid who guarded the fifth princess. Based on the clues at hand, Clement made his first report to the Tiger King and the Queen. The maid who was stuffed into the stale water bucket was called Tu Ling, and she was also the main suspect who was suspected of releasing the fifth princess. According to other people's impression of her, Tu Ling was very timid, worked seriously, and had a good relationship with other maids. The reason why she had a good relationship with other maids was that other maids often pushed things they didn't like or didn't want to do to her. Tu Ling was soft-hearted and didn't refuse, so she usually took it. Supervising and taking care of the fifth princess was obviously a tough job. No one liked to take over this job, so when scheduling shifts, Tu Ling was often responsible for taking care of the fifth princess. Because the fifth princess had resentment in her heart and had no place to vent her anger, she took out her anger on Tu Ling. Tu Ling was often scolded and even beaten by the fifth princess. On the day the fifth princess was released, the palace nanny and 2 maids, who were responsible for guarding her outside the palace, fell asleep. When they woke up, they found that the princess was no longer in the palace. Fearing punishment, they secretly searched for the princess for a while, until they couldn't find her, and then they reported the princess escaped from the palace. So you suspect that the maid Tu Ling was threatened by the fifth princess, drugged others, and helped the fifth princess escape. And then because she had a grudge against the fifth princess, she deliberately tricked her into that remote garden and then killed her? The Tiger King asked. Clement's answer was very cautious. From the current evidence, it seems so. But, say, there are 2 most obvious doubts. Clement raised his finger. First, if Tu Ling is the murderer, then who would kill her? And why did he kill her? The Queen frowned. This is obviously to silence her. Maybe Tu Ling dared to attack the fifth princess because she was instigated by others? Or even the other party was the real murderer, but he just used Tu Ling, and was afraid that Tu Ling would give him up afterwards, so he killed Tu Ling? If Raphael Longmu had not happened to be away from the royal city these days, the Queen would definitely be the first to suspect that he was the instigator behind the killing of the fifth princess. The Queen always believed that Raphael's tolerance and concessions were all his disguises. She believed that Raphael had extravagant hopes for the throne, and hoped that all princes and princesses would die. Even though Raphael was not in the royal city these days, she couldn't help but think that Raphael's alibi was too coincidental. Maybe he arranged for someone to kill the fifth princess while she was away from the royal city, just to prevent people from suspecting him. However, the Queen did not express her suspicion. Just as she believed that Raphael was not a good person, she also believed that the Tiger King favored this illegitimate child. Not to mention that she would definitely upset the Tiger King again if she raised this doubt. She was more worried that the Tiger King would secretly help him to clean up all traces in order to protect his illegitimate son. So the Queen held back and waited to see if Clement could find more clues. The Queen also trusted Clement's ability, although this Viscount was the Tiger King's iron confidant. Clement nodded. It is certain that Tu Ling is helpers. Or Tu Ling is actually just a part of the murder of the princess. This is also the second doubt I want to talk about. Tu Ling is not only timid, but her fingers cannot be transformed into such long and sharp claws. If she has weapons on her, why are they not with her? Since we have to deal with Tu Ling's body, putting the murder weapon on her, wouldn't it be easier for us to think that Tu Ling is the murderer? The Tiger King understood. You think the murder weapon that killed the fifth princess is not an external object, but grows on the murderer. That's why he couldn't take it off and frame Tu Ling. And this is why he killed Tu Ling directly to silence her, instead of letting her live and framing her, so that she would be unable to defend herself. Clement nodded again. The murderer was in a hurry. After the body of the fifth princess was found, the entire palace was on emergency alert. He couldn't do much, and couldn't make a perfect plan to frame her. He could only choose to silence her, so that we couldn't find clues to the real murderer. This also shows that the murderer's killing of the fifth princess was an emergency, not a premeditated thing. Tiger King raised his eyebrows. You think this is a good thing? Clement admitted, yes. Killing in passion is easier to leave clues than premeditated murder. Even the fact that he silenced Tu Ling showed that he was panicking and wanted to erase all traces urgently, but he didn't know that doing so would leave more traces. Tiger King felt that Clement seemed to be confident, as if he already knew who the real murderer was. Clement added, in addition, Tu Ling's body is just an ordinary rabbit. Her advantages are that she runs fast, is light, and has good elasticity. She may also have strong kicking power. But I don't think she will be a match for the fifth princess of the Tiger Beastman, and she can't kill the fifth princess with one blow, even if the fifth princess is not on guard against her. Clement felt that he had revealed enough clues. Killing in passion. Let's put this aside for now. Knowing the maid Tu Ling beside the queen, being able to enter and exit the palace freely, and being extremely familiar with the palace's terrain, and being able to transform the rotten water bucket in a short time and stuff Tu Ling's body into the rotten water bucket without letting others find out, and having the ability to kill the fifth princess, and being someone the fifth princess knows, and having such claws. There are not many people around the queen who meet these characteristics, only a few, and the most suspicious one among them is. Clement turned to look at the queen. The maid behind her. Nitty Schimmel, do you want to confess yourself, or let us see your claws first? Or should we go to the kitchen to find your uncle and interrogate him? Has he prepared a rotten water bucket with a petition for you? The queen was shocked, and turned to look at the trusted maid behind her. Impossible, the queen blurted out. Nettie also rushed to the queen's side and knelt down, shouting that she was wronged. The queen did not believe that Nettie, whom she trusted so much, would be the one who killed her daughter, nor did she think she had the courage to do so. The characteristics of the murderer you mentioned could be Nettie, but it could also be someone else. And why do you think the murderer must be someone close to me? The queen was not trying to protect her maid, but she really did not think the murderer would be Nettie. The Tiger King looked coldly at Nettie, who was kneeling on the ground, and calmly asked Clement, besides this, do you have any evidence to prove that the murderer is Nettie Schimmel? Clement said calmly, yes. Why do I lock the murderer to someone close to the queen? Why not suspect others? First of all, Clement's first instinct, when he saw the crime scene, told him that the person who killed the fifth princess was 90% female, and the other party was not taller than the fifth princess, which can be seen from the angle of the fifth princess's wound. For someone taller than the fifth princess, the angle of the claw blade should be from top to bottom, and vice versa from bottom to top. It is not absolute, but there are other signs that the murderer who killed the fifth princess is female. There were no footprints at the scene, but there was a scent. Although it was outdoors, the scent dissipated quickly, but fortunately the princess' body was found relatively early, less than half a day after her death. There was not much residual scent, but Clement still smelled it. Clement had a good sense of smell. Excluding the smell of the guards and himself, he could smell 3 of the strongest scents at the scene. One was the incense scent of the fifth princess, one was the not cheap floral perfume, and the third was the herbal smell of the alchemist apprentice. It is common for orcs to use incense and perfume, most of which are to cover up their strong body odor. Of course, not all orcs have strong body odor, but more than 90% of orcs living and working in the palace use fragrances. And not many of them can afford natural floral perfume. In fact, he has only smelled this smell on a few people. And these few people refer to 2 people in particular. There are many female orcs in the palace. But even if they use this perfume, there is only one person who meets all the characteristics of the suspects I listed, that is, Nettie Schimmel, the head maid beside the Queen. Clement concluded. Didn't you say there was another person? The Queen found a loophole. Clement opened his mouth, as if to say the name of another person. At this moment, Nettie suddenly raised her head and shouted loudly and anxiously, I did it. I killed the 5 princesses. It has nothing to do with others. It was all done by me alone. According to Nettie's subsequent explanation, the case gradually became clear. The 5th princess didn't want to be confined, and she thought about how to escape all day long. She found that Tu Ling was weak and timid, so she threatened her and asked her to help her escape. She also told her how to do it, such as where to get the drug, how to drug the people guarding her, etc. Because Tu Ling was timid, she didn't dare to take the big crime of secretly releasing the princess, so she found the leader of the maids, that is, Nettie, and asked Nettie for advice on what to do. Nettie went to talk to the 5th princess and persuaded her not to do it. But the 5th princess not only didn't listen to the advice, but was angered, claiming that if Nettie didn't help her, she would complain to the Queen, saying that Nettie stole the Queen's jewelry. Of course, Nettie didn't steal the Queen's jewelry, so she naturally wouldn't accept the threat of the 5th princess. But the 5th princess said that she had contacted her men and put the Queen's jewelry in Nettie's house, and only she knew the place. Nettie didn't believe it, so the 5th princess told her about the layout of Nettie's bedroom and home. Nettie had to believe it, and could only help the 5th princess escape. She helped Tu Ling get the drug and instructed Tu Ling to drug the people guarding the princess. After that, Tu Ling also drank tea to make herself unconscious, and the princess escaped from the house arrest. But the princess didn't want to escape from the palace at all. She escaped from the Queen's palace just to meet her lover in private. The 5th princess ordered Nettie to help her avoid all the palace people and enter the secluded garden. While the 5th princess was waiting for her secret lover to come to see her, Nettie hoped that the 5th princess would tell her where the jewelry that framed her was in her house, on the grounds that she had fulfilled her promise. But the 5th princess said complacently that this was her handle to control her, and she would ask Nettie to do more for her in the future, so that Nettie would give up and not expect to find the jewelry. Nettie begged hard, but the 5th princess refused to say anything. I was too desperate at the time. I thought that I would always be controlled by the 5th princess, and I might betray Her Majesty the Queen in the future. I was so angry that my mind went dark. When I woke up, the 5th princess had already. Nettie covered her face and cried. As for the killing of Tu Ling, only Tu Ling knew that there was another Nettie who helped the princess escape. The murder of the 5th princess seemed to have been solved at this point. Nettie was taken away, and it was bound to be a bad ending for her. The Queen left with a sullen face, and she was in a terrible mood. The Tiger King called Clement, and they were the only 2 left in the study. Do you have anything else to say? The Tiger King knew his guard commander very well. Clement did not deny it, and said lightly, Nettie is lying. Oh! She is not the murderer of the 5th princess? The Tiger King had a headache. He was just happy that the case could be quickly resolved. No, she was the murderer. But the real reason why she killed the 5th princess must not be that the 5th princess wanted to frame her and control her life. What do you mean? Clement analyzed rationally. If the 5th princess threatened to frame her, Nettie could tell the Queen. The Queen knew the 5th princess's temperament, and knew that the 5th princess could do such a thing. Even if the Queen's jewelry could be found in Nettie's house, why did the 5th princess know the exact location? Why did she know, but didn't tell the Queen? And who told the 5th princess that Nettie stole the Queen's jewelry? There are too many loopholes. Can the King? Would a maidservant be so easily intimidated? Also, Nettie said that the 5th princess escaped from the palace of house arrest, but did not leave the palace, but ran to a secluded garden just to meet her lover. This is also inconsistent with the 5th princess's character. With the 5th princess's snobbishness and favor, even if she was under house arrest, she could openly call her lover in to accompany her, instead of condescending to meet him privately. Unless the other party's identity is special, and it is not convenient to meet in the Queen's palace. So to sum up, the real reason why Nettie killed the 5th princess is definitely not what she explained. The Tiger King frowned deeply. Could someone have instigated or forced Nettie to kill the 5th princess? No, the evidence shows that it was an impulsive murder. Clement denied it. The Tiger King was silent for a moment. You go and interrogate the maid, and make sure to find out the real reason why she killed the 5th princess. Yes. Clement put his right fist on his chest to salute. Seeing that Clement did not leave immediately, the Tiger King raised his eyebrows and looked at him. What else? Clement paused. Actually, I have some clues. Your Majesty, are you wondering why Nettie confessed suddenly? And she was almost impatient, wishing to take all the suspicion on herself. The Tiger King was not stupid. Is she protecting the other person you said who uses floral perfume? Clement nodded. I don't know whether she uses it, but she does have that kind of fragrance occasionally. If he doesn't use this kind of perfume commonly used by female orcs, then he has had very close and long-term contact with female orcs who use this perfume. Who are you talking about? Clement's somewhat dragging way of speaking made the Tiger King feel uneasy. Clement looked at the Tiger King. The Tiger King was stunned, and then his face sank. Someone around me? And someone I value and trust? Is it a prince or a princess? Shang Fifan is following Ramil. Just 2 days after Bushuai returned to the royal city, he became busy again. For some reason, the Tiger King assigned him a lot of work, asking him to be responsible for connecting with the people from the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce and investigating all the merchants participating in the Spring Materials Fair to see if there are any evil god believers among them or any connection with the evil god believers. In short, it is to prevent the evil god believers from causing trouble at the trade fair. Finding the traces of the evil god believers is one of the tasks of the Special Investigation Bureau, and Bushuai can't refuse. Although he wanted to leave the royal city. Since the Marquis Denton was dealt with, the Denton family was also under house arrest, and the Queen seemed to no longer cause trouble for him in Moyo Town. Bushuai felt that it was time to leave. But since he handed in the library borrowing card and revealed that he was the destined person of the Yuyuan car, the Tiger King seemed to be reluctant to let him leave the royal city. It just so happened that the Lord of Tionkan Valley also ran to the royal city, and Shang Fifan seemed to be planning something. Bushuai planned to see what the Lord of Tionkan Valley wanted to do first. He was a magician and controlled a large number of Earth players. Who knew what he would do? As for Shang Fifan, he believed in him, and believed that no matter how he planned, he would not hurt him or the world. Bushuai didn't hate the work of the Special Investigation Bureau. He even liked this job a little. Otherwise, he would not have been paying attention to the activities of the evil god believers after leaving the royal city. But what made him feel a little embarrassed was that he would work with the city guards this time, and the one sent by the city guards to give him a hand was his former colleague Ramil. There was nothing wrong with working with the city guards, but going in and out with Ramil all day, forgive him. He and Ramil's auras were not mutually exclusive, but they were definitely not compatible. He had nothing against Ramil, but every time Ramil saw him, he would look at him with a strange look that he himself might not even know about. Helplessly, the city guards said that the candidate was personally appointed by the Tiger King, and they could not change it. Bushuai had to start an awkward cooperation with this former colleague. Shang Fifan had not paid much attention to this Tiger King's close guard Ramil, but the Tiger King suddenly sent this guy to Bushuai, and the other party acted as if he was the leader of the two people's investigation, which made him particularly unhappy with Ramil. Knowing yourself and the enemy is the best way to win 100 battles. Shang Fifan immediately launched a detailed and thorough investigation on Ramil. Stealth tracking, bribing beggars and gangsters, asking the Sky Eyes system. As long as the means can be used, Shang Fifan used them on Ramil. And with such a detailed investigation, Shang Fifan found something that he had ignored in the past, but now he looks interesting. Ramil and Eva, the Madam of Yameng Tower, know each other. He and Princess Doris, the Pillar of Yameng Tower, also have a negative distance relationship that far exceeds the general friendship between men and women. The latter is a romantic affair. Shang Fifan is not Ramil's father, so naturally he has no right to intervene. But the fact that Ramil knows his mother Eva is something that Shang Fifan is very concerned about. Eva is Madame Anita, his nominal mother. Fortunately, Ramil and Eva are not that kind of relationship, otherwise Shang Fifan would probably break Ramil's fifth leg. What makes Shang Fifan feel interesting is not that Ramil knows Eva and has a good relationship with her, but Shang Fifan lowered his head to admire the portrait in his hand. This is the work of a famous painter in the royal city. This painting was painted 10 years ago, and the person in the painting was the most famous beauty in the royal city at that time. Madame Anita. When Anita was exposed as the Tiger King's lover, countless people in the royal city were curious about her appearance and life experience. Although the Tiger King protected Anita very well, Anita was not a shy girl who never left the house. On the contrary, she attended many banquets of nobles and wealthy people before she met the Tiger King. After becoming the Tiger King's lover, she also appeared in many important occasions. This painter painted many portraits of Anita, the most famous of which is this picture of spring fatigue. In the painting, Madame Anita sits sideways under the flower stand, her head slightly leaning on the pillar, her eyes slightly closed, and the side face angle is also the 45-degree angle that best presents the beauty of her beautiful face. The moonlight shines, and the beauty is like a painting. Shang Fifan used the identity of Aries Shang, and spent 50 gold to buy this painting. It's a good thing that the painter is still alive, otherwise the price of this painting would be higher. Shang Fifan's fingers brushed across the brow bone of the person in the painting, and a small mole at the end of the eyebrow. The small mole is hidden under the eyebrow, and it is almost invisible if you don't look carefully. And this is what makes him interesting. Remire also has such a small mole at the end of his eyebrow, which is also hidden under the eyebrow. One is a male, and the other is a female. Although the direction of their eyebrows is almost the same, if you don't compare them carefully, and the female will trim her eyebrows, you can't see any similarities between the two. Remire's overall appearance does not look like Mrs. Anita. But if you put the portraits of the two together, and compare them carefully, you will find that their brow bones and lip shapes are almost exactly the same. Mrs. Anita has lip beads on her lips, and Remire also has them. But Anita will apply lip gloss, which makes her lips look full and shiny, full of attractive colors. The modified eyebrows and lip gloss-coated lips completely conceal the similarities between the two. This is also the reason why he had seen the corpse of Mrs. Anita, but did not notice the similarities between Ramil and her. Until he began to investigate Ramil and carefully observed his appearance, figure, behavior and habits. He finally caught the little feeling that almost made him miss it. Compared with Mrs. Anita, Ramil looks more like Tiger King. But this did not arouse anyone's doubt, because Ramil is also considered a royal bloodline, and he has not even left the 5th mourning period. He is also a little like his grandfather Lang Zhen, but many people say that he looks more like his mother Lang Fei. It is said that Lang Fei has a very heroic appearance, and standing with Tiger King is like a brother and sister. Shang Fifan looked at the portrait of Ramil on the left, then looked at the portrait of Mrs. Anita on the right, and suddenly jumped up. He couldn't sit still, he wanted to find the portraits of Lang Fei and her husband Zemerkin. Look at how much similarity Ramil has with his mother Lang Fei and his father Zimur. His intuition is yelling at him. Ramil and Lady Anita must be related by blood, but according to Ramil's life experience, Ramil and Lady Anita should have no relationship at all. Shang Fifan is a skeptic. If he wants to dispel his suspicion, he must see more evidence. For this reason, Shang Fifan even gave up his plan to use Aries Shang's identity to hook up with the Lord of Tianqin Valley today, and planned to go to the mansion of the old Earl Longjin. Before, when he saw Eva and Ramil were in close contact, he thought that Eva, that is, Lady Anita, wanted to use this Tiger King guard to collect information or do other things. But now he began to doubt the true relationship between the two. And the names of Ramil's nominal biological parents, Lang Fei and Zimur. Longmu. Before he doubted Ramil's life experience, he thought that the Tiger King was grateful to the former guard commander and his wife, who had died, and it was for commemoration, so he coincidentally gave Bushuai such a name that matched his original name. But now, he doesn't think so. It's hard to find a portrait of Lang Fei, the former commander of the Imperial Guards. If it was available on the market, he would have bought it long ago. Since it's not available on the market, he can only go to Lang Fei's house to look for it. Chapter 149. In the afternoon, it was sunny outside. The old Earl's mansion was as quiet as a tomb. The huge Earl's mansion looked a little dilapidated, with few servants. The old Earl accompanied his old wife to sit in the garden, with almost no plants to bask in the sun, whispering something to her. Shang Fifan stood not far away, and looked at the two old people. Focus on the facial features of the old countess. The old Earl and the Tiger King are related by blood, and they are somewhat similar. If there are no significant personal features, it is difficult to determine the relationship between Bushuai and him. But the old countess is different. Bushuai and Ramil, who is her direct descendant, may have similarities with her. Shang Fifan felt kind at the first sight of the old countess. This old lady has the facial features of the Orientals on Earth. Compared with Westerners, her facial features are not so prominent, and she looks more like a mixed race. Just like Bushuai. His unhandsome facial features are not outstanding among the orcs, but among the Oriental people on Earth, his facial features are quite three-dimensional, and he has a strong sense of being a mixed-race person of ethnic minorities. Just like the old countess. Shang Fifan thinks that he is super handsome, and he looks good everywhere. But the orcs prefer a more three-dimensional and prominent appearance, and think that kind of appearance is good-looking. Shang Fifan has seen the Tiger King and the portrait of Mrs. Anita, and has always been curious about how two orcs with such three-dimensional facial features gave birth to Raphael, whose facial features are similar to those of the Oriental race. He previously speculated that unhandsomeness might be inherited from the previous generation, such as the ancestors of the Tiger King or Mrs. Anita had people with less three-dimensional facial features. After all, Raphael's facial features are similar to the Tiger King, and his hair color is exactly the same as Mrs. Anita's. Both are brilliant platinum. The old countess's hair is white, whether because of her age or because it was originally this color. If the old countess, Anita, and Bu Shuai were to sit together, Zhang Fifan believed that most people would think that the old countess and Bu Shuai were from the same family. Although their facial features did not look similar, they were more like the same race. However, Ramil and the old countess had no similarities at all. His hair was golden yellow, and it was said that Tiger Body was also a big tiger with golden fur. His facial features were also very upright, belonging to the typical male beastman face shape. Zhang Fifan could not help but wonder if the old countess did not like Ramil, his grandson, because he did not see many blood characteristics of his old wife in him. However, this idea was dispelled after Zhang Fifan saw Lang Fei's portrait. Lang Fei's facial features were very three-dimensional, and he really looked like a brother and sister with the Tiger King. Of course, she and the old countess also looked very similar, and they were biological children at first glance. The old countess's external genes did not seem to affect Lang Fei much. This portrait was hung in the hall. It was a family portrait, with the old earl and his wife sitting, and a tall female orc wearing leather armor standing behind them. At that time, the old earl and his wife didn't look old at all. They were still in their prime, and they looked more mature than their daughter, more like their daughter's brother and sister-in-law, rather than parents. Lang Fei also looked very young at that time, perhaps only in his 20s or 30s. When Zhang Fifan saw Lang Fei in the portrait for the first time, he stood still. Yes, Lang Fei's facial features are very three-dimensional. At first glance, she and the ugly appearance are two different people, but if you are very familiar with the two, you will find that their facial features have a strong sense of mother and son. It's like a Western mother gave birth to a child of Eastern descent. Zhang Fifan's brain was screaming at him. Lang Fei is definitely related to Bu Shuai, and it's a direct blood relationship. At the same time, he also noticed Lang Fei's fingers. Lang Fei's fingers are very long. The length of her ring fingers on both hands is longer than that of ordinary people, almost as long as her middle fingers. This is a very significant genetic feature. The illustrator captured this feature very well. The same is true for Bu Shuai's hands. Few people pay attention to other people's hands, and even fewer compare the hands of two seemingly unrelated people. What's more, one of them has been dead for many years. If Zhang Fifan had not doubted Ramil's life experience, and if the system had not reminded him that Bu Shuai's life experience was problematic, he would never have been so idle to come and look at Lang Fei's portrait, let alone look at it so carefully. The hand features of the Count and Countess Longjin in the portrait do not look very clear, but it can be barely seen that the old Count's fingers are also very long, but the length of the fingers is clear, and the old Countess's fingers are also normal. Zhang Fifan looked at other portraits patiently. There were many portraits hanging in the hall and corridor, some of which were obviously the ancestors of the Earl of Longjin. Zhang Fifan looked at the paintings one by one, and finally he stopped in front of a portrait of a male orc wearing a king's clothes and a crown. The other party was holding a scepter, sitting on a large animal skin chair, with a wide belt tied around his waist that was familiar to Zhang Fifan, and he looked majestic. If he guessed correctly, this person should be the common ancestor of the old Earl, and the contemporary Tiger King, that is, the former Tiger King. From the clothes, and the material of the seat of the Tiger King and the surrounding arrangement, it can be seen that the Tiger Kingdom should have been established not long ago. Rather than being a king, he is more like a leader of a large tribe. Was it still the Poison Mist era at that time? It is said that due to the influence of the Poison Mist, the former Tiger King died after only being in office for more than 50 years. The former Tiger King brought the Tiger Kingdom into the new era, but he did not enjoy many benefits of the new era. He also died at the age of less than 200 years due to the excessive accumulation of toxins in his body. The former Tiger King reigned the longest, ruling the Tiger Kingdom for nearly 150 years, until the 162nd year of the new era, when the current Tiger King succeeded him. Without further ado, Zhang Fifan was so angry that he laughed when he saw the portrait of the Tiger King. No wonder no one has ever doubted that Raphael Longmu is not the son of the Tiger King. Just looking at the portrait of the former Tiger King, people who don't know him would think he is Raphael's biological father. His unhandsome appearance is about 60% to 70% similar to the former Tiger King. If Bu Shuai's facial features were made more three-dimensional, and his hair was dyed golden, the similarity would be almost 85%, and the ring fingers and middle fingers of the former Tiger King were almost the same length. He was now 100% sure that Bu Shuai was definitely a direct descendant of the Tiger King's royal family. It was just that his biological parents were not the current Tiger King and Anita, but the daughter of the old Count Longjun, the former commander of the guards Lang Fei, and her husband Zemurkani. Although he had not seen Zemurkani's portrait, just looking at the old countess's facial features that were more like Oriental people and Lang Fei's fingers, these were significant genetic genes. And the possibility that Raphael was a child of the Lang family was almost certain. Shang Feifan was so angry that he laughed, all because of the baby-changing drama between Tiger King and Anita. He speculated that when Raphael was born, Tiger King might not have thought of using his guard commander, who was also the son of a distant cousin. But as little Raphael grew up little by little, showing his similar appearance to the previous Tiger King's mind might have been touched. Maybe Tiger King and Anita had already thought of finding a shield to protect their biological son at that time. So, could there be a better replacement than Raphael Langmu? Both parents died, and there was no close relative around when the baby was born. Only Tiger King knew the appearance of this little baby best, and the midwife and the attendant servants who knew Raphael's appearance at the time could easily deal with it. But this little baby was of royal blood at first glance, and he was also a rare albino tiger, which made his hair color exactly the same as Anita's. In addition, the birth time is so consistent, maybe there is a difference of 1 or 2 months, but everyone knows that babies look different every day, and even the hair color will change over time. As long as the child is hidden for a period of time, the difference of a few months can be easily blurred. And in order to protect her child, Anita must have given birth to Ramil. This also makes it more convenient for them to exchange children. Not to mention that Tiger King and Anita certainly don't want to wrong their own children. Finding a grandson of the Earl, who is also of royal blood to replace them, can at least ensure that their children will have a high-quality life and good education after the replacement. What's even better is that the parents of this child are both dead, which can ensure that no one will come to divide or even rob them of their status and feelings in the child's mind. Although it was a bit sorry for Raphael, who was replaced, compared with other people's children, the biological son is of course more important. Maybe the Tiger King and Anita would think that this replacement is not bad for Raphael. After all, he can be called the son of the Tiger King and be envied as a prince without a prince title. He can also grow up with his mother and have the care and protection of his father. And their poor biological son Ramil only has a grandfather who doesn't love him much, and a sickly grandmother who wants to love him but is powerless. Otherwise, how dare the Tiger King let Bushuai do so many things for him and protect his biological son from so many disasters? And this is the most important reason why Anita did not hesitate to use stone ears and secret techniques to save Raphael's life, not only because she needs Raphael to continue to be a shield for her biological son, but also because she can't bear the rage and even crazy revenge of the old Count Longjun and the former friends of Raphael's parents after Raphael's life experience is exposed in the future. Tiger King can't afford it, so Anita needs Raphael alive no matter what, even if there is a new soul in his body. Anita is not afraid that Bushuai will tell the truth about the soul swap, as long as he wants to live peacefully in this world. What a good plan. Fuck, Shang Feifan got angrier and angrier as he thought about it. In order to prevent himself from doing irrational things, he forced himself to divert his attention. System, you should change the task reward for me. I already know the secret of Bushuai's life experience. The system didn't seem to want to offend Shang Feifan at this time, and actually changed the reward for task 77 to the secret of Lang Mu's luck value. Shang Feifan laughed again. This broken system really knows how to control him more and more. The angrier he got, the calmer Shang Feifan's mind became. He would definitely tell Bushuai everything about Raphael's true life experience. But he bet that Bushuai might be angry, but he would not think of taking revenge on the relevant people. At most, he would let Raphael and Ramil's life experience return to their own places, stay away from the royal disputes, and then take good care of the old Earl and his wife on behalf of the original body. Shang Feifan could understand Bushuai's position, because Bushuai owed the original body a favor, and also owed Anita a favor, or even more. Originally, Shang Feifan also felt that he owed Anita a favor, because it was Anita who summoned the soul of Lang Mu, who had died by self-detonation, to the original body, allowing Lang Mu to have a third life, and also allowing him and Lang Mu to have the possibility of renewing their previous relationship. But now that he knew Raphael's true life experience, Shang Feifan's thoughts changed completely. Anita did not summon Lang Mu's soul to save and prolong her child's life. To put it bluntly, she just used a soul to continue to shield her own son for the purpose of exploitation. If Lang Mu owed her anything, it was paid off after Lang Mu encountered humiliation, embarrassment, targeting, and even murder again and again. That was a shield for nearly 6 years. Even now, Lang Mu is still bearing the hatred of the queen and the prince and princess, and the contempt of many people. The year before last, Lang Mu was plotted again, and was seriously injured and almost died. It can be said that if it weren't for the stone ear hidden in his body, the power of the god of nature played a role, Lang Mu might have died again, and it would be impossible for Shang Fifan to come. In Shang Fifan's opinion, his Bu Shui is a soft-hearted fool, who keeps paying far more than the market price in order to repay this so-called favor. If it were him, he would definitely make full use of the name and identity of the Tiger King's illegitimate son, either to fight for power and make the whole royal city restless, or to get a lot of benefits and leave the royal city far away and find a place to live freely. Now, Raphael and Ramil are both adults, but the Tiger King and Anita are still hiding their life stories, and it seems that Ramil may have known his life story for a long time, but Raphael and Lang Mu are still kept in the dark. These two people clearly want Raphael to continue to be a puppet for their biological child, and let Raphael bear all the disadvantages and infamy. Shang Fifan himself is not a good person, so he knows the thoughts of bad people very well. He guessed that the Tiger King and Anita might wait until the old Earl and his wife died, until the Tiger King could gain more power, or until Anita killed all the other children of the Tiger King, and then they might make their backgrounds public and let the two return to their respective positions. At that time, they just need to say that the servant or the queen secretly replaced the child. They don't need others to believe it, as long as there is a passable reason. This child-changing storm can be eliminated in the shortest time. If things go wrong, they may let Raphael continue to bear the infamy. As long as they say that the servant who replaced the child is his mother Lang Fei's personal servant, worried that the young master who lost his parents' care will not live well in the future. After all, there is a layer of separation between his uncles and aunts and grandparents. So after the servant accidentally knew that the Tiger King's lover had given birth to a child for him, he secretly replaced the two children, wanting to turn the young master who had no parents into the Tiger King's son. Even if he was an illegitimate child, he was the Tiger King's blood after all. The servant who swapped the child committed suicide out of loyalty, and to completely cover up the secret. But Anita, the mother, noticed something was wrong, and had been secretly looking for her child. Suspecting that it was the queen's doing, she faked her death and hid, still secretly looking for her biological child. Later, she accidentally met Ramil, and the mother-son instinct made Anita recognize her biological child. Then Ramil, who was innocent and the only blood of the Tiger King, would naturally become the object of everyone's sympathy, and then become the new prince, and even the next generation of Tiger King. And his bizarre life experience will also become a wonderful beginning in his legendary story. As for Raphael Lang Mu, if he is lucky, he may get a title and live a peaceful life. If he is unlucky, maybe a small cold or an accident can make him regretfully die. Shang Fifan thinks the latter is more likely, and he never minds thinking of bad people as worse. Who? The butler, who had just walked into the hall with a plate and looked like an old middle-aged man, suddenly shouted. The huge hall was unusually quiet, with only a breeze blowing through the curtains, causing a slight ripple. The butler looked around vigilantly, put down the plate, and ran to the largest portrait with unusually agile movements. He cleaned and inspected the mansion every day, and would notice any slight changes in the mansion. Now, 2 portraits were placed in front of the family portrait of the Earl's mansion. The butler picked up the portrait, and confusion flashed in his eyes. He knew both of the people in the portrait. As a noble butler, it was basic for him to recognize the nobles and important officials in the royal city. But why would someone put the portraits of the Tiger King's lover and his illegitimate son in their mansion? They even put them in front of the family portrait of the Earl's mansion. The housekeeper did not dare to neglect it, and put the portrait back to its original place without any mistake, and turned around to report to the old Uncle Lungshan. Although the old uncle is old and does not want to manage things now, he has been the commander of the city guards for more than 100 years. No one dares to underestimate his wisdom and ability. After hearing the housekeeper's report, the old Earl Lungshan stood up immediately. The old countess also stood up, and without waiting for her husband to let her stay, she said, "It's rare that something special happened at home. I'm bored lying down, so why not go with you to see it?" The old Earl had to agree. The 3 of them entered the hall of the mansion together, and walked to the family portrait. The old couple, without any prior agreement, cast their eyes on the smallest half-length portrait. That was Raphael Lang Mu, the poor man who had been making a lot of noise in the royal city in recent years. Yes, the old Earl and his wife had always sympathized with this child. They also looked down on illegitimate children, but this child was surprisingly low-key. Not only would he not take the initiative to cause trouble, But he was also calm and reasonable. If it weren't for his background, no one would have thought that he was an illegitimate child. The old Earl had seen this child many times before, and he liked him very much when he saw him for the first time. Maybe there is such a thing as rapport between people. He liked Raphael much more than his own grandson. But Raphael's background made him an old man who no longer wanted to get involved in the chaos of the royal family, not want to have too many intersections with him. Every time they met, they just glanced at each other. The most words were when they met at the gate of the palace last time. The old countess liked Raphael because he had plain facial features similar to hers, which made her think that Raphael and she were of the same species, a short-haired cat. Later, she found out that Raphael was a white tiger, and she felt sorry for a while. The old count turned his eyes to the portrait next to him. He recognized that it was Raphael's mother, Tiger King's lover, Mrs. Anita, who died at the end of the year before last. Why put the single portraits of this mother and son in our house? Who did it? The old countess asked curiously. The old count carefully looked at the portrait for a long time, as if he had discovered something, and suddenly looked up at the family portrait. Because this portrait was relatively large, he took 2 steps back to see the whole picture clearly. The first thing he looked at was his daughter's fingers. Then he looked at the bust of Raphael. In this bust, Raphael was working, with one hand pressing on the document and the other holding a pen to write something. Look at his fingers. The old count's voice trembled a little. The old countess subconsciously followed her husband's instructions, and saw Raphael's hands. The housekeeper suddenly gasped and murmured, "No way?" If no one deliberately put Raphael's portrait in front of their family portraits, the old count and the housekeeper would not think much about the characteristics of Raphael's fingers, because there are always 1 or 2 people with royal blood who have such characteristics. But look at Bourgeois' slightly plain facial features, and then look at his distinctive fingers. The old count raised his head, grabbed Raphael's portrait, and kept comparing it with his daughter's portrait. "Do you think Xiao Fei and this child look alike?" the old countess asked softly. The old countess held her heart, her voice trembling slightly. "Isn't it because our Xiao Fei and Tiger King look alike? Raphael is Tiger King's child, so naturally he looks a bit like Xiao Fei. But he is like you, his facial features and face shape don't look that straight. Look at Tiger King and Anita." The old countess's breathing became rapid. He suddenly raised his hand, and put Raphael's portrait in the middle of the family portrait. Look at it. If this child was here from the beginning, would he be more like our child than Ramil?" The old countess covered her mouth, her eyes full of panic and disbelief. "I'm so stupid. I saw the child so many times, there are so many obvious features, and I like the child so much, but I didn't doubt it, I never doubted it once." The old countess murmured subconsciously. The housekeeper supported the old countess, and looked at the old count worriedly, saying, "You need to calm down. This matter requires more evidence. Besides, the Tiger King and you are related by blood, and it is normal for the descendants of the 2 families to have similarities. As long as you are a normal person, you will not think too much about it." The old count took a deep breath. "I am very calm. I have never been so calm." He said that he felt a slight sense of rejection when he saw Ramil for the first time. At that time, he thought that he didn't want to see this grandson because his daughter died. But later, watching his grandson grow up day by day, he still found it difficult to feel close to this child. The child was not close to him, and he did not feel too sad when he moved to his parents' original house when he just turned 16. He met all the material needs of the child, found the best tutor for him, and paid most of his property for him to awaken his gifted bloodline. He felt that he did not owe the child anything. It was just that he could not give the child the grandfather-grandson relationship he wanted. Now the old count was very glad that he did not give too much affection to this grandson, otherwise he really did not know whether he could accept the blow after knowing the truth. But his old wife. The old count carefully put down the portrait of Raphael, and took his old wife from the butler. "Don't cry, we need to find out the truth. If Raphael is really Xiao Fei's child, think about what he has been living for the past 21 years. And how could he become the illegitimate child of Anita and Tiger King? We must not fall down at this time. We must be stronger. This matter is not simple at all. Once it is found out, this is a huge scandal of the royal family, and our real grandson needs us, and we will be his only backing." The old earl whispered in his wife's ear. Miraculously, his frail old wife slowly straightened her waist, and her whole spirit looked different. "You are right. We must find out the truth first. We must know the truth. First of all, figure out who is Xiao Fei's child, Ramil or Raphael." The old countess held her husband's hand tightly. The butler also took a deep breath. This matter was really too sudden and too big, causing his heart to beat fast until now. It was just 2 portraits, but I didn't expect that they would cause the mystery of the heir of the Earl's mansion. Chapter 150. At night, Bouchois returned to the small lounge of the Special Investigation Bureau exhausted. The work was not tiring, but it was tiring to get along with Ramil. That guy didn't look like he was going to oppose him, but he didn't mean to cooperate well, and he always wanted to lead the investigation. Bouchois admitted that the other party had certain talents, but he was only 21 years old, and some of his methods and responses seemed too immature to him, just like a young man who had just graduated from school. And Bouchois was a steady person, who emphasized gradual progress and tried to find out the situation without alerting the enemy. But Ramil liked to go straight to the point, and would not let go of any doubts, and would even arrest the suspect first without thinking twice. In fact, doing so was nothing at times, and it was even very effective. The problem was that arresting people without evidence would naturally cause resentment and complaints from these businessmen, including non-Tiger Country businessmen from Elephant Country, Rhino Country, and Wing Country. If Ramil could settle these complaints, that would be his ability, but he couldn't settle them at all. He also said that he was only responsible for finding suspicious people, not for calming the emotions of these merchants. It's not that Bouchois is suspicious, but Ramil's investigation method makes him feel that the other party is deliberately looking for trouble. Those merchants were dissatisfied, so they went to the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce and asked the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce to help them solve these troubles. The Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce directly found the Minister of Commerce of Tiger Country, and the Minister of Commerce complained to the Tiger King, and the Tiger King handed the matter over to the Director of the Special Investigation Bureau and the Commander of the City Guard. As a result, Bouchois had to explain back and forth between various departments for most of the day, listening to various people complaining, mocking and scolding him. And because Ramil was just an ordinary guard, and he was the illegitimate son of the Tiger King, everyone thought that he was the one who led the arrest. But Bouchois was not used to telling others about these unpleasant things at work, including Shang Fifan, so he kept them all in his heart. On the contrary, Shang Fifan told him his suspicions when he saw him. The above is all I found out. Shang Fifan did not turn into a little tiger, but sat on the edge of the bed, and told Bouchois about his investigation results on Ramil's life experience in the past 2 days. Bouchois had just come out of the shower, and when Shang Fifan was halfway through his speech, his hand wiping his hair stopped. You don't seem very surprised? Shang Fifan looked a little curious. Bouchois grabbed the towel, and sat down on the only chair. I always thought that Madame Anita was not close to me, and would occasionally look at me with strange eyes, because she knew that I was not her biological child. And what you just told me proves that my intuition is correct, but not only is my soul not Madame Anita's child, but even this body is not. And she knew it from the beginning. What do you think? Shang Fifan asked directly. Bouchois was silent for a moment, and after a while he said, You said that Tiger King and Anita would not tell the truth for their own reputation and Ramil's reputation, even if they made public the original body and Ramil's life experience, but would throw dirty water on Lang Fei's servants. Shang Fifan, this is inevitable. Otherwise, do you think that 2 smart people who can swap other people's children with their own children, just to use other people's children as a shield will give others an excuse to attack them? Bouchois fell silent again. Based on his understanding of Tiger King and Lady Anita, those 2 would really do such a thing. They could come up with a shield for their children, and naturally they would consider the reputation of their children after they returned to the throne. Unless they had never considered exchanging the 2 children again. But Anita paid so much and arranged it secretly for many years. Would she only want to give her son a stable future? Once the life experience of the 2 children was exposed, even if it was not for the reputation of his biological son, but just to protect himself. Let alone Anita, Tiger King alone would find a way to make the child exchange behavior of that year look like it was not his fault. Because it was okay for Tiger King to use the child of his trusted minister as his illegitimate child, as long as the minister agreed. But letting the son of a sacrificed hero pretend to be his illegitimate child, letting this child grow up with a bad name, and knowing that his queen and some people were constantly plotting to murder this child, he did not tell the child's true life experience. Once this matter was exposed, Tiger King would be lucky not to be driven off the throne, let alone his reputation. These are all our speculations, Bouchois said. Shang Fifan smiled knowingly. So I ask you, what do you want to do? Bouchois naturally put himself aside, and only considered the original body, which made it easy for him to come to the conclusion, it's very simple, it's what it should be. The original body is dead, but he can't even let his name be slandered after his death. You know, once the original body and Ramil's life stories are exposed, we have to be prepared to deal with Tiger King and Anita's corresponding rhetoric. Shang Fifan reminded Bushuai, they can't wait until the two people's life stories are exposed before thinking about the rhetoric. With the IQ of those two people, they will definitely be prepared for the exposure of the two children's life stories in the future from the moment they replace the children. Bushuai frowned. This is indeed a trouble. It is not difficult to expose the life experience of Raphael and Ramil, but how to prevent Tiger King and Anita from confusing right and wrong? Just when Bushuai was thinking about how to solve this problem. These 2 days, the old Earl of Longzhen should contact you. Shang Fifan suddenly said. Bushuai looked up. Have you told the old Earl? Shang Fifan shook his head. I just put the portrait of you and Anita under their family portrait. If the old man's ability is really as rumored, he can't have no doubts at all, and as long as he has doubts, he will definitely come to you, the person involved. Bushuai didn't know much about the old Earl, but he had heard some rumors about him, and subconsciously said, maybe he will ask the court priest to help check my blood relationship with him. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. Court priests have this ability? Bushuai laughed. Didn't I tell you? One of the main duties of the court priest is to check the blood relationship between the prince and the princess when they are born. After that, confirm that their bloodline is correct to avoid confusion of the royal bloodline. Shang Fifan. Raphael has not been tested. Bushuai shook his head. I am just an illegitimate child. As long as I am not officially recognized by the Tiger King and listed as an heir, the court priests do not need to check my bloodline. Shang Fifan clenched his fist. Very good, we at least have one more way to confirm your and Ramil's bloodline. Bushuai said, the court priests generally do not act easily. But it is rumored that the old Earl has a good relationship with the court priests. Maybe he will secretly ask the court priests for help. Shang Fifan keenly found out. Is this rumor not known to many people? Bushuai nodded awkwardly. I also found out when I was a guard beside the Tiger King and occasionally ran into him talking to the court priest. The two of them looked like they knew each other, but the atmosphere of their conversation and the look in their eyes was the kind of tacit understanding that only good friends would have. Of course, I could have seen it wrong. Trust your own observation and your 3 life experiences. Shang Fifan came over and grabbed the cloth and pressed it on Bushuai's hair, rubbing it hard a few times. Bushuai raised his head and relaxed his body. He could use magic to dry his whole body. If he was in the form of a beast now, he would definitely do so. But it was just short hair, so he didn't want to waste the magic crystal. Shang Fifan wiped his hair and massaged his scalp at the same time. The moderate force and accurate acupuncture point dredging made Bushuai's body feel relaxed and numb. Lie down on the bed. I give you a good massage. Then tell me about your 6 days in Black Forest City and your cooperation with Ramil these days. Don't try to hide it from me. You have definitely accumulated a bucket full of emotional garbage. Shang Fifan patted Bushuai. Bushuai laughed unconsciously. Do you want to be a trash can? Well, I can be your garbage station. To you, those are all negative energy, but to me, there may be extremely valuable information in them. Do you know that many psychologists also serve as spies? Oh, wrong. Many spies will take the psychologist license exam. Bushuai was amused, and then he was conquered by Shang Fifan's superb massage skills. Bushuai even couldn't help thinking, this guy knows so much about the human body, he must be very good at killing people. No, his body is not exactly the same as that of humans, he is an orc, so this guy has mastered and understood the body structure of orcs in the orc world for more than half a year. Shang Fifan listened to Bushuai's description of his work content during this period. Bushuai still did not use a complaining tone. He was like explaining his work content to his colleagues, trying to give a complete description without emotion. But Shang Fifan still heard the fatigue in Bushuai's heart from his straightforward narration. Although Bushuai's mission in the Black Forest City was just to be a guide, his identity alone made those who went with him perform a stage play in front of him. Some people wanted to curry favor with him, and said flattering words to him that embarrassed both of them. Some people wanted to make friends with him, show their affection for him, and win him over for various purposes. Some people also blatantly ridiculed him, saying that he was now the key man, coachman, who could enter and exit the library, and he must be very complacent and felt that he was very great. Some people even wanted to find out the secret of his summoning vehicles. What made Bushuai laugh the most was that someone warned him not to be fooled by Aries Shang, saying that he had heard Aries Shang and a big shot joking and betting that he would definitely take down Raphael, then abandon him and make Raphael look bad. Shang Fifan heard this, and specifically asked who the person who was slandering him was. Bu Shuai laughed so hard that his body trembled, and under Shang Fifen's tickling method, he revealed the relevant names to him. Bu Shuai also told Shang Fifen that the library accepted all the people he brought there, and the old man also came out to wander around for a while, and he seemed to want to talk to someone. The 100 orcs were very excited to see the old man appear. Everyone wanted to talk to him, but he was very arrogant and didn't care about anyone. If he talked to someone, that person would be very proud and would be envied by others. The old man didn't object to people copying the books in the library. On the contrary, he appreciated this move. Did he talk to you? Well, I was reading the information about magic legends of past dynasties, and I found a secret, that is, during the Old Blood dynasty of the gods, more than one magician entered the Orc continent, but during the Old Orc Alliance period, this phenomenon almost disappeared. The old man suddenly appeared in front of me, and he said that if I was the person in the prophecy, I would definitely find the missing space channel. Oh, he also asked me to stay away from the apostle of the god of curse, saying that he would make my luck worse. Bu Shuai. Shang Fifen wanted to say that since he was with Bu Shuai's luck value has been rising, although it has not risen much. But it is also rising, Bu Shuai whispered. But I know that you are my lucky star. Shang Fifen's lips curled up. Yes, he is his Bu Shuai's lucky star and happiness star. That old man is confused, stay away from him in the future. Bu Shuai chuckled. I found that those copyists were concentrating on copying the theoretical basis of science and technology and inventions during the Old Orc Alliance period. Only a few people copied knowledge about alchemy and bloodline talent. This is a very smart approach. The development of science and technology during the Old Orc Alliance period was basically started from scratch, while the science and technology of the Great Prosperity era is knowledge that can only be understood and mastered by high school students and above, and it is also mixed with alchemy. The orcs of the Tiger Country, who had been rebuilt after the destruction, were currently at the level of 3rd graders in elementary school. Instead of digging and studying the black technology of the prosperous era, it is better to lay a solid foundation from the beginning. Bu Shuai wanted to say that he seemed to have found relevant information about the space channel that the old man said had disappeared in several biographies and unofficial history novels, but he didn't think his luck was really so good that he could find the space channel to other continents just by flipping through a few books, so he didn't mention this to Shang Fifen. After Bu Shuai finished talking about his cooperation with Ramil in the past few days, his breathing had become stable. Shang Fifen looked at Bu Shuai, who had fallen asleep unknowingly, bent down and kissed his blue eyes, adjusted his sleeping position, and helped him pull up the quilt. That night, Ari Shang found Ramil, who was relaxing with Princess Doris in the dream tower of the Golden Cave, and beat him up with a bone stick. Ramil's. He is not bad at fighting, but Ari Shang is incredibly strong. You can hit him 10 times, but the damage he causes is not as high as one slap. And Ari Shang is not only extremely strong, but also extremely agile. He is fast, strong, accurate, and quick to react. Do you have a headache with such an enemy? Princess Doris shouted on the side, and the thugs of Yimingla rushed over to stop the fight. They originally wanted to attack Ari Shang, but hesitated after seeing Ari Shang's face. This person is a hot celebrity in the royal city, and it is not his status that matters, but his personal ability. If you ask who you should not offend in the royal city now, except for the royal family, Ari Shang can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Ari Shang was not polite to the thugs, who had come to beat people, but changed to stop the fight when they saw him. He beat anyone who dared to get close to him, and beat a group of thugs to the ground, and they didn't dare to get up. Many guests were watching not far away. They didn't dare to get close, but they didn't run away. There were also many guys cheering outside who were gloating, and they almost placed bets on the spot. Fortunately, Ari Shang didn't intend to kill or maim Ramil. After beating Ramil so that he couldn't get up, he swaggered away with a bone stick. From beginning to end, Ari Shang didn't say a word to Ramil, not even a word. Strangely, Ramil didn't ask Ari Shang why he hit him. Doris saw Ari Shang leaving and hurried over to help Ramil, who was bleeding from his mouth and nose. Ari Shang is too much. Why did he hit you for no reason? Doris asked anxiously. Ramil grabbed the handkerchief that Doris had used to wipe his nosebleed, wiped his mouth and nose vigorously, and said in a very gloomy voice, Raphael. 10 minutes later, Ramil sat in the special suite of the Dream Tower. While applying medicine to his wounds, the proprietress Eva said disapprovingly, Ari Shang is an unscrupulous madman. This kind of person will be extremely kind to anyone he likes, and will not care whether the other party can accept it. Look at the 2 brothers of the Dude family who once had a grudge against Raphael, and the son of the big merchant Tanjin, how badly they were treated. This Count Dude and Tangine ran to find their backer, the Queen, but did the Queen do anything to Aries Shang? No. Now, it is the Dude family and the Tangine family that have begun to restrain their children and start to keep a low profile in the royal city. Seeing Ramil's bad expression, Eva shook her head. Raphael could have been your helper. He is a calm person. As long as his bottom line is not stepped on, he will tolerate what he can. But he can tolerate you. But it does not mean that the madman Aries Shang can tolerate others bullying his lover. So Raphael is a weak male who complained to his lover that he was bullied. Ramil's mouth curled up a sarcastic smile, but it pulled around, and he covered his mouth in pain. Eva grabbed his hand, moved it away, and reapplied medicine, cursing unceremoniously. How can you tell that Raphael is a weak male? Use your jealousy? Raphael doesn't seem to cause trouble, but this kind of honest man is the most terrible when he gets angry. I told you many times not to underestimate Raphael Langmu, and don't provoke him casually. Have you forgotten it? Ramil didn't speak. Eva sighed and softened her voice. I don't know whether Raphael has complained to Aries Shang, but I know that with Aries Shang's ability, in this royal city, he will know anything he wants to know. Even if Raphael doesn't say it, there are a lot of people who want to curry favor with Aries Shang and tell him everything about Raphael. Just because he can make a space storage tool? Ramil was obviously dissatisfied. A gleam of fierceness flashed in Eva's eyes, but she still maintained a gentle tone and said, yes, just because he can do what others can't. How much you want Tiger King's space belt, then others will also want a portable space. Ramil evasively said, I don't. You don't have to hide it from me, you are my most important baby, I know what you want, and I will do everything I can to help you achieve your wish. But before that, you have to be patient, learn to hide, and learn the Tiger King's way of doing things. He has been a king for so many years. He is not particularly successful, but he is definitely not a failure. Originally, I hoped that you would stay with him for a few more years, see and listen more, and understand who his most trusted people are. But since you want to come out to gain experience, and the Tiger King has arranged you to the city guard, then it is not bad for you to train yourself in the city guard. Eva's tone was more gentle, but there was not much warmth in her eyes. But Ramil did not dare to look into her eyes, and did not see it. In addition, I have helped you deal with the beginning and end of you and the maids around the Queen. Don't do such things that are not worthy of your status in the future. Ramil raised his head suddenly. It's you. But then he wondered. But Commander Clement found out that it was Nettie who did it. How could it be? It has something to do with you. Eva smiled and said to the handsome young male in front of her. That's because you don't know how powerful the power of love and jealousy is. That woman was a fool who was obsessed with love. She thought the fifth princess was really going to take Ramil away because of a few provocative words in her ear. She sacrificed herself for love because she was afraid of losing her lover and worrying that her lover would be hurt. It was like a commoner girl who saved the prince from the dragon's mouth. Seeing the Queen's frightened and sad look really made her feel very happy. And the Tiger King. The death of one daughter might not make him really sad, but what if there were more than one? She really wanted to see the expression of a weak and useless female orc who could only rely on males, and had to die if she was asked to die, when she finally overthrew his country. Don't think about revenge. Eva did not forget to warn Ramil at the end. If you can't cooperate with Raphael, then do things separately. Don't give that madman an excuse to cause trouble for you. Ramil pursed his lips, not knowing whether he accepted the warning or had other ideas in his mind. The next day, the news that Aries Shang beat up Ramil, the grandson of the old Earl Longzhen, the former Tiger King guard, and the current lieutenant of the city guard, spread in the royal city. The reason why Aries Shang beat Ramil violently was also known to people. After all, it was only a few days after the encounter between the two brothers of the Dude family and the son of the big merchant Otter Gold. Okay, because of this, those who had offended and bullied Raphael in the past are now panicking, fearing that Aries Shang, the unsatisfied madman, will come to them. As a result, more ambitious men and women are ambitious and hopeful to snatch Aries Shang's attention from Raphael. If I could make Aries Shang my lover, it would be such a great honor. Bu Shuai stared at the little tiger rolling around on the bed. Don't try to get away with being cute. What are you thinking? Will Ramil be obedient after being beaten? He will only hate me more and cause trouble for me. The little tiger stopped rolling around, lay on the pillow, and raised his head. I just did what fits my character. If Aries Shang knew you were bullied, but didn't react, that would be weird. Bu Shuai, you just wanted to beat someone up. Little tiger, yeah. Bu Shuai, thank you. The little tiger immediately jumped into his arms. Shui went to work with the little tiger in his arms. Shang threatened that if he was not allowed to accompany, then the little tiger would have to accompany him, otherwise he would beat everyone according to the list he got. The Tiger King also knew about Ramil being beaten. When he asked about the flesh wound, he just nodded to show that he knew, without any other unnecessary expression. It is true that he cares more about his biological son, but he is a king before he is a father. Everyone around him knows how much he values this inheritance-sharing conference. For this reason, he also attaches great importance to this spring material exhibition hosted by the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce to attract and retain merchants from other countries and more guests. Not to mention how much business income and tax revenue this exhibition can bring to the Tiger Kingdom. Neither of these two sums of money is a small amount. The Tiger King does not say that he wants to support these merchants, but he does not want them to harbor resentment, let alone unite to deal with the Tiger Kingdom. There is nothing wrong with Raphael's approach. He investigates, but he respects those businessmen enough and knows how to be strict when necessary and to be gentle when necessary. And Raphael obviously arranged two groups of people. The open line group is him, and the hidden line group is other investigators from the Special Investigation Bureau. Raphael attracts the attention of those businessmen in the open, and other investigators can hide in the dark and investigate according to their reactions. But Ramil not only cooperates with Raphael's investigation, but also makes those businessmen complain endlessly. Tiger King doesn't care about the former, but he cares about the reputation of Tiger Country among businessmen from other countries. He doesn't want people from other countries to think that Tiger Country is a group of barbarians. The former Tiger King had ambitions, but they were not big. He thought that he would be successful if he could take back half of the land and taxation power from the nobles before passing on the throne. But he, his men, discovered the library, and he met the high priest of the Holy Mountain Priest Palace 1,000 years ago. He was also the only king who controlled the way in and out of the library guide. No king would miss such a good opportunity. Even if he was not a particularly ambitious person, he would have some thoughts of can I and the Tiger Kingdom get more? If he could achieve a great reputation, if he could surpass his ancestors, if he could make a strong mark in the new historical record of the orcs, if he could make the Tiger Kingdom stronger, he would do it at all costs. So he thought that Ramil, who did not meet his requirements and added a little trouble to him, needed a little punishment. If he took action, Ramil would be resentful and sad, and it was just right for Shang to take action. Anyway, he is a noble dandy who does things recklessly, and only seeks his own pleasure. Not to mention beating up Ramil. Even if a prince provokes him, believe it or not, he will beat him up. The Tiger King certainly doesn't want someone in the royal city to be so arrogant, but he doesn't plan to deal with this young alchemy master for the time being, at least before the inheritance-sharing conference is held and someone digs out the secret of the other party's refining storage tools. He will not do anything to this master. The Tiger King got up, did some simple exercises, and looked at the bright sunshine outside, which made him feel very good. Although some bad things happened, everything was still under his control and developed according to his expectations, which was good. The beautiful maid walked in gracefully with tea and snacks. The Tiger King's eyes fell on her and stretched out his hand to her. Although the little tiger wanted to stick to his ugly baby every day, he also had his things to do. On the last day of April, when Shang was meeting with the steward under the queen who was in charge of handling part of the Denton family's property, Shui, who was in the warehouse area of the material market and checking the storage conditions of the warehouses one by one, was bumped by an orc who was moving goods. Shui reached into his pocket and touched a slightly hard piece of paper. Chapter 151. At night, a tavern on the edge of the commercial street in the east district of the city. Behind the tavern is the east camp of the city guard. Many city guards will enter the tavern directly through the back door after get off work. This place has almost become one of the garrisons for the city guard to relax. Shui wore a soft hat with a brim to cover his animal ears, and carried a leather bag on one shoulder. He walked into this tavern he had never been to before. The tavern was very noisy. A group of rough men and rough women were drinking and bragging together. The elderly waiter impatiently served drinks and food, and occasionally had to stop a few guys who were too noisy. There was also a ring in the middle of the tavern. Two orcs were fighting with their upper bodies bare, and a group of people around them were waving gambling tickets to watch the excitement and shout. Shui avoided the drunkards, walked to the bar, and shouted to the busy bartender. The middle-aged bartender with gray hair and an unusually strong figure came over and looked at Shui briefly. "First time here? What do you want to drink?" "The first glass is on my table." "Thank you. Are you the owner?" Shui took out a palm-sized cardboard and pushed it in front of the bartender. The cardboard was printed with the name of the pub and a flaming wine barrel, and there was a mark on the back that looked a bit special. This pub is called the Flame Tavern. The bartender lowered his eyes and glanced at the paper, motioned Bouchois to put it away, and shouted into the kitchen, "Lao Ding. Someone is here to buy flame wine, take him to the cellar to get the goods." A sheep's head with horns popped out of the kitchen. The bartender opened the partition and led Bouchois into the kitchen. Some customers at the bar noticed this scene, but not many people cared. The most famous thing about this pub is flame wine, and people often come to buy it. But only the tavern's own people know that it is normal to buy flaming wine, but it is not normal to let Lao Ding lead the way. Bouchois followed the sheep-headed Lao Ding, and stepped on the stairs from the corner of the kitchen into the cellar. The cellar under the tavern is not cramped at all. The floor height is 4 meters. It is full of wine barrels and wine jars. There are actually several compartments around these wine barrels and wine jars. Judging from the light coming through the compartments, there are people inside. "This is our VIP room." Lao Ding stretched out his hand. Bouchois was stunned for a moment, then reacted and handed the cardboard to Lao Ding. Lao Ding took it, glanced at the mark on it, put it directly into his pocket, and then walked straight to the room at the end of the left side, knocking on the door lightly. "Lao Ding, the guests are here." The door of the private room opened, and Lao Ding turned sideways. Bouchois walked into the private room. The door was closed from the outside. Bouchois took off his soft hat and looked at the two guests sitting face to face at the stone table. They were all people he knew. Old Count Longin and his former superior, the guard commander Clement. Bouchois was not surprised to see old Count Longin. But he didn't expect Clement to come as well. Clement smiled and waved to Bouchois. "Don't be in a daze, come and sit down." Something was squirming inside the package that Bouchois was carrying on his chest, and a little tiger's head popped out of the bag. Old Count Longin narrowed his eyes. "Is this the cub you adopted?" "Bouchois. He came here because he wanted to, so I brought him here. You don't have to worry about him." "Little tiger, yeah." Old Count Longin looked at the tiger cub and wanted to reach out and take him out of Bouchois' arms. Bouchois sat down on the outside of the table, took off his shoulder bag and hugged it. The little tiger tried to get out of the bag, but was held down by Bouchois. The little tiger opened his mouth and bit Bouchois' tiger mouth, but his little milk teeth obviously didn't use enough force. "You are still a child yourself. Why do you raise a cub?" There was disapproval in the eyes of the old Earl Longin, but there was also a hint of indulgence. Bouchois was embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would still be treated as a child at such an age. Maybe in the eyes of the family elders, no matter how old they are, the younger generation is still a child. "I wonder why you two asked me to come here." Bouchois pretended to be confused, mainly because he didn't understand why Commander Clement was also present. Clement looked at the old Earl. The old Count pushed the wine glass in front of him away and clasped his hands. "Clement once worked with my daughter Longfei, and he almost married Xiaofei. But Xiaofei only regarded him as a buddy. In the end, in order to avoid Clement's pursuit, she chose Zemur of the Canet family." Clement looked normal and even smiled. Bouchois asked subconsciously, "Does the Tiger King not know about this?" Clement replied, "He doesn't care about the emotional affairs of his subordinates, and my expression is more restrained, and I was just an ordinary captain in the guard camp at that time. Longfei is also a very decisive person. After she found out that I was interested in her, and she was not interested in me, she quickly developed a relationship with Zemur, who she felt attracted to. Few people in the guard camp knew that I liked Longfei." Clement also praised, "Longfei could have kept me hanging, but she didn't. She said that I was her brother, and if she was ambiguous with me, it would feel like incest." The little tiger grinned. But Xiaofei promised Clement that when she gave birth to her first child, no matter whether it was male or female, she would give him the child as her partner. The old Earl said, "What?" The little tiger looked up in shock. Bouchois was also a little dumbfounded. Clement chuckled, "Are you so surprised? We orcs can live for 200 or 300 years, and it is common for couples to have a 100-year age difference. Xiaofei got married very early. If she is willing to have a child early, the age difference between the child and me will not be too big. Besides, she just promised so, which does not mean that her child will definitely like me in the future, and I may not like her child. So this is just a joking promise between friends." Bouchois let out a breath. The little tiger also relaxed and put his head on Bouchois' hand again, but his eyes were still fixed on Clement. He wanted to see through this man, right away. Clement pointed at the little tiger and said to the old Earl, "Look, the food guard is coming." The old Earl laughed. Bouchois coughed dryly. "What do you mean by mentioning this to me?" This time it was Clement who spoke first. Because of this agreement, after Lang Fei became pregnant, I lent her a treasure passed down from my family. The old count said, at that time, Xiao Fei's mother, Zimur, and I were also present. Because the function of this treasure is a bit special, and it requires certain skills to use, Clement and Xiao Fei did not hide it from us. Clement, this treasure has no name, but because it looks a bit like a heart, my ancestors used to call it the fruit of the heart. The fruit of the heart? A kind of fruit? Bu Shuai was curious. When the little tiger heard the name, a strange premonition popped up in his mind. Clement nodded, but then shook his head again. We don't know what it is, but no matter its appearance or the feel of it, it looks like fruit. But our family has held it for many, many years, and it has never rotted and still looks so fresh. Has no one in your family wanted to eat it for so long? Bu Shuai asked. Of course. But not everyone can eat this thing. In fact, my ancestor swallowed this hard fruit as soon as he got it. The reason for swallowing is that this hard fruit that looks like a fruit is completely unbearable. Clement spread his hands. Then my ancestor found a fruit on his chest the next day after eating the fruit. That is, the hard fruit, it ran out again. Later, after a long period of verification, some of my ancestors specially studied pharmacy, alchemy, botany, treasure science, etc., just to figure out how the hard fruit eat, what are the benefits. About 600 years ago, my ancestors finally discovered the use and purpose of this hard fruit in an accidental accident. First, this hard fruit is extremely beneficial to unborn children. It can ensure that the child develops fully and healthily in the mother's body, and has good talent and blood after birth. Secondly, the use of the hard fruit is more demanding. It is necessary to cut the lower abdomen of the pregnant woman, that is, the outside of the uterus, and put the hard fruit as close to the uterus as possible. Then, you don't have to worry about anything, just wait for the wound to heal by itself, and reappear on the lower abdomen of the pregnant woman the next day. Third, the hard fruit can only be used once every 3 years. Improving the fetus's physique will consume its energy. The old rule. Because this thing is so effective, the Clement family has kept it secret and only passed it on to the next generation of the head of the family. When using this treasure on pregnant women in the family, it will also put the pregnant women in a coma. For this reason, almost no one knows that their family has such a treasure over the years. Clement also secretly brought this treasure out for Xiaofei to use without telling his family. Clement smiled faintly. I am also doing this for my future companion. Couple. And I am the only child of my parents, who are over 200 years old. My father was worried that he would die suddenly, and would not have time to explain, so he told me the secret of the hard fruit in advance, and asked me to use it on my own children. Clement said again, I believe in the character of Lang Fei, and the old earl and his wife, and I also believe in Zimur. Clement added reluctantly, there is a reason why Lang Fei likes him. He is a trustworthy and upright man. Bu Shuai suddenly felt a little warm in his heart, as if his parents were praised. That guy even said to me proudly at that time that he was waiting to be my father-in-law. Clement's expression seemed to be that if Zimur could stand here at this time, he could. He seemed to be really unable to do anything. In short, he was frustrated, helpless, and a little nostalgic. The little tiger's eyes were gloomy, and the tips of its claws were popped out. Clement saw it, and gave the little tiger a tolerant smile of an elder. Little tiger, damn it! Anyone who dares to snatch my uncoolness from me will die. Bu Shuai was very happy to hear about Lang Fei and Zimur's past. It was like two people who were only named suddenly became alive, which made Bu Shuai's mind outline a more flesh and blood image. The old earl knocked on the table to attract the attention of the people present. I said so much just to tell you that when Clement used the hard fruit on Lang Fei, a wonderful thing happened. The hard fruit drilled into Xiao Fei's womb and melted into the child's body. It didn't condense again the next day. Bu Shuai, so? The old earl and Clement looked at him together. The old earl said slowly, so our family owes Clement a big favor. It would be best if Xiao Fei's child can become Clement's partner in the future. If not, he must return a treasure of equal value. Clement wanted to speak. The old earl raised his finger. This is the promise our family gave to Clement. Although he said it was not necessary, after all, no one expected such an accident to happen. He also said that this proves that the hard fruit is destined to be with the child that Xiaofei is pregnant with. But it is not the case that if Clement says we don't have to pay it back, we really don't have to pay it back. Do you understand? Bu Shuai nodded slowly. The little tiger's eyes flashed with knives. The old earl smiled. Raphael's character was as good as he thought. When ordinary people hear that they have to pay back their debts before they get much benefit from recognizing their relatives, even if they don't say it, they will show it on their faces. Let's talk about Ramil again. Clement paid close attention to him when he was just born, but at that time Ramil had been taken care of by the Tiger King's trusted servants, and the Tiger King always used the excuse that the child was just born and was weak to prevent others from visiting the child. When Clement saw the child was already more than half a year old. Clement suddenly said, "When I first saw Ramil, I thought that this child didn't look like more than half a year old, more like only 3 or 4 months old, and very thin, much thinner than I imagined, completely different from the cubs that our family had benefited from the heart fruit before." In addition, he had no feeling of closeness to Ramil at all. He admired Lungfei, and was looking forward to the child that Lungfei promised to give him as his partner. During Lungfei's pregnancy, he paid more attention to the fetus than his biological father Zimur. He would get close to Lungfei's belly to listen to the child's heartbeat, and feel the movement of the child's hands and feet. Zemuel had fought with him several times behind Lungfei's back for this. He would also tell stories to the fetus, and even sing to it. He didn't necessarily want the child to become his partner when he grew up. He just had empathy. He transformed his admiration for Lungfei into love for this little life, as if he had a very special connection with this little life. But when he saw Ramil, he didn't feel that special connection at all. Clement didn't say how he felt about Ramil, but only said, "Maybe our family has been in contact with the heart fruit for a long time, or maybe we were nourished by the heart fruit during the fetal period, which led to our natural closeness to the heart fruit. Just like when I first saw you, I thought you were very good." Bu Shuai, eh? The tiger's face became serious, and its big paws were placed on Bu Shuai's arms, with a domineering attitude of "this is mine." Clement laughed. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that to you. You were too young at that time, only in your teens, and I thought you were just a child. Later, you came to the palace and became the Tiger King's guard and my subordinate. I was very happy. But because of your identity, I can't take care of you too much." "No, you have taken care of me a lot," Bu Shuai said sincerely. The person who treated him best in the palace was the guard commander Clement, and he also trusted this boss. The old earl didn't seem to want to wait any longer, perhaps because he felt that it was almost brewing, and suddenly drew his sword. "I received reliable information that Ramil and you were probably swapped when you were just born." Bu Shuai wanted to act shocked, but he didn't want to deceive the old man, so he just looked at the old earl as usual. The old earl nodded. "You really know it." Clement looked at Bu Shuai with a complicated expression. "Was it you that day?" the old earl asked again. Bu Shuai shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and said, "But I know." The old earl turned his mind, and immediately concluded, "Is it Aries Shang?" Bu Shuai could only nod. The old earl sneered. "The power of love is really great. Not handsome, embarrassing." The little tiger raised his head proudly. Clement narrowed his eyes, and looked at the little tiger. The little tiger gave him a particularly fierce look. The sharp Clement, this is definitely not the look of a cub. The old earl did not pay attention to the confrontation on the side, and said with a very unpleasant expression on his face, "An outsider, who has only known you for less than 2 months, has discovered the mystery of your life experience. I have to say that apart from personal ability, in terms of attention, no one may pay more attention to you than him. But this does not mean that the old earl can accept Aries Shang as his grandson-in-law. That guy is too high profile, but he will not tell Raphael about this now. We didn't think the children would be exchanged. Who would have thought of such a thing at that time? Besides, the fact that Anita gave birth to Tiger King's child was not exposed until the child was almost 9 years old." The old count looked a little painful. "I'm not trying to make excuses. This is undoubtedly the negligence of us elders. There are so many flaws, and so many obvious reminders, but we all use various reasons to deal with it ourselves. In fact, Clement came to me after seeing you. But he should not have any evidence at that time. He couldn't tell whether the closeness he felt when he saw you was because of the fruit of the heart, or because you were angry with him. The field is in harmony. He just came to ask how Ramil and I are getting along, and whether Ramil's blood talent has awakened." The old earl hummed. "This is also a very obvious point that we have overlooked. All the cubs of the Clement family who use the heart fruit to improve their physical fitness during the fetal period have awakened their blood talent before the age of 7 or 8. But Ramil did not awaken his talent until he was 14 years old. He was very painful and inferior at that time. Later, we paid a great price to make him awaken." Bu Shuai, God blood talent activation ceremony? You found a Zerg? And a listener? The old earl did not answer, but his expression said it all. The little tiger thought that when Bu Shuai first met him, he heard the mumbling of insects in his room, and suspected that he was performing the God blood talent activation ceremony. Clement cleared his throat and attracted the attention of the man and the tiger. I went to find the old uncle not only because of my closeness to you, but also because of a serious injury you suffered when you were 14 or 15 years old. The day you were injured, I felt the strong energy of the heart fruit. I rushed to the place where I sensed the heart fruit as fast as I could, but I found you lying on the ground. Bourgeois was surprised. You are the first person to find that I was seriously injured. Clement nodded. Yes. You were lying on the corner of the street at that time, and no one paid special attention to you. You must have been moved there on purpose. There was a knife stuck in your chest. I didn't dare to pull the knife out. I was very confused at the time. Because when I arrived, the power of the heart fruit disappeared, and I couldn't feel the heart fruit at all. Bourgeois and Little Tiger looked at each other. Little Tiger seemed to be saying with his eyes, do you think Anita noticed the abnormality of her air through the power of the heart fruit that merged into Raphael's body? Bourgeois also thinks it is very likely. In other words, the heart fruit is likely to be one of the lost powers of the god of nature. What's interesting is it that Raphael is born with a special compatibility with the power of the god of nature, or that he became able to integrate the power of other gods of nature only after integrating the power of the heart fruit? Clement sighed. So I can't be sure whether the heart fruit energy I sense is related to you. After that, I never felt the existence of the heart fruit again. But you have doubts. The little tiger suddenly spoke, and his babyish voice was very funny. Clement did not deny, yes, I have doubts since then. Especially after I sent you home and met your mother, Mrs. Anita, and saw her expression and actions at that time. What was her expression at that time? The little tiger asked. Clement did not ignore him, because the little tiger was young. Instead, he answered his question seriously. Mrs. Anita may be too shocked. She stared at you for a long time. Her expression was more angry, annoyed and fearful than sad and grief. But I thought at the time that Mrs. Anita was afraid because she was afraid that someone would continue to hurt her after hurting her son. Including anger is also directed at the person who hit her son. As for the annoyance, maybe it was regret for not letting the servants accompany their children out? But she was shocked and blurted out a question. She asked, is he dead? Clement showed a confused look on his face. Mrs. Anita didn't come up to check your safety immediately. She didn't go up to hug you, nor did she panic. She just stood in front of the door and blurted out that question. After that, she calmed down, her eyes were red, she took you from my hands and carried you into the house. She didn't ask who did it, nor did she ask someone to call a therapist. But the performance of the injured is varied. Many people will act sad even if they are not sad in their hearts. But the truly sad people sometimes don't feel real. Mrs. Anita's reaction doesn't mean. Wait! The little tiger interrupted Clement's statement and asked, after you found out that Raphael was stabbed, did you check his life or death? Was he alive or dead at that time? Did you call a therapist for him? The old count also found that something was wrong with the little tiger. Clement looked at Bourgeois. I checked Raphael on the spot, that is, your life or death. You were still alive at that time. Your breathing and pulse were very weak, but you were indeed alive. Before I sent you home, I rushed you to the nearest therapist and found a pharmacist for you. Clement thought the little tiger's question was very strange. If Raphael hadn't been alive at that time, how could there be Raphael now? Raphael had no idea about this and asked subconsciously, what happened next? Clement, later, after emergency treatment, your life was saved. The therapist praised your strong vitality and said that you have amazing recovery ability. Because you were not simply stabbed, the murderer not only stabbed your heart, but also used the scimitar to circle your heart. Your heart was severely damaged and should not have been saved, but you were saved. The pharmacist I found at the time boasted that his medicine was effective, and the therapist said that it was her treatment effect plus the effect of the medicine that stimulated your body's vitality, which greatly improved your self-healing ability. In short, your injury had stabilized at that time, and you just needed to take good care of yourself in the future, but you were still unconscious. The therapist said that you were relying on sleep to recover, so I could only send you home. When I reported to the Tiger King, I only said that you had been rescued. This is also the reason why you were assassinated, but it didn't make a big fuss. Clement finally said, I think the fact that you didn't die on the spot and recovered after pulling out the murder weapon should be related to the heart fruit. However, the heart fruit also consumed all its energy for this, so it disappeared. It was only after that I began to doubt your life experience and secretly investigated, but there were too few evidences and traces left at that time, and your majesty cleaned up the mess very well. Clement looked at the old earl. I have no evidence. I have tried to test you, but you seem to have not realized that Ramil might not be your grandson. I did not want to make a mistake and make you sad, so I did not say anything. until you took the initiative to find me yesterday. The old Earl's eyes were red, and he took a big sip of the wine glass. Can he blame Clement? He can't, because Clement is not sure. At this time, Bourgeois and Little Tiger were both surprised, because Clement's statement was inconsistent with Anita's later actions. If little Raphael's heart injury had healed at that time, why did Anita still use the stone ear and perform the secret art of summoning souls? In fact, there is another question here, that is, where did Anita learn the secret art of summoning souls? Can she also summon a soul from the distant Fidel continent to the Orc continent across the space barrier? This doubt may need to be asked to Anita in person to know the answer. The two put this question aside for the time being. Commander, if you have doubts, why didn't you think of verifying the bloodline? The little tiger asked a very sharp question. Clement seemed to be waiting for this question, and immediately replied, I thought of verifying it, but the result told me that Raphael is the child of Anita and His Majesty. Chapter 152. What method did you use to verify? Little Tiger asked again. Clement, it is the most common hair test method, which most pharmacists know. The accuracy rate can reach more than 99%. Little Tiger pondered. He knew 3 ways to confuse genes. One is through bone marrow transplantation. Under the influence of hematopoietic stem cells, the blood of the transplanted person will be transformed into the genes of another person. The second is also transplantation, but it is limited to the gene of the transplanted part being different from the original person. The third is chimera, which usually occurs when one of the twins is absorbed by the other during the fetal period, so that the living one may have 2 sets of genes. The original Raphael's situation can first rule out the third type, but Little Tiger does not think that Tiger King and Anita will perform organ or bone marrow transplants on the 2 children. This is too crazy. They don't need to do this. So are there other ways to confuse the verification of orc blood? Little Tiger intuitively feels that this method should not be difficult to operate. Without waiting for the Little Tiger to ask, the old Earl said, the reason why this method of using hair to verify blood is only 99% accurate, not 100%, is because this method has room for manipulation. Oh! Clement didn't know this. The old Earl. This method is known by very few people, and it is also to prevent someone from using this method to cause trouble. But I have worked in the city guard for many years, and I have occasionally encountered a case where a father suspected that his son was not his own, but was born by his wife and someone else. But he asked a pharmacist to do the test for him, and the results showed twice that his son was his blood. But this father was also a stubborn person, because he saw a clear birthmark on the child, exactly the same as his friend's. So he asked for a blood test, but the result this time was that he and his son had no blood relationship. Clement reacted quickly. Because some drugs have a certain effect on hair? Yes. The old Earl nodded. This cheating method is to mix a drug with the blood of the person you want to confuse before the child is half a year old, and apply it on the child's fur, and apply it 3 times in a row until the child reaches adulthood. The test results of his hair, and the hair of the person you want to confuse will be directly related. Clement regretted. I should have used the blood test method. The old Earl shook his head. How difficult is it for you to get the blood of Tiger King and Anita? But I can come to you. The old Earl said. I happen to know a way to confuse the results of blood tests. Clement, Old Earl, because of that case, I was very interested in the method of confusing blood, so I inquired and searched for it. In addition to this hair test, there is another method that uses umbilical cord blood to perform a kind of evil magic, thereby changing the blood of the newborn baby. This method cannot be detected even by blood tests. Little Tiger and unskillful, using umbilical cord blood to perform the evil magic of confusing blood? They are all familiar with this. Isn't this a disguised hematopoietic stem cell transplant? Doesn't that mean that even if you and Raphael's blood are tested today, it may not be detected? Clement frowned. The old count shook his head. Don't talk about this for now. I still have some doubts about what you just said. Has the murderer who stabbed Raphael never been found? Clement's face darkened. No. The other party's actions were too clean and neat, like a professional killer. It was a sacrificial parade at the time. Many people wore masks and strange clothes. There were crowds of people. No one noticed that someone was killing people, and no one even found that Raphael was stabbed. I went to find you. Do you remember? Clement looked at Bourgeois, but you shook your head and said you didn't remember anything. After that, you recovered from your injuries for half a year, and it was nearly a year later that you walked again. Bourgeois said honestly, I really don't remember anything. My mind is blank about how I went out that day and who stabbed me. I only remember that it was Otter, the son of Otter, who asked me out that day. Clement frowned. Otter asked you out? Why didn't you say it when I asked you? Because Mrs. Anita didn't let him say it. Little Tiger interrupted. Clement and the old count both looked grim. What kind of mother wouldn't want the murderer who hurt her child to be brought to justice? There is only one answer. A mother with something to hide. It should not only be related to Raphael's true background. Anita is very good at pretending. Even to show the deep love between mother and son, she would not swallow her anger. But she didn't make a fuss. She was very quiet from beginning to end. I think there must be other things involved, so she had to make a big deal out of a small matter. The old count speculated. The room fell silent. The little tiger didn't like this silence and forced the topic back to the main topic. From what you two said, it seems that the true origins of Raphael and Ramil have been confirmed. But shouldn't we do a test? We Raphael don't want to cling to anyone, but we don't want to make mistakes about our real relatives. The little tiger looked proud that Raphael could have him. The old count raised his eyebrows and pointed out bluntly, Are you Aries Shang? The little tiger raised his paw and licked it. Yeah. It's me. Clement also showed an expression that he was not surprised. However, Aries Shang did not deliberately conceal it, otherwise no one would have thought that an adult orc could be so shamelessly disguised as a cub. How did you become a cub? The old count was incredible. Talent. The little tiger raised his head, and then said to Clement in a super boastful way, Bu Shui likes me to be like this. Bu Shui's face flushed red, and he especially wanted to cover the little tiger's mouth that liked to express himself freely. The old earl's eyes were a little dangerous. Clement grabbed the wine glass and took a sip. Bu Shui felt that the atmosphere was wrong and quickly broke the weird atmosphere. Well, to be honest, I don't care whose offspring I am. I don't have much interest in inheriting the property of the Tiger King or anyone else's property. I can support myself. I don't care about the injuries I suffered in the past. I just want to find out my true life experience, and don't want to continue to live in such an unclear way. For the original body. The old earl seemed to be hurt by this sentence, and his eyes were dim and sad. Bu Shui opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say to make up for it. What he just said was his true thoughts. If you are really my grandparents, I will take good care of you. Maybe you don't need it. Need it, the old earl said with a cold face. Hey! Oh! Okay. Bu Shui was at a loss for a second, and then quickly calmed down. If you are willing, you can leave the royal city with me. I will find a livable place for you to settle down somewhere else. I will let you live a life no less than now. Okay. But this is a matter for the future. You said you don't care about the injuries you suffered in the past, but that can only represent your attitude. But the Lang family cannot be insulted, deceived and extremely hurt in such an unclear way. The old earl sat up straight. Clement played with the wine glass, and mixed in with a playful look. I have to say that if the child-changing incident is true, then our Majesty and Lady Anita have also made me lose the opportunity to get a good partner. The little tiger gave Clement a huge eye roll viciously. Clement held back and said, Forget about Ramil, he didn't feel anything when he saw him, that guy was just an immature kid that he could see everywhere. But if it was Raphael, he might really wait for him to grow up, and then launch an offensive. In fact, if Raphael wasn't the illegitimate son of the Tiger King, it would be difficult for him to take action. Others would definitely think that Raphael took the initiative to seduce him, the head of the guards, for the throne or more power, and he would formally pursue him when Raphael came of age. He really liked Raphael's personality, and felt that the two of them had a very good aura. Originally, he was thinking that if he could wait until the eldest prince succeeded to the throne, he would still be young at that time, and Raphael would not have a partner. He would try his best to continue this fate. Unfortunately, just looking at the interaction between Raphael and the little tiger, and the intimacy between the two, you can know that Aries Shang is not just one-sided. And he knew that Raphael told the Tiger King that he met the little tiger in the Black Forest City, and said that the little tiger was called Shang Huang. So the two of them obviously knew each other for a long time. Clement sighed in his heart, People, if you are too cautious, you will miss the opportunity. Pa! The old earl put down the wine glass forcefully. Clement retracted his gaze from looking at Bu Shui and smiled. I just said that our child needs to return a treasure of equal value to Clement, just to amuse you kids. I have already paid him back what I owe him. The old earl said to Bu Shui righteously, If you must pay it back to me and your grandmother. If anyone wants to repay a favor, beat him up. Little tiger, Ayo, he likes this grandpa. Clement, I drink. But you are right, we do have some necessary procedures, just to make us feel at ease. The old earl took out a small box and opened it. This is a blood instrument used to verify blood, an alchemical item from the Holy Mountain Priest Palace, with a very high accuracy rate. Even if you are subjected to the evil spell of umbilical cord blood, it can trace the source. Raphael, are you willing to test it with me? It turns out that Raphael was not subjected to the evil spell of umbilical cord blood, only his hair was tampered with. But after he was able to transform into a giant beast, his hair had been completely replaced once. Now, using his hair for testing can also detect his direct blood relationship with the old Earl. Because the old Earl is also related to the Tiger King, in order to ensure the accuracy of the test results, the old Earl also brought his wife's blood and hair. Seeing the test results given by the blood vein instrument, showing that Raphael and his wife are definitely direct blood, the old Earl couldn't help but redden his eyes again, even though he had already confirmed it 70% before coming. Ramil should have been used by someone to perform a blood exchange magic with your umbilical cord blood. The old Earl suppressed his sourness, and put away the blood vein instrument. Before he came, he also got some of Ramil's blood and hair. If he didn't use the blood vein instrument lent to him by the royal court priest, and only used ordinary folk methods to test, Ramil and their old couple would also be direct blood. But after using the blood vein instrument, the illusion was broken. The little tiger couldn't help thinking, the gene detection method in the orc world may have surpassed that on Earth. Even if the hematopoietic stem cells of the person being tested have been replaced or an organ transplant has been done, the most fundamental genes can be found. Clement thought, no wonder when I first saw Ramil, he was so thin and looked sick, and was only raised by you later. The old count also said, as the descendant of the Tiger King, it is also very strange that his blood talent has not awakened at the age of 14. Not to mention the efforts of our family, the Tiger King and Anita, the biological parents, cannot not care about the awakening of their own children's talents. They will definitely give him various potions to help awaken. But his talent still awakened with bumps and bruises. Perhaps it was related to the umbilical cord blood evil spell he was cast on. Clement, that's right. Another person's blood flows in your body. Who can guarantee that it will be suitable? Bourgeois tightened his arms, and hugged the little tiger unconsciously. He was chilled by Anita's cruelty. For some reason, his first instinct was that the blood exchange evil spell on Ramil was cast by Anita. She didn't cast it on him, not because Anita was reluctant, but because it was unnecessary. It's easy to get the blood of little Raphael, but it's very difficult to get the blood of Anita and the Tiger King. Usually, as long as Raphael is not qualified to succeed, no one will specifically ask to test whether he is really the Tiger King's blood. But Ramil is different. As long as he has a little abnormality that arouses the suspicion of the old count will. The Earl can do a blood test at any time. So Anita's tricks on Ramil are more thorough. Bourgeois found that he suddenly didn't hate Ramil so much. In fact, the other party was treated as a tool just like little Raphael. It is impossible to say that Ramil's character development was not influenced by Tiger King and Anita. Maybe before knowing his true life experience, Ramil was also a proud but happy young master. But after knowing his life experience, his mentality will definitely change. He may still be proud, but he may not be happy much. I think Ramil may have known his life experience a long time ago. The old Earl said lightly. He should have known it before he decided to move out of the Earl's mansion. The old Earl felt very complicated at this time. He didn't have much affection for Ramil, but he just thought so. After raising his grandson for so many years, he suddenly found out that he was the one who took over his own nest. He felt more sad than angry. It's not appropriate to expose this matter for the time being, Clement suggested. The little tiger nodded in agreement and told him about his possible actions against Tiger King and Anita. Clement and the old Earl were both silent, and they also thought this possibility was very high. The Tiger King and Anita's plan should be to wait until the old count and his wife pass away before making their backgrounds public. No matter what they say, no one will dare to refute them, and no one will offend the Tiger King for Raphael. But now, the situation may change slightly. Before the little tiger finished speaking, Clement continued, when you were still alive, the child exchange was exposed. Their rhetoric should change from loyal servants secretly exchanging children in the hope that the young master would have a better life and resources to servants who hated Lang Fei or Zimur exchanging children in order to retaliate against their masters. It may also be changed to the queen or someone who wants to curry favor with the queen exchanging children. The latter is more likely. But if such an excuse really appears, it means that the queen is almost finished. The Tiger King and Anita no longer have to worry about throwing dirty water on the queen's head and causing the queen to counterattack. The little tiger said. The old Earl, who was thinking, heard something. You hope to cooperate with the queen? The little tiger said confidently. We are the victims now, the biggest victims. My Raphael is not the illegitimate son of the Tiger King at all. His infancy, childhood and adolescence, which should have been very happy, are also the most important 20 years in an orc's life. Almost all of them were ruined by Anita and the Tiger King. If we talk about positions, we are on the same side as the Queen. The old Earl felt a pain in his heart. He had not seen Raphael's childhood and adolescence properly. As long as we give up revenge on the Queen for hurting Raphael, the Queen will probably be eager for our help. Believe me, the Queen has probably wanted to pull the Tiger King down for a long time, but she has never had a good excuse. Now we can give her one. And this must be done quickly. If the Tiger King completes the inheritance sharing conference, his prestige will rise to a historical level. It will be much more difficult to pull him down from the throne at that time. And the Queen will never want the Tiger King to get such a great honor. She only hopes that her son will get it all. The old Earl did not respond immediately. Clement did not speak either. One of them is a die-hard royalist, and the other is the Tiger King's confidant. Their positions for so many years cannot be changed just like that. For these two, private affairs and official affairs are two different things. Especially the old Earl, he didn't hate the Tiger King, but he was not Aries Shang, who could do whatever he wanted. He had to consider many aspects of the country before doing anything. And whether it was the old Earl or Clement, they didn't want the Tiger country to be in chaos. But the tone of the little tiger's words was simply afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Bourgeois spoke, and as soon as he spoke, the old Earl and Clement looked at him together. Bourgeois withstood the two sharp eyes. Cooperation with the Queen is a way, but it is also very dangerous. Compared to the Tiger King, the Queen can only see the immediate interests, and her approach is likely to plunge the Tiger country into turmoil. The old Earl and Clement nodded together, and the old Earl showed appreciation on his face. He knew that Raphael was more stable and more responsible. Bourgeois' next words were like dropping a bomb, and I always feel that Madame Anita is also waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the Tiger country to be in chaos. What did you say? Madame Anita? The old Earl was shocked. Is she still alive? Clement's expression also became serious, and he put down the wine glass he was sipping. Before coming, Bourgeois had discussed with Jean Fifen that if the old Earl valued Raphael, he would also tell him that Anita was still alive, and they needed help. Two people not only have to deal with the king and queen of a country, but also have to deal with a revenge woman who has been working in the royal city for more than 20 years, and is cruel and black-bellied. The number is really too small. Oh, they still have a Teonkan Valley master to deal with. The old Earl is different. Although he is retired, his relationships and connections are still there. As long as he is willing to work hard, he can definitely become a super big helper for the two. Not to mention that this old man also brought another powerful figure, the guard leader Clement. With Clement by the Tiger King's side, even if he doesn't do anything on purpose, as long as he doesn't want to cause trouble for the two of them, it's already a help. If they can be a little more inclined to them, that would be great. The little tiger didn't say a word. According to his idea, he would directly expose Raphael and Ramil's life stories, and then reveal Anita's survival and her current identity, and then kill the Denton family, and then let the Tiger King, the Queen and Anita fight each other. He took Bourgeois on a leisurely journey, continuing their mission to find the scattered power of the god of nature. How great and easy is this? But this obviously does not conform to Bourgeois' code of conduct, and this is also the biggest difference between him and Bourgeois. Bourgeois is a builder, and he is a destroyer. Bourgeois nodded. As far as we know, she is still alive. Clement thought of one thing. The last time you went to the tomb, was it to confirm whether her body was still there? Tiger King also asked him to go to the tomb to check, but found that the underground tomb had been filled. If you want to dig out the coffin in the tomb, it will inevitably make a lot of noise. After Clement reported it, Tiger King thought for a moment and told him not to dig up the filling soil, and believed that Raphael did it to fill the underground tomb because he didn't want anyone to disturb his mother's sleep. Bourgeois nodded again. I accidentally got some clues at the time, and went to the tomb to verify it. Is the coffin empty? Clement asked. Bourgeois shook his head. Inside is her former maid. Clement was extremely conflicted for a moment. He didn't know whether he should report such a big news to the Tiger King. Based on his understanding of the Tiger King's daily life, the Tiger King should have no idea that Lady Anita was still alive. This Lady Anita doesn't seem to be simple. The old Earl dragged his tone. The little tiger felt sympathetic, definitely smarter than the Tiger King and the Queen combined. If she didn't have power, and the Queen had the support of the Marquis of Denton behind her, it would be hard to say who would take the Queen's position now. The old Earl and Clement saw that Aries Shang had such a high opinion of Lady Anita, and they dared not underestimate her. Let's put aside the fact that Madame Anita is still alive. Why don't we look at our next most important demand first, and then see how to achieve it without hurting other irrelevant people? Bourgeois said steadily. The old Count was delighted. That's it. Clement helped to give examples. First, Ramil and Raphael must be returned to their respective positions. Second, ensure that the reputation of Raphael's parents will not be damaged. Third, do not give His Majesty and Madame Anita the opportunity to frame others. Fourth, can His Majesty and Anita admit their mistakes and give an explanation? The little tiger sneered. Bourgeois pinched his beard. The first 3 points should not be difficult. As long as we can provide solid evidence and negotiate with the Tiger King, we can do it. The fourth point is difficult. The old Earl was also full of sarcasm. Want the contemporary Tiger King to admit his mistakes? Or such a child-changing scandal? How is it possible? Bourgeois said calmly. If you don't want to break up with the Tiger King, you can only make the Tiger King pay a certain price to compensate the Lang family through negotiations. The old Earl suddenly laughed. I know you are worried about my thoughts. I really don't want some people to take this opportunity to cause chaos in the Tiger Kingdom, because then the ordinary orcs will definitely suffer. But it doesn't mean that I will forgive the Tiger King and Anita. And the Queen, although she didn't know, she really hurt you. In fact, she hurt you the most. If there was no fruit of the heart, you might have. The old Earl couldn't say anything, turned around and said to Clement, I know you are loyal to the Tiger King, and I don't ask you to do anything, I just hope you can. Clement interrupted the old Earl and smiled bitterly. I thought that my coming with you tonight already represented my attitude. The old Earl stared into Clement's eyes. What is your attitude? Clement looked directly at the old Earl. Anita can die, the Queen can die, but the Tiger King cannot, at least not before he smoothly transfers the throne to the next Tiger King. Little Tiger, wow, he dared to bet with 100 kilograms of beef jerky that this guard commander really wants Anita and the Queen to die. The reason? Do I need to say it? The little tiger's big claws tightly grasped the ugly arm. Mine. Who do you think is the next Tiger King? The little tiger seemed to ask with curiosity. Clement. The eldest prince. Clement even said directly to the 3 people present, if you can help the eldest prince to inherit the throne smoothly and ensure that there will be no chaos at the beginning of his succession, I will be your best helper. In addition to the Tiger King, the Queen and Anita, you have missed an important person. Be careful of the second prince. The old Earl understood. You are not loyal to the Tiger King, you are loyal to the eldest prince. Clement smiled but said nothing. The old Earl did not ask him why. Favor, benefit, eye contact, nothing more than these. When others were not paying attention, Clement's eyes swept over Raphael. If you always ask for something but cannot get it, people will turn evil. He wanted the eldest prince to succeed to the throne quickly, just to break the obstacles in his pursuit of Raphael as soon as possible. Now this wish is impossible to realize, so at least let him push the eldest prince to the throne. This meager wish can be realized. He doesn't hate the Tiger King really. He just has not had a personal friend to eat and sleep with for many years, and has to watch others bully the person he likes, so he is a little depressed. Just because of a little depression, he was pushed to the eldest prince. This not-so-high-sounding reason made him a little speechless. So let them continue to misunderstand that he was a supporter of the eldest prince from the beginning. Chapter 153. As soon as the old Earl confirmed that Raphael was really his grandson, he got into the role very quickly. He held Bourgeois' hand without any sense of strangeness and kept talking to him, asking him when he would go to visit his grandmother. He also lamented the decline of the Earl's mansion and the loneliness of the 2 old people with a look of melancholy. Then he directly asked Bourgeois when he would move in with them, and said that the Earl's mansion was large, and he could raise as many cubs as he wanted. At the same time, he criticized the Special Investigation Bureau, saying that a department directly under the jurisdiction of the Tiger King was so stingy that even the first-level investigators did not have a decent dormitory, and could only live in the office lounge. Bourgeois could not stand this kind of people who were so familiar and kind to him, and he could not say no. The little tiger blinked and said nothing. He really wanted to have his Bourgeois alone, but if there were more people, emphasis, elders, to love Bourgeois, he would not stop it. Seeing the affectionate look of the family, Clement had no intention of leaving, so he just sat aside and watched with a smile. To be honest, he was also Raphael's elder. That night, the 4 chatted for a long time. The little tiger yawned. The old Count looked cruel, but like Raphael, he also took the orthodox path. Clement was reluctant to give advice, and only planned to be an insider. If they were dealing with ordinary people or people with a certain moral conscience, their methods would be okay. But it was far from enough to deal with those guys with big hearts and extraordinary power. He had to do this. He had experience. The next day, Bouchois got up a little late. When he got up, the little tiger was no longer around him. Only the warmth of the little tiger seemed to remain in his arms. Thinking of having to face Ramil again today, Bouchois couldn't help scratching his head. Just as Bouchois went to work, Zhang Fifan had changed his clothes and made some new modifications to his face. This time he looked like a middle-aged businessman in his 30s, with a copper-colored complexion, and he had traveled a lot. "Hello, I want to rent a house, the kind that can open a store and live in." From morning to now, the house broker took a middle-aged businessman who called himself Long Yu to no less than 6 rental houses, and the other party finally took a fancy to a small building in the middle-class residential area of Wancheng. The small building is a side unit of the street townhouse, with 2 floors. Each floor is 3.5 meters high, and the total area is about 300 square meters. But there is no furniture in this small building, the house is empty, and there is no basic decoration. It is just a pure stone brick house. If you look closely, you can see some dark marks on the stone bricks that cannot be wiped off. For this reason, the rent is only 20 silver a month. But even at this price, ordinary people cannot afford it. Many ordinary orcs living in the royal city do not even have a monthly salary of 20 silver. Rent it for half a year first. Hey! Okay. The broker's face immediately turned into a smile. He likes such tenants, and he doesn't even bargain when he sees the house. Long Yu paid the rent for half a year on the spot, signed the contract, and got the door key of the small building. As soon as the broker left, Long Yu started poking people. "Chaotic Code, where are you? Lao Ji Fuli. We are almost there, almost to Black Forest City." "Stop rushing, Luan Ma, too slow. It takes so long to mine? Didn't you say that you would send a batch of things over first after you found something? Lao Ji Fuli. Do you think the road from me to the depths of the Black Forest is easy? If it weren't for the giant insect mount, we wouldn't be able to go deep into the Black Forest. And I'm bringing players with me, not soldiers. If they can mine honestly and not mess with me on the way, I call on God for help. Luan Ma, hurry! The royal city is about to be in chaos. If you don't come, you won't even be able to eat a hot meal. Lao Ji Fuli, tell me first, what exactly do you want us to dig? Luan Ma, when did you become so long-winded? I tell you in detail when you come. Lao Ji Fuli, fuck. Long Yu locked the door of the small building, called a beast cart, and went to the largest restaurant nearby for dinner. This restaurant was crowded. When Long Yu entered, it was almost full. He chose the only empty table, and sat down. He was absent-minded while eating, with a deep worry on his face. He also sighed loudly, as if he was afraid that others could not hear him. Guests at several tables nearby looked at Long Yu frequently. There were 2 orcs with decent looks who looked at Long Yu the most, and for the longest time. Half an hour later, the 2 young orcs came out after eating. As soon as they walked around the corner of the street, they saw a familiar orc wandering back and forth there, muttering something like, "Why is it so difficult? Isn't this the middle-aged orc who was eating in the restaurant just now, with a worried look on his face?" The 2 orcs looked at each other and winked at each other. "Try it? Maybe there will be a mission. Then let's give it a try." The 2 bored guys immediately walked towards the middle-aged orc. These 2 people were the players that Tiankin Valley Master brought to the royal city as guards to fill the scene. Several players followed Tiankin Valley Master in the royal city for almost 2 months. After the initial novelty wore off, they began to get bored. Fortunately, Tiankin Valley Master would also give them some daily small tasks, mainly to inquire about news and explore the situation in certain places, and to go to the material market to find certain materials for Tiankin Valley Master, etc. But these tasks are not exciting. Players must abide by the various rules and regulations of the royal city. They cannot kill casually, nor can they sneak into the homes of the royal city nobles to rummage through the boxes. If necessary, they must stand beside Tiankin Valley Master and pretend to be his guards. Just stand there. Just ask which player can stand standing for more than half an hour. And they have to maintain a posture comparable to that of a ceremonial soldier. Let alone half an hour. Even if they only stand for 5 minutes, they think the time is too long. The owner of Tiankin Valley has been in contact with the players for a long time, and he also understands the nature of the players. When he finds that the players can't stand still, he no longer restricts the players to his side, but lets the locals be his standing guards, and sends the players out to do scattered tasks. The players are not satisfied with the tasks issued by the owner of Tianquan Valley. They also want to find some interesting tasks to do by themselves, preferably fighting and killing, so that they can level up quickly. But this orc world is really weird, and the tasks are not what you want to get. Many times, even if you talk to the local orcs, you may not get the task, and you are easily regarded as a bad guy or a weirdo with bad intentions. But even if you encounter many obstacles in this game, you know that you can't always get tasks from the local NPC, but the two players still can't help their game souls, and go to ask the orc, who looks like he has something on his mind. Who would have thought that this orc would just touch a switch, immediately grab them, chatter with them, talk about his wishes and ambitions, and state his troubles? The two players listened patiently, and found that this businessman was actually a pioneer at the forefront of the times. He found a business opportunity that the orc world did not have. That is to run a gossip newspaper. There is no newspaper in Tiger Country yet. I don't know if it is because they didn't expect it, or because paper is expensive. The two players heard that the businessman's wish was to open a newspaper, but he had no professional talents, and he only had a general idea, without a practical business plan, and was afraid of offending the powerful. In addition, he had other business matters to be busy, so it is still in the preparation stage. Oh. They smelled the wonderful atmosphere of the mission. You too, I can tell you are not ordinary orcs when I see you. Are you willing to join me in the news industry, collect information, and report news? Are you willing to convey the truth and significance of things that are intentionally concealed or unintentionally buried to everyone? At the same time, a mission popped up on the laptop systems of the two players at the same time. Adventure mission. Today you met a businessman who wants to join the news industry. He has sent you a formal invitation. Are you willing to become his business partner and jointly establish the Tiger Kingdom newspaper with him? Fuck. Of course they are willing. If you don't get involved in such an interesting thing, you are simply a presumptuous player. The owner of Tianquan Valley is good looking, but no matter how beautiful she is, they are tired of seeing her for so long. Previously, they had expected the Lord of Tianquan Valley to give them some political tasks such as assassination, counter-espionage, theft, framing, and robbery, but nothing happened. I understand. Player A rubbed his hands excitedly. The 2 months we spent in the royal city were to prepare for today. I have collected a lot of gossip, which could only be spread in the player group before, but in fact, these news are the real big news for NPCs. Oh! Why didn't we think of it before? If we had thought of it earlier, this gossip newspaper would have been set up long ago. Misconception: we have never thought about serving and integrating into NPCs before. In fact, the real way to play this game is probably to play with local NPCs. Fortunately, we persisted. Because this game has no space backpack and no teleportation array, you have to run to complete a task, and even it is very troublesome to get the task rewards. In short, it is too close to reality, which makes many players excited at the beginning, but later they fish for 3 days, and dry the net for 2 days. If it weren't for the fact that this is a holographic game, entering this game is like traveling to another world, and it's free, the players would have run away long ago. You are willing? That's great. This is the address of the newspaper office I rented, and here are the house keys. I give them to you. I will contact the suppliers of printing machines, inks and paper for you, and let's start work tomorrow. The middle-aged businessman shook the hands of the two people very excitedly, and stuffed the keys into them. As for the wages, since I don't have time to manage and operate this newspaper, I am willing to give you half of the profits earned from the newspaper operation, and I will be responsible for all the initial investment, which can be included in the general ledger. You will be my partners in the future. You will have full authority to manage and operate this newspaper. You can pay yourselves and the employees you will recruit in the future. The wages and all the expenses for operating the newspaper in the future will be paid from the general ledger. The two players were incredulous. Do you trust us so much? The businessman said firmly, Of course. I can see that you are two trustworthy young men. You are born to be engaged in journalism. I believe in my vision. The two players, I finally feel like playing a game. This kind of unrealistic thing can only happen in the game. Their task bar has just updated the task. Adventure task. You agree to become a partner of the businessman Long Yu and run the Tiger King City newspaper with him. Please operate it for at least 1 month. The reward is your salary during working hours and half of the net profit of the newspaper. In addition, a number of experience points will be awarded according to the content and number of reports. Note: if there are multiple people operating together, the net profit will be distributed according to the proportion of the number of people. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing, please remember it. Merchant Long, you look serious. Because we are just small businessmen, if we make big news, we may offend the powerful, and we will die without knowing how, so please make some safe reports. If you encounter danger, please ignore the newspaper and run away directly. If you are caught, I will not rescue you. Remember. The two players' eyes sparkled. We will definitely make safe reports. We promise not to offend the powerful. We will never betray you, the boss, even if we are caught. Okay. Long Yu led the two players to the small building he had just rented, promised to deliver the corresponding items today, and then left happily. The two players stood at the window, and waved to Long Yu's back, and waited until they could no longer see the merchant's back. The two players looked at each other, jumped up and clapped their hands vigorously, fought the guards. From today on, they are the greatest paparazzi ancestors in the new era of the orc world. Of course, the guard's job cannot be lost, and a good paparazzi must give himself a few more layers of skin. After running away, Shang Fifan poked the system and confirmed again. Will the other side not find out? System, no. The notebook system has a special task triggering mechanism. In addition to the tasks formulated and issued by the game planner, as long as there is a suitable triggering opportunity, the notebook system will generate an adaptive task according to the rules. Shang Fifan thought so too. There is only one game planner, and the number of players entering the game now is close to 30,000. If the planner alone formulates and issues tasks, he will either die of overwork or die of overuse of the brain. He had the idea of letting the brain-loaded system issue tasks to players before, but the system did not agree at that time. It was not until the new update was completed 2 days ago that he was told that he could issue tasks to the players there, and promised that the game planners there would not find out. Shang Fifan, he almost thought that the brain-loaded system could not do this, but he did not expect it to be able to do it. I knew that the brain-loaded system was not an honest one. However, it seems that the brain-loaded system did not completely conquer the notebook system. It just slightly modified the task content and rewards when the other party issued relevant tasks according to a reasonable trigger mechanism, and also ensured that the notebook system would definitely issue relevant tasks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to work so hard to make so many preliminary preparations, just to create a reasonable trigger point for the notebook system to release tasks. After nearly 2 months of investigation, Bourgeois has obtained more information about the cooperation between Marquis Denton and the evil god believers, and has determined several hiding places where Marquis Denton placed the evil god believers. He even found evidence that Marquis Denton deliberately killed his original wife and youngest son, just because his wife and his youngest son suspected that he had become a different person. Bourgeois did not act privately, but reported all the relevant information and evidence to Tiger King. This is also the request of Tiger King. As long as it involves Marquis Denton, he must know. Bourgeois thought that after Tiger King got the information, he would send the orc army to eliminate the evil god believers in those hiding places. As a result, he waited for another message from Clement. The Tiger King did not immediately send troops to eradicate the evil god believers, but took the intelligence and evidence he had collected with great effort to negotiate with the Queen, saying that there was solid evidence that Marquis Denton had colluded with the evil god believers, and was suspected of murdering his original wife and youngest son. He threatened to strip Marquis Denton of his title of Marquis, and prevent him from being buried as a noble after his death. The Queen was furious, but she was afraid of the evidence in the hands of the Tiger King. After arguing with the Tiger King for more than an hour, she had to completely give up the jurisdiction and land ownership of Black Forest City. The Tiger King wanted more, and the land and resources controlled by the Denton family were more than this. But the Queen put on a posture of, "Do you want to fight to the death with me?" The Tiger King finally stopped when he saw the good, and did not continue to force him. In exchange, the Tiger King took out some evidence of Marquis Denton's crimes, and gave it to the Queen. The Queen destroyed the evidence after receiving it. Among them was the key evidence that Marquis Denton murdered his original wife and his biological son. The Queen also sent someone to notify the evil god believers in those hiding places, and asked them to move quickly. After knowing this, Bourgeois was silent for a long time. From the Tiger King's point of view, he might think that there was nothing wrong with his approach. Compared with convicting Marquis Denton, destroying his posthumous reputation, and wiping out a group of evil god believers, it was much more important to take back the jurisdiction and land ownership of Black Forest City. And the Queen. He never had any expectations of the Queen, so no matter what weird and unreasonable things the Queen did, he would not be surprised. "Are you going to talk to His Majesty about your life experience?" Clement asked him in a low voice. Bourgeois didn't speak. Although I don't agree with some of Ari Shang's suggestions, he is right about one thing. You want to use orthodox negotiations or legal means to make Tiger King admit that he participated in the child swap incident, and let Tiger King explain the situation fairly, and let you and Remir return to their respective identities. That is impossible. Clement looked at Bourgeois. I know you are not such a naive person, so why do you still do this? Bourgeois finally spoke. From the time I can remember, he has always been good to me. It can be said that before meeting Aries Shang, he treated me the best of all the people I knew. Clement, Bourgeois is very honest, so even if I know the truth, it is difficult for me to hate him. Just like the old Earl knew that Ramil was not his grandson, and that Ramil might have known his life experience for a long time, but he kept it secret from them, so he couldn't hate him. Bourgeois didn't hate Lady Anita either, because in his memory, although Lady Anita was not close to him, she didn't hurt him on purpose, and she taught him a lot of knowledge about this world at the beginning. But he also knew that he was not seeking justice for himself now, but helping the original body to get back everything that should belong to him, and he wanted to let those who hurt him get the punishment they deserved. Do you think if I go to the Tiger King and tell him that I know all the truth, and then negotiate with him, as long as he gives up the throne and passes the throne to the eldest prince, I won't tell anyone about his involvement, will he agree? Bourgeois asked. Clement, what a joke you are talking about. Bourgeois laughed. I am indeed joking. The palace? After the Tiger King left, the queen quickly called her trusted subordinates. Go contact Aries Shang and say that I agreed to the deal he proposed last time. The subordinate immediately took the order and left. The queen clasped her hands and leaned back in her chair, her expression tired and ugly. She originally did not want to easily agree to the transaction content of the Aries merchant. At least she had to delay it a little longer to find out the real purpose of the other party wanting that piece of land. But now the Tiger King's step-by-step pressure forced her to deal with the assets of the Denton family as soon as possible, even if there were some losses. If the Tiger King took all the assets of the Denton family would get nothing. If they sold them now, at least they could get some useful things in return, and they could also hide it from the Tiger King. Her think tank comforted her. This is also a common way to transfer assets. It is better to suffer a small loss now than to lose everything in the end. Besides, Aries Merchant's deal did not really make her suffer a loss. It was difficult to say who got the advantage by exchanging a space bracelet with a capacity of 60 cubic meters for a remote area adjacent to the Rhino country. That area was not very large, just a few connected hills, and it was hidden deep in the Black Forest. Even if it was taken to the auction, it was unknown whether it could be sold for 5,000 gold. And the last time Aries Merchant took out a space bracelet with a capacity of only 10 cubic meters, it was sold for a huge sum of 10,000 gold. Not to mention, if the Denton family really encountered danger, if they had a space bracelet, at least hiding a space bracelet would be much easier than hiding several treasure houses. For this reason, the queen was very tempted after hearing the content of Aries Merchant's deal. She dragged her feet, and did not agree to the exchange, but just wanted to find out why Aries Merchant would take a fancy to those inconspicuous hills. She even sent people to several mountains to do field investigations to see what was so special about them. Now she couldn't wait for those people to come back. Aries Shang made a deal with the people sent by the queen on the same day. A space bracelet in exchange for the title deeds of those mountains. AMU, look, this is part of the kingdom I have built for you. Now you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to save magic crystals anymore. Aries Shang made an exaggerated gesture and slapped a title deed on the ugly desk. Bourgeois picked up the deed. Where is this? Broken Tooth Mountain in the Black Forest. Black Forest? Wait, this isn't it. Aries Shang saw Bourgeois' incredulous look and smiled. Yes, it's what you think. Now those mountains that may contain impure magic crystals are all yours. In fact, just before I got this deed, I had contacted a group of miners to help me dig for magic crystals there, and they should be delivered in a few days. You also contacted the miners? Bourgeois repeated. Aries Shang, player miners, honest, good quality and low price, you deserve it. Bourgeois' eyes widened. Aries Shang was touched by the cuteness, and grabbed Bourgeois' hand and squeezed it. Dear, now it's your turn to show your power and protect me. What I'm going to do next may make many people want to beat me to death. Bourgeois subconsciously said, what you did before also made many people want to beat you to death. Aries Shang, what nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 154. At night, when the tavern was busiest, a young orc with shifty eyes and a leather hat approached an orc who was drinking. Brother, I have a tabloid that summarizes the latest gossip in the royal city. It only costs 1 silver. If you are dissatisfied after reading it, you can ask me to return the money. Drinking orc, get lost. Don't be like this, I'm really not a liar. How about I show you a piece of news first? If you find it interesting, then you can buy it? The drinking orc glanced at the young orc who was selling the news. I only want the news I want. Do you know where to find the merchants from the elephant country? The young orc was refreshed. Brother, you asked the right person. Although I don't know the whereabouts of the merchants from the elephant country, I have information about them here. I swear, in the entire royal city, no one has more information about the merchants from the elephant country than I do. You'd better not lie to me. The drinking orc narrowed his eyes. The young orc cried out, How dare I? I'm selling newspapers here. If you find that you've been cheated, you can always come to me. The drinking orc was not short of silver, so he casually threw a silver dar. The young orc caught the silver dar and immediately took out a rough-made double-sided tabloid and handed it over. Here. The transaction was completed, and the young orc turned around and got into the crowd, selling tabloids to other people. The drinking orc didn't really take the so-called tabloid bought with 1 silver seriously. The news that could be sold publicly for only 1 silver must not be considered a secret. He was just bored drinking alone and wanted to have some fun. As a result, when he saw the headline of the tabloid, Big Exclusive News. Lady Anita, the former mistress of the Tiger King, is actually the aunt and niece of the Queen. According to our newspaper, Lady Anita, who was once known as the most beautiful woman in the royal city and the mistress of the king, is of the blood of the Dinton family. Her mother is Joan, the cousin of the Marquis of Dinton. Joan's father is the uncle of the current Marquis of Dinton. The drinking beastman's eyes widened, and his mind became much clearer instantly. This is a big melon. I know that the nobles are licentious, but the king actually slept with his aunt and nephew, and gave birth to a child. Wouldn't the child call the queen aunt, and wouldn't the queen be older than the king? The drinking beastman was attracted by this big melon and immediately continued to read below, wanting to see what shocking news this tabloid that only sells for 1 silver can publish. Why did the merchant from the elephant country mysteriously disappear in the royal city? According to the risky investigation of our reporter, the whole story of the disappearance of the merchant from the elephant country in the royal city was finally discovered. The reason was that the Xiongwa merchant wore a night sky star stone ring. The Xiongwa merchant let slip when talking to someone that this night sky star stone was not a gemstone, but was very common in their hometown. But the Xiongwa merchant didn't know that the night sky star stone he was wearing looked very much like a kind of refining material that the space storage alchemy master Aries Shang was buying at a high price. Some people suspected that the stone that Master Aries Shang was buying at a high price was an important material for his refining space props. The more the drinking orc looked, the more excited he became. That's right, he wanted to find the Xiongwa merchant because he heard that the other party had the whereabouts of the important ore for refining space storage props. But this damn tabloid stopped after saying that the last person the Xiongwa merchant contacted was suspected to be a manager of the Otter Gold House, a big merchant in the royal city. Let people continue to look forward to their follow-up reports. This damn guy is so suspenseful. The drinking orc now really wants to catch the shitty orc and ask him clearly, but thinking that this tabloid is only sold for 1 silver, he also knows that he may not be able to force any valuable information out of that person. Just as the drinking orc was eagerly reading the rest of the tabloid, the young orc had successfully sold 5 tabloids in the tavern. It was a little less, but at least it was sold. Although the young orc and his partner wanted to lower the price of the tabloid to a level that everyone could afford, such as 1 copper tael per copy, who made the paper in this damn orc world so expensive, they had already reduced their capital to the point of almost losing money, and could only lower the selling price of the tabloid to 1 silver. But it doesn't matter, this is just the early stage. Once they have a good reputation, they can take more advertisements to make up for the losses, thus lowering the price of the tabloid. Most people who bought the tabloid in the tavern didn't take it seriously at first, but after reading it, they found that the tabloid was worth buying. There were not many news published in the tabloid, only 5, but the content was rich and shocking enough. The first big melon alone cost more than 1 silver. Shocking. The mysterious and handsome owner of Tianquan Valley, the guest of the second prince, the abandoned Tianquan, turned out to be the son of Count Baixuan, according to an unknown person, a distant visitor who came to the royal city 2 months ago and never left, because of his extremely handsome face and excellent demeanor, as well as his good conversation and profound knowledge. Won the favor of the second prince as soon as he arrived in the royal city, and successfully moved into the second prince's mansion. How did this abandoned child who was deliberately abandoned in Tianquan Valley gain his current status and wealth? And how did he easily enter the upper class of the royal city? Does Earl Bexon know that this is his abandoned son? If he knows, Will he regret seeing his son's current performance? And what is the purpose of this abandoned master of Tianquan Valley coming to the royal city? Will he want to avenge the hatred of being abandoned? Or will he come to the royal city to get back what he deserves as the son of the Earl? To know what happened next, please pay attention to the continued coverage of this newspaper. There are 2 more news at the back, and the orc who bought the tabloid read it all in one breath. When he found that the content was gone, he immediately turned to the back with a sense of unsatisfaction. There was no gossip on the back, but an advertisement. It was an advertisement for the ink factory, claiming that their ink was used for writing and printing, and even if the paper was poor, it would not be blurred, ensuring that the handwriting and patterns were clear and would not be printed on the hands. And said that this tabloid was provided by their ink factory. The next day, the whole city was full of gossip. Fuck. Did you hear about it? The mistress of our king is actually the queen's niece. Wow, you heard about it too. It's so explosive. What's that? Isn't that what all the nobles do? What? What are you talking about? Where did this news come from? You haven't heard about it yet? This news has spread all over the city. It is said that the source is reported by the Tiger Kingdom City Gossip News. Gossip News? What is that? It's just that some news dealers print the news they collect on paper and sell it everywhere. They also named their organization Gossip News. The orc who explained it didn't know what gossip was, so he just took it as a name. Oh. Everyone understood it now. Some smart people said, newspaper? I know this thing. I heard that there was this thing during the Great Prosperity era. In fact, it existed during the old Orc Alliance. Oh, I think the story between Anita and the Queen's aunt and nephew is nothing. The news published at the end of the gossip newspaper is interesting. This Count Dude actually had an affair with Baron Biddle's wife, and Baron Biddle also slept with the Viscountess. You don't know. As soon as this news came out yesterday, this Count Dude led his men to Baron Biddle's mansion, and the 2 sides fought so hard that the city guards came out to separate them. Hey! Why did I hear that Viscount Dude wanted to kill his wife, and Baron Biddle led his men to rescue? The 2 sides will fight. Now this news is just a rumor, not many people dare to spread it. Maybe the gossip newspaper will dare to spread it. When will their next issue be published? Let me see. Fuck. You actually bought one. The orc who bought the newspaper was proud. It's only 1 silver. I saw that the other party was talking mysteriously, so I bought one out of curiosity. Let's see how often they publish an issue. Well, let me see. It says here that it's published every 3 days. I think we can see the new content of the gossip newspaper tomorrow. The Tiger King soon learned the content reported in the gossip newspaper. He was a little angry and a little headache. This broken newspaper, why doesn't it report any good content? Even if it reports the Spring Materials Fair or the preparations during the Heritage Sharing Conference, it would be fine. Even if it reports the crazy behavior of Marquis Denton in Black Forest City, it is better than reporting the content of the royal family. The Tiger King wanted to close down this gossip newspaper. In the past, there were people in the Tiger Kingdom who wanted to learn from the Great Prosperity era and publish a newspaper. But because paper was expensive and the content they reported was too official, the newspaper was printed, but the high price and boring content meant that only the nobles would buy it. Other civilians and ordinary merchants would not buy newspapers, and would rather listen to the broadcast content that would have changed beyond recognition after a few days. In addition, the Tiger Kingdom also had an official newspaper, although it was not called a newspaper, but Internal Affairs News Transmission. The newly emerged newspaper reported less complete content than Internal Affairs News, and was not popular among ordinary people, so it closed down automatically not long after. When Clement heard the Tiger King say that he wanted to close down the gossip newspaper, his expression showed hesitation. The Tiger King saw it and frowned. Just say what you want to say. Clement saluted. I personally think it's better to keep this gossip newspaper. The Tiger King was still calm. What do you mean? Clement, although some of the content reported in the tabloid is detrimental to the dignity of some nobles, some of the news they reported are unknown to us. This is the first point. Second, instead of closing them down now, it is better to see what else they can report. We can also find out how deeply this news dealer organization has infiltrated the royal city based on what they report. Third, if this news dealer organization is capable, we can also consider recruiting them, and let their gossip newspaper become your throat. The Tiger King was convinced by Clement's reason. After he was embarrassed, he also felt that if he closed down the gossip newspaper now, it would make people feel that the royal family was guilty, and the people of the Tiger Kingdom would think that he, as a king, had no tolerance for others. He knew that Clement only gave him face, so he didn't give these 2 reasons, and found 3 more plausible ones temporarily. The Queen also saw the relevant reports, and she was even holding the gossip tabloid with only 1 sheet of paper in her hand. Compared with the Tiger King, the Queen was much calmer. Because according to the content of the tabloid, it was more about mocking and criticizing the Tiger King for eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, and not being able to control his belt. The description of the Queen was a bit sympathetic. The Queen now hated the Tiger King to the bone, and she also wished him bad luck. Seeing the Tiger King being teased like this, she didn't think it was a big deal even if it exposed the relationship between Anita and her aunt and nephew. The 2 biggest bosses related to the content of the newspaper did not retaliate against the gossip newspaper, and others did not know the depth of the situation, so they all took a wait-and-see attitude. Discount Dude and Baron Biddle wanted to find trouble with the gossip newspaper, but because of their fight, the 2 houses were in a mess, and they couldn't take care of other things for the time being. The founders of the Tiger King City Gossip newspaper, the 2 players, were very excited to see that the tabloid quickly became popular in the city after it was launched. Of course, they were also prepared for the newspaper to be destroyed and they to be killed. In fact, they were waiting for someone to come and destroy the newspaper so that they could make a bigger fuss and make the newspaper more well known. Now there are only 2 of them, but soon a group of players will come to the city to support them. They spread the news of the gossip newspaper on the World Channel, and countless players cried and shouted to come to the Tiger King City to join in the fun, make trouble. Many people have already started or are preparing to start. In addition, the 2 players also admired Long Yu, the real boss behind the newspaper. This person not only provided money, but also provided them with an underground intelligence organization to provide them with special information. Although they did not meet any members of the underground intelligence organization, they could get information at the meeting point. 3 of the 5 news reports in their tabloid yesterday were provided by that intelligence organization. The 2 players were ready to go. The 5 pieces of news yesterday were nothing. They had more explosive content in hand, just waiting for the second issue. The first issue was just to build up the heat, the second issue would add fuel to the fire, and the third issue was the climax they had planned. Once the third issue was released, their gossip newspaper would definitely become super popular. On the day when the second issue of Tiger King's Royal City Gossip newspaper was released, a team entered the Royal City in the huge crowd. There were too many outsiders and foreigners coming to the Royal City during this period. In order to prevent the city gate from being blocked and to better welcome guests from all over the Orc continent, the city guards would not conduct a careful inspection of those entering the city, nor would they collect city entry taxes. This was convenient for many guys whose identities were in doubt. As soon as Fu Xiangyuan entered the Royal City, he contacted Shang Fifan using the game's instant messaging. Shang Fifan directly sent him an address. Chapter 155. Extra. Extra. The Royal City Gossip newspaper risked its life to present the second issue. The headline news once again shocked the entire Royal City. Newspapers for sale. Gossip newspapers for sale. For only 1 silver coin, you can know the most shocking news in the Royal City. There is a storyteller reading the newspaper on the spot in the restaurant on the front street. It's free to enter. Everyone go and listen. It's terrible. The Queen has revealed the news. The gossip newspaper claims that the Queen killed the King's mistress Anita and her family just to seize her family heirlooms. The Royal City Gossip newspaper has gone crazy. It has offended the Queen to death for a silver coin. At noon, all the major restaurants were bustling, and suddenly there was a commotion coming from the streets. Looking nearby, it seemed that someone was talking about something. What happened? Someone asked. I don't know, it seems to be related to the Queen. Newspaper seller. The King's mistress Anita hooked up with the King just to avenge the Queen. You can find out more exciting content for only 1 silver coin. Hey, newspaper seller over there, come over here, I want to buy a copy. I buy one too. Many guests in the tavern and restaurant, who were not short of money, could not help but be curious, so they called the newspaper seller over to buy a tabloid to read. The Front Street restaurant was even more daring, and the storyteller took the tabloid and read it in the entire restaurant hall. The last issue mentioned that the Queen and Anita were aunt and niece, and this issue reveals the important reason why Anita committed herself to the King. Did Anita seduce the King because of power and wealth, and become the King's dishonorable mistress? In fact, everything Anita did was for revenge. Back then, Anita, who was only 16 years old, lived a peaceful and happy life with her parents and sister. But one day, the bad news came suddenly. One of her parents died, and the other disappeared. Not only did her family members not help them find out the reasons for their parents' death and disappearance, but they were also eager to marry her and her 14-year-old sister to an old orc who was over 200 years old. And all this was just because Marquis Denton wanted to seize a family heirloom carving that his father had given to his uncle, a stone ear. The Queen and the current Marquis Denton had a deep relationship as siblings. In order to help her brother seize the treasure of his uncle's house, she did her best to help him investigate that the stone ear had been taken to her husband's house as a dowry by her uncle's daughter, their cousin Joan. Then she arrested Joan's husband and forced Joan to hand over the stone ear. But Joan didn't remember her at all. There was a stone ear in the dowry. Even if she was tortured and forced to confess, and even if her husband was brutally killed in front of her, she didn't know there was such a thing. But the Queen didn't believe it, and threatened with the marriage of her 2 daughters. But something that can't be taken out can't be taken out. Joan was finally forced to death innocently. Her 2 daughters were afraid of falling into the clutches of the devil, and quickly fled from home. So does the stone ear exist? It exists, and it is in Joan's dowry, because Joan told her father when she was young that she liked this stone ear, so her father put this stone ear in his daughter's dowry. Because it was just a stone sculpture that looked worthless, her father didn't explain it specifically. And a stone ear sculpture mixed in a pile of dowry was even more inconspicuous. Joan didn't even know there was such a thing in her dowry. Things change over time. When Anita was 3 years old, she found a stone ear by chance and liked it, so she took it from her mother's dowry box. Young Anita's love came and went quickly. After playing with it for a while, she threw the stone ear into her toy box. She also learned from other older children to hide treasures, and buried the toy box under a big tree in the yard, and then forgot about it. This is why Anita and her parents didn't know about the stone ear at all. Until Anita escaped from her father's family, and occasionally returned to the yard where she used to live when she grew up, she saw the big tree. The little man carved on the toy box flashed in her mind, and she dug out the toy box, and found the stone ear that destroyed her family. Because of this inconspicuous stone ear, because of the Queen's greed and coercion, Anita lost her loving parents, and had to live a wandering life with her younger sister. Hatred filled Anita's heart, and she swore that she must avenge her parents, so she came to the royal city. Amid the storyteller's moving reading, a group of orcs of different races rode on giant beasts and entered the prosperous area of the royal city from the city gate with curiosity. There were not many orcs in this group, only about 10, and each of them had several large boxes tied to the giant insect they rode. The giant insect ridden by the leading orc also had a flag erected on it, with the words Beidou Chamber of Commerce written on it. The orcs on the road curiously glanced at the flag. Beidou was a very unfamiliar word to them, but the people in the royal city didn't care much, just thinking that this was another foreign merchant from somewhere. The leading orc of the Beidou Chamber of Commerce suddenly controlled the giant insect to speed up slightly. The other orcs hurried to catch up. Are we there yet? Are we at the designated delivery location? Oh my god, we're finally here. I'm so tired. 2 whole months. If it weren't for the space props, I wouldn't do it even if I were beaten to death. That's right. This crappy game doesn't even give away space props. You have to fight for adventure quests. This damn adventure quest takes 2 months to complete. Half of the time is spent on the road. It's ridiculous. Stop yelling. We're lucky to have gotten the adventure quest. If we tell others about this, I don't know how many players will envy us. If Lao Fu hadn't shared the quest, we didn't know that we had to complete adventure missions to get space props. That's right, at least it's just running around, digging and fighting monsters. It doesn't require any puzzles or brain-burning things. Otherwise, I must complain to this game company. It's useless to complain. The game company won't pay any attention to you. Look at the many posts on the forum. How many people are scolding the dog planners? Has anyone come out to say anything? Fu Xiangyuan turned around and raised his finger to his head and made a gesture. Guys, we're here. Get ready to ship the goods. Oh. A cheer came. The place where Fu Xiangyuan led the players was exactly the mansion rented by Ares merchant in the royal city. Fuck, this looks like a place where rich people live. It's so big. The front is also very luxurious. Ah, a servant came out to greet them. The servants who came out to greet them were wearing uniforms. They were not surprised to see a group of orcs riding giant insects coming. Obviously, they had received the notice. These well-trained servants were hired by Ares merchants from the labor market. This group of servants were not sold but rented. They were specially trained by the labor market and were considered dispatched workers. They were generally used in banquets at the homes of the rich and powerful, and when there were not enough staff for large-scale events. They were also suitable for nobles and wealthy businessmen who only came to the royal city occasionally and did not live there permanently. Although the price of such dispatched workers is much higher than that of servants hired by themselves, they have the advantage of not needing training or cultivating feelings, and they can be replaced at any time if they are not suitable for the job. Fu Xiangyuan led the players to follow the servants all the way into the mansion, and unloaded the big boxes tied to the giant insects in the designated area. When all the goods were unloaded, these players immediately showed their true colors, and surrounded Fu Xiangyuan one by one, asking him when they could get the space backpack. Right away, right away. You follow the servants to eat and rest first. I will wait for the customers here to receive the goods, and as long as the inventory is correct, you will receive the reward. When the players heard that they could have a free meal, they immediately shouted, "Let's have a big meal," and left Fu Xiangyuan and ran with the servants. Halfway through the run, one player rolled his eyes and asked the servants where the toilet was. After getting the instructions, he turned around and left the main group. Fu Xiangyuan opened his leather notebook and typed in his voice, "Where are the people? The stuff has arrived. Here it is." Fu Xiangyuan heard the voice coming from nearby, and looked up to see a young man dressed in a pretentious manner. The young man was holding a bone staff in his hand, swaying. The young man smiled at Fu Xiangyuan, and walked towards him leisurely. Fu Xiangyuan looked him up and down. "You are quite a show-off. You are flattered. The stuff is all in there. I asked everyone to dig more than you requested." The young man saw dozens of large boxes piled in the yard, opened a few boxes at random, and saw that they were filled with translucent stones. He sent out his mental power to sense them, and then nodded with satisfaction. Fu Xiangyuan couldn't help but ask, "Do you really have so many space bracelets as rewards?" Shang raised his eyebrows and threw a bag. Fu Xiangyuan took it and opened it. There were bracelets of the same style inside. The bracelets were the same for both men and women. They were the most common ring styles, without any decoration on the surface. "Don't tell me you made this." Fu Xiangyuan picked up a bracelet and looked at it. "You've made a lot of money this time. Do you know what price the space props I make can be sold for in the royal city?" Shang raised a finger. "A 12-cubic space bracelet costs 10,000 gold. Fu Xiangyuan curled his lips. "Oh? That's 12 cubic meters. You only gave us 1 cubic meter." Shang sneered. "Is 1 cubic meter not enough? Just because it's a space prop, I can sell it for at least 3,000 gold. You can earn 3,000 gold in just 2 months. Where can you find such a good thing? Not to mention that space props are in short supply in the Orc continent." Fu Xiangyuan also sneered. "Only run for 2 months? Do you think this is a peaceful and prosperous time, and you can go wherever you want on the road? Not to mention the dangers on the road, just in that Black Forest city. Do you know how many times we died? And how many people died during the mining process? That's why I came to you," Shang said shamelessly. Fu Xiangyuan gave a thumbs up. "Damn it! You are a black businessman who will never do a losing business." Shang sighed. "I can tell anyone that I have done a losing business this time. But there is no other way. I have to fight for my beloved." Fu Xiangyuan, "Jianzhen, I really didn't expect you would fall in love with a paper man one day." Shang said seriously, "He is not a paper man." Fu Xiangyuan waved his hand. "Forget it, I am too lazy to talk to you apes who are addicted to the second dimension." The two looked at each other. Some things are better if they know it in their hearts. Fu Xiangyuan still lives in the ranch now. Shang Fifan no longer sends his body data there, and he knows clearly about some strange changes in his body. Originally, Fu Xiangyuan should have left to build the factory, including Shang Fifan should have gone to support. But because this holographic game involves some things in the real world, Fu Xiangyuan was asked by the superiors to stay in the game specifically, responsible for expanding power and collecting intelligence among players, and cooperating with Shang Fifan. In short, playing games is Fu Xiangyuan's job now. Fu Xiangyuan did not report the abnormal changes in Shang Fifan, but he told the superiors about Shang Fifan falling in love with a paper man in the game as a fun thing. The higher-ups only thought that Shang Fifan had been living a life of intrigue and deception for years, and it was difficult for them to trust real people with flesh and blood. Fu Xiangyuan felt that the higher-ups seemed to hope that Lao Shang would indulge in games, and it would be best if he could shift the focus of his life to games. But he was not as optimistic as the higher-ups. On the contrary, he was very worried that Lao Shang would really use his feelings on the paper man in the game. Especially when he heard his former comrade Wei Ke vaguely mention to him that Lao Shang had someone in his heart, but that person might have died for many years, or was killed by someone Lao Shang didn't know. As far as he knew, Lao Shang seemed to have returned to China some time ago, and brought back an urn. He didn't know where he hid the urn. After that, Lao Shan became particularly addicted to the game, spending more and more time in the game, and he was visibly devoted to the game. Lao Shan would occasionally tell him about the game when he ran into him after playing the game. Every time he heard Lao Shan calling an NPC in the game my love, Fu Xiangyuan felt a little scared. He was particularly afraid now. If something happened to the NPC in this game, or if the game was shut down, Lao Shan might go crazy. The killing power of ordinary lunatics is not great, but if Lao Shan went crazy, it would definitely be a big deal. Does this group of players look strong? Ari Shang changed the subject. Fu Xiangyuan nodded. I sent out task-sharing invitations to the top 20 players on the list, and finally a total of 12 people responded to me. The other 8 people either had something to do, or didn't want to run for so long. If it weren't for the space props to lure them, I'm afraid no one would take this task. Ari Shang guessed that it was the same. He used the players' hearts to compare the players' hearts, so he took out the space props as a reward instead of the Jinda shield. By the way, I received a new task before entering the city. Our Valley Master seems to want to make a move in the royal city. Oh! What does he want to do? He wants the players to assassinate the Tiger King and seize the space belt on him. It's really simple and crude. But asking players to do this kind of thing might really work. Ari Shang frowned slightly and distanced himself from the players. He almost forgot that the players are the biggest variable in this world. Even if they wanted to smoothly transfer the power of Tiger Kingdom step by step, the master of Tianquan Valley, who controlled the players, wanted to take advantage of the players' non-normal path, which would be a disaster for the local NPCs, who took the orthodox path. Fortunately, he did not intend to take the orthodox path from the beginning. When Fu Xiangyuan walked into the restaurant with a bag, more than 10 players did not care about eating and surrounded him. The space props are so unpresentable that they were put in a broken bag. One player sighed. Fu Xiangyuan thought that the bag was not broken, and he wanted to keep it for use. Fu Xiangyuan distributed bracelets one by one. In order to avoid other players' opinions, Fu Xiangyuan's reward this time was the same as other players, all of which were space bracelets with only 1 cubic capacity. Of course, Ari Shan also gave him a larger capacity privately, which was still invisible. The players were very happy when they got the space bracelets. They stuffed the things at hand into the bracelets on the spot, and then took them out, playing with them over and over again. Be careful of getting dizzy. Before Fu Xiangyuan finished reminding, he saw a player suddenly cover his head and lie on the table, and he was kicked offline on the spot. Other players were shocked and asked what happened. Fu Xiangyuan said helplessly, "This is a holographic game. You said it was equivalent to time travel. The storage and access of space props naturally consumes energy, and the most important one is our mental power. If the mental power is consumed too much, the result is what you see, and you will be kicked offline forcibly. Players. Sometimes, I really hate this game for being too real. By the way, where is the other person?" Fu Xiangyuan found a bracelet left in the bag and immediately asked loudly. The players looked around. "I don't know. Who's not here? The skin of the shrimp is hard to peel. He's the only one not here. It's the shrimp. He must have gone to open a box again. This mansion looks very luxurious. Maybe you can find something good. But there's a greater chance that he will be caught and killed by the guards. Place your bets. Bet on how long the shrimp can live this time, whether it will be caught or killed." Fu Xiangyuan. That guy again. Never mind that shrimp. Lao Fu, we have arrived in the royal city, and now we have the space props. Have you received any new adventure missions? If not, we will disperse. There are so many people in the royal city, there must be a lot of missions. I want to find someone to learn alchemy or medicine. The entry requirements are too high. I want to do the job transfer task. I plan to sign up at the night camp. Didn't Dingo say on the World Channel that he opened a gossip newspaper in the royal city, and asked people who are interested in joining the paparazzi career to find him? I heard that the salary is calculated by piece. Wow, being a paparazzi seems interesting. Our beautiful Valley Master is also in the royal city. It seems that he is now mixed with the second prince. Is there anyone who will go with me to support the second prince to seize the throne in the palace? Why don't we just push our Valley Master to the throne, and we will directly take down the Tiger Kingdom? It's boring to engage in power struggles. It's not suitable for a rough man like me. I want to explore the palace treasury. Let's form a team. Is there anyone who will go to the palace with me? Don't go looking for death right away, okay? At least start with the minor nobles. Ha ha. Pippi Shrimp is dead. His avatar has turned gray. Ah? Died so soon? Did you find the box? Poor Pippi Shrimp. He won't be online for another 3 days. Fortunately, we don't have to rush this time, otherwise he would rush every time we sleep, and he would rush when we rush, but he would easily encounter danger if he rushed alone, and he would die again if he was not careful. It's really so miserable. The players in the restaurant laughed strangely. Pippy Shrimp was the player who died the most times in this adventure mission. If it were someone else, he would always be unable to catch up with the speed of the large group and might have given up long ago, but he fought hard to get the space props. He died alone and chased them, and then when he died in the Black Forest, he was picked up by them on the way back and brought to the King's City together. Although Pipixia did not participate in mining, the players admired his perseverance and tenacity. It just so happened that they dug a lot of ore, and one more giant worm could help share the burden, so they took him along. The players thought that Pipixia must be extremely frustrated, and was madly posting on the forum. Fuck. I'm rich. I got another adventure task when I touched the box this time. A group of curious people asked him what the adventure task was. Pipixia was about to answer when someone cut in and showed off their last adventure task that they had just completed, and showed the reward given by this adventure task. Wow. It's a space prop. What? Space props appeared? This game actually comes with a space pack? Dream on. It's not free, you have to do the task. We ran for 2 months to get it. Then, there were more than 1,000 floors of space props. Pipixia was so angry that he created a new post with the title "The Adventure Task Found by Touching the Box, the Reward is." Curious onlookers and players who were dead at home and unable to play the game flocked to this new post. Pipixia posted the full content of his task on the first floor of this post. Adventure Task. You opened a box hidden under the bed. In this box, there was half a box of night sky star stones, and half of the star stones were covered with blood. You are curious about the origin of this box of night sky star stones, and decide to investigate it thoroughly. Please find out the original owner of this box of night sky star stones. After completing the task, you will be rewarded with a certain amount of experience points, a bottle of mental strength enhancement potion, which can be increased by 10% to 20% depending on your personal physique, and 10 gold shields. Note: physical rewards need to be collected from the original owner of the night sky star stones. Then in the second post, Pipixia wrote that he found several clues in the box. There was nothing else after that, no invitation to do the task with him, no mention of what clues he found, only his laughter. The audience understood that this was a bragging post. Just as the audience and the players were cursing Pipixia for being too cheap, the players, who were eating in the restaurant, saw the housekeeper coming in. Everyone, my master is very satisfied with your completion of the task this time, and he wants to entrust you with 2 new tasks. The housekeeper took out a bag and put it on the table, pouring out the silver coins inside. The first task is to sneak into Jinsey Manor, investigate the housekeeper of the manor, and find out her true identity. The task reward is 10 gold shields, a bottle of intermediate trauma recovery potion, and a deposit of 100 silver. The task time limit is 5 days, and teams can be formed. After verifying that the investigation content is true, the first team or individual to complete the task will receive the reward. The second task is to sneak into the room of Eva, the proprietress of Yaminglu, and find evidence of her contact with Lemire, the former Tiger King guard. The time limit is also 5 days, and the task reward and requirements are the same as above. The task trigger mechanism of the players' leather notebooks took effect, and the 2 tasks popped up on the spot. The players did not hesitate to take both tasks. They also sighed that it was indeed worthy of being a royal city, and the rewards for completing tasks were high. Unlike the player camp in Tionkin Valley, a task was rewarded with a few copper daju, and a silver daro was considered a high reward. At the same time, Rip! Rip! The queen was furious. Not only did she tear up the tabloid, she also swept everything on the table to the ground. Her chest was heaving with anger. How dare these people? Shut down the gossip newspaper. Catch the person in charge of the gossip newspaper. I don't care what means you use, find out who is behind him and who told him those things. Now, immediately. Get out and find out. I want to know the answer before dark. Yes, yes. The subordinate, who came to deliver the message, was sweating all over. He didn't want to be the messenger today, but he was a low-ranking official. His boss ordered him to come, so he didn't dare not come. While the queen was furious, she felt cold in her heart. Many things mentioned in the gossip newspaper were obviously only known by the parties involved. In this case, either someone was watching her, or someone around her betrayed her, or Anita told others about the matter. No matter which possibility it is, she can't stand it, let's put the first two possibilities aside for now. If it's the third one, why did it come out almost 2 years after Anita's death? What's the other party's purpose? Will the person who broke the news be Raphael Longmu? It must be him. But it could also be the king. She obviously annoyed the other party by overprotecting the Denton family. Maybe the king is deliberately smearing her reputation so that she can step down. It's not that the king and the queen can't divorce, but the probability of one party dying is higher than divorce. The queen's eyes shot out a fierce light. No matter whether it was the king or Raphael, if they wanted to throw black water on her, they would have to pay double the price. Chapter 156. Bu Shuai looked at the dozens of boxes of magic crystals in front of him and was speechless. Even if these were impure magic crystals, they were still magic crystals. Moreover, the level of these impure magic crystals was unknown, ranging from low level to high level. The fact that the magic crystals were impure did not mean that the magic crystals were of low level, but that there were more impurities in these magic crystals, and they had to be refined if they were to be used. Bu Shuai was once a great magician, and he was only one step away from becoming a magician. It was naturally not a difficult task for him to refine the impurities in the magic crystals, and it just took some effort. I can actually dig so much, Bu Shuai murmured. Unlike other ores that would be connected together, magic crystal ore was more like a crystallization of magic power, condensed in the ore veins, and combined with other rocks. Although there were differences in size, they were generally one by one. The rocks around the magic crystals were affected by magic power, and they might also be to protect the magic crystals, so they would become extremely hard. It was very difficult to dig the magic crystals out of the rock layer alone. In the continent of Fidel, mining magic crystal ore was a super hard job. Miners with conscience will hire professional miners or magicians at a high price, and use alchemical tools and potions to assist in mining magic crystals. The unscrupulous ones will directly use death row prisoners or miners to work hard to mine. Sometimes some black-hearted black minds with great power backing dare to capture magicians, install prison rings that limit magic power, and force these magicians to mine magic crystals. Shang Fifan saw that Bu Shuai was so surprised and happy, and felt that it was worth the effort. That's why I went to find players. Although the price of a storage bracelet per person is a bit high, it's worth it compared to the time and energy spent. The most important thing is that he made the storage bracelets with scraps. Not counting the value of the space stone and his labor cost, the other raw materials are not expensive. So it is really important to master a skill. Bu Shuai looked at Shang Fifan's bright eyes, and saw his face full of expectation for praise, and found that he couldn't even say thank you. Shang Fifan pretended to be Aries Shang, acted high profile in the royal city, and pursued him crazily. He thought that the other party was just having fun, or was bored and wanted to make trouble. In fact, Shang Fifan was planning for him from beginning to end, secretly making various preparations for his shining debut. He really didn't feel wronged. Well, he felt wrong for his original body. Shang Fifan felt wrong for his grievances, just like any person who fell in love, crazy to stand up for the person he loved. Bu Shuai believed that Shang Fifan was absolutely capable of turning the tiger country upside down, and was fully capable of helping him kill all the enemies of his original body, but he didn't. He completely handed over the power of revenge and venting to him. He also put the moral high ground at his feet, giving him enough reasons to retaliate. At the same time, he was worried that he was not strong enough, so he made sufficient preparations for him. With a lover like this, what else can a man ask for? As soon as Bu Shuai thought of this, his face became hot. Shang Fifan saw Bu Shuai's cheeks flushed, and thought he was excited. Look, you don't have to worry about the magic crystal for a short time. You can finally use magic freely. If anyone dares to beat you again in the future, just turn him into a frog. No, turn him into a frog, forget it, that's our hobby. You can turn them into slugs, and then step on them to death. Too disgusting. Yeah, turning them into slugs. I don't know whether it's disgusting for them or for us. Let's just beat them to death. I teach you how to purify the magic crystals. You've learned magic, so you can use these magic crystals. Bu Shuai quickly changed the subject. Shang Fifan's eyes lit up. Okay. Just when Bu Shuai and Shang Fifan were hiding in Aries Shang's house to refine magic crystals, the content of the Royal City Gossip newspaper was also fermenting wildly. When a group of sheriffs rushed into the small building rented by the Gossip newspaper, sealed up all the items in this small building, and wanted to take away the editor-in-chief and editor of the Gossip newspaper, the matter became even more serious. If the two orcs who claimed to be the editor-in-chief and editor of the Gossip newspaper could surrender and leave with the sheriffs, then the matter might have passed quietly. But no one knew what had provoked these two people. When the sheriff came to arrest them, They jumped onto the roof with 2 loudspeakers and shouted to the audience around them. No freedom of news reporting, or death. The masses need the truth. You are blocking the truth by banning the newspaper. The powerful should not be above the law. The law gives people the right to speak and know the truth. The Queen said people to arrest newspaper staff on trumped-up charges. This is a clear harm to the people. In order to protect the people's right to know and for the freedom of news reporting, we are willing to sacrifice our lives. The leading sheriff was furious and pointed at the 2 orcs standing on the roof and shouted, "Tear them down for me." Dingo, the self-proclaimed editor-in-chief, suddenly took out a long knife and shouted, "It doesn't matter if I behead you, as long as the doctrine is true. Kill me, Dingo, there will be others to come. For the freedom of the press." Swish, the long knife cut across Dingo's throat, blood spurted out. The orcs watching widened their eyes, and cried out in surprise. The sheriff below was also dumbfounded. Damn it, how could he commit suicide? Pai Dan, the self-proclaimed editor, burst into tears and shouted, "Brother Ding, please walk slowly. I will accompany you soon." Pai Dan suddenly took out an oil-belly worm lamp, turned it on, and poured the lamp oil on his head. "Stop him! Stop him!" The leading sheriff shouted wildly, and he couldn't even wait for his men to jump onto the roof, so he rushed up himself. Pai Dan shook his hand, and flames came out of his fingertips, and shouted at the same time, "The head can be cut off, the blood can flow, but the truth of the news cannot be destroyed. I dedicate myself to my ideals, just for freedom of the press." Ah! Boom! Pai Dan's whole body was set on fire, and he turned into a fireman in an instant. More and more orcs were watching nearby. They were all stunned when they saw 2 orcs on the roof, one wielding a knife to commit suicide, and the other setting fire to himself. Suddenly, there was a cry of grief from the crowd. "Brother! No, brother, don't die. Why are you forcing my brother to death? How can I and my 1-year-old sister live? Wow, Dad, why are you dead? The Queen forced people to death. It's terrible." The Tiger Kingdom royal family was so angry that they forced 2 lives to death. "Ah, I will fight you. Give my brother back his life." Dad, you died so miserably. Kill those lackeys. Kill those villains who oppress the people. Kill them." The scene was in chaos. A dozen orcs rushed out of the crowd and killed the sheriffs, who arrested people and smashed things. The leading sheriff was terrified when he saw that a simple matter had caused a lot of anger, but he could not help but react when facing the orcs who were charging at him. He immediately shouted, "We are sheriffs. This is the crime scene. Everyone retreat. Otherwise, you will all be arrested for disturbing public order. You lackeys of the Queen, it is not enough to force 2 people to death. Do you want to force more to death? Come on, am I afraid of you? Brothers and sisters, come on. Kill 1 to get the money back. Kill 2 to make a profit." The melee on the scene began. Boom! Something made a sound, and was still smoking at the scene. Someone looked at the shelf next to him curiously, and saw an orc hiding in a box, with a piece of cloth on his head and holding a strange lamp, as if he was doing something shameful. The sheriff blew the whistle desperately, calling for support from the city guards. The nearby patrol heard the whistle, and immediately ran over here. Wait until the riot is completely quelled. There were many bodies left at the scene, and dozens of people were injured, but none of the dead were sheriffs or city guards. All of them were ordinary people. Although the city guards tried to drive away the orcs who were watching, there were too many orcs watching from the sky, roofs, and streets. Many orcs were unruly by nature, and there was no way to drive them away without a particularly strong reason and strength. What's going on? You killed so many people? Who did it? The battalion commander of the south camp of the city guards came and looked at the bodies lying on the ground in surprise, seeing that the orcs around them were all glaring at them with angry eyes. The leading sheriff was sweating coldly. "It's over, the matter has become a big deal." The battalion commander of the south camp of the city guard took a deep breath and waved his hand. "As long as they are involved, take them all away." In the end, the dozen or so security guards, who originally came to arrest people, along with the corpses on the ground, were all taken away by the city guard. Player forum. Fuck. So cool. So this is what it feels like to fight against official forces. Oh, my heart was about to jump out of my throat at that time. This is just a game. If it were real, I really wouldn't dare. Quick! The 2 heroes Dingo and Pai Dan who cut their necks and set themselves on fire before. Please come out and tell us what it feels like to kill yourself. Is it cool? It's cool. But I admit that I made myself excited at the time. Fuck, I never thought that I would be able to cut my neck so generously one day. As a person who has experienced it personally, I advise you that if you want to commit suicide, don't set yourself on fire. Although the game reduces the pain, the suffocation and fear, when you find you can't breathe anyway, and the fear of waiting for death will overwhelm you. Let alone how painful it is to burn yourself in reality, the pain of suffocation alone will make you regret it. Really, I should change my approach. Fortunately, this is a game that can blur the feeling of death, otherwise, I would have to leave a psychological shadow. Ha ha ha, the idiot above doesn't need to explain. Get out of here. I heard someone at the scene yelling, "Dad, son, come out. Go to hell." That's the stage effect, understand? Brothers and sisters, get ready. We can't go up for 3 days. You must not let the newspaper go down. Kid, go with peace of mind. We have taken over the newspaper. Brother Luing has already made a basic camera and film. The next gossip newspaper. Wait for the shocking trio. What? He has made a camera. What kind of god is this? Great. Can we see what the NPCs and scenery in the game world look like in the future? I want to see our Valley Master's gorgeous face, not a sketch, but a real photo. I want to see the second prince and the Valley Master together, preferably both of them lying on the bed. There will be royal photos, and there will be bed photos. Our gossip newspaper will definitely work hard to meet everyone's requirements. It's just a basic retro model. Wait until I make a portable modern entry-level model, and then everyone will praise it. Get lost. All those show-offs go to hell. The players were happy and lively. In the home of a certain noble in the Tiger King's capital, 7 or 8 people gathered together with sad faces. I wonder how your subordinate does his job. He can't even handle such a small matter, and he actually forced someone to the point of committing suicide? Who knows what that idiot did? It's okay to force 2 people to death, but he even fought with the onlookers. Is he trying to arouse public anger? The situation was too chaotic at the time. I always felt that things were not that simple. It was as if someone was deliberately making trouble. Well, whether someone was making trouble or not, several people have died so far, and so many people saw it. The Queen is not worried about these. But what should we do if the Tiger King is furious? This is the early stage of the material exhibition and inheritance sharing conference. The city is full of foreign businessmen and celebrities from various countries. If this thing explodes, can't we cover it up? There were so many people watching at the time. How can we cover it up? No matter what, we can't hide this from the Queen. Let's report it first. Report it to the Queen? You report it? Is that newspaper still closed? Close it. Let's deal with the families of the deceased first, and don't let them make a fuss. If this gets out of hand, we will all be in trouble. After several people discussed, they unanimously decided to keep it secret from the Queen first, and they would deal with the whole matter first until they could no longer hide it. The door of the gossip newspaper that was originally going to be closed was open, and many orcs went in and out of the door. The city guards specially sent patrols here to patrol once an hour on average to prevent any more trouble. Why did that gossip newspaper suddenly have so many people? I don't know. Is there someone who is upset and is standing up for that newspaper? Maybe it's the family and friends of those orcs who died tragically. I always feel that something big is going to happen. The Queen is too narrow-minded. Isn't it just exposing that she killed her relatives in the robbery of treasures, but ended up being a mistress of her own niece? If she didn't do this, it wouldn't be exposed. Seeing that the Queen is so angry that she doesn't even hesitate to force people to death, it seems that what the gossip newspaper said is true. I think it's true. But some people say it's slander. Someone is deliberately throwing black water on the Queen. Someone has already gone to the Linglet family mentioned in the newspaper to find out whether the Queen forced them to marry Anita and her sister to the old orc. Just ask them, and you know. Oh, I want to know now whether Raphael Longmu, the son born to our Majesty by Lady Anita, knows the source of the hatred between his mother and the Queen. If he didn't know before, what will be his reaction now that he knows? Bourgeois didn't react at all. He was still busy refining magic crystals and guiding Shang Fifan on how to lay the foundation for his magic. A magician must have magic talent, or in a more vivid way, a magic seed. But having a seed doesn't mean it can take root and sprout. You have to cultivate it, activate it, and then find a way to make it take root and sprout. Laying the foundation for magic is equivalent to preparing suitable soil and fertilizer for the magic seed, and pouring a little water on it. Depending on the magic seed, the soil ratio, fertilizer type, watering amount, and even the temperature, whether it is sunny or shady, must be considered. Only suitable soil can make the seeds thrive. Otherwise, even if the seeds sprout, they will grow thin and distorted, which will greatly affect the future. Seeing that more and more people came to Raphael for a heart-to-heart talk, the director of the Special Investigation Bureau directly hung a sign on the door saying Raphael Lang Mu is on a business trip and fled. Compared with Bourgeois' busyness, Ramil couldn't sit still. He went to meet Eva secretly. Eva frowned when she saw him coming uninvited again. "Didn't I tell you not to come here again?" Ramire pursed his lips. "Recently there are some rumors in the palace that are not favorable to me. Someone mentioned that I had contact with Nettie, and said that Nettie killed the fifth princess to protect me." Eva was surprised. "Aren't you and Nettie in secret? How did it leak?" Ramire looked gloomy. "I don't know. Maybe Nettie mentioned it to others." "Who is spreading it?" "The maids and servants in the palace. A guard who is on good terms with me reminded me. His fiancée is a palace maid." Eva thought for a moment and said indifferently, "It's just a rumor. As long as the other party doesn't have ironclad evidence, you should just pretend you don't know. Even if you know, it doesn't matter. Young Muai, you are so good-looking and have a high status around the Tiger King. Isn't it normal for a maid to like you?" Ramil's face became better. "I thought that if I came to see Doris often, people would think that I was Doris's lover, and they wouldn't think that I had any relationship with Nettie." "Childish." Eva sneered. "Are you trying to create a romantic persona?" Ramil bowed his head. Eva sighed. "Don't come here often. It's not good for you. If a noble is a little romantic, others will only envy him. But your identity is different. In the future, you will do great things. It is very important for you to protect your reputation. Otherwise, do you want others to mention that you are a former Tiger King guard who is intoxicated by the skirt of a female orc?" Ramil raised his head. "Of course not." Eva reached out and stroked the back of his head. Ramil tilted his head slightly. Eva took back her hand, thinking that it would be hard to control the child when he grew up. "You also heard what the gossip newspaper said, right?" Eva changed the subject. Ramil finally remembered what he was here for, and asked, "Did you let him out?" Eva shook her head. "Not me. The report was 80% true, but the content about how she found the stone ear was all fabricated." "Who was that? How did the other party know so clearly?" "I want to know, too, but unfortunately the two orcs in the newspaper committed suicide. Now I want to ask them who provided them with the information, but I can't find out. That newspaper seems to still be there." "Of course it is." Eva smiled. From the two reports so far, the content of the newspaper's report is obviously favorable to her. "I don't know if it is another person who hates the queen." Eva even suspected that the person who leaked the relevant information to the newspaper was the Tiger King. If the newspaper continues to operate, there may be more unfavorable news about the queen later. Remir was a little excited. The news that only forced the two newspaper staff to death and beat several people to death will definitely greatly reduce the prestige of the queen among the people. "Yes, wait, who?" Eva suddenly waved her hand. A bone spur popped out from her fingertips and shot straight into the closet against the wall. Bang! There was a sound in the closet. Remir jumped up quickly, holding a weapon, carefully approached the closet, and suddenly opened the closet door. A thin orc rolled out of the closet. Eva's aim was very good. The bone spur shot right into the orc's heart. Ramil checked the body to make sure that the other party was indeed dead, and then checked the other party's racial characteristics. Strange, this seems to be a natural disability. "I don't know who sent it." Eva looked grim. "No matter who sent it. Without my contact, you don't have to come to my side for the time being." Ramil also knew that the matter was serious, and nodded seriously. "I know." Eva sent Ramil away through the secret passage and immediately disposed of the body. This was the first eavesdropper she found. Now she only hoped that this was also the first person sent by an unknown force. Fortunately, this person was found by her not long after hiding, so even if he heard something here, he couldn't pass it back. The player Bailey Fengjian died, but he passed the news to his companions as soon as he logged off. When his companions saw the content sent back by Bailey Fengjian, they jumped up excitedly. "This death is worth it." They seemed to have dug up big news. The player rolled his eyes. The housekeeper who entrusted them with the task only asked them to sneak into Eva's room to investigate the evidence of her contact with Ramil, but did not say that they were not allowed to resell the news to others. The next day, the third issue of the Royal City Gossip newspaper no longer followed the interval of 3 days, and was released quickly. This time, the front page headline was indeed related to the two newspaper employees who were forced to death, and this time, there was not only text content, but also pictures that directly hit the orc's eyes. The pictures looked lifelike, and did not look like paintings. "This is a photo. I know. There were similar alchemical tools in the Great Prosperity era. I remember that one year at an auction in a certain country, someone took out a camera dug out from a ruin, which could instantly take pictures of real scenes. This gossip newspaper is not simple, it can actually get a camera. Maybe there is someone behind this gossip newspaper? Hee, maybe not at the beginning, but it's hard to say now. Yes, the sheriff said people to seal it up but couldn't. Cough. I heard that a seal had been posted and a printing press was smashed, but after the sheriff left, someone tore off the seal, and the printing press seemed to have been repaired and paraded. I don't know if it was to avoid the limelight temporarily. This report did not mention the Queen or any royal family, but only focused on the conflict between the sheriff and the newspaper staff, and vigorously promoted the purpose that the people need the truth. I don't know if this issue is particularly stimulating because of the rich pictures and texts, or if the writer is particularly good at sensationalism. In the afternoon when the report came out, orcs began to organize a parade, holding signs and shouting in the streets. We need freedom of the press. We need to know the truth. The privileges of the rich and powerful should not exceed the national laws. At the beginning, there were not many orcs in the parade, only a few, but as time went by, more and more orcs joined. When the parade reached the vicinity of the palace, the scale had reached hundreds of people. And this is just the beginning. The Queen did not receive timely reports from her subordinates, but she learned about the content of the demonstration outside from the servants of the palace. The Queen's face was very dark. She always felt that the demonstration was aimed at her. But no matter how much she hated it now, she couldn't send people to rush out and arrest all the orcs in the parade. If she really did that, she would be handing a knife to the Tiger King, a knife to kill her. The Tiger King heard Clement's report and pressed his forehead with a headache. Damn the Queen, always looking for trouble for him. Don't you see what time it is now? If the Queen could really shut down the newspaper quietly and get rid of the people inside, that would be her ability. But look at what she has done now. Not only did she fail to shut down the newspaper, but she also forced people to death, and even involved unrelated people, causing several unrelated people to be beaten to death. Now, there are demonstrations. That gossip newspaper in the royal city. Clement hesitated. It can't be shut down. The Tiger King said without hesitation. It would be fatal if the newspaper was really shut down now. His tiger country does not raise all honest beast men like sheep and rabbits, but more fierce beasts like tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. Chapter 157. The fourth issue of the gossip newspaper was released the day after the third issue, with the momentum of turning the gossip newspaper into a daily newspaper. At the same time, the price of one silver copy was reduced to 10 copper taels to buy one copy. It was still only one sheet of paper, with the content of the report on the front and all advertisements on the back. In the first 3 issues, there were only advertisements for ink suppliers. But this issue had more than 10 more advertisements, covering different areas. Because it was a newspaper that was bought with money, most people would read all the advertisements on the back after reading the content of the report on the front. These advertisements were also very unique. They not only promoted their own products, but also served as discount coupons, indicating that as long as they cut out the corresponding advertisement content and brought it to the store, they could get a big discount. Now people who bought the newspaper felt that this newspaper was more cost-effective. Even if they didn't want the coupons on the advertisement, they could cut them out and give them to people in need. Moreover, many of the coupons were really favorable and practical. The newspaper was practical, and the price dropped to 1/10 of the original price. Suddenly, more people in the whole city bought the gossip newspaper. There were no longer only a few adult orcs selling newspapers on the street, but a large number of cubs. The cubs were of different ages, ranging from 5 or 6 years old to 10 years old, carrying a newspaper bag and selling on the street. The gossip newspaper said that as long as they sold a copy, they could get a commission of 1 copper. As long as they did a good job, they might earn more copper daju a day than their parents. Under the stimulation of the monetary reward, these cubs sold newspapers very hard. They were thick-skinned and dared to go into any store and sell to anyone. Adult orcs were always more tolerant of cubs. As long as they were not particularly short of money, they would not mind spending 10 coppers to buy a copy. In fact, many people in the royal city are also waiting for the 4th issue of the gossip newspaper. Some are looking forward to seeing some explosive news, while others are worried that they or people related to them will become the protagonists of the headlines. Remir came to the east camp of the city guards to report in the morning. As soon as he entered the camp gate, he felt something strange. Along the way, he met many city guards. Some people who knew him greeted him and said hello to him, and some people who didn't know him would stare at him. and whether they knew him or not, they looked at him with a bit of weirdness. "Sir, good day." A soldier saluted him. "Good day." "Wait, did something happen that has something to do with me?" Remir grabbed the soldier. He knew the other party, and the soldier had been on several missions with him. The soldier scratched his head awkwardly. He wanted to leave after seeing Remir salute, but he didn't expect to be grabbed by the other party. "Sir, nothing." "Go ahead." The soldier was helpless and whispered, "Today's gossip is out. You know what's going on when you see it." After saying that, the soldier used his strength to break free from Ramil's hand and ran away. Ramil had no intention of holding on to the soldier. After getting the answer, he strode towards the office. In the office, several lieutenants were gathered together, and someone was holding a newspaper and reading the contents on it. "Wow. Oh. I didn't expect it. I really can't tell that Lieutenant Ramil would play so many tricks. You said that the death of the fifth princess was really because..." A hand suddenly reached into the crowd and snatched the newspaper from a lieutenant. The lieutenant was furious and was about to curse when he saw the face of the person who snatched the newspaper. Cough, someone coughed dryly. Several lieutenants quickly dispersed. Work. "Ah, I have to go out for patrol. I'm leaving first. I have something to do here. I'm going to the material market." The lieutenants who could find excuses all ran away, and the remaining few looked at each other, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Remir quickly browsed the headlines of the gossip newspaper, and his face was getting darker and darker without knowing it. The death of the fifth princess, shocking inside story. According to the news revealed by an unknown insider, the death of the fifth princess contains a shocking inside story. The little princess did not die of illness, but died of love murder. All the insiders in the palace were silenced, and the reason for being silenced was only because of him. After receiving the news, our reporter risked his life to conduct secret visits and investigations on the insiders, and finally found out the real reason for the death of the fifth princess. It turned out that the fifth princess and the queen's maid Inai fell in love with a palace guard. This palace guard was the Tiger King's guard, one of the most admired and trusted guards in recent years. He was young and handsome, had an extraordinary family background, and had royal blood. It is said that the fifth princess wanted to monopolize this handsome young guard, but the guard did not like the arrogant fifth princess, so he rejected the fifth princess on the pretext that he only loved the maid Inai. The fifth princess was furious, and called the maid Inai to a remote garden in the palace. She humiliated Inai in various ways about her personality, appearance, and life experience, and declared that she would definitely get the handsome guard. Inai was worried that her lover would really fall into the hands of the fifth princess. In order to avoid damaging her lover's reputation and soul, and because of the humiliation, she was so angry that she killed the fifth princess in excitement. The Tiger King and the Queen were shocked to hear that the little princess was murdered. They were extremely sad, and ordered the guard commander Clement to solve the case quickly. The guard commander Clement was very capable, and quickly identified the suspect from a few clues, and arrested the real murderer, the maid Inai. During the interrogation of Inai why she wanted to kill the princess, Inai took all the charges in order to protect the guard, and did not want people to know that the guard was the cause of the fifth princess' death. She committed suicide in prison that day. The maid Inai did not know that because of the rare natural perfume on her body, the guard commander Clement already knew who her lover was. The Tiger King learned the name of the guard from Clement. Although he knew that the guard was the fuse of the fifth princess' death, perhaps considering that the fifth princess did not really die at the hands of the guard, or perhaps out of cherishing talent and feeling guilty about the guard's parents, the Tiger King concealed the matter, and did not let the queen know the guard's name. Afterwards, someone asked the guard if he knew the maid Inai, and had a close relationship with her, but the guard denied it. Poor maid Inai sacrificed herself to protect her lover, but she didn't know that her beloved lover was not the only woman. The guard often went to the most famous brothel in the royal city, and had a hot relationship with the most famous socialite in the royal city, Princess Doris, who made Doris fall in love with him. Every time he received the guard, he didn't charge a penny, so he asked Doris why the owner of the dream house didn't react when she received the guard for free. It turned out that the guard actually had a close relationship with the owner of the dream house, Eva, and the two had great ambitions in their conversation. When they mentioned the Tiger King and the Queen, they had no respect at all, and they had a deep hatred for the Queen, and they wished that the Queen would be embarrassed. In order to conceal their close relationship, Eva did not hesitate to kill the eavesdropper. Seeing this, you may be curious about who the Tiger King's guard is. According to reliable information, this handsome young guard has recently transferred from the guard camp to the city guard. However, he became a lieutenant at the age of 21, and he has a bright future. And why would he, who has such a superior family background, deal with multiple women? Why is he hostile to the queen? And what kind of close relationship does he have with Eva, the owner of the dream house? To know what happened next, please wait for the results of our reporter's continued investigation. Remier squeezed the newspaper with his fingers, so hard that his fingers turned white. Although this news did not name him, what is the difference between the detailed content and saying his name? Anyone who is slightly familiar with him can analyze from the content of the news that the handsome young guard is him. And this news is full of malice from beginning to end. Obviously, the death of the fifth princess had nothing to do with him, but he was described as a man who was a philanderer and played with female beast men at will. But what frightened and surprised Remiel the most was that this news actually exposed his relationship with Eva. What was even more terrifying was that Eva had clearly killed the eavesdropper, but the content of their conversation seemed to have been spread out, and was even published in the gossip newspaper today. Could it be that someone already knew the true relationship between him and Eva? Remiel was panicked. In his heart, he really wanted to expose his life experience, to let the world know that he was the biological son of the Tiger King, and he was the true direct bloodline of the royal family. But at the same time, he knew that this was not the best time for him to reveal his identity. The queen was not dead yet, and the old Count Longjean was still alive. Once his identity was exposed, all the benefits he had now would disappear, and all the pain and misery that Raphael Longmu had experienced would be repeated on him, perhaps even worse. Master Remiel. A shout suddenly came from the door. Remiel turned around, and saw the old servant in his grandfather's house. The old servant saluted him first, then said to him solemnly, "Master Remier, the master asks you to go back immediately." Remier frowned. He instinctively guessed why the old Count Longjean asked him to go back. He resisted in his heart and immediately made an excuse. "I still have work to do. After I get off work." The old servant sighed and glanced at the newspaper in Remier's hand. "You have also seen the content of the gossip newspaper. The master said that some things should be resolved as soon as possible. You don't care about your reputation, but you should also consider the Earl's mansion and your dead parents." Remier clenched his fists suddenly, and anger surged in his heart. "I know, I will find time to go there later." He really didn't want to go to see the old count, but he also knew that this scandal needed to be resolved as soon as possible. He couldn't ask Eva to help him at this time, and the only person who was able and willing to help him at this time was his nominal grandfather. Remier had just left the east camp of the city guard when someone else came to see him. This time, the attendant next to the Tiger King came and said that the Tiger King wanted Remiel to come to the palace immediately. The other lieutenants in the office told the attendant that Remiel had been called away by his grandfather. The attendant nodded to show that he understood and went back to report immediately. Inside the palace, the Tiger King heard the reply from his attendant, waved his hand, asked all the attendants to leave, and ordered someone to call Clement. Clement stepped into the study. "Close the door," the Tiger King ordered in a deep voice. Clement turned around and closed the door of the study. A sigh sounded not far behind him. Clement turned around and saw the Tiger King leaning on a large chair with a tired look, one hand pinching his eyebrows. After a long while, Clement heard the Tiger King say, "Go check on that Eva." "Yes." Clement was about to leave. The Tiger King spoke again. "Did the Queen ask you questions?" Clement paused. "Before you summoned me, the Queen's maid had come to see me." "Have you gone?" "Not yet." "Go ahead. You know what to say." "I understand." Clement waited for a while, and when he saw that the Tiger King had no other instructions, he left the study and went to the Queen's palace. As soon as Clement entered the door, he saw several servants carrying cleaning tools and a pile of broken items out. It seems that the Queen is not in a good mood. Clement asked the maid to report to the Queen, and waited outside the palace for a summons. Soon, the maid came to invite Clement in. The Queen met Clement in the outer hall. There were obvious signs of re-makeup on her face, and her outer clothes seemed to have been changed. "I don't want to hear lies." The Queen looked stern and came straight to the point. "Is the guard that Nettie likes Landermeyer?" Clement, "Yes." This matter could not be concealed, and the gossip newspaper almost named him. "Why did you hide it from me?" "Did the Tiger King ask you to hide it from me?" "Your Majesty thinks this matter has nothing to do with Guard Remier, and doesn't want to involve more innocent people." "Innocent people?" The Queen sneered. "As long as it is related to the death of my daughter, no one is innocent. Since Xena likes Remier so much, and Nettie killed Xena for Remier, let Remier accompany them." Clement looked calm. "Remier is not an ordinary guard." His grandfather is the old Count Longin, his mother is the former commander of the guards, and his parents are heroes who sacrificed for the country. He has not committed a crime above treason, and even your majesty cannot punish him at will." The queen raised her palm, as if she wanted to attack, but seeing Clement's face that was not surprised by praise or disgrace, thinking of this person's identity and family background, she finally endured it. "Treason? Didn't the newspaper say that he was conspiring with the brothel owner Eva? You can go and check it out to see what they are trying to do," the queen said gloomily. Clement nodded, yes. Go to the old earl's house. Remire had been sitting opposite the old earl for a long time. But the old earl didn't say a word until now, just sitting there looking at him. "Where's Grandma?" Remire asked as naturally as possible. The old earl finally spoke after hearing Remire asking about his wife. "She's not feeling well, and is resting in bed." "I go see Grandma." Remire pretended to stand up. "Sit down," the old earl shouted. Remire trembled and didn't dare to stand up. The old earl closed his eyes. "There is no one in my Lang family who dares to do something but not take responsibility. I just want to ask you, are you and that maid Nettie Schimmel a couple?" Remire frowned. "Grandpa, don't believe the nonsense in the gossip newspaper. I just know her. I work in the palace, and Nettie Schimmel is the head maid of the queen, so I will naturally see her often. But she and I are just nodding acquaintances." "Oh, really? So you haven't slept with her?" "Grandpa." The old earl's eyes were complicated, and his voice was no longer so stern. "If you are really in a lover relationship with her, it's okay to admit it. The death of the 5th princess was her own fault, and you have nothing to do with it. If the two majesties want to trouble you for this, I will protect you. And as long as the majesties are not confused, they will not let you be responsible for the death of the 5th princess. Maybe it will be more difficult to talk to the queen, but at most they will keep you away from the palace and assign you to a more deserted position. But you are still young now. Instead of staying in the center of power, it is better to—" "Grandpa," Ramil interrupted the old count, "Nettie Schmier and I really have nothing." Disappointment flashed in the old count's eyes, and after a while, he nodded. "Okay, if you say there is nothing, then there is nothing." The old count was not only disappointed, he also felt a little cold. According to the clues found by Clement and the confessions of people in the know, Ramil and Nettie had a very close relationship, and the two were a proper lover relationship. But Nettie died, and it can even be said that she died to protect Ramil. But Ramil not only did not show any sadness, but tried his best to sever his relationship with Nettie. If he was so ruthless even to his passionate lover, how much affection would Ramil, who already knew his life experience, have for him and the old woman? If Ramil really had feelings for him and believed him, he would not have denied it repeatedly in front of him today. The old earl was actually waiting for this grandson to ask him for help and tell him about his predicament. He knew that this grandson was fake, but he was a child raised from childhood. How could he say that he had no feelings? He didn't expect this child to be attached to their family after knowing his life experience. He only hoped that this child would be a person with feelings and righteousness, with his own principles, and at least be able to live up to his conscience if he didn't do things uprightly. He never thought of taking revenge on this child. No matter what the child's life experience was, it was the sin of the previous generation and had nothing to do with him. But Ramil's performance made the old earl's heart grow colder little by little. Maybe there was something wrong with their family's education. Maybe Ramil was just a bad person. Maybe his mother deliberately taught him the wrong way. "I am also responsible for your current situation. I shouldn't have let you move out and live alone at the age of 16. The old earl suddenly said. Ramil frowned and said unhappily, "What have I become? Why do you feel so unhappy?" The old earl seemed to be unconcerned about Ramil's aggressive tone. "Learn to be brave from a tiger and learn to climb trees from a cat. A person's youth is very important. After you turn 16, I only assigned you a tutor, but did not teach you in person. This is my dereliction of duty." "Grandpa?" Ramil really didn't like the old earl's tone now. The old earl looked into Ramil's eyes and asked, "What is your relationship with that Eva?" Ramil became alert instantly. What he was most worried about was that the old earl would ask about his relationship with Eva. "What relationship can I have with her? I just went to the Dream Tower a few times and saw her." "Oh, you didn't conspire or discuss anything?" "Of course not." The old earl stared at Ramil closely. At this moment, he looked like a beast staring at its prey, with an extremely fierce look in his eyes. "I give you one last chance to tell me the true relationship between you and Eva. Since I'm your grandfather, no matter what changes you make, no matter what happens to you, as long as you want to get out of it, I will do my best to help you, even if I lose the title of Earl." Ramil gritted his teeth and didn't avoid the old man's eyes. Grandpa, I really didn't lie. I have no relationship with Eva, and I didn't conspire with her. That's just the gossip newspaper talking nonsense to win favor. The old Earl looked at him for a long time, and finally nodded, as if he believed it. Remire just breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard the old Earl say to him in a tone that could not be refused, "From now on, you don't have to go to the city guard. I will send you to the Renaissance Alliance in the south. I once traveled there when I was young and bought a manor there for planting. Originally, I regarded it as a retreat for our family, but now, I will give that manor to you. You go there to manage this manor, and don't come back to Tiger Country in the future, let alone see that Eva again. Unless Eva is willing to live with you in the Renaissance Alliance." Ramil was shocked. What does the old man mean? What did he know? No, he was too nervous. The old man definitely didn't mean what he thought. Maybe the old man just thought he fell in love with a prostitute, and was worried that he would be hated by the queen, so he wanted to send him abroad to hide. "Thank you, Grandpa. But I'm doing well in the city guard, and I don't want to leave now. Besides, His Majesty trusts me very much. He said that he wanted me to go to the city guard just for experience, and he would have more important work to give me in the future." Ramil declined in a tone that he thought was euphemistic. The old count looked at him with a trace of pain, but it was quickly covered up by the old man. Ramil thought he was seeing things. The old Earl was silent for a long time, and finally advised, "With your ability and knowledge, you could also make a name for yourself in the Southern Alliance. Why stay in the royal city and mess around with some people?" Ramil pretended not to understand. "Grandpa, I think it's good to stay in the royal city." The old Earl suddenly showed a tired look. "Okay, if you want to stay in the royal city, stay in the royal city. After all, it is that person's child. I can understand if you want to fight. However, don't drag the Earl's mansion into the water. Your grandmother is old, we just want to live a stable and peaceful life." Ramil was frightened and almost jumped up. It was hard to maintain his facial expression. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" The old man looked at him quietly and said without any emotion, "You know what I am talking about. If you still have a conscience, don't drag me and your grandmother into the conspiracy between you and your mother." Bang! Ramil stood up in shock and knocked over the wooden chair. "You know? Do you know?" Remire no longer knew what he was saying. The old man picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and replied lightly, "What do I know? What do you think I know?" Remire turned around and rushed out of the old Earl's house. His heart was in turmoil. He was going to find Eva. He was going to tell Eva this important news. The old countess walked out of the house, walked to her husband, picked up the chair that was knocked over, sat on it, and sighed. "Why did you suddenly say it?" The old Earl didn't care about his face and heart in front of his wife, and said depressedly, "I gave him a choice, but he refused to take it, and insisted on wading into the muddy water. This is the child we raised after all. We can't just watch him die. Everyone has their own aspirations. It is very likely that his mother has instilled many ideas that he shouldn't have. Anita." The old Earl's views on this female orc are also very complicated. He sympathizes with her past experience, but also hates her cruelty of dragging other innocent people into her revenge plan. Be careful. Ramil must have gone to his mother. Once Anita knows that we know Ramil's life experience, I'm afraid she will take action," the old lady said worriedly. "Kill us to silence us?" The old Earl sneered. "I sit here and wait for her. Does Ari Shang know your plan?" the old lady suddenly asked. The old Earl snorted. The old lady suddenly felt relieved. If Anita is ruthless and has been planning for a long time, then Ari Shang is even worse, full of evil, and even more insidious. If Ari Shang stood opposite them, and was their enemy, the old lady would be worried and unable to sleep. But now that the evil Ari Shang is on their side, and he only has their Raphael in his eyes and heart, the old lady is calm. Let the beasts bite each other. If Ari Shang loses, she and the old man will take Raphael away from Tiger Country to live somewhere else, far away from these right and wrong and these dirty-hearted animals. Chapter 158. Remir failed to see Eva. He was pulled over by Doris as soon as he entered the Dream Tower. Doris secretly told him that Eva asked him not to come to the Dream Tower again during this period, let alone look for her. If there was anything, she would contact him. Remir was anxious. He needed to see Eva immediately, and tell her that the old count might have known his true life experience. But Doris just shook her head, and said that Eva had handed over all the things in the building to her, after seeing the content in the gossip newspaper. She had left, and she didn't know where she was now. Because the matter of life experience was of great importance, Remir didn't dare to let Doris pass it on. He could only leave a message, telling Doris that he had something very urgent and important to tell Eva, and asked Eva to contact him as soon as possible. Remir came out of the dream tower, took a few deep breaths, tidied his clothes, called a beast cart, and went to the east camp of the city guard. He told himself that he had to stay calm and act as if nothing had happened. He must not panic at this time. When he arrived at Dongying, he received another message saying that an attendant from the palace had come and asked him to go to the palace to meet his majesty. As soon as he received the message, Ramil had a headache. He could guess with his knees that the Tiger King must have asked him about Eva. He had to think of a good excuse, at least not to let the Tiger King know that he knew Eva's true identity. Fortunately, Eva had already imagined how to deal with her identity if it was exposed, and also taught him a set of rhetoric. She was once rescued by Commander Lang Fei, and it was also under the care of Commander Lang Fei that she was able to settle down and open a shop in the royal city. Later, Commander Lang Fei died, and she paid close attention to me, but because of her identity, she never contacted me until I occasionally went to the Dream Tower to relax, and then she contacted me. When we were together, we mostly talked about things that happened when Commander Lang Fei was alive. Remire lowered his eyes, and finished speaking in a steady tone. So that's how it is. The Tiger King, who was sitting at the top, was playing with the royal seal in his hand, and there seemed to be a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he asked Remire to come over just to chat. So the second half of the gossip newspaper is all false. Remire said in a slightly cold tone, I have told the truth. If you don't believe it, I can't do anything about it. Seeing Remire like this, after all, he was his son, and he didn't want to really hurt his heart, so he said in a gentle tone, whether that Eva was really saved by Lang Fei, this matter still needs to be verified. But if the other party deliberately designed to trick you into falling into the trap, then they would definitely make arrangements in related aspects. In the eyes of others, you are young but noble, and you are about to inherit a huge earl's mansion. You are also very capable, and you are also a close minister around me. There must be many people who are targeting you. That Eva, before I find out her details, you should not contact her for the time being. Don't go to that dream tower again. When Ramil saw the Tiger King's tone soften, his expression softened as well, and he said with grievance, I know, I won't go there anymore. The Tiger King asked again tentatively, You treat the queen? Ramil's eyes were stubborn. She killed my mother, can't I scold her? The Tiger King sighed, Don't mess with the queen. The newspaper said that Pazina's death was also related to you. The queen might be angry with you. If she makes trouble for you, stay away from her. With your grandfather around, she won't dare to do anything to you openly. At most she will make you uncomfortable and lose face. Ramil suddenly raised his head, his eyes painful and angry. Do I have to hide from her forever and give in to her? Even if she wants to vent her anger on me, I can only endure it. When my true life experience is exposed in the future, she wants me to die. Can I just die? What nonsense! The Tiger King was slightly angry, and seeing Ramil's unconcealed sadness, he felt very uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell him his plan, so he could only say, With me here, who dares to let you die? As for the queen, you will know in the future, your patience now will compensate you in the future. Ramil wanted to tell the Tiger King several times that the old count might know his true life experience, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. Judging from the old earl's intention, he probably doesn't intend to tell anyone about this matter, and his expression and attitude don't seem to indicate that he knows that Raphael is his grandson. Maybe he is still looking for evidence? Maybe he has other concerns. Since the old earl intends to help him conceal it, why should he do this? If the Tiger King learns from the old earl that Anita is still alive, it would be better not to tell him anything for the time being. That gossip newspaper continues to talk nonsense, destroying the reputation of others, slandering the powerful, and even disrespecting the royal family. Does your majesty want to let this newspaper continue to operate like this? Remir said hatefully. He hates this gossip newspaper now. Tiger King, I have asked people to keep an eye on this newspaper to see who is behind it. However, now is not a good time to shut down this newspaper. This newspaper has just caused many deaths, and has become very famous in the royal city. The people of the royal city are now waiting for the publication of the new issue of the gossip newspaper. If it is shut down at this time, it is likely to arouse unnecessary public anger. The Tiger King was telling the truth, but he was hiding some of his deeper thoughts. He wanted to find out the intelligence provider behind this newspaper. Just by looking at the first 4 issues of this newspaper, you can know how powerful the intelligence provider team is behind this newspaper. First, he wanted to know who controlled this team, and whether it was the opponent of Tiger Country. Secondly, if the other party was not powerful, he might be able to bring this team under his own command. There was also a third reason that was even more difficult to say. Although most of the headlines mentioned in the gossip newspaper were related to the royal family, the other party's targets seemed to be vaguely pointing to the queen. He had been thinking about how to smoothly pull the queen off the throne without affecting the prince and princess she gave birth to. What the gossip newspaper was doing now could be said to be in his interest. Instead of banning this newspaper, it would be better to thoroughly cultivate the reputation of this newspaper for not fearing power and daring to report the truth, even if this would cause the royal family to lose some face. But in the future, if he takes over this newspaper and makes it his mouthpiece, the value of this newspaper will be great. At that time, he will let the gossip newspaper mix some true and false news, and it will be much easier to discredit some people, provoke some people, and attack some people. If these involve dirty political means, the Tiger King will naturally not tell Ramil everything, and Ramil is not the heir he has set his sights on. I have an important invitation letter here to send to a large secluded tribe. That large tribe is powerful, but rarely contacts with outsiders. I doubt that the other party will take the initiative to come after hearing the news of the inheritance conference. You go there, leave tomorrow at the latest, and send this invitation to the other party. You must invite the leader of the big tribe to come. Tiger King took out a beautiful invitation. Ramil's eyes were a little red. You want me to leave the royal city too? Tiger King guessed that the old earl might have said something similar to Ramil, asking him to leave the royal city for a while. The royal city is a bit chaotic during this period, and you are being targeted by the queen. It's better to leave temporarily. Ramil stepped forward to take the invitation, his eyelids drooping to cover his true thoughts, and he only said, I know. Tiger King looked at Ramil's back as he left and sighed deeply. He is protecting this child. Why doesn't this child understand? Bu Shuai also saw the headline content of the 4th issue of the gossip newspaper. He asked Shang Fifan in surprise. You let the newspaper mention Eva so quickly, aren't you afraid that she will run away? Shang Fifan took the newspaper and read it quickly, raising his eyebrows. This is not what I asked them to report. This should be their own decision. How did the players know about Eva and Ramil's secret meeting? And they also mentioned their conspiracy? Shang Fifan said frankly, I issued a task for the players to monitor Eva. You can issue tasks? Bu Shuai was surprised. Shang Fifan shook his head. It's not what you think, but using the task trigger mechanism of the notebook system to let it form tasks and send them to players. Bu Shuai understood a little. Then will the content of these tasks be seen by the master of Tianquan Valley? Will he not interfere? Shang Fifan pondered for a moment. If he wants to see it, he will see it, but he may not be able to stop it. What I am going to say below is my speculation, and I don't know much about the two systems. I suspect that the master of Tianquan Valley does not have full control over the notebook system. He may be a temporary operator, but not a developer. Or he is borrowing a program base that already has its own rules and adding some additional functions. How could it be? Didn't he create the system on the player's side? Bu Shuai was puzzled. Shang Fifan purified the magic crystal while expressing his speculation. This is the feeling my brain-loaded system gives me. If the brain-loaded system is not simply a program written by orcs, then will the notebook system on the master of Tianquan Valley also be another kind of existence? For example, part of the brain of God? Bu Shuai, your idea. It is very likely, isn't it? Shang Fifan smiled and gestured behind his head. As far as I know, the statue of the god of nature just lost part of its head. You see, you got ears and the ability to hear the voices of the dead. In addition, you may also have a heart, which is the only way to survive after being stabbed in the heart. The Tiger King got a belt, which has a huge space. The lamp in the underground temple is an arm. I suspect it is more than just a lamp. Wait, you said the heart fruit is the lost heart of the god of nature statue? Bu Shuai subconsciously pressed his heart. Shang Fifan, more than 70% chance. Bu Shuai thought of a question that he had been holding in his heart for the past few days. If the original body really has the heart of the god of nature statue, why did Mrs. Anita put the stone ear into the original body? Did the original body die after being stabbed in the heart? Shang Fifan, I don't think Clement would lie about the life and death of the original body. Since he said that when he sent the original body home, the original body's physical condition had stabilized, so the original body must have been alive at that time. Bu Shuai hesitated. You don't want to say that Mrs. Anita deliberately killed the original body and summoned me? Did she have to do so much? Shang Fifan had several guesses about this, but he was not sure, so he didn't say them. He could only say, maybe we need to catch Anita and ask her in person to know the truth. Do you have any ideas? Tell me, There are only two of us here anyway. Bourgeois was anxious. He was really curious about the original body's situation at that time. Shang Fifan rarely saw Bourgeois' childish look, so he smiled. I have a guess. Tell me now. I guess. The knife in the original body's heart may have awakened the energy of the heart of the statue of the god of nature. This energy may resonate with the stone ear, causing Mrs. Anita to notice something strange, and thus learn of the extraordinariness of the stone ear. Bourgeois thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Then what? Then I haven't thought of it yet. Shang Fifan frowned. It can't be that Anita noticed something strange in the original body's heart and dug out the original body's heart on purpose, and then found out that the original body was dead, and the heart couldn't be put back, or Anita didn't want to return the heart, so she could only give the stone ear to you and then summon the soul. She should have wanted to summon back the soul of the original body, but she didn't expect to summon you. Bourgeois, it's not impossible. Shang Fifan suddenly jumped up. No more waiting. If this doubt is not solved, we will not be able to sleep tonight. It's better to go to Anita and ask her clearly. What? Bourgeois was shocked by Shang Fifan's reaction. Shang Fifan, now Anita doesn't know how much intelligence we have. If we go to her suddenly, she must be defenseless. Maybe we can force her to tell the truth now. If it doesn't work, we can still make a deal. Bourgeois was troubled by Lao Shang's random thinking. Didn't you say to follow the plan? But plans can't keep up with changes. Who knew that the gossip newspaper would actually involve Eva and Ramil's close relationship? Although Eva's true identity has not been exposed, the Tiger King and the Queen will definitely send someone to investigate her. As long as Anita has no problem with her brain, she will definitely give up this identity temporarily. But it's good this way. In this way, Anita will only have one identity left, and it will be much easier for us to find her. Shang Fifan rubbed his hands and ran with Bourgeois. Bourgeois, wait! Are we going there just like this? Do you want anything else to prepare? Do you want me to prepare a pair of boxing gloves for you? Bourgeois was led away by the extremely mobile Shang Fifan. Bourgeois had not recovered when he sneaked into Jinsey Manor and found the stern and slightly mean-looking housekeeper. Shang Fifan took Bourgeois' hand and hid aside to observe the housekeeper secretly. After watching for a long time, he said with certainty, That's right, this is Anita herself. Bourgeois cleared his mind for a while. Could there be two more housekeepers? Yes. The housekeeper needs to stay in Jinsey Manor for a long time, unlike Eva who can appear when she wants. When Anita is not around, this housekeeper is the real housekeeper. You have come to observe more than once, right? Shang Fifan agreed. Not only did he come to observe by himself, he also asked the Sky Eye system to help him keep an eye on her. With the help of the Sky Eye system, he quickly figured out that the housekeeper was played by two people. Anita had a strong ability to disguise, but if you observe carefully, you can still find subtle differences between two completely different people. Although the housekeeper was in charge of the housekeeper's position, she was just a servant after all. Even if she stood up straight, she would still feel a little humble. Especially when facing superiors, peers and inferiors, the different expressions and attitudes were very obvious. Even though Anita was the mistress of the Tiger King, she never regarded herself as an inferior. Moreover, she got along with the Tiger King on a daily basis and had more contact with various dignitaries. She had long been accustomed to the pressure of these dignitaries. It can be said that Anita, who was full of revenge, never took these dignitaries to heart. She hated these people, and didn't want to respect them at all. Such Anita can play the role of the boss of the dream house, but she can only play 70% of her ability as a strict and harsh housekeeper. The housekeeper didn't know that she was being followed. She was much more relaxed in Jinsey Manor. There is no owner here. The people of the Denton family who moved in are not the owners, but not the guests. To be honest, they can only be said to be prisoners of the manor, and they have to live according to the eyes of the housekeeper. In this manner, in terms of management authority, even the captain of the guard team who guards the Denton family is not as high as her. The guard team is only responsible for vigilance, guarding, protection and fighting, but the housekeeper controls all matters of the manor. Here she doesn't need to flatter anyone, nor does she need to be particularly vigilant about anyone. As long as she can maintain her housekeeper's image, no one will doubt her, let alone cause trouble for her. After the housekeeper inspected the work of all the servants as usual, she returned to her own cottage. Jinsey Manor is very large, and the servants have special residences. As a housekeeper, the housekeeper has a separate cottage. This cottage was specially selected by the housekeeper. It is backed by the grove in the manor and faces the back garden of the manor. It is about 100 meters away from the servants' living area. It was originally a tool shed for the gardener of the manor. She moved in after a slight renovation on the pretext of liking quietness. The housekeeper walked into the cottage, closed the door, and relaxed. Bourgeois, who used magic to bring Shang Fifan directly into the cottage, looked at the back of the housekeeper and confirmed it. The housekeeper was still tense just now, but now that she relaxed, the unique temperament of Anita was revealed, and the back that was not like Anita before became very similar. Especially after the housekeeper untied her belts, revealing her original thin waist. Bourgeois raised his bone staff and began to chant a spell. This is a spiritual magic that consumes magic and spiritual power abnormally, but he lacks everything now, except magic. As for spiritual power, thanks to the blessing of reincarnation for 3 lifetimes, his spiritual power is so much that even he is surprised. Anita sat down at the table. She didn't know if it was because she was too relaxed, she felt a little sleepy and wanted to sleep. But it was not night yet, so it was not suitable for her to sleep at this time. Anita grabbed the kettle on the table and poured a glass of cold water and drank it. But the cold water didn't wake her up, instead it made her want to lie down even more. No, she couldn't sleep yet, she needed to think carefully about the arrangements after her identity was exposed. That damn gossip newspaper, I don't know where they got the information, they actually targeted her, and sent someone to sneak into her room in the Dream Tower. Could it be that her actions aroused the suspicion of the Tiger King, and he sent someone to investigate her? Regardless of whether the person who sent someone before was the Tiger King, after the report came out, the Tiger King and the Queen would definitely send someone to investigate Eva. Eva's identity could not be used. She could find a way to deal with other people, but to deal with those 2 people, to fool them? That was a dream. She knew those 2 people too well. The Tiger King might observe secretly for a while before taking action, but the Queen would not consider the consequences at all. If she found someone offending her, she would just take action directly and solve the problem immediately. Especially since Eva was the proprietress of a brothel. Although she was a consensual couple, in the eyes of those noble people, the dream house was a brothel. How could the Queen deal with a brothel owner? She would only disgusted people to kill her directly. Even though she was still the Queen's money bag and one of the information channels. But the Queen would not contact a brothel owner directly. She was just a line under one of the Queen's trusted subordinates. For the Queen, the owner of the dream house was just an end of her intelligence organization, and the manager inside was a servant who could be replaced at any time. No matter whether the gossip newspaper said it was true or false, as long as the Queen had doubts in her heart, as long as the Queen thought she had problems, the Queen would not hesitate to take action against her. A brothel owner, so what if he disappeared? Anita was tired of faking her death again. Faking death also requires the right time, right place, and right people, and requires a lot of effort to arrange, otherwise the fake death may turn into a real death. Instead of faking her death so much, it is better to just give up that identity and disappear mysteriously. Although this will make the Tiger King and the Queen alert, it is also good to make them suspicious and sleep uneasy every day in the future. But her plan has to be accelerated. Anita took out a small notebook, opened it, wrote down the urgent things to do after today, and then sorted out her plan. Maybe she overworked her brain. Anita's eyelids became heavier and heavier. She supported her forehead with one hand and decided to close her eyes for a while. Mrs. Anita, I'm sorry. I found Raphael on the road. He was seriously injured when I found him. Anita was a little confused. Was she dreaming? Anita looked down at the boy in Clement's arms. She realized in a trance that she was dreaming about the scene when Raphael was stabbed and sent back. She didn't take Raphael immediately, but looked at the hallway where she was. The familiar wall tiles, the familiar doormats, the familiar hallway cabinets. Even the unwiped stains on the wall looked so familiar. Yes, this is the home where she and Raphael have lived together for nearly 19 years. Oh, it's not 19 years yet. It's only 14 years now. Raphael is only 14 years old. Mrs. Anita? Anita came back to her senses. Thank you for sending him back. Clement, where is Raphael's room? I take him in. Anita shook her head and stretched out her hand. Give him to me. Clement's arm actually shrank, as if he didn't want to hand the boy in his arms to her, but in less than 2 seconds, he realized that his action was wrong and handed the boy to her. I have found a therapist for him, and used medicine for him. The therapist said he is out of danger, but he needs some time to rest. If you are worried, you can find a therapist or pharmacist to come back and help him. Okay, I know. Do you know what happened to him? Who hurt him? Anita subconsciously said the same words as she remembered. Clement shook his head. I found Raphael on the street where the festival parade was held. He was lying on the side of the road with a dagger stuck in his chest. I don't know who hurt him. Raphael hasn't woken up yet, and I haven't had time to ask him about the whole thing. Where's the dagger? Anita asked. Clement answered truthfully. It has been handed over to His Majesty. Anita nodded, exchanged a few polite words with Clement, and handed Raphael to the waiting maid, who took Raphael back to his room. The maid asked if she wanted to find a therapist to help the young master. Anita was about to nod when she suddenly saw something glowing on Raphael's chest. Did you see it? The maid was stunned. Madam, what did you see? Anita pointed to Raphael's chest. You didn't see it? The maid looked down at Raphael's chest, and saw that it was still wrapped in a wound cloth. The young master was injured? Anita waved her hand, and asked the maid to leave. The maid opened her mouth, wanting to ask again if she wanted to find a therapist. But Anita said to her without turning her head, I'm in a bad mood now. Go to the kitchen and stay with the cook. Don't come out without my order. The maid immediately bowed and retreated, and carefully closed the door. Anita looked at Raphael lying on the bed. Her eyes kept scanning his chest with doubt. Finally, Anita untied the wound cloth tied on the boy's chest, and saw the pink scar on his chest that had not yet fully healed. The light was still there, as if it was coming from under Raphael's skin. The light was not strong. She didn't see it when Clement was holding Raphael at the door. It was not until Raphael was put back in his bedroom that the darkness in the room made the light obvious. Why is Raphael's heart glowing? Is it because his bloodline talent has awakened, or is there something special in his body? Anita reached out to Raphael's chest, and when her fingers just touched Raphael's skin, her body suddenly shook violently. Under the invisible clothes, the outline of an ear appeared on her abdominal skin. Anita covered her abdomen with her hands. No one knows that she has something hidden here. This is her unique adventure and miracle, and it is also her biggest secret, but now this treasure is about to leave her. Why? What is attracting it? Anita pulled her hand away suddenly, and her fingers left Raphael's skin. But the stone ear did not stop there, but directly left her body and emerged. Anita was shocked and subconsciously shouted, Where are you going? Chapter 159. The stone ear floated above the boy's body. The originally inconspicuous stone ear also emitted a faint light, which complemented the light on the boy's chest. Anita grabbed the stone ear and pulled it back hard. While pulling, she retreated, trying to stay away from the boy. But the stone ear broke free from her palm and insisted on getting close to the boy. Anita held the stone ear tightly with her palm to prevent it from getting close to the boy's skin. But the stone ear actually drilled through her palm and pierced into the boy's chest. Anita's mind was confused. She couldn't believe it. After a moment of shock, the anger of being betrayed came to her heart. Why? Why do you want to leave me? You chose me, didn't you? Why do you leave me now? You are mine. Anita's mind was filled with anger and jealousy. She suddenly pulled out a knife and slashed at the boy's chest. She wanted to dig out the stone ear. And the things inside that attracted the stone ear, she wanted them all. Blood flowed out of the boy's cut chest. Anita swung the knife hard, cut off the boy's sternum, and saw the boy's heart. She was sure that the stone ear was hidden in this heart. Anita's eyes were red, and she stared at the boy madly. The boy opened his eyes at some point, and looked at her with horror. The two looked at each other, and Anita's expression gradually twisted. Mom, what are you doing? Are you going to kill me? The boy asked in a trembling voice. Anita's body was also shaking slightly, not knowing whether it was caused by nervousness or excitement, and she kept muttering, That's mine, my thing, you shouldn't take it away. Tears flowed from the boy's eyes, and he said fearfully, Mom, what are you talking about? I didn't take your things away. Anita's mind was hot, and when she came to, she was holding the boy's heart in her hand. The boy closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Anita didn't stop there. She cut open her chest skin and put the boy's heart close to her wound. As a result, the still beating heart flew up by itself and turned around and pierced into the boy's chest. As the heart returned to the boy's chest, the boy's severed blood vessels and heart were reconnected, and the severed sternum and the cut skin and fascia healed layer by layer. In a blink of an eye, the boy's chest that was forcibly cut open healed as before, and even the knife wound disappeared. If it weren't for the large amount of blood on the boy's skin and the bed, no one would be able to tell what had happened here. Anita moved her feet and wanted to rush over. Knock, knock. The bedroom door was knocked, and the servant's hurried voice came from outside. Madam, His Majesty is coming secretly. Anita's face changed, and her brain finally had the energy to start thinking. In fact, when her heart was unwilling to choose her and took the initiative to fly to the boy, she had really woken up. It was just that the jealousy was still burning her reason, making her unable to think rationally. I know, I am performing a secret technique to save Raphael, and I can't stop during this period, and I can't be disturbed. You ask His Majesty to wait in the living room for a while, and say I will come out soon. Yes. The servant was surprised that Madame Anita could even perform a secret technique to save people, but she was just a servant, and she could only act according to the order after receiving the master's order. Anita took a deep breath and probed the boy's breath with her fingers. The boy who had stopped breathing resumed his breath. The heart was beating strongly in his chest. Anita simply applied some medicine to the wound she had cut and tidied her clothes. She quickly moved the boy aside, changed the blood-stained sheets and quilts, and stuffed them into the closet. Finally, she changed the boy's clothes. Anita looked at the bed and the ground in front of the bed to make sure there were no signs of anything wrong. But just as she was about to turn around to see the Tiger King, she stopped. She remembered something very important. The boy saw her take out his heart. When the boy woke up, he would probably tell the Tiger King about it. Even if the boy didn't dare to tell the outside world about it out of awe of her. But when the boy grows up and his true life story is exposed, this matter will definitely become a huge hidden danger. The boy might not hate his biological mother, but if the person who took out his heart had nothing to do with him, how could he not bear a grudge and not want revenge? Anita put herself in her shoes. If it were her, she would definitely take revenge, and she would take revenge to death. She didn't want to leave such a big trouble. But she couldn't just kill the boy to silence him. If she had succeeded in transferring the boy's heart just now, she could only make up an excuse to the Tiger King under the fact that the boy was already dead, even if the Tiger King suspected it. But the fact is that the boy is not dead, and she can't take the boy's heart and take back her stone ear. If she killed the boy to silence him at this time, it would be really a loss, a mistake again and again. Anita calmed down and her mind turned quickly. In an instant, she listed all the pros and cons for comparison. Finally, Anita calmed down, and she knew what to do. Anita took out a small bottle of medicine from her personal bag. She almost never left this personal bag, and she carried it with her wherever she went. The bag contained 5 small bottles of medicine, which was her last resort and the treasure she used to save her life. The 5 bottles of medicine were Forgetfulness Potion, Fake Death Potion, Life-Threatening Bone-Melting Potion, Powerful Life-Saving Potion, and Powerful Aphrodisiac Potion. These 5 potions had extraordinary effects. The first 4 were not made by any current potion master, but were opportunities she got occasionally. The person who left the first 4 potions was the most powerful potion master in the poison mist period. The other party was determined to solve the toxins in the poisonous fog. Many potions that could reduce the toxins in the poisonous fog were developed by him. But this potion master died a few days before the end of the poison mist period. He was still assassinated. This master of medicine killed the assassin with a deadly bone-melting potion, but because of his severe injuries, even with powerful drugs, he could not save his life. With only 1 breath left, he wrote a will, leaving his belongings, his experience in refining medicine, and a book on medicine making, hoping that the person who found his body would copy a copy of his medicine heritage to his grandson, and the other things would be the commission fee. Anita got all the relics of the master of medicine, and also got all the knowledge of medicine inherited by this master. She also tried to find the grandson of the master of medicine, but she didn't find him. After all, nearly 200 years have passed, and the descendants of the master of medicine have long left their original residence, and no one knows where they've gone. Anita took out the Forgetfulness Potion. According to the instructions on the potion encyclopedia left by the master, this potion will make people forget all past memories as long as they are taken. There will be no side effects and no solution. Anita had used the fatal bone-melting potion and the powerful life-saving potion a little bit before, and found that not only can they be used today, but the efficacy is still powerful. She pinched the boy's mouth open, poured the whole bottle of potion into his mouth, and picked up the small kettle on the bedside to fill the boy with water. Water flowed from the corners of the boy's mouth, but he still passively drank the water mixed with the potion. "What potion is this?" a voice asked Anita. Anita subconsciously replied, "Forgetfulness Potion." Suddenly, Anita raised her head, looked around, and shouted, "Who?" Anita, who was dozing at the table with one hand on her chin, rushed forward and woke up completely. Anita frowned. How could she suddenly have such a dream? The whole process was too clear. It didn't seem like a dream, but more like a memory. And what about the voice asking questions at the end, full of doubts? Anita got up and walked around the house, but she didn't find anything unusual. It was just a dream. Anita comforted herself. Perhaps because the secret meeting between Ramil and her was exposed, she was worried that Ramil's life experience would be exposed too soon, so she subconsciously thought of Raphael, and then thought of the past scene. What you think about during the day will appear in your dreams at night, so she would have such a dream. But why was she so uneasy? Bu Shuai brought Zhang Fifan out of Jinxi Manor without saying a word, as if he was thinking about something. Zhang Fifan was patient, and didn't ask him, until the two of them returned to the small rest room of Bu Shuai in the Special Investigation Bureau. What did you feel together? Zhang Fifan couldn't wait to ask. The magic that Bu Shuai cast allowed him, and the person being cast to experience dreams together, which was actually to browse through certain memory fragments together. Bu Shuai seemed to have finally digested that memory, and he narrated what he saw and heard in full. Zhang Fifan listened and said, "So there is no summoning magic at all? Anita didn't put the stone ear into the original body to save the original body's life, but the stone ear automatically entered the original body's heart?" Bu Shuai nodded. "That's it." Zhang Fifan was incredible. "Doesn't that mean you came here by yourself?" This is what Bu Shuai thought about the most just now. "Yes, it seems that I really came here by myself, maybe in the short period of time when Anita dug out the original body's heart, and the heart returned to the original body." Zhang Fifan always felt that something was wrong, and knocked his head and thought, "Anita. The original body was given a forgetfulness potion. Will this forgetfulness potion cause the original body to forget all common sense? Will it turn the drug person into a baby?" Bu Shuai said uncertainly, "It shouldn't affect instinctive behavior? Erasing the memory in the brain does not mean that the body's memory will be completely erased." Zhang Fifan analyzed layer by layer, assuming that this forgetfulness potion will make the original body's memory blank. Of course, it will not turn him into an idiot. He still has basic living skills, but he has forgotten the familiar people, things and knowledge he has learned. No wonder Anita looked at you with a weird look when she saw you appear. Because although you don't know the common sense of the Orc continent, your behavior is definitely not that of a person without memory. You are just unfamiliar with this world. Bu Shuai nodded. "When I first woke up and found myself in a different place, I wanted to pretend that I had lost my memory. But no matter how good I acted, I was still different from a real amnesiac. Especially since I am not a child, my words and deeds make it difficult for me to really act like a teenager. Mrs. Anita must have discovered my abnormality." Zhang Fifan. Anita discovered that her original body might have a different soul. She may have been panicked, frightened and worried, but she found that you had no malice and a peaceful and easy-to-talk personality, so she gradually calmed down and even began to try to control you and make you work for her. Bu Shuai nodded again. "When I first came here, Mrs. Anita did avoid me for a while, and only observed me in secret. Later, she began to approach me and teach me the common sense of this world." "Did she tell you in person that she used a secret method to summon your soul?" Zhang Fifan asked. "No, she said that she used a secret method to call back Raphael's soul," Bu Shuai answered. Zhang Fifan thought for a moment. This should be the explanation for what she told the servants, that she was using a secret method. She needs to explain to the Tiger King who came to visit you why she used a secret method on you. Maybe the excuse is that she realized that the reason you didn't wake up was that your soul flew away, and she needed to summon your soul back. Bu Shuai smiled. This kind of thing sounds weird, but it's actually very common on Earth. Many old men and women still believe that children will be scared out of their wits, and they need to run out with the clothes they were next to their children, and call the child's name to call back the child's soul. There are many similar soul-calling methods. I think this kind of thing is also very common in the Orc world. Zhang Fifan immediately figured it out. So this so-called soul-calling secret method is not a shameful secret method. Maybe many Orcs know it. That's why Anita dared to tell Tiger King so openly that she performed the soul-calling secret method. Bu Shuai responded, "That should be it." A mystery was solved, and the real reason why Bu Shuai came to this world was also known. But Zhang Fifan still felt that something was wrong. Although the heart is taken out, the person will die. But the time from the original heart leaving the body to returning to its place is very short. According to what you said, it may be about a minute. In such a short time, did the original soul disappear? Is it possible? What possibility? Bu Shuai looked up. Zhang Fifan boldly hypothesized. Is it possible that you were originally Raphael? Huh? Bu Shuai was shocked. How could it be? Why not? Compared to your 3 reincarnations with complete memories, I think it is more likely that you were born as a pure baby with the memories of the past 2 lives blocked in this life. You should not have recovered your memory, but by chance, you merged with the heart fruit, and then someone stabbed your heart. The heart fruit merged with your heart. While the heart fruit saved your life, it may have had other effects. Didn't Clement say that your injuries had healed, but you just couldn't wake up? Maybe the time you couldn't wake up was when your memories of the past 2 lives began to awaken under the effect of the heart fruit and merged with your current memories. If Anita didn't do anything extra to you, maybe after a few days of recuperation, you would wake up and recall the complete memories of the 3 lives. But Anita might have coveted your heart in order to get the stone ear back, so she attacked you. As a result, your memory fusion process was interrupted, and Anita used the forgetfulness potion on you. So when you woke up after your heart returned to its place, you became you who lost Raphael's memory. Zhang Fifan felt that this possibility was very high, so you didn't come through at the moment when your heart returned to its place, but you were originally Raphael. It's just that Anita's trick made you lose your memory as Raphael. This can also explain why you can get some of Raphael's memories, because you were originally Raphael. Even if your memory was erased, you traveled through 3 lives and your mental power is much stronger than that of ordinary people. The forgetfulness potion only erased the memory in your hippocampus, and it can't erase the memory in your soul. Bu Shuai was almost convinced by Zhang Fifan and opened his mouth to say something. Zhang Fifan's eyes lit up. In fact, if you want to know whether our guess is accurate or not, just compare the time of Fidel continent with the time of Orc continent. If you exploded and died during the time when Raphael was conceived, you are very likely to be a gynecologist. But soon, Zhang Fifan became distressed. How can we compare the time between the Fardel continent and the Orc continent? Do we have to wait until we find the passage to Fardel to solve this problem? Bu Shuai smiled. Don't bother, I have a more efficient and accurate way to verify it. What method? If I am really a gynecologist, if my soul really has the memory of my original body, and my soul has no damage, then I only need to cast a soul memory retracing magic on myself, and there is a high probability that I can remember the forgotten memory. Zhang Fifan was excited. Is there such a convenient magic? Then cast it on yourself. I am very sure that you are the original Raphael. Bu Shuai was not as happy as Zhang Fifan. He did not really hope that he was the original, because that would mean that he would bear all the grievances and hatreds of the original, and his relationship with Tiger King and Anita would become more complicated. Human emotions are not twister toys that can be twisted to any direction. He did not want to evade responsibility, As a worker who originally only had a pure working mentality, he was suddenly told that he was not a stand-in actor, not even an actor, but the original, and his life was not a stage play, but the original itself. Who can adapt to this immediately? AMU? Zhang Fifan saw Bu Shuai's hesitation. Bu Shuai was determined by this call. Some things are useless to hide. Instead of delaying, it is better to face them as soon as possible. Bu Shuai entrusted Zhang Fifan with caution. Help me protect the law. After this magic is cast, you cannot be disturbed during the period otherwise. In serious cases, it may damage the soul, and even cause memory loss. Zhang Fifan also immediately became serious. Don't worry, I will protect you, and will not let anyone or anything disturb you. Zhang Fifan was very decisive, and directly set up a curse array around Bu Shuai. Whoever dares to break in and disturb Bu Shuai during Bu Shuai's spell will have his soul taken away by the god of curse. In addition to the curse array, Zhang Fifan also released a large amount of resentment, wrapping up the entire small lounge. In this way, anyone who wants to approach the small lounge will be attacked by resentment first. Seeing that Zhang Fifan was well prepared, Bu Shuai did not waste his magic power and concentrated on casting memory recall magic on himself. The memories of the past flowed through Bu Shuai's mind like water. With the addition of magic, all the forgotten memories of the past reappeared. In the first life, he was born as Lang Mu, heard a voice for the first time, and opened his eyes for the first time. In the second life, he inexplicably traveled to the body of a young man who had just died, and started a new life in the continent of Fidel. In the third life, Bu Shuai sighed in his heart. He was actually the original body. And he should have had a relatively clear consciousness during the development of Raphael Lang Mu's brain, but his overall consciousness had been sleeping, and he only vaguely received some information from the outside world. When Raphael was born, he did not awaken the memories of the past 2 lives. As Zhang Fifan said, he was actually a brand new existence, experiencing a new life from scratch. At this time, he was not Lang Mu, but Raphael. However, his soul still had some influence on Raphael, making him a well-behaved child since childhood. He was obedient and rarely lost his temper. He was a very easy-to-bring-up kid. Also, due to the influence of his 2 soul powers, when little Raphael knew that he was the illegitimate son of the Tiger King, although he was secretly happy, he did not get carried away, and he did not think that he was superior to others. He just couldn't help but tell this secret to his good friend. But his good friend betrayed him, and told this secret to others. After that, this friend became someone who laughed at him, mocked him, and even betrayed and persecuted him. If it weren't for his original soul power, little Raphael might have been crushed by all kinds of strange looks and a lot of negative comments coming from all directions. But little Raphael still became much more autistic. He no longer ran outside, nor made new friends. He locked himself at home, calling it studying, but in fact, he was closing himself off and didn't want to contact the outside world. Anita seemed to be happy with him. Maybe because of his original well-behaved nature, the people who took care of him, including Anita, didn't notice his inner and personality changes. No one went to enlighten little Raphael and let him be wronged like this. Bouchois looked at little Raphael like this and couldn't help feeling distressed. He saw little Raphael hiding in the quilt and crying secretly. Seeing little Raphael hiding behind the window and watching the children playing outside was full of envy and yearning, but also full of fear and shrinking. Seeing that little Raphael was looking forward to meeting Tiger King, he hoped that Tiger King, as a father, would hold him, love him, take him out to play, and buy him delicious food like the fathers of other cubs. Strangely, little Raphael did not have any special expectations for Anita. He was more in awe of Anita than admiring her. Perhaps his soul power affected little Raphael, making him naturally sensitive. Little Raphael instinctively knew who really loved him, and who was just pretending. In little Raphael's heart, Tiger King, who only appeared once in a while, liked him more and cared about him more than Anita. Finally, he saw that little Raphael received a letter from his old friend. It took him a long time to muster up the courage to face this damaged friendship again, opened the window, and secretly jumped out. Just as little Raphael arrived at the agreed location and waited for Otter to appear, the Harvest Festival float appeared, and a large number of people in strange costumes followed behind the float. People sang and danced, and the whole city was in jubilation wherever they passed. Little Raphael's attention was attracted by the float and the parade. A man in a black robe approached him, stabbed him in the chest with a knife, and turned around. Little Raphael was attacked by severe pain, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't make any sound. The killer suddenly turned his head, lifted his hood, and aimed his distorted face painted with oil paint at little Raphael's eyes. The most terrifying thing was that the killer's eyes were rotten. Evil God-believer. The first time Bouchois saw the assassin, this thought subconsciously popped up in his mind. Little Raphael was extremely frightened, holding the dagger inserted into his heart with his fingers, and slowly fell down. One hand caught little Raphael, covered his mouth and dragged him to the side of the road, letting him sit on the side of the road, just like sitting on the corner of the street to rest after playing tired. All this happened very quickly, and the whole process may take less than 3 or 5 seconds. As the memory goes back, the memory of little Raphael merges into his memory little by little. Gradually, the feeling of being a third party watching other people's lives becomes less and less, and instead, he begins to think what Raphael thinks, and even his heart and soul are in pain and discomfort for the memory of little Raphael. It seems that his 3 lives have not been very happy. At this time, Bouchois was shrouded in a thick haze. The memory recollection magic ended, and Bouchois sat there quietly, without speaking for a long time. A strong arm suddenly pulled him into his arms, and hugged him tightly. The hug was so tight that it almost suffocated him. But Bouchois felt that the heavy depression that was about to pull him into the abyss was moving away from him little by little. Someone was helping him to expel those negative energies. Someone was calling him back with his hot chest and strong love. The hug slowly relaxed, and a big hand gently patted his back. He even heard someone humming a folk song in his ear. The Hanging Tree. Bouchois slowly closed his eyes, and huddled in Shang Fifen's arms, like a child. His 3 lives were fucked up, but he met this person, and he only hoped. This was not a dream, nor the beginning of a new pain. Chapter 160. Bouchois stood outside the Earl's mansion and took a deep breath. Originally, he only regarded the 2 old men of the Lang family as his responsibilities, but now that he knew that he was the original body, and the 2 old men were his real blood relatives, Bouchois was a little timid. Shang Fifen gently pushed him from behind. Bouchois turned his head and looked at him. Shang Fifen whispered, "Go, I pick you up in the evening." Bouchois nodded, "See you in the evening." Shang Fifen didn't want to be separated from Bouchois at all, but it was the first time that Bouchois officially returned to the Earl's mansion to visit the 2 old men, and it was not good for him, an outsider, to follow him. Privately, Shang Fifen only hoped that Bouchois would only have him in his eyes and heart. But Bouchois' appearance yesterday made him feel distressed. He hoped that there would be more people, especially relatives, to let Bouchois feel the family love and let Bouchois feel that he was loved by more people. He had met the old Earl and his wife. Originally, the two of them had a good impression of Raphael, who was still known as the illegitimate son of the Tiger King. Now that they knew that Raphael was their grandson, they didn't know how to love Raphael. It happened that the old Earl sent someone to urge Bouchois to come to his house to reunite with them last night, so he pushed him hard. Jean Fifin suddenly leaned close to Bouchois' ear and whispered, "You must make it up to me when you go back tonight. I let you go, because I saw you crying pitifully last night. Don't think about such a good thing next time." Bouchois' cheeks suddenly turned red. Thinking of the madness and collapse last night, the whole person was so hot that he almost smoked. Fortunately, he was a magician and could cast recovery magic on himself, otherwise it would be a problem whether he could get up today. Jean Fifin saw Bouchois' expression, and his mind was full of thoughts, but he didn't dare to think too much. He was afraid that he would react, so he gently pushed Bouchois again. Bouchois' timidity was replaced by another strong emotion. The collision of the two strong emotions made him calm down quickly. Bouchois glanced at Jean Fifin, slightly adjusted his clothes, and walked towards the door of the Earl's mansion without hesitation. The door of the Earl's mansion opened without waiting for Bouchois to get close. The servant who was watching the door ran in to inform the old Earl and his wife as soon as he saw Raphael Longmu appear. When the housekeeper heard that Master Raphael was coming, he immediately ran to the door and opened the door himself to welcome the young master into the house. The whole Earl's mansion was full of joy. The servants did not know the true relationship between Raphael Longmu and the Earl's mansion, but the two old masters and the housekeeper of the Earl's mansion were all very happy. The servants naturally felt this atmosphere of expectation and happiness. When they saw Raphael, they were also very enthusiastic. "Raphael is here." When the old lady heard that her grandson was coming, she ran out of the house excitedly. "Wait for me." The old count couldn't catch up. The butler welcomed Raphael into the gate and immediately asked the servants to lock the gate tightly. No one was allowed to enter unless the old man agreed. The butler also told the servants that if anyone came to ask what Master Raphael was doing, they should say that Master Raphael had something to ask the old man, but the servants didn't know what it was. Bouchois had just walked a few steps into the gate when he saw two old men running over. The excited expressions and expectant eyes on the two old men's faces made Bouchois a little nervous. "Child, you have suffered." The old lady rushed over first and hugged Bouchois. At this time, the old lady didn't look weak at all. "No, it's fine." "Good day, old lady." Bouchois' voice was slightly hoarse, and he was too embarrassed to know what to say. "Hey you." The old lady choked and couldn't say the second sentence, and tears flowed out. Holding the child in her own hands, the old lady was more certain that this was her grandson. The feeling of blood connection was so wonderful, which she had never experienced in Ramil. Ramil was also a cute child when he was young. The old lady didn't want to compare the two children, but she had to admit that there was a difference between having a blood relationship and not having a blood relationship. It is said that ancient orcs can easily distinguish their cubs, and are not afraid of blood confusion at all. But as the orc civilization continues to develop, some instincts belonging to the orcs are constantly shrinking or even disappearing, just like their blood talent. This has to be said to be a pity. The old count watched his wife and Raphael hug each other. The old wife cried so hard that she couldn't speak. Raphael's eyes were also red, and he raised his hands to gently hug the old lady. The old count didn't want to cry, but he couldn't help but feel a sour nose. His poor little grandson, how much suffering he had suffered over the years, but he was not completely unaware. As long as he thought of what he had seen and heard Raphael had experienced, the old count's heart ached. He regretted it very much. If he could have helped Raphael a little bit, if he had known earlier. When he thought of this, the pain and regret in the old count's heart were drowned by the crazy hatred. He had never hated someone so much. "Tiger King, Anita, it is your business if you want to protect your own children. Why did you involve my poor little grandson? You let him be a substitute for so many years, and still refuse to treat him well, and the queen, that vicious and stupid woman. The one who betrayed you is your husband. If you have the guts, go deal with Tiger King. Why do you want to attack a child? At worst, you can kill Anita. Bullying a child is because you can't do anything about the child's parents, so you can only vent your anger on the child to show off your power. In the final analysis, if the queen hadn't been greedy for the stone ear and caused Anita's family to be destroyed, she wouldn't have been retaliated by Anita. If the queen hadn't dared to really confront Tiger King, she wouldn't have dared to attack Tiger King's mistress. The old earl originally had some sympathy for the queen. He was devoted to his old wife, so he naturally looked down on those males who were half-hearted in treating their wives. Seeing the queen dealing with Tiger King's illegitimate child, although he felt sorry for the child, he also felt that the queen's behavior was understandable. But after knowing the truth of everything, he lost all his sympathy for the queen, and hated her even more. Tiger King, Anita, Queen, he didn't want to let any of these three go. If you have anything to say, let's go inside. It's not good to cry here, the old earl said with the demeanor of a family master, but he didn't know how soft his voice was. The housekeeper stood not far away, and looked at the old man who opened his arms to hug his grandson and his old wife, laughing until tears came out. Jean Pfeiffer looked up at the sky. The fact that he was not handsome was his original body, which made him change his plan a little. Revenge for others, and revenge for your own people, the level of commitment is different. He didn't see Bourgeois' memory as little Raphael. Bourgeois refused to show him this memory. But from Bourgeois' autistic look last night, it can be seen that his childhood and adolescence as little Raphael were definitely not happy. Jean Pfeiffer only knew a little about Bourgeois' first life experience, and he hated it so much that he wanted to chop Lang Mu's father and brother into meat sauce. Unexpectedly, Bourgeois' second and third lives were not as bad as the first life. Did his Bourgeois offend some gods? Or did he do something cruel and evil that made him suffer so much for several reincarnations? Jean Pfeiffer thought of Bourgeois' weird luck value again. He had always thought that Bourgeois' luck value was taken away by the magician named Loren Milton in the second life, but now his thoughts had changed a little. He suspected that Bourgeois' luck value might have gone wrong before his first life. If that was true, who was Bourgeois before his first life? Jean Pfeiffer naturally thought of the god of nature. What is the relationship between Bourgeois and the god of nature? Jean Pfeiffer asked the system in a low voice. The system was silent. Jean Pfeiffer understood. I want to know the relationship between Bourgeois and the god of nature. What task do I need to do? Just post it directly. Please complete the tasks that have been posted first. Is this a game of pulling out the silk from the cocoon? Okay, I get it. Jean Pfeiffer activated the treasure hunting compass in his right eye. A small golden compass appeared in his vision. Search for the lost power of the god of nature. Several light spots immediately popped up in the treasure hunting compass. Jean Pfeiffer combined the positions of the light spots in the treasure hunting compass with the game map function, and it was easy to see where these light spots were scattered. In less than half an hour, Ari Shang swaggered to a high-level club with an invitation. He came to attend the occult research group held by the Second Prince. The president of this research group is the Second Prince himself. It is said that this research group does not easily accept new members. If there is a new member target, the new member must be recognized by more than half of the old members before it is possible to receive an invitation letter from the research group. Ari Shang relied on his ability to refine space props to let the research group take the initiative to send him an invitation letter. The Second Prince had long wanted to contact Ari Shang, but his path was different from that of other princes and princesses. It was not easy to go directly to Ari Shang, so he took a detour. After receiving the invitation letter, Ari Shang replied that he would come to take a look. The tone of the reply was very arrogant, as if he didn't take the Second Prince seriously at all, but this was Ari Shang. It was impossible to make him humble and polite because of someone's status. The interior of the club was decorated extremely luxuriously and comfortably. The servants were quiet and restrained, and there was no noise in the whole club. Some distinguished guests, who looked different from others, were either sitting somewhere reading quietly, or sitting and chatting with a few friends over tea, and their voices were very low. The waiter led Ari Shang and sent him to the basement of the club. This floor seemed to be the territory of the Mysticism Research Association. Because it was mysticism, did it have to be underground? Ari Shang complained. When they arrived at the door, the waiter knocked on the door without saying a word and made a gesture to Ari Shang to invite him in. Ari Shang rolled his eyes at this attitude, holding his bone staff and walking into the open door with his head held high. A waiter came forward from inside the door, as if to help Ari Shang undress. Ari Shang directly used his bone staff to hold the waiter back, asking him to stay away from him. The waiter bent down and retreated. Master Aries, good day, I finally see you. The Second Prince came forward in person and gave Ari Shang enough face. Ari Shang clenched his right fist and tapped his left chest, nodding. Good day, Your Highness the Second Prince. Please come in. Everyone is basically here, just waiting for you. The Second Prince was very enthusiastic, and invited Ari Shang to take a seat, and introduced him to his fellow enthusiasts in the research group. The people in the research group didn't all seem to be from wealthy families. Some of them looked like scholars, who were immersed in research, some looked nervous and unkempt, and some were covered in black robes, exuding a mysterious temperament. Under the introduction of the second prince, these people came over to greet Aries Shang. Of course, not everyone would take the initiative to talk to Aries Shang, and some were very indifferent. Aries Shang didn't care about their attitude at all. He saw the master of Tianquan Valley, who was talking to someone at a glance, and stared at him wantonly. The second prince saw that Aries Shang's attention was attracted by the master of Tianquan Valley, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised a curve, and he didn't mind the other party's distraction. The handsome face of the master of Tianquan Valley was indeed very attractive. He, the second prince, was also very handsome, but he was still a few points worse than the master of Tianquan Valley. Besides, Master Aries seems to be popular with both men and women. I heard that he has been pursuing Raphael Longmu relentlessly. Because of his perseverance, he has successfully entered Raphael's office. Although it is not known whether Aries Shang succeeded, it does not prevent him from being interested in the second male. The second prince introduced the master of Tianquan Valley and kept it a secret. Master Aries, do you know the Valley of the Dead and the City of Zombies? Aries Shang, I seem to have heard of it. The second prince smiled, pointed at the master of Tianquan Valley and said, "This is from the legendary mysterious zombie city." The master of Tianquan Valley took the opportunity to speak and stretched out his hand with a smile. Loren Milton, the master of Tianquan Valley of this generation. Tianquan Valley is the legendary zombie city. The outside world spreads it as very mysterious. In fact, after the Poison Mist era, it was just an ordinary valley with only a group of abandoned Tianquan living there. Ha, you dare to use this name. Are you sure that no one in your continent knows you? Aries Shang sneered in his heart. Aries Shang quickly reached out his hand, grabbed the hand of the Lord of Tianquan Valley, and shook it vigorously. I know who you are. You are the son of Tianquan abandoned by Count Bexiyuan, right? I heard that he is very good looking, which has attracted many noble ladies in the royal city. They said that even if he is a cripple, they are willing to have a kiss with him. And many male orcs have confessed their love to you. Lord of Tianquan Valley, Orcs around, Lord of Tianquan Valley wanted to withdraw his hand. Aries Shang held it tightly, and looked up and down at Lord of Tianquan Valley with a wicked look on his face. I think you are not good looking. Why do so many people say you are good looking? The master of Tianquan Valley cursed Ma maybe in his heart, but he had to maintain proper etiquette on the surface. It is true that everyone is too kind. I am just an ordinary looking person. Let go. The master of Tianquan Valley pulled his hand away with force. Aries Shang still held on tightly, and he even held it tighter. It doesn't matter if the body is disabled or the appearance is ordinary. As long as the character is good, it is a good orc. Do you think you are a good orc? Does Master Aries have any opinions about me? The master of Tianquan Valley finally pulled his hand out. Aries Shang's mind sounded a system reminder. Task 74 completed. You successfully came into close contact with the master of Tianquan Valley and successfully contacted him for a certain period of time. After system detection and confirmation, this person is the real body of the master of Tianquan Valley, and he carries one of the lost powers of the god of nature. Hereby rewards 20 contribution points and a space stone. Aries Shang felt the stone appear in his hand, and put it into the space ring he refined. The Lord of Tianquan Valley seemed to feel a slight spatial fluctuation, but when he was about to perceive it carefully, he found that the slight spatial fluctuation disappeared. Task 78. The missing piece of brain on the statue of the goddess Self has been merged by the Lord of Tianquan Valley, and the system cannot directly recover it. Please find a way to separate the lost power of the god of nature from the Lord of Tianquan Valley, so that the system can recover it smoothly. After successfully completing the task, you will be rewarded with 100 contribution points and 5 space stones. Aries Shang couldn't help but feel sorry. He held back his nausea and shook hands with the Lord of Tianquan Valley for so long, but the system couldn't directly recover the power of the god of nature from him. No, I have no opinion on you. I just think you look a little strange, not like us orcs. Although you say you are a cripple, you don't have the smell of us orcs. Aries Shang asked seriously, are you really a cripple orc? Are you really not some other strange thing that has mixed into our orc continent? The master of Tianquan Valley was horrified, but his expression remained unchanged. I think Master Aries may have some misunderstandings about me. I am indeed an orc, the real deal. Really? I always feel that you are not. Do you dare to let me check it? Someone in the crowd suddenly burst into laughter. Many people looked over. The person who burst into laughter covered his mouth, waved his hands embarrassedly, and explained, Don't get me wrong, I just laughed at Master Aries for being really good. As soon as these words came out, everyone present showed expressions of sudden enlightenment, and even the second prince looked at Aries Shang with a playful look. The Lord of Tianquan Valley was unsure. Was this guy really teasing him? trying to take advantage of him by checking him, or did he really see something? Ari Shang turned around and glared at the laugher. Don't talk nonsense. I am a loyal and good orc. I am devoted to Raphael Lonmu, and have no one else in my eyes. I really doubt that this Lord of the Valley is not an orc. Do you think he is? Several people laughed again. Now more people think that Ari Shang is verbally teasing the Lord of Tianqin Valley. If the Lord of Tianqin Valley had a lower status, and was not so concerned by the second prince, there might be many people present who would follow suit and tease the Lord of Tianqin Valley to let Ari Shang check him. The Lord of Tianqin Valley looked depressed. When dealing with such a wanton dandy, you can't talk to him about aristocratic etiquette. The second prince came out to smooth things over. Everyone, today we are going to discuss how the gods appeared. Why don't you all take a seat first? Let's express our own opinions, and then exchange mysterious items on the spot. What do you think? Everyone present was willing to give face to the second prince. When they heard what the second prince said, they all agreed and found seats to sit down. Ari Shang sat next to him at the invitation of the second prince. Just as Ari Shang listened to a group of people discussing fiercely how the ancient gods of the Orc continent were formed with a bored look on his face, the people in the royal city were discussing another thing fiercely. The Royal City Gossip newspaper is really going to become a daily newspaper. Today they have a new issue. The headline content of the 5th issue is not as shocking as the previous issues to the entire royal city, and even the people of Tiger Country. But for some people, this news is even more shocking than the headlines of the previous issues exposed by the gossip newspaper. Inside the palace, the queen rushed directly to the meeting hall. Today was the grand court meeting held once every 10 days. Except for a few people who asked for leave, all the ministers and nobles in the royal city who were prominent and in office attended the meeting. The Tiger King was asking several ministers about how the spring materials exhibition was going. The Minister of Commerce was reporting. It was at this time that the queen rushed into the meeting hall. The guards wanted to stop her, but they didn't dare to really grab the queen, let alone hurt her, so they could only surround her and enter the hall. The Tiger King, who was sitting at the top, was the first to see the queen rushing into the hall, and then other ministers and dignitaries also saw it, and everyone turned their heads to look at the entrance of the hall. The queen was very excited before she came in. After seeing so many people, she calmed down a little, but not much. If she was calm, she would not rush over at this time. There is no law in the Tiger Kingdom that the harem cannot interfere in politics, but the queen will not appear in the grand court without an invitation. The ministers exchanged glances when they saw the queen, who was obviously coming with bad intentions. The Tiger King frowned. What's the matter? The queen walked forward. The ministers and dignitaries made way for her like Moses parting the sea. The queen finally walked in front of the Tiger King. The Tiger King was extremely unhappy, but he still suppressed his temper and asked again, "Is there something important that the queen came here for?" The Tiger King emphasized the word important. The queen stared at the Tiger King coldly, suddenly sneered, and threw a newspaper. "Look for yourself." The servants dared not let the Tiger King bend down to pick up the newspaper on the ground, so they rushed over to pick up the newspaper, shook it clean, and presented it to the Tiger King. Tiger King suppressed his anger, took the newspaper and read it quickly. When he saw a sentence in the news, Tiger King's eyes suddenly widened, and the whole person seemed to be hit hard, or shocked. The ministers and dignitaries below were all curious. What did the gossip newspaper say? Why did the two most powerful people in the country look so angry and shocked? Especially the queen. Her expression seemed to accuse Tiger King of being sorry for her. After reading the headline of the gossip newspaper, Tiger King took a deep breath to calm his emotions. When his emotions calmed down a little, Tiger King stood up and said, "Today's court meeting ends here. If you have anything, come and report it directly." The Tiger King turned and left, ignoring the queen standing aside. The queen clenched her fists, her long nails digging into her palms, snorted coldly, and turned and left. As soon as the two majesties left, the meeting hall immediately exploded, and many people gathered in their own small circles, asking each other if they knew what had happened. Where's the gossip newspaper? Who has the gossip newspaper? There should be a subscription in the palace? Well, I subscribed. I go find my servant. He should have brought it to me. Yes, go find a gossip newspaper and read it. You should know what happened. Finally, someone got the latest gossip newspaper. Opening the newspaper, a row of dazzling black characters came into view. The king's mistress, Lady Anita, faked her death and fled, disguising multiple identities to disrupt the king's city. According to our reporter's investigation, Lady Anita, once the most beautiful woman in the king's city, died of illness at home 2 years ago. The Tiger King and his son were very sad, but recently someone discovered that Eva, the owner of Dream House, is very likely the Lady Anita who gave birth to a son for the Tiger King. Lady Anita is still alive. Does the Tiger King know about it? Does his son know about it? Is the disappearance of Marquis Denton related to Lady Anita? Is the death of the fifth princess also the work of Lady Anita? In her youth, Lady Anita would rather risk offending the queen to become the king's mistress. Is this really out of love for the king? She gave birth to a son for the king. Is it really out of love? If your parents were killed by someone, and you had to flee with your young sister and live a displaced life, can you really not hate, complain, or want revenge? When Eva's conspiracy with the Tiger King's guard Ramil was exposed, Eva immediately disappeared without a trace. But is this the only identity of Madame Anita? If you were Madame Anita, which identity would you think would be most beneficial to her activities? Now, the Royal City Gossip newspaper sincerely invites people from all over the city to participate in the large-scale public event searching for Madame Anita. Those who provide reliable information will receive a reward of 10 silvers to 5 golds depending on the content of the information. Such an interesting event is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so come and join us.